Nationwide lifetime ban. Ye Cheng stared at the FA announcement, laughing to the point of tears. In his previous life, he was targeted by the coach who was involved in match fixing after scoring in a game against Japan. After his rebirth, he awakened the strongest football system, and his heading ability was maxed out from the start. Ding. Header goal. Experience 500. Ding. Unlocking the scissor kick skill. Aerial dominance is now covered. But just when everyone thought that Ye Cheng, banned from football nationwide by the FA, was finished with his career, he arrived in Europe. He quickly became the hottest star in all of Europe. I'll pay the buyout fee. Bayern's president wrote a blank check. Come to Real Madrid. The Ballon d'Or is yours. Florentino personally poured wine. The FA bigwig who had fired him trembled as he watched Ye Cheng lift the Ballon d'Or trophy and sneered. Now you know who your daddy is? Chapter 1. Rebirth. Maxed heading ability. In a parallel universe. Blue Star World. Reborn country. July 2009. Shui City. Tianhe Stadium. On the big screen at the venue. Reborn U19 versus Japan U19 score. 0-2 game time. 79 hours, 2 minutes, and 21 seconds. I've been reborn. I returned to 2 years ago. Back to this game? Ye Cheng sat on the bench, staring at his hands in disbelief. He lifted his foot. My foot can move. He raised his head and looked towards the stands. Sweat flowed down his forehead. This isn't a dream. Ye Cheng's thoughts surged in the sweltering summer, even at night. The heat in Shui City nearly caused the fans in the stands to suffer from heat stroke. Who the hell is the idiot who scheduled a July match in Shui City? Isn't it that bunch of useless idiots in the FA? FAU idiots, 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 big idiots, big idiots. Down 0-2 now. Why are we still playing 5 defenders? Why the hell are we parking the bus? Parking the damn bus. F*******. Refund. In the stands, the fans were vocal but not violent. They showed remarkable patience and high quality. Chapter 2. Hat trick. Task settlement. The Reborn U19 team should try to attack. Always sitting back. Do you think you're the leading side? Here comes Japan's attack. A long-range shot. Blocked. Counterattack. A counterattack. Down the wing. Direct cross. 2 rushed. Wait. Ye Cheng. Wow, wow, wow. Incredible. A header chip shot from the edge of the penalty area. My God. It's in. 1-2. Reborn has pulled one back. Substitute Ye Cheng helps Reborn U19 score a goal. The commentary booth erupted. Tianhe Stadium boiled over. Beautiful. Beautiful. There's still a chance. There's still a chance. Wow. Look at this goal. Seized the opportunity when the opposing goalkeeper was too far forward. A direct header chip shot, accurately sending the ball into the net. Good goal. In the roaring stadium. Li Tai stumbled. What the hell? He was utterly shocked. He thought that with Ye Cheng's clumsiness, it would be impossible for him to score without any attacking support. But this guy actually scored. Li Tai's hands began to shake. He had lost money and was now biting the bullet. Chapter 3. Skill upgrade. Intense conflict. The camera lens was tightly focused on Ye Cheng. Undoubtedly, his hat trick against the Japan U19 team made him famous with 1 goal. At the same time, it also made people start to look forward to the next match against the Australia U19 team. This was a match in the Youth Asian Cup. If the national youth team could advance and win another knockout round, they would qualify for the World Youth Championship. This was a significant event for Reborn football. An outstanding center forward can bring a lot to a team, and any fan with a little understanding knows this well. Everyone shouted Ye Cheng's name together. For fans of Chinese football who were already struggling at rock bottom, any emerging talent was like a lifeline they would cling to tightly. Ye Cheng opened the system. He had basically understood the function of this system. Besides the attribute panel, the system also opened a skill tree panel. Many skills were currently in a dim, inactive state. The only activated skill was Pillar of the Penalty Area, which is a typical center forward skill. Once lit up, it increased the attributes of strength, balance, and jump by 1 point each. Chapter 4. I just want you dead. Li Tai was a bit stunned. He didn't expect this kid to be so tough. What made him even more uneasy was the thought that this guy wouldn't really kick Yang Wei to death, would he? Just thinking about the possibility of a major incident. Li Tai hurriedly blew his whistle and rushed in. Upon seeing that although Yang Wei was lying on the ground, clutching his chest and looking dazed, at least he was conscious, Li Tai breathed a huge sigh of relief. He turned to Ye Cheng and said, "What are you doing? This is a football field. Do you think it's an octagonal cage? Turns out you know, so why didn't you say anything when he tackled me like that?" Ye Cheng replied. He had long since decided not to stick around here, and he wasn't afraid of offending Li Tai and the people behind him. "Come my office," Li Tai said with a dark face, turning towards the office building behind the training ground. The surrounding players looked at Ye Cheng with various expressions. Ye Cheng didn't care. After this, he and these people would have no further interactions. Li Tai and the people behind him wanted to injure him to make him miss the second match against the Kangaroo team, and even if he wasn't injured, Li Tai's goal was still achieved, as long as the Dasha Football Association remained with those people. Chapter 5, please look at the big screen. Ye Cheng returned home. His home was in Cheng. Both of his parents were small business owners in Cheng. In his previous life, Ye Cheng was severely injured, suffering a comminuted fracture of the ankle, and his parents had to take him to seek medical treatment while feeling helpless. In just 2 years, his parents' hair had turned white. This time, no matter what, he couldn't let his parents suffer any harm again. Ye Cheng clenched his fists and nervously pushed the door open. "You're back." Mom, you was sitting on the sofa watching TV, while Dad, you was busy in the kitchen with a scarf around his neck. When they saw Ye Cheng come in, they both turned to look at him. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." "That's good." The two exchanged glances. Ye Cheng also breathed a sigh of relief. "Aren't you going to ask what happened?" "Your dad, and I believe in our child. You're not the kind of person who would harm others maliciously," Dad Ye said. Ye Cheng's eyes turned red. In these days, he had been the target of public criticism, and if he were an ordinary person, he would have collapsed under the pressure. The support from his family gave him great confidence. "Dad, Mom, I still need to explain the whole story to you," Ye Cheng said as he took out his phone. He showed them the video he had recorded. After they watched it, Chapter 6, the public opinion storm. Lazio trial invitation, the phone's camera was aimed at the large screen on site. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments almost filled the entire screen. "Where is this? Is it the National Youth Training Ground? This was secretly filmed, right? What the hell? What the hell?" At this moment, the live broadcast barrage erupted with a wave of exclamations. In the footage, Yang Wei jumped up both feet off the ground and viciously stomped down towards Ye Cheng's ankle. Many viewers in front of the screen gasped, feeling a chill run down their spines. If that stomp landed squarely, it would at least result in a fracture. Then, Ye Cheng indeed flew out. Just as people were worried, he furiously leaped up from the ground and kicked towards Yang Wei. From this complete scene, it was clear that what the Football Association said about Ye Cheng being arrogant and attacking a teammate for no reason was completely different. What the hell? That's brutal. That's a move of a cripple. If I were Ye Cheng, I would probably be even more extreme. Amazing. What kind of grudge is this? At that moment, Ye Cheng paused the video and aimed the camera at himself. He knew that the reporters who came here were all informed by the Football Association. Chapter 7, scoring over your heads, no way. No way, his skills are too poor. He can't even control the ball properly. He hasn't practiced the basics at all. With such skills, he can't possibly be selected for Lazio's youth team. He has no training value at all. In the training base of Lazio's youth academy in Rome, Italy, Lazio U19 youth team head coach Verdi shook his head like a rattle. His strength is in heading. You should let him try heading. Esposito stood next to him, insisting that Verdi give Ye Cheng another chance. His heading is excellent, very, very, very excellent. To emphasize his point, Esposito used the word very 3 times. Buddy, being good at heading isn't everything. There are many players in the world who are good at heading. Relying solely on heading won't allow you to establish yourself in professional football. If he is only good at heading, he has no training value at all. Verdi said, "That's because you haven't seen how good his heading really is. I dare say that just in terms of heading, he meets the standards of a Serie A starting center forward." Esposito insisted anxiously. Verdi chuckled. Chapter 8, do you want to continue? Do you think he can score in this situation? Lazio youth team head coach Verdi looked at Esposito, who was fiddling with his phone to take pictures. With a slight frown, Esposito smiled but didn't speak. Until they saw Ye Cheng's true abilities, these people wouldn't believe it. Esposito summarized the reasons for his failed recommendation of Ye Cheng to Lazio. Not many people believe that a player with such poor basic skills could have such top-notch heading ability. So, he had to leave some evidence. Holding his phone, Esposito aimed the camera at the penalty area, capturing the corner flag area and the goal. The corner taker, attacking side, and defending side were all ready. "I bet this kid won't even touch the ball. Anyone want to bet with me?" Santuhol. Among the observing Lazio youth team players, a black player said loudly, Hey, who would bet with you? You dare to open a bet that is bound to lose? Hey, maybe that kid will get lucky." Just as they were discussing with a whistle, the player responsible for taking the corner kick kicked the ball out, and the football flew towards the penalty area, the center. Chapter 9, the most specialized player in history. Esposito was very excited inside. He knew that Ye Cheng's heading was good, but he didn't expect it to be this good. Anyway, he was sure to earn his scouting fee. If Lazio didn't want him, that would be their loss. Based on the video he shot, any youth team in Serie A would be willing to offer him a contract. This is completely certain and expected. He glanced proudly at the visibly dark-faced Wildy beside him. The initiative is no longer in Lazio's hands. Wildy decided that the third attack and defense must be completed. At the very least, Marco and Lorenzo had to succeed once. This time, Marco and Lorenzo did not care where Ye Cheng would run. They stood in the penalty area. Their teammate, responsible for the corner kick, would definitely aim for their heads. This was actually a very unfair confrontation. The referee, the goalkeeper, and the player taking the corner kick were all advantageous to the defenders. But Ye Cheng didn't care. That Italian looked down on the Dacia people, and he wanted to completely destroy his opponent with absolute strength. Marco and Lorenzo's expressions were not good, but this was the best plan they could come up with. Chapter 10. Pushing Limits. Signing with Roma, the head coach of the Roma youth team, Vincenzo Montella, was very satisfied with Ye Cheng's physical condition. He had already received Ye Cheng's physical test data. Before this, he had also seen the unedited footage of Esposito capturing Ye Cheng scoring headers over Lazio youth team players 3 times in a row. The moment he saw Ye Cheng, he had a good impression of this Dacia striker. At 189 meters tall, according to Ye Cheng's growth curve, he should surpass 190 meters in the future. Weighing 85 kilograms, although it is common for players around 190 meters in the first team to have such weight, it seems a bit overweight in the youth team. However, after seeing Ye Cheng's well-proportioned and even somewhat slender physique, Montella, who was once a top striker, knew that this kid looked thin, but he was all muscle. You should continue to add a few kilograms, Montella said. I'm working hard, sir, Ye Cheng smiled. The Serie A league is definitely not unfamiliar to Dacia fans because it was the first mainstream European league introduced by Dacia's national television sports channel. Chapter 11. Starting and supplementing the first team, Esposito bid farewell to Ye Cheng at the entrance of the Roma Youth Training Academy. Mr. Esposito, I will be returning to East Asia next. I was never employed by Lazio, and now I have signed a contract with Roma. Esposito smiled. I am a free scout. I originally thought that young players from Japan and South Korea were cost-effective, but unexpectedly, the one I unearthed was actually a player from Dacia. Thinking about Ye Cheng's situation in Dacia, Esposito sighed. He patted Ye Cheng's shoulder and smiled. Ye, you have to work hard. If you can sign a professional contract with Roma, the commission I can get will allow me to not worry about income for the next year or 2. Ye Cheng smiled. Just wait and see. I guarantee that within 3 months, Roma will transfer the money to your card. Esposito laughed heartily. The two embraced each other and then waved goodbye. Ye Cheng signed a contract with the Roma youth team. He would stay in the dormitory of the training academy. As a foreign player, Roma's youth team provided room and board. Chapter 12. The head coach came to watch the game. The coaches of the Roma youth team were quite surprised when head coach Montella decided to include Ye Cheng in the squad for the next match. This was because Ye Cheng had just joined the team and had trained with them for less than a week. Moreover, with the language barrier, it was impossible for him to have any tacit understanding with his teammates. In this situation, what was the point of including him in the squad? However, Montella persuaded them. After all, Ye Cheng didn't need to do anything else. He was only included in the squad, not as a starter. Montella's idea was to have Ye Cheng come on in case the game was deadlocked, utilizing his heading ability to score for the team. This was a common tactic for tall strikers nowadays. Considering Ye Cheng's impressive heading skills, the other coaches did not object. For Ye Cheng, he was unaware of what would happen next. His days in the Roma youth team were quite ordinary, filled with training, extra practice, and learning Italian from a language teacher hired by the club. It is said that the language environment is the most crucial aspect of learning a language. Now, Ye Cheng was immersed in an Italian-speaking environment every day. Chapter 13. A great center forward, although he really wanted to get on the field and fight, Ye Cheng, who had joined the team for less than a week, couldn't possibly get a starting opportunity. He and his teammates were not in sync. Montella did not plan to start Ye Cheng, but intended to have him come on as a substitute in the last 20 minutes of the match. Although a bit disappointed, Ye Cheng still sat obediently on the bench, waiting for an opportunity. Head coach Ranieri was also watching the game seriously, showing no sign that they were specifically there to observe Ye Cheng's performance. Once the match began, the away team Verona took the initiative. Their midfield core, Giorgino, clearly outperformed all the youth team players. He almost controlled the game. At halftime, The home team Roma youth team was trailing Verona 0-2, which disappointed the Roma fans in the stands. The Roma players were also disappointed. They all saw the head coach sitting in the stands. So each of them wanted to perform well. Unfortunately, the more they wanted to show off, the more the team appeared disjointed. Everyone was thinking about their own performance, making it difficult to compete with Verona, whose core was Giorgino. Chapter 14. Going to the first team with a heading score of 100, a strength score of 97, a positioning score of 95, and a jumping score of 92, combined with the simplest tactic of crossing from the wings in the youth league. This was a weapon of mass destruction. The Verona players quickly experienced just how powerful this weapon could be. They shrank back as much as possible, using their numerical advantage to offset Ye Cheng's impact. But it was still futile. The tactics of the Roma youth team were shockingly simple. They relied on the two flanks, with wingers and fullbacks taking turns to surge forward and cross the ball. Then, it was just a matter of seeing how Ye Cheng would ravage the opponent's defense in the air. Ye Cheng jumped high and headed the ball towards the goal. The opposing goalkeeper made a save, deflecting the ball out of play. However, there was no joy of successful defense on his face because he was about to face a corner kick from Roma. Just thinking about the head of that Roma center forward made his scalp tingle. But what was meant to come would come. Ye Cheng stood in front of the goal, positioned between the small penalty area and the penalty spot, raising his hand like a bright lighthouse. The eyes of the whole world were focused on him. Chapter 15. Acceptance into the first team. The task of joining the first team was completed smoothly. A simple side quest granted Ye Cheng 3,000 experience points. Subsequently, Ye Cheng also upgraded Pillar of the Penalty Area to level 4. Strength 4, Balance 4, Jumping 4. When colliding with opponents, there is a 20 chance to trigger the knockdown effect. His strength value had reached 98. It wouldn't be long before his strength value would max out. This level of physicality was unmatched in Serie A. Ye Cheng continued to sprint toward his super specialization direction. A new main quest was refreshed. Score your first goal in Serie A? The font color of this task was yellow, indicating that it was significantly more difficult than the green tasks. Ye Cheng was filled with anticipation for life in the first team. This meant he had the opportunity to participate in professional leagues, become a household name in football, secure more lucrative contracts, and gain numerous endorsement deals, etc. Of course, these were just his dreams. To achieve these, he first needed to establish himself in the first team. The next day, Ye Cheng took a taxi to the first team's training base. Chapter 16. Selected for the squad. F.A. Panic. Tadi's plan fell apart because Ranieri announced team discipline after training. No one was allowed to mess around until after the third round of the league matches. Tadi could only secretly shrug at Ye Cheng. To his surprise, Ye Cheng winked at him and mouthed, "Let us go after the match." The Brazilian laughed. This kid was easy to get along with. The set-piece training allowed the Roma players to witness Ye Cheng's strengths. No one doubted his qualification for the first team anymore. However, the third round of the Serie A was about to begin. Ranieri's first match as Roma's coach would determine whether they could achieve a successful start. Whether Roma could change coaches like changing knives depended on this match against the strong opponent Fiorentina at home. Therefore, there were disagreements within the coaching staff regarding the squad list and starting lineup. The most significant disagreement was whether to include Ye Cheng in the matchday squad. Ye Cheng's training was as specialized as his abilities, unbeatable in the air, but a mess on the ground. Assistant coach Pellizzaro believed Ye Cheng deserved a spot on the matchday squad. Chapter 17. The hostility of Litai. If anyone hated Ye Cheng the most right now, it was Litai. In Litai's view, he originally had a promising future as a famous football figure in Xia. After spending some time in the national youth team to gain experience, he could go work for a Chinese Super League team. The benefits he could gain in the CSL would far exceed what he could achieve in the small pond of the youth team. Moreover, he could use the CSL as a springboard to ultimately become the head coach of the national team. This was originally a clear development path. However, this route was suddenly disrupted by Ye Cheng. People often find it difficult to see their own problems. Litai never considered how his actions would affect Ye Cheng. Or rather, in his eyes, Ye Cheng was the price he had to pay to climb up. What he didn't expect was that the price would fight back. At the FA headquarters, a group of people looked a bit worried. They thought it would be enough to make Ye Cheng unable to survive domestically. Who would have thought he would run abroad and actually make it? Chapter 18. The first appearance of an unknown rookie. Really not a starter? No. Do you really think a youth team player making his first appearance in the first team squad can start? Not starting is the norm. Ma Di Sheen, that dog. is making it sound like Ye Cheng must play in this match. Seeing the comments on the barrage, Ma Dixin deleted and blocked them one by one, his hands nearly smoking. He only kept the supportive comments, feeling quite pleased with himself. He successfully made everyone subconsciously think, if Ye Cheng doesn't play in this match, then he has suspected of being a domestic export. This kind of psychological warfare was something Ma Dixin was already quite proficient at. After this match, Ma Dixin had follow-up measures planned. However, all his tactics were based on the premise that Ye Cheng could not possibly play in this match. Logically speaking, a young player promoted from the youth team, making his first appearance in the squad, indeed would not likely get a chance to play in his first selection. Ma Dixin's judgment could not be said to be unfounded. But unfortunately, Ye Cheng was a player who could not be judged by common sense. Chapter 19, First Touch. First goal. Fiorentina's coach, Prandelli, saw the other side bring on a big guy, a player from Dessia that he hadn't really paid attention to before. This made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Before the match, he thought that why wouldn't he get a chance? So he didn't make any specific plans regarding why at all. Moreover, he didn't even know what characteristics this player from Dessia had. Therefore, he could only rely on guesswork. He saw that Ye Cheng was nearly 1.9 meters tall, with broad shoulders. Although he looked a bit thin, he appeared to be very fit. Hence, Prandelli judged that he was a center forward skilled in physical confrontations and heading. It must be said that sometimes judging by appearance can be somewhat accurate. After making his judgment, Prandelli immediately reminded his players to pay attention to aerial balls. The Fiorentina center-backs, Dinelli and Gambarini, exchanged glances. The opponent had brought on an unfamiliar player, which made them more vigilant. As for the Roma players, they certainly knew what they needed to do once Ye Cheng came on. Brazilian player Baptista was originally a midfielder, like Totti. He was also a player who could play both as a center forward and in midfield. Chapter 20. Remember this name from today. Even those who had high hopes for Ye Cheng probably didn't expect this scene to happen so quickly. This was Ye Cheng's debut in the professional league. His first appearance, and also his first touch on the ball in the game. As a result, he scored a goal for the team. Oh my God! On the coaching bench, even the assistant coach Pellizzaro, who was mainly responsible for putting Ye Cheng on the team's match roster, found it hard to believe. He held his head in both hands, looking utterly incredulous. The expressions of Chinese fans watching the live broadcast were similar to his. This happiness came too suddenly, right? Everyone stared incredulously at the TV screen. That swaying jersey silhouette. The voice of CCTV commentator He Wei came through the television. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Ye Cheng. Ye Cheng. The ball is in, the ball is in. Roma has pulled one back. This is Ye Cheng's first professional league goal, and also the first goal for a Dessia player in Serie A, making him the 5th Dessia player to score in one of the top 5 leagues. He Wei listed quite a few records in one breath. Indeed, Ye Cheng's goal set many records for Dessia players playing abroad. Chapter 21. The match ends, and the man of the match. This scene left everyone a bit dumbfounded. Even the Roma fans in the stands were agape in disbelief. On the sidelines, Ranieri held his head in both hands. Even though he had confidence in Ye Cheng, he never expected to see the current scene. First touch, scoring on his professional debut. Second touch, scoring his second professional league goal. 2 touches, 2 goals, helping Roma equalize. Ye Cheng, my God. In the national television studio, commentator He Wei was holding his head in both hands, looking astonished. In front of the television, almost all Dessia fans had a similar expression. Although they all hoped Ye Cheng would score, they were filled with surprise when he scored his first goal. And now, Ye Cheng's second touch resulted in his second goal. All Dessia fans now felt not joy but shock. This is too incredible, right? 2 touches, 2 goals? Is this football or basketball? A debut with a brace. This is far more exaggerated than a debut brace. Chapter 22. Media's first experience. The match is over. The match is over. Thanks to the outstanding performance of young Ye Cheng, Roma completed a stunning comeback by scoring 3 goals in the second half after initially conceding 2 at home, achieving their first victory of the season. In the commentary booth, Giovanni took a deep breath and shouted. At the same time, at the moment the whistle blew, the system's voice echoed in Ye Cheng's mind. Ding. Match over. Performance rating, S. Match rewards are being calculated. Ding. Experience points, 4,000. 2 free attribute points. Main quest completed. Quest rewards are being calculated. Ding. Experience points, 5,000. Acquired skill, Serpent. LV101000 reaction 2. Acceleration 1 characteristic, 5 chance to nullify hand movements of defensive players. When Ye Cheng saw the attributes of this skill, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. He knew very well that his current characteristics required him to engage in physical tussles with the opponent's center backs in the penalty area. And in the penalty area, defensive players have many hand movements, pulling, grabbing, when facing some referees with strict standards. Chapter 23. Sign a big contract, make big money. Ye Cheng followed Taddy and other single players from Roma into a high-end nightclub in the city of Rome. Taddy was obviously a VIP in this nightclub. The security guards didn't question them at all and hurriedly opened the door upon seeing a group of Roma players, even enthusiastically helping with parking. For any nightclub in Rome, these single players from Roma were VIP customers, young, wealthy, and in great shape. They were highly favored by various young models and socialites in the city. Upon entering the nightclub, the dim environment, private booths, and a white beauty in a body-hugging dress holding a glass of red wine attracted the attention of many hormone-driven single men. Ye Cheng took a deep breath. Taddy patted his shoulder, passing on some advice. He then went to open a booth. "All right, guys, I'm going to find my spring. You can drink here. It's on me." Taddy winked at several younger players. Veterans like Baptista, Sergio, and Arthur also picked up their glasses and pretended to be cool as they walked up to the beauties they had their eyes on to strike up a conversation. Chapter 24. Centered around comrade Ye Cheng. If we talk about the area where Ye Cheng's brace had the most significant impact in media discourse, is undoubtedly in Daxia. How many years has it been since Daxia produced a player who scored in one of the top 5 leagues? Counting Ye Cheng, there are only 5 Daxia players who have scored in the top 5 leagues: Yang Cheng and Xiao Jiai in the Bundesliga, Zheng Ji and Sun Jihai in the Premier League. Moreover, these 4 players have made a name for themselves in domestic competitions and, as mature players, have entered the 5 major leagues. As for Ye Cheng, when he was in China, he was just a graduate of a football school and a player for the national youth team, without any record in professional matches. At just 18 years old, he made his Serie A debut and scored twice. The impact this has in China is unimaginable. Now, fans across the country are calling for Ye Cheng to be vindicated, demanding a thorough investigation into the incident that led to his suspension. Moreover, many media outlets and fans are urging an immediate reshuffle of the national team, building a young squad centered around Ye Cheng to challenge for the 2014 World Cup in Brazil. They even question why not aim for the 2010 World Cup in South Africa. What a joke. The national team was already eliminated in the qualifiers long ago. Chapter 25. Is the tactics simple? But the center forward is ferocious. This is a red difficulty task. According to the task description, Ye Cheng needs to gain the recognition of over 70 first-team players to complete it. The difficulty is quite high, but correspondingly, the rewards will be substantial. In training, Ye Cheng's role has shifted from a supplementary player to the main center forward of the team. It's evident to anyone that he will secure a starting position. Previously, as a fringe player, he didn't pose a threat to others in position competition. But now, the coaching staff is clearly positioning Ye Cheng as a core player. This isn't surprising. Aside from tactical considerations, the group of players Ranieri is facing now were left by his predecessor Spalletti. To take control of the locker room, he needs to maintain good relations with team leaders Taddy and Arasi, and ideally, win over a group of players. Ye Cheng is the best choice. He is a player promoted from the youth team by Ranieri and owes him a favor. Additionally, his abilities have been proven. Of course, whether Ye Cheng can become an important member of the team will depend on his performance in the upcoming matches. Many rookies shine in their debuts, but quickly fade away, becoming indistinguishable from the crowd. Chapter 26. Keep kicking it to him. The Roma team's attack. Vucinic receives the ball on the wing, and it seems he is going for a direct cross. In the commentary booth, Giovanni from Sky Sports Italy is narrating the match. His tone becomes excited. Sure enough, after Vucinic crosses into the penalty area, that very noticeable tall figure jumps high again, leaping higher than anyone else. The 2 center backs from Siena seem like mere accessories hanging off him. Despite their similar builds, Ye Cheng jumps just a bit higher. He heads the ball toward the goal. Wow, what heading technique. Incredible. After more than 20 minutes of holding strong at home, Siena's goal is finally breached. Giovanni exclaims in the commentary booth. In the press area, reporters are equally astonished. 2 matches, 3 goals already. This match isn't over yet. Crazy, so crazy. I never thought someone could be so hard to contain just with headers. Reporters shake their heads. Most of them are seasoned football journalists and can see Siena's predicament. Generally speaking, attacking against a densely packed defense is a world-class challenge. Chapter 27. Conquering teammates, leveling up skills. After the second half begins, Roma, having tasted success, naturally want to change their strategy. Meanwhile, their opponent Siena have upped their running and increased their defensive coverage in the second half, trying to disrupt Roma's crosses. This indeed causes a slight decrease in the accuracy of Roma's crosses. However, Siena pays too high a price in terms of stamina. Soon, they start to struggle. Less than 10 minutes into the second half, Siena's players begin to pant heavily. The local TV commentator criticizes Roma's tactics as too brutal, lacking beauty, and not embodying the elegance that football should have. But honestly, Siena, a team that has long hovered around the relegation zone and bounces between Serie A and Serie B, really has no standing to discuss the elegance of football. Moreover, this is Italy, where coaches are very pragmatic. As long as they can win, does it really matter how pretty it is? At least Roma's fans are enjoying every moment. Every time Roma crosses the ball, it incites their cheers. Power, confrontation. This impactful playing style is exhilarating. Chapter 28. Urgent contract issues after celebrating and returning to the halfway line. Ye Cheng took the opportunity to open the skill module for his newly acquired skill. Shooting expertise, advanced, LV10 1000, max level LV10 shooting 3, long shot 2. 5 chance to trigger, perfect shot, a shot with excellent power and angle, 100 hitting the 10-point area. 10-point area, the area within the goal defined by the intersection of the crossbar and posts, and the point where the posts meet the goal line, with a radius of 1 meter. Ye Cheng's eyes lit up. The advanced skill has reached level 10. This means that if he can upgrade shooting expertise to level 10, his shooting attribute score can directly increase by 30 and long shot score by 20. The key is that if he can reach level 10, the probability of triggering a perfect shot could reach 50. Just imagine every shot aimed at the 10-point area. How could the opponent not be troubled? Of course, to reach level 10, the required experience points are astronomical. Roughly calculating, level 2 requires 1,000, level 3 requires 2,000, level 4 requires 4,000, level 5 requires 8,000. Chapter 29. Crisis. Long shot advancement. Are you here tonight? Of course. Zhu Zibusami's face showed surprise. She leaned over Ye Cheng, squinting her eyes, taking a deep breath as if to inhale all of Ye Cheng's scent into her lungs. I need to go rent an apartment, Ye Cheng thought. After returning from Siena, he realized he could no longer stay in the dormitory of the Roma youth team. This was not because the Roma youth team wanted to kick him out. Instead, it was because a large number of scouts and agents were waiting at the entrance of the Roma youth team. In fact, it was not surprising to see scouts and agents at the entrance of the Roma youth team's base on a regular day. However, after Ye Cheng scored a hat-trick against Siena, the number of scouts and agents at the entrance of the Roma Training Academy increased by several magnitudes. Many scouts from other countries flocked in. Ye Cheng was very clear about the reason for this. He had not yet signed a professional contract with Roma. This meant that many teams were coming with the mindset of picking up a bargain. For Ye Cheng, he did not want to go to those teams that came with such a mindset, especially some top clubs. Chapter 30. He is not clueless. Ye Cheng's premonition was correct. His overly thin scoring ability encountered the league with possibly the strongest defensive capabilities on this planet. Those coaches were all shrewd. How could they not make targeted arrangements for his characteristics? In the 5th round of the league, Roma faced Catania away from home. In this match, Roma drew 0-0 with their opponent. The following week, in the UEFA Europa League group stage, the team drew 0-0 against CSKA Sofia away from home. This draw suddenly put Roma's chances of advancing from the group in jeopardy. Back in Serie A, in the 6th round, Roma hosted Napoli. Before this match, the Italian media was already hyping up the issue of Ye Cheng being thoroughly researched, believing that Roma's 2 matches without scoring were due to Ye Cheng's problem. This match seemed to validate that point. Roma, playing at home, ultimately secured 3 points thanks to Totti's last-minute goal in the 89th minute. After 6 rounds of the league, Roma had 3 wins, 1 draw, and 2 losses, accumulating 10 points and climbing to 7th place in the league. However, after the match against Napoli ended, Chapter 31, away against AC Milan. Mr. Leonardo, is your team ready for the match against Roma this weekend? Yes, we are ready. Our start this season has not been smooth. This is not the level AC Milan should be playing at, so we must turn the situation around. Will it start with this match against Roma? I hope so. The match between AC Milan and Roma at home was definitely a highlight in the Italian domestic league. This match drew a lot of attention. As the big game approached, more and more TV programs began to hype it up. For Italians, life is about food and football. Football occupies a significant part of Italians' lives. Among various news programs in Italy, football news clearly has the highest viewership. Mr. Leonardo, what do you think of Roma striker Ye Cheng? Waking up in the morning and brushing his teeth, Ye Cheng was drawn to this line from the TV. He poked his head out of the bathroom and looked at the TV, where AC Milan's head coach was chatting happily with a host from Milan Sports Channel in a studio. Chapter 32. In the name of a world-class shot. Leonardo stood on the sidelines. He saw the confrontation between the two sides and then shook his head. That kid is really a reckless one. You just rush in like that, and if the referee doesn't blow the whistle for a foul, it's a black whistle. He felt that this match was not something to worry too much about. Roma's tactics might work against ordinary teams, but against AC Milan, they were still lacking a bit. AC Milan would not give Roma many chances and time to attack. Silva pulled Nesta up. Nesta rubbed his chest. That kid really just rushed in like that. It's too unskilled. Silva complained. Be careful. He's very strong. Nesta glanced at Ye Cheng not far away and said. Silva felt a bit unconvinced. This kid only knows this one trick. What is there to be afraid of? It's just this one trick. His characteristics are too singular. It seems like another shooting star. In the media section, reporters were discussing. Zhong Daong, a reporter from the Southern Sports Daily, frowned upon hearing the discussions among his Italian colleagues. He was sent here as a correspondent for the Southern Sports Daily in Italy. Chapter 33. He has the heart of a shooter. Taddy received the ball near the goal line, passed it, and on the outside, Ye Cheng. A volley. Hell. Look at this shot. Oh my God, this is Ye's goal. Yes, this is his goal. What's so strange about it? Yes, this will definitely surprise you because this is a volley. Apart from this beautiful volley world-class shot, this is Ye's first goal completed with his foot in his professional career. Yes, this is his first goal completed with his foot. This is his 7th goal in the professional arena, his 7th goal in Serie A. Who said he couldn't use his feet? Oh, look at this volley. Clean and decisive. Powerful, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. The away team Roma took the lead. 1-0. Now the home team AC Milan is trailing in the score. And AC Milan fans may have to realize that if they continue to lose, they might not even make it to the top for this season. Chapter 34. The San Siro trembling under his feet. Roma's goal has pushed AC Milan to a desperate situation. In the commentary booth, Sky Sports commentator Giovanni said, now AC Milan's ranking in the league is too terrible. AC Milan fans find it hard to accept this ranking. If they lose this match, the gap to the top 4 will widen further. If AC Milan cannot make it to the top 4 and participate in next season's Champions League, the team's situation will become even worse. From the beginning of the season until now, the breakup between AC Milan and Ancelotti can be considered a lose-lose situation. Giovanni shook his head. The current situation is very clear. If AC Milan loses the match, their ranking may drop further. After 7 rounds of the league, they can only obtain 8 points, directly dropping to an area close to the relegation zone. How can the mighty AC Milan accept such a situation? Moreover, this is San Siro. AC Milan cannot just lose the match like this. Now Leonardo is explaining something to the team's midfield core, Pirlo. Pirlo nods repeatedly. Not far away. Ranieri doesn't need to eavesdrop to know what they are discussing. AC Milan is definitely going to launch a massive offensive. Chapter 35. AC Milan's old guns. No one is saying Ye Cheng only knows how to head the ball anymore. The situation facing AC Milan is already very clear. They must attack, because the away team, Roma, is already 2 goals ahead. Amidst the cheers of the fans, AC Milan pushes forward, launching a full-scale attack, without the burden of worrying about the defense. AC Milan, ready to take risks, bursts forth with tremendous energy. AC Milan is still AC Milan after all. When a group of old guns is determined to fight hard, the energy they unleash cannot be ignored. They push Roma back. In the 39th minute of the match, AC Milan scores a goal. The scorer is the veteran Inzaghi. No one expected Inzaghi to appear in an unexpected place at an unexpected time, using an unexpected method to send the ball into the net. He appeared in the blind spot of center back Juan, and then, for some reason, the ball found its way into that area. The Italian veteran only needed to gently nudge it with his foot to push the ball into the goal. After scoring, Inzaghi is extremely excited. He spreads his arms, waves, roars, and rushes to the sidelines. Inzaghi's handsome face twists with excitement. Chapter 36. The aging legend, the aging Milan. Ye Cheng loves to hear the coach say we need to attack. He quickly rushes to the front line, standing in front of Nesta. Before this, he had attempted several long-range shots, but clearly, with AC Milan now wary of his long-range ability, the success rate of his long shots has sharply declined when facing defensive players. Ye Cheng knows very well that at this stage, his scoring ability is still more effective within the penalty area. Even the ability brought by shooting specialization can still be utilized in the penalty area. In fact, his threat inside the box would be even greater because of this. His long-range shots from the outside are merely auxiliary means to create more space for himself. Just like now, when he stands on the outside, Ambrosini has to come over and stick to him to prevent him from shooting. At this moment, Ye Cheng remembers Tadi's words, play smart. Ye Cheng turns his head to look at AC Milan's penalty area, his eyes scanning everything like radar, taking it all in. Ambrosini is defending against his long shot. Nesta is constantly observing, ensuring he is in the best defensive position through observation. Chapter 37. Interested in Milan? Ye Cheng defeats AC Milan. Hat trick. 3 goals. 3-2. Roma takes the lead again, and the scorer is their center forward Ye Cheng. Hat trick. He has performed a hat trick in this crucial battle. In the 83rd minute of the match, Ye Cheng scores again, marking his 9th goal in Serie A, and his 9th goal in the 5 Serie A matches he has played. Goal drought? Thoroughly researched. In the face of this hat trick, the pre-match media comments seem very pale and ridiculous. The commentary booth erupts in exclamations. On the television screen, Ye Cheng is once again surrounded by Roma players. This time he scores with his head, so Ye Cheng's head takes the toll again. Ye Cheng defeats Nesta, and AC Milan is almost finished. With only 10 minutes left in the match, if AC Milan cannot score again in this remaining time, they will face their 3rd defeat of the season. 7 rounds of the league, 2 wins, 2 draws, and 3 losses, with only 2 victories and 8 points. This performance is absolutely unacceptable for AC Milan. Leonardo has taken over Ancelotti's role, but he might not be fully prepared yet. Chapter 38. Roma's Europa League group stage situation. In a VIP box of San Siro Stadium, Roma's general manager Baldini stands up, applauding for the team's victory. However, when he sees Raiola sitting next to him wearing a smug expression, he feels a bit nauseous. At the same time, he has a bit of a headache. He originally thought that once he has form improved, it would be easier to discuss contract matters. Who would have thought that Ye Cheng would score a hat trick against a team like AC Milan? It is foreseeable that next the entire Italy, no, the media worldwide will be vigorously promoting the name Ye Cheng, and it would not be surprising. Ye Cheng is still under a youth team contract, which surely cannot be a secret. If before, other teams' involvement was merely to seek a bargain, now a player who can score a hat trick against AC Milan is the best advertisement. Teams are surely starting to make promises to Ye Cheng, such as commitments to playing time. If these teams offer a higher salary than Roma, Baldini has no confidence in keeping Ye Cheng. Chapter 39. Some haven't given up. Ranieri's focus is still on the league. However, the Europa League is not something to be abandoned directly. Besides the approximately 20 million in revenue the Europa League can bring to Roma, it is also a competition that Roma can strive for. After all, the match density in Italian football is not too high. The Coppa Italia matches won't take place until next year. So, Roma currently has enough energy to juggle the Europa League matches, which can help some players find their form. Therefore, after finishing the match against AC Milan, Ranieri turns his attention to the Europa League opponents. The 3rd round of the league, against Fulham at the Caravaggio Stadium, is a crucial match for Roma's group. If they lose this match, Roma can basically forget about making any breakthroughs in the Europa League. Although Ranieri himself has a mindset of taking it as it comes with the Europa League, only considering championship contention if they reach the quarterfinals or semifinals. He does not want a loss in a Europa League match to disrupt the team's winning streak. Chapter 40. This is just the beginning. Ye Cheng finished speaking and patted Xixinio on the shoulder, saying, "Remember, wait in the locker room to celebrate the goal." He then pushed Xixinio a few steps toward the sideline and ran towards the center circle himself. Next, it was Fulham's free kick attack. But Ye Cheng's defensive ability was just good enough not to cause trouble. Therefore, he stayed in the front field as an attacking pivot. Captain Totti also came over. He initially intended to comfort Zixinio, but found that Zixinio seemed to have emerged from his earlier frustration. "What did Ye say to you?" Totti asked curiously. "He told me to wait in the locker room to celebrate the goal." "Huh." Totti laughed. "That's his style. All right, let us go back and wait to celebrate our goal." However, Captain Zixinio wanted to apologize for his recklessness. But Totti patted his shoulder and said, "This isn't your problem. It's a problem for our entire team. Just wait for our attacking capability. You know it well." Zixinio nodded. He left the field. Ranieri also came over to comfort him. As the Brazilian walked towards the player tunnel, he glanced back at the young man from Dacia. Chapter 41, Perfect Stop. "This is the first one." The commentator from Dacia National TV, Iway, exclaimed. The first he referred to was not the first goal of this match. It was the first goal scored by a Dacia player in the UEFA Europa League knockout stage, and also the first goal scored by a Dacia player in European competition. Before this, there had been Dacia players who had appeared in the Champions League or Europa League. But Sun Jiang was the only Dacia player to have played in a Champions League match. However, he did not score. So, Ye Cheng's goal is the first goal by a Dacia player in European competition. Once again, creating history. Check in, take a photo. TSK, now it's all legendary. I feel like there will be a second one soon. Dacia fans flooded social media, celebrating this historic moment. In the media area, Dacia reporters were all smiles. Zhong Daong took a proud glance at the frowning English reporters. Championship striker? Hey, he chuckled softly. Now let's see who got blown away by the championship striker. In a locker room, Zixinio took a shower, changed into dry clothes, and watched the live broadcast on his phone. The Fulham team did not provide the away team with such good treatment as a large-screen TV in their locker room. Chapter 42, Consecutive Hat Tricks. Fulham's goalkeeper Schwarzer turned his head in confusion to look at the ball behind him. Then he awkwardly turned his head to see Ye Cheng running towards the corner flag, arms wide open in celebration. His mind went blank. He swore he had watched almost all of Ye Cheng's game footage, although most of it was fast-forwarded. But he could be sure that in all the footage of Ye Cheng's games, there had never been such a scene. A high ball coming from the back. Back to the ball, with an opponent's challenge, stopping the ball. This was a king-level stop, right? Is this something a Dacia center forward, whose footwork is so rough, could do? The other Fulham players also looked bewildered. They thought Ye Cheng wouldn't reach the ball. But Ye Cheng not only got it, but also scored. On the sidelines, Hodgson's big head was also filled with big doubts. No, something's wrong with this world, right? Hodgson's mind was in a tangle. One goal conceded shouldn't cause the old coach to break down. But the way this goal was conceded made Hodgson start to question whether his decades of coaching experience had been a dream. How could there be such a player? Chapter 43, Title Race. When Ye Cheng and his teammates arrived in London, he knew little about this football city. But by the time he left, the entire England fanbase already knew his name. London was once the world center. Here, it had the most developed media environment in the world. As Ye Cheng left London on a plane with the Roma players, the English media went wild, reporting on this Dacia center forward who had created a storm in London. A beast from Dacia, The Guardian. The new striker rises. Dacia's Kung Fu Panda shocks Britain. The Daily Telegraph. A gem from the football desert. Dacia's striker topples the farmers. The Daily Mail. These major newspapers with extensive sports sections all featured Ye Cheng's photo on the front page. Strong physique, unbeatable headers. And those two stunning stops turned the English media, which previously looked down on Ye Cheng, completely around. Especially his performance against Hangeland and Hughes proved that this player was very suitable for the Premier League. Don't be fooled by the numerous gossip tabloids in England. Chapter 44. We want the championship. The title race has always attracted a lot of attention. Moreover, in this match, Roma's opponent, Inter Milan, is coached by Mourinho. This man is a big star in Italian media, as the special one Mourinho's words can always create big news. In this title showdown, Mourinho surely wouldn't want to be quiet. Indeed, during media interviews, the Portuguese man smirked, revealing his signature mysterious smile. Title showdown? I don't think this is a title showdown. Roma has been performing well recently, but it's just recently. Even if we lose, Roma won't be able to win the Serie A championship. Mourinho shrugged. The reporters interviewing him were excited. They seized the moment. What do you think of Ye Cheng, who is currently at the top of the scoring chart? Will he be a headache for Inter Milan? Mourinho disdainfully shrugged. If he were Diego Milito, then I would indeed have a headache. Mourinho went on to talk extensively about how excellent Milito was. And in response to the reporter's questions, he didn't even mention Ye Cheng's name. Chapter 45. Do you know who I am now? Ranieri listened to the cheers inside the bus, a slight smile on his face. At the same time, he felt a bit regretful for his predecessor Spalletti. Spalletti actually did very well at Roma. The reason he resigned and left was due to dissatisfaction with the team's lack of reinforcements. Specifically, Spalletti hoped to bring in a starting center forward, one who could contribute at least a dozen league goals in a season. However, under financial constraints, AS Roma could not meet Spalletti's demands. In a fit of anger, the Italian coach decided to leave. The club's higher-ups had no choice but to bring in Ranieri as a stopgap. As a result, Ranieri came, and Ye Cheng also arrived. The direct factor that led to Spalletti's fallout with the club's higher-ups, the issue of Roma lacking a center forward, was thus dramatically resolved. If Spalletti had known that this season, Roma's youth team could produce a center forward who has already scored 12 league goals and is leading the scoring charts, he probably wouldn't have wanted to leave. There aren't many problems within this Roma team. With Totti and De Rossi as locker room leaders, there is no issue of locker room division. Chapter 46. First half, when commentator He Wei saw this scene, he was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. Ye Cheng responded to Mourinho in this way. He didn't say much. After all, this is national television, and there are many rules. Speaking out of turn in such situations could get one fired. Huang Jinxiang was dismissed for shouting "Long live Italy" back in the day. He said nothing, just roared. But deep down, he also applauded Ye Cheng's behavior. This is the spirit and personality that a top athlete should have. You're Mourinho? One of the best coaches in the world? You once led Porto, a team from a lesser league, to win the Champions League? You're the most followed coach in the world. You're special. You're the special one. So what? This is football. We let our abilities speak. Online, the fans of Dacia were also excited. Awesome. A madman? I'm crazier than you. Ha ha. I like this kid's character. This is how it should be. He's not afraid of the Football Association. So why should he fear Mourinho? Of course, among these comments, there were also remarks that disrespected legends of the football world, suggesting a lack of courtesy and damaging the dignity of Dacia civilization. Chapter 47. Attack. Attack. Like Ye Cheng, the players of Roma were also joking and laughing as they came off the field, which formed a stark contrast to the seriousness on Ranieri's face. After returning to the locker room, everyone congratulated Ye Cheng for scoring his 13th goal in Serie A this season. In my opinion, the race for the Golden Boot this season is already a foregone conclusion. De Rossi, grinning and patting Ye Cheng on the shoulder, laughed loudly. You're right. I don't think anyone in this league has a better scoring ability than Ye. Let us score another one in the second half and completely crush Inter Milan. Oh. The players cheered and praised Ye Cheng, who scored the only goal in the first half. Ye Cheng was not modest and accepted everyone's compliments without reservation. He was nothing like the stereotype of Dacia people as reserved and humble. He was straightforward, never understanding what humility meant. He stood up against the Football Association in his home country, and even abroad, when someone like Mourinho provoked him. He responded in his own way in a very short time. It was only when Ranieri entered the room that everyone quieted down. Chapter 48. A piercing arrow. Mourinho sat on the bench, a slight smile on his lips. He had thought that AS Roma would continue to defend and aim for a draw against the strong Inter Milan at home, which would be a reasonable outcome for many teams. Thus, Mourinho made this judgment, but he soon realized he had misjudged. The other side did not defend, but, as if angered after conceding a goal, launched a vigorous attack. Mourinho smiled. He was not frustrated by his misjudgment, but surprised by Roma's audacity. He enjoyed seeing this scene. Roma pressed forward with their attack. Behind them lay the vast space for the cheetah Ito to roam. He anticipated a second goal from the team to take the lead. But soon he was surprised again. He misjudged once more as Roma's attacking firepower was stronger than he had expected. Bucinic cut in and shot. A crucial save by Caesar. Totti sent a cross from the edge of the box. Just slightly over. Totti crossed from the wing. He was a step too late. Roma's long pass from the back. He headed it back. Totti, hit the crossbar. Inter Milan escaped a disaster. Chapter 49. Lone champion. Incredible. Unbelievable. A last-minute goal. A last-minute goal. Ye's direct free kick winner. Can you believe it? This is a direct free kick goal from a straight-line distance of 40 meters. What's even more unbelievable is that the one who scored this goal is Ye. Roma leads 2-1. Incredible. Unbelievable. A last-minute free kick from 40 meters away. Let's take a look at this goal. Oh Oh my God, the speed, the angle, unbelievable. The commentary booth went wild. The entire Olympic Stadium in Rome went crazy. All the fans jumped up. Long live Ye! The fans raised their arms and shouted. Ye Cheng was also quite excited. He had been feeling frustrated in the second half because Inter Milan's defense was too tight and he was being closely marked. When he saw the opportunity for this free kick, he suddenly thought that his shooting mastery, perfect shot, was no longer limited to shots in open play. Now, shooting mastery had been upgraded to LV6, and the probability of triggering a perfect shot had increased to 30. This probability is already quite high. Chapter 50. Ranieri's performance guarantee. Roma defeated Inter Milan 2-1 at home, topping the Serie A league standings. This became a major event in the Italian football circle over the weekend. The media reported extensively on it. Of course, the feud between Mourinho and Ye Cheng before the match, the conflicts during the game, and the post-match interviews with Mourinho and Ye Cheng also became a focal point of discussion. On Sky Sports Italy, the flagship program Weekly Football, hosted by star commentator Giovanni, covered the story. The viewership is quite high throughout Italy. This is a live chat football program that airs every Monday night. Giovanni invites some famous Italian football legends to discuss what happened in Serie A over the past week. On this particular episode, he has invited 3 Italian football legends, Maldini, Zola, and Baggio, to chat with him about the recently concluded 11th round of Serie A. The focus, of course, is on the top-of-the-table clash between Roma and Inter Milan. Roma defeated Inter Milan and climbed to the top of the table. After the match, Mourinho stated that Roma's lead is only temporary and that the championship still belongs to Inter Milan. Meanwhile, Roma's top scorer, Ye Cheng, believes that Mourinho's early announcement of the championship's fate is akin to borrowing a championship and asserts that Roma's goal is also to win the league title. So the question arises, does Roma have a chance to win the championship this season? Chapter 51. My ball control is like the emperor. An 80 million buyout clause? Ye Cheng was surprised. How did the terms become more stringent as the conversation went on? Don't worry, they promised concessions in other areas, such as salary and signing bonus. Ye Cheng became interested again. So what do you say? 3 million net annual salary, 800,000 signing bonus, said Raiola on the other end of the phone. Is this an outrageous demand? Ye Cheng asked. No, this is the bottom line. Ye Cheng was taken aback. This guy has a bottom line? Oh no. This guy's bottom line has gone up again. Raiola's price naturally made the Roma club feel uncomfortable, and the negotiations stalled again. What to do? Ye Cheng's countermeasure was very simple and effective: to keep scoring goals in matches. After all, his every outstanding performance could raise Raiola's bottom line a little higher. To save this Italian who had fallen into the money pit and make him an increasingly principled guy, Ye Cheng was also giving his all. After the match against Inter Milan, Ye Cheng finally raised his stamina attribute to 90. Additionally, the ball control specialization was upgraded to LV6. His strength had further increased. Chapter 52. Fierce killing intent. Now, Roma and Lazio's influence in history certainly cannot compare to the 3 northern Italian powerhouses, AC Milan, Inter Milan, and Juventus. But when it comes to the most watched and intense derby battle on the Apennine Peninsula, the Roma Derby must be mentioned. Roma and Lazio, city rivals, represent different classes and cultural identities within the city of Rome. The Roma team is seen as a representative of the working class, the team of the common people, while Lazio has a more aristocratic quality. Since their first encounter in 1900, each Roma derby has been a fierce clash between local rivals. This time will be no exception. This week, the biggest topic across all Italian football arenas is the city derby battle between Roma and Lazio. The media is quite developed nowadays. Soon, media outlets dug up the story of Ye Cheng's arrival in Italy. If Ye Cheng had faded into obscurity, this story would have gone largely unnoticed. But now, Ye Cheng is the hottest topic globally. Before the Roma Derby, the media naturally scrambled to find various gimmicks to hype it up. Chapter 53. This kid is no pushover. When both teams returned to the field, the entire stadium was indeed crazier than during warm-ups. Ye Cheng had to admit that although he had played many matches in this stadium, this was the craziest Olympic stadium in Rome he had ever experienced. The boos, cheers, and various sounds from the entire stadium converged and drilled into people's eardrums. The sound vibrated the air, creating shockwaves that hit people's chests, making those present feel parched. This made the match extremely intense from the very beginning. Both teams had almost no intention of controlling the pace, and the game proceeded with rapid transitions between offense and defense. Ye Cheng's opponent in this match was Lazio's main center back, the Brazilian Andre Dias. Dias was about the same height and weight as Ye Cheng. However, he knew he couldn't compete with Ye Cheng in terms of strength. So he had to adopt other methods. As a South American player, his defensive style was naturally filled with South American flair. He used many small tactics. Even if Ye Cheng didn't have the ball, his little movements wouldn't stop. Pulling here, tugging there, these are all child's play. Chapter 54. This is the Roma derby on the sidelines. Ranieri saw this scene. When Ye Cheng took the shot, he couldn't help but applaud. Although the goal was ruled out for a foul, he was still somewhat excited. He turned to his assistant Perazzaro and said, "Did you see that, old buddy?" Perazzaro nodded. "I saw it. What do you think?" "Very good." Perazzaro nodded. "His physique is strong, and he has a lot of power. He actually has very good physical conditions for ball protection, combining his body and long-range shots, using back-to-goal ball protection to squeeze into the penalty area and turn to shoot. This is simply a tailor-made scoring method for this kid." Ranieri laughed upon hearing this, just as I thought. What surprises me is that this kid, after having headers and long-range shots before anyone could fully study him, has developed a new arsenal of weapons. Really impressive. Many young players only seek change after hitting a wall, but he is different. He is always thinking about how to create threats to the goal. He is a born scorer. Perazzaro nodded in agreement. Roma has struck gold. Chapter 55. Are you ready to pay the price? Ye. When Ye Cheng blasted the ball into the net and made a shut-up gesture to the home fans, he could clearly hear the Roma fans in the away stand wildly chanting his name. What could win the fans' hearts more than scoring against their arch-rivals? Although Ye Cheng is now the darling of Roma fans, scoring on such a stage will undoubtedly elevate him further within the team. Lazio fans, on the other hand, were driven mad. They furiously cursed at Ye Cheng on the field. "Get out of Italy. Yellow monkey, yellow monkey. Hey, I've got a big banana here. I'll fucking kill you. Don't let me see you on the streets of Rome." These Lazio fans angrily berated Ye Cheng. But at this moment, Ye Cheng had already returned to the field under the referee's warning. Just then, from the southern stands, the area where Lazio's extreme fans gathered, a sound of booing arose. Soon, this sound spread throughout the stadium, and everyone could hear it clearly. Chapter 56. Kneel. The entire Olympic Stadium in Rome fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the young man running back with the ball. Typically, after scoring a goal, players rush back with the ball to avoid wasting time, especially when trailing and needing to catch up. However, Ye Cheng ran back with the ball after scoring, even though Roma was already 2 goals ahead. The only reason for his actions was that he was not satisfied. The sound from the stands had completely angered him. In the press area, many reporters stared in disbelief at the boy placing the ball at the center circle. Someone suddenly thought, it might have been Lazio fans' biggest mistake to provoke this guy. This was his response, a reply to the voices from the stands. Someone whispered. On the other side, the reporters from Dacia cheered as the ball flew into the goal. That's it. Kill them. All the Dacia reporters raised their arms in excitement. In the studio of the National Sports Channel. Chapter 57. Public enemy and favorite. What a scene it was. A young man, bloodied, roaring at tens of thousands. This might be the most stark contrast of power. But clearly, Lazio fans were intimidated by him. The booing sounds disappeared. Roma fans were wildly cheering. Ye. You are the strongest warrior on earth. We love you. Long live. Ye. I love you so much. This is my number. Please call me tonight. A female Roma fan leaned over the railing, exposing herself. At this moment, Ye Cheng had completely conquered all Roma fans. In front of the television, Roma fans also jumped up, shouting his name. Finally, the intimidated Lazio fans regained their composure. They were furious. They were angry at their earlier cowardice and fear. The booing sounds were gone, replaced by massive jeers. This section of the stands was where the usually fierce extreme fans gathered. At this moment, their unprecedented anger was about to explode. Bastard! Don't let me run into you on the streets of Rome. Someone rolled up their sleeves to reveal a tattoo, trying to intimidate Ye Cheng. Chapter 58. The rookie's grace period is a bit long as the Rome derby match ended. Inter Milan's home match against Genoa also concluded. Roma fans would surely feel some regret if they knew the details of Inter Milan's match, because Inter Milan had been reduced to 10 men early on due to a red card, and the score remained 0-0 until near the end of the match. In the 91st minute, Sneijder's long-range shot helped Inter Milan break the deadlock and snatch victory. As a result, after 15 rounds of the league, Both Roma and Inter Milan had 34 points. Although Roma expanded their goal difference advantage over Inter Milan with their 5-0 victory against Lazio, the points gap did not widen. Both teams occupied the first and second positions on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, AC Milan began to catch up with 29 points, sitting in fourth place. Juventus was in third place with 30 points. And Sampdoria, which had a strong start of the season, had recently suffered consecutive defeats, dropping to seventh place. Parma surged unexpectedly, accumulating 28 points and climbing to fifth in the standings. Chapter 59. Ordinary goals are abundant with only 20 days left in the 2009 schedule. Roma would play 3 matches in this period. First up was the 16th round of the league, where Roma would challenge Sampdoria away. Sampdoria had performed excellently at the beginning of the season, even occupying the top position at one point. Star forward bad boy Cassano was in explosive form at the start of the season. However, just as Sampdoria fans began to anticipate the team's achievements this season, Cassano blew up again. He had a falling out with head coach Del Neri. According to Italian media reports, Cassano and Del Neri had stopped speaking to each other and had no communication, treating each other as air. But considering this guy is Cassano, it's not surprising. Cassano is considered the most talented Italian player of the past decade. Of course, he might also be the most abstract-minded Italian player. He has had conflicts with either coaches or teammates at nearly every club, making him a ticking time bomb in the locker room, due to the growing discord between the star forward and the head coach. Chapter 60. Inter Milan's opponent, both teams returned to the locker room with a score of 1-1 at halftime. In the latter part of the first half, the home team Sampdoria was almost completely suppressed. Sampdoria's head coach Del Neri also realized that the current Roma team, purely from an attacking perspective, is indeed a top presence in the Serie A league. It is not impossible for Roma to compete for the championship. For Sampdoria, facing such an opponent makes victory very challenging. Del Neri has actually begun to have second thoughts. He thinks that forcing a draw with Roma at home would be a decent outcome. Therefore, in the locker room, he told his players, in the second half, "We will tighten our defense and hit them on the counter. They are a title-contending team, so they will inevitably push forward." However, Del Neri did not have high hopes that the team could score through counterattacks. His real intention was to hold back Roma's attacks in the second half and take a point from the match. At the start of the second half, people noticed that aside from forward Cassano remaining up front, all other Sampdoria players had returned to the area in front of their goal, ready in a tight defensive formation. Chapter 61. 2009 has ended. For the Roma team, they did not know that in Mourinho's eyes, they had successfully upgraded from being a mere nobody to a title contender. If they had known, they probably wouldn't feel honored by it. Italian media were clamoring about Roma's crazy form this season, and there were many discussions about whether Roma could compete for the championship. The victory over Sampdoria in this match completely ignited the conflicts among Sampdoria's players and management. It is said that Sampdoria's higher-ups could no longer tolerate Cassano and were determined to get rid of this locker room troublemaker during the winter transfer window. This had nothing to do with Roma. After finishing this match, Roma flew to Bulgaria to play their final group match in the UEFA Europa League against Bulgarian team CSKA Sofia. Before this, after 5 rounds of the Europa League group stage, the standings were as follows. Roma was in first place with 10 points. Fulham, having been beaten by Roma both home and away, managed to secure 9 points by defeating CSKA Sofia and Basel, placing them second. Chapter 62. The war has begun. After the last match of 2009, Serie A entered a winter break of about 15 days. Such a winter break is set up in many leagues. For instance, the Bundesliga's winter break is quite long, lasting over a month. After all, Germany is at a relatively high latitude, compared to the warmer Italy and Spain. Winter in Germany is quite cold. Sometimes, one can see heavy snowfall in winter matches in Germany. In contrast, for southern European countries on the warm northern Mediterranean coast, heavy snowfall is rare. The climate differences between the southern and northern sides of the Alps are even greater than those between the north and south of China's Qinling Mountains in summer. The winter break is a rare time for players to rest and adjust, as well as to handle their commercial affairs. Ye Cheng is no longer an unknown player. He is the most watched young player in the entire series, and naturally, many commercial endorsements are waiting for him, considering his immense popularity in summer. His commercial value and potential are significant. However, Raiola has not signed a large number of contracts. Chapter 63. The true king of the ball in 10 seconds. In the match where Roma faced Cagliari away, The club had nearly vanished from the media, reporters, and fans' focus, which was entirely on Mourinho's comments about Roma and Ye Cheng. Ranieri, when facing reporters, tried to downplay the situation, appearing very cautious. When it came to Ye Cheng, he had no intention of cooling things down. Mourinho? You mean my defeated opponent? Ye Cheng held his head high as he walked onto the pitch. Mourinho said, I don't care what defeated opponents say. With that, Ye Cheng walked into the players' tunnel, disappearing from the sight of the reporters. The final result of the match was 1-0, with Roma winning away. Although Ye Cheng did not score, he assisted Pizarro's goal. Roma achieved their 8th consecutive league victory, continuing to lead Inter Milan by 3 points in the league standings. After the match, the media in Rome praised the team's performance. It is worth mentioning that Ye Cheng's record of scoring in 7 consecutive league matches came to an end, but this did not prevent the Roman media from singing his praises. Ye scored a goal. That's not news. Now you have to say Ye finally didn't score, and that's news. Chapter 64. Juventus fighting for survival. Juventus coach Ferrara is under great pressure. Compared to the soaring Roma and Inter Milan, Juventus, which was still near the top of the standings in the first half of the season, suddenly seemed to be under some curse after 2010, suffering a streak of 4 consecutive losses. Their points plummeted to 7th in the league. If they lose to Roma at home, it would be 5 consecutive losses. The Agnelli family behind Juventus would definitely not tolerate such results. Before the match, Tuttosport leaked that this match was Ferrara's redemption battle. If he could not lead the team to win against Roma at home, Ferrara would be dismissed. Such news was not baseless. Tuttosport is not a gossip tabloid. The fact that they released such information before the match was almost equivalent to an official announcement. Ferrara and his coaching staff, in order to keep their jobs, had to try their best to lead Juventus to victory in this match. To win against Roma, they first had to figure out how to deal with Ye Cheng. This is a problem that every team facing Roma in Italy has to confront now. He has scored 22 league goals this season and 7 in the Europa League, with a total of an astonishing 29 goals. Chapter 65. Don't come back. Don't come back. Juventus. 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 The stands of the Turin Olympic Stadium were filled with the excited and frenzied shouts of home fans, shaking the entire stadium. In fact, the Turin Olympic Stadium is Juventus's temporary home ground. Their original home ground was the Alpi Stadium, but it has been demolished, and Juventus's new stadium, the Juventus Stadium, is not yet completed. Therefore, they can only share a stadium with their city rivals, Torino. This situation is actually quite common among local teams in various places. For example, Manchester United once shared the Old City ground with Manchester City. There was even a time when Liverpool used Old Trafford as their home ground. Although this is Juventus's temporary home, the enthusiasm of the fans is not diminished. Under their cheers, the leading Juventus players were extremely excited. They did not retreat after taking the lead, but instead charged forward and launched another fierce attack. It was clear that Juventus, the old lady, was really frustrated after 4 consecutive losses, and they were eager to prove themselves in this match. Chapter 66. Is this rough? Marchisio saw Ye Cheng stop the ball and lean against Chiellini with his body. Marchisio admitted that the kid from the summer was indeed strong, and it was difficult to distract him from the ball when he was physically pressed. But this was only in a one-on-one situation. In the previous confrontations, he had already noticed that whenever someone came up to challenge for the ball, this guy's ball control ability dropped significantly. This time should be the same. Marchisio charged up, creating pressure on Ye Cheng like before, waiting for the opponent to make a mistake, then seizing the opportunity to take the ball away. At this moment, the Roma players were even afraid to press up, worried that Ye Cheng's ball would be intercepted and lead to a counterattack. Marchisio rushed up, seemingly envisioning Ye Cheng being clumsily dispossessed. Just like in the previous instances, when Marchisio saw Ye Cheng trying to pull the ball, he rushed in immediately, extending his foot to sweep the ball away from Ye Cheng's feet. But the next moment, he was slightly stunned as Ye Cheng stopped the ball. Chapter 67. Just Juventus. Treated as grass. Buffon's expression in the air suddenly became serious. As he landed, the soccer ball also came down. At that moment, the commentators in the commentary box all yelled out, "Good! Oh wow! 1-1! 1-1! Oh, incredible! Ye's consecutive turns and shots. Look at his final handling. It was truly surprising. You can hardly imagine that this is Ye's goal. But that's how it happened. Could this be a dream? My God!" All the commentators held their heads in disbelief. Not only them, but in the stands, on the coaching bench, the substitute bench, and even on the field, Whether it was Juventus players or Roma players, everyone stared wide-eyed, gazing in disbelief at the player who slid onto his knees towards the corner flag with his arms outstretched. When he slid to the stands below, the entire Olympic Stadium in Turin seemed to awaken from a dream. Booing, cheering, roaring, various sounds intertwined and erupted. Chapter 68. Mourinho was stunned. Goal. At the Miazza Stadium, another Serie A match was taking place simultaneously with Roma's away game against Juventus. Inter Milan hosted Sampdoria. In the 23rd minute of the match, Inter Milan took the lead. The Cheetah Ito'o successfully timed his run, poking a shot in the small penalty area that pierced the net. Inter Milan led 1-0. After the goal, Inter Milan's coach Mourinho was excitedly jumping up and down on the sidelines, celebrating wildly. The reason he was so happy was not just because his team took the lead, but also because he had received news from another match. Juventus was leading Roma. Now, Inter Milan was ahead of Sampdoria. If Roma lost and Inter Milan won, then Inter would surpass Roma by 2 points and reclaim the top spot in the standings. Ever since treating Roma as a real championship contender, Mourinho had been paying close attention to everything related to Roma, including their matches. Now, on the Inter Milan bench, Mourinho's assistant coach Buvac was keeping an eye on the other match. Chapter 69. This is his long shot. On the sidelines, Ranieri also thought the ball was in and was about to celebrate, but then he saw the ball hit the advertising board askew, which stunned him. So close. His assistant Pellizzaro jumped up from the coaching bench in regret. His shot had great power, but unfortunately, Buffon's reaction was too quick. However, if he had a few more chances, Buffon would definitely not hold up. Just like that one in the first half, right? The coaches were discussing. These discussions sparked some new ideas in Ranieri. Ferrara had obviously done in-depth research on Ye Cheng. Juventus had put effort into defending against aerial threats. So why was it necessary to develop crosses near the baseline every time during the attack? Now both sides were engaged in a fierce exchange, with plenty of space behind. And it was completely unnecessary for Ye Cheng to charge directly into the penalty area for headers. Receiving the ball outside and taking a long shot would pose a significant threat as well. If it were Ye Cheng 3 months ago, Ranieri really wouldn't have had any other options. But now, Ye Cheng was different. He had shown his long shot power clearly during training. Thus, Chapter 70. The look of a champion? In the commentary box, commentator Giovanni held his head in his hands. From his perspective, he could clearly see the entire process of the goal. Now, this Italian star commentator's eyes were bulging like Lee Kuei's, leaning forward and roaring. Yee! The ball went in. Long shot. A stunning long shot. Oh, an unbelievable goal, 38 meters from the goal, piercing through Buffon's hands. He had scored 2 goals against Buffon in this match. The entire Olympic Stadium in Turin. Juventus fans were in disbelief, staring at the ball that had just entered their goal, hands on their heads, mouths slightly open, and their faces turned blank. At that moment, the Roma fans, who had been suppressed for most of the match, let out a huge roar. Yee! They cheered as Ye Cheng rushed to the away stands. They raised their arms. Long live. Raise your arms. Long live. Chapter 71. For minutes. Ye Cheng also surfed the internet on domestic websites. However, the domestic public opinion had no impact on him. In his social circle, no one discussed topics of domestic public opinion. Now in Italy, the media was all about what Mourinho was saying. Mourinho was the darling of reporters. Every word he said could become a headline. Recently, he began to talk intensively about the Roma team. Roma's consecutive victories? Their recent form was indeed good, but every team has its good moments, sorry? When was the last time Roma won a championship? 24 league goals? I think discussing the goals of outdated players is pointless. I believe the development of football tactics will make us pay more attention to those extraordinary creators, rather than those players who rely on physicality. I pray that kid never gets injured. These remarks were filled with controversy. The media on Roma's side fiercely criticized Mourinho for cursing Ye Cheng to get injured. Media outlets everywhere reported Mourinho's comments. Even players within the Roma team were discussing what Mourinho had said recently. He was indeed going too far. Chapter 72, Reaching the Climax. The Serie A League entered the second half of the competition, and the Italian Cup matches were fully underway. Roma defeated Catania to advance to the semi-finals of the Italian Cup. In the February Serie A matches, the main characters were Roma, Inter Milan, and Ye Cheng. In the 23rd and 24th rounds of the league, Roma secured victories, continuing to solidify their advantage on the points table. Of course, Ye scored again. netting his 26th league goal. In the semifinals of the Italian Cup, Roma won the first leg at home 2-0 against Udinese, just a step away from reaching the final. In the UEFA Europa League round of 16, Roma eliminated Panathinaikos with a 5-3 aggregate score over 2 legs, with he scoring 3 goals in total, bringing his total goals in the UEFA Europa League to 10. During this period, since their victory over Genoa in the 20th round, Roma had been on a winning streak in the league. Their form was explosive, and Ye Cheng's performance was heating up. In the 20th, 21st, 22nd, and 25th rounds. Chapter 73, I want to play in the Europa League. As March's matches began, Roma's winning streak came to an abrupt halt with 2 consecutive draws. This shift turned the media's previous praise of Roma into criticism. This is public opinion, which always follows the wind. In the 27th round of the league, for days after Roma drew with AC Milan, they were set to challenge Wolfsburg away at the Düsseldorf Arena. This was the first leg of the UEFA Europa League round of 16. If before this, people were not paying much attention to the Europa League matches, now, media across Italy began to focus on the Europa League events. Some media believed Roma should strategically abandon the Europa League matches. Although the Europa League is also one of Europe's 3 major cups, before the suspension of the European Winners' Cup, the Champions League, the predecessor of the Europa League, and the Winners' Cup were collectively known as the 3 major cups in Europe. The champions of the 3 major cups are all European champions. However, with the restructuring of the European Champions Cup into the UEFA Champions League, the restructuring of the UEFA Cup into the Europa League, and the suspension of the Winners' Cup, the 3 major cups became dominated by the Champions League. As for the Europa League, Chapter 74, my big axe is already eager to strike. Wolfsburg's coach Magath and his coaching staff were seriously preparing for this match. Unlike Roma, who were competing for the league title, Wolfsburg, the reigning Bundesliga champions, were burdened by the Champions League and had suddenly begun to struggle this season. Wolfsburg had no chance of contending for the league title this season, not to mention competing for the title. Even securing a spot in the European competition zone was difficult. The Bundesliga defending champions were currently ranked 11th in the league. Magath was under significant pressure. With no hope in the league, the Europa League was the only competition where Wolfsburg might achieve something this season. Dropping for the Champions League group stage to the Europa League, Wolfsburg indeed had considerable strength and reputation among the remaining teams in this year's Europa League. According to the odds given by betting companies, Wolfsburg ranked first, ahead of the most famous team left in the Europa League, Liverpool, sitting at the top. Therefore, Roma might feel that the Europa League was a waste of time. Chapter 75, still hiding? Roma made significant rotations, while Wolfsburg fielded their full-strength team at home. Whoever it was would likely think this match was going to be one-sided. However, even Ranieri himself probably didn't expect that in the 13th minute, Roma scored. Wolfsburg's main center-back Madlung turned his head and stared blankly at the ball bouncing in his goal. The entire Düsseldorf arena was filled with cheers from the away fans. Clearly, the away team had scored. The goal was scored by French international Menez, assisted by Ye Cheng. Before this goal occurred, as the tallest and heaviest player on the Wolfsburg defense line, he naturally had to stick close to Ye Cheng when he entered the penalty area, marking him tightly. Although his strength was not as great as Ye Cheng's, his weight was a factor. He successfully prevented Ye Cheng from turning around. But who would have thought that while Ye Cheng did not turn, he made a header and the ball reached the left side of the big penalty area. Menez, who had cut in from the flank, took a direct shot, and the ball skimmed along the ground toward the far post, grazing the upright and drilling into the net. Wolfsburg found themselves trailing. Chapter 76. Damn match, Gio. Beautiful. Beautiful. 2-0. Roma takes a 2-goal lead away from home. Can you imagine that Roma, with a heavily rotated squad, is actually leading by 2 goals at halftime? Ye Cheng scored his 12th goal in this season's Europa League. In the commentary booth, as the football flew into the net, all the commentators exclaimed in surprise. The entire public arena fell somewhat silent at that moment. After all, before this, Roma had only relied on sporadic counterattacks to mount their offense. Wolfsburg had almost controlled the game, but despite these sporadic counterattacks, Ye Cheng still managed to send the ball into the net. Prior to this, the fans in Wolfsburg had heard from the German media that Ye Cheng was a striker with impressive scoring ability. But now, they truly realized just how formidable Ye Cheng's scoring ability is. On the sidelines, Magath looked a bit bewildered. He helplessly shook his head and spread his hands towards his assistant. What can you do when you encounter such a striker? Chapter 77, the 15th. In the end, Wolfsburg lost 4-1 at home to Roma. This match caused a stir in Germany. After all, Roma's heavily rotated lineup made them seem so weak. Yet Wolfsburg suffered a humiliating defeat at home. The reason for Wolfsburg's crushing defeat was simple. Their defense completely failed to contain Roma's number 99. Now, let's formally introduce this young player, Roma's number 99, Ye Cheng. After the match, Germany's authoritative media, Bild, chose a large action photo of Ye Cheng as the feature image for their report on this match. Ye Cheng's name also entered the sight of German fans. They realized that there's a very powerful striker rising on the Apennine Peninsula. Bayern fans seem to have discovered treasure. I feel like I found the successor to Bayern striker. Gomez is still plagued by too many injuries. Ye Cheng is absolutely suitable for Bayern. Bayern fans really understand football. Bayern Munich is indeed a team with a tradition of strikers. Recently, there was Klose, and further back, there was the terrifying goal machine, Gerd Müller, the all-time leading scorer in German football. Chapter 78. No difficulty at all. Ye Cheng, the 15th goal in the Europa League. He has set a new single-season scoring record in the Europa League. In the commentary booth of the national television station, commentator He Wei shouted excitedly. Fans in front of their screens cheered as well. Awesome. This is the best record ever created by a player from Dacia, right? Comfortable. Boom, boom, boom. Ye Cheng. Amazing. On the internet, there was a chorus of praise. Before this, the single-season scoring record in the Europa League, including its predecessor, the UEFA Cup, was set by former Sporting CP player Jardel, who scored 14 goals in the 2003-2004 season. Ye Cheng has raised his goal tally in this season's Europa League to 15 goals, creating a new record. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, a slight smile appeared on Ye Cheng's face. Ding! Achievement system activated, refreshing the first record. Europa League single-season scoring record. Ding! Awarded record medal. Europa League top scorer. Europa League top scorer medal. Shooting attribute 5, shooting accuracy 5. The achievement system activated? Ye Cheng thought for a moment and realized how significant this would be for his improvement in strength. Refreshing the record in the Europa League and activating the achievement system. Chapter 79. Europa League semifinals. Liverpool approaches. The 30th league goal. As the ball went in, Italian commentator Giovanni exclaimed. He is known as the walking encyclopedia of Italian football. When Ye Cheng scored his 30th league goal, he immediately realized this would be a milestone goal. A long-forgotten record might be touched by Ye Cheng this season. In the distant 1949 to 1950 season, AC Milan legend Nordahl scored 35 league goals, a record that has yet to be broken. But Ye Cheng has now scored 30 goals. With 6.5 league matches remaining, can Ye Cheng, who is just 5 goals away from a single-season personal record in Serie A, touch this legendary record this season? In front of their televisions, Italian fans also showed expressions of disbelief. Is a legendary record of Italian football about to be broken by an outsider? This left many Italians feeling somewhat uneasy. However, fans in Dacia were ecstatic. Just a few days ago, Ye Cheng broke the Europa League scoring record, and now he is close to the Serie A record. Chapter 80. The little triple crown at Liverpool's training base. In the office of head coach Benitez, the coach who once led Liverpool to their 5th Champions League title, has now reached a point of mutual disdain with Liverpool. This season, the Premier League has played 34 rounds. In previous seasons, Liverpool maintained enough competitiveness in the league. Although they didn't win the Premier League title that Liverpool fans dream of, they at least managed to secure a top 4 finish. However, this season, the team's form has declined in the second half of the season due to frequent injuries to their top striker, Torres. After 34 rounds of the league, Liverpool is only in 8th place. It's possible that next season, they won't even qualify for the Europa League. There is no hope for a title challenge, and not much hope for a top 4 finish either. Currently, Liverpool has only earned 56 points, while 4th place Tottenham has 66 points. With 4 rounds remaining in the league, there's a 10-point gap to the 4th place. Theoretically, if Tottenham loses all their matches and Liverpool wins all theirs, they could potentially squeeze into 4th place. Of course, they also need to consider how to surpass Everton, Aston Villa, and Manchester City, who are ahead of them. Chapter 81. Who's warning? In the away team's locker room, Spanish coach Benitez looked at the whiteboard in front of him, where the positions of the players from both teams were displayed using red and white magnetic flags. He was initially considered the key figure in the revival of the old powerhouse. He led Liverpool to their fifth UEFA Champions League trophy, and they also came close to winning the Premier League. The Liverpool team, centered around Xabi Alonso and Gerrard, truly gave fans hope for a revival. Unfortunately, Xabi Alonso chose to leave Liverpool and joined Real Madrid. Last season, Liverpool finished as runners-up, just 4 points behind, watching their arch-rivals Manchester United lift the trophy. The current season has not even started yet, and midfield core Xabi Alonso has left for Spain. Coupled with Torres' frequent injuries in the latter part of the season, this directly led to Liverpool's collapse. They slipped from last season's second place to 8th this season. They also failed to advance from the group stage of the Champions League, finishing 3rd in their group and dropping to the Europa League. In the League Cup and FA Cup, they were eliminated one after the other. The English media began to hype up the conflict between Benitez and the Liverpool hierarchy. Chapter 82, this is our territory. Liverpool's corner attack. Sergio with a quick throw-in. Yes, beautiful stop, passing to the side. Vucinic is very fast, crossing the ball directly. In the commentary booth, Italian commentator Giovanni was eloquent. As the entire Olympic Stadium in Rome erupted in cheers, he took a deep breath. Good. Well. Around him, his fellow commentators were similarly excited. The DJ on site shouted. In the 3rd minute of the match, Roma scored, with player number 99. The fans in the entire stadium cheered in unison. The whole stadium seemed as lively as a roaring volcano. Ye Cheng beautiful, beautiful, 1-0. The home team Roma got off to a dream start, with Ye Cheng scoring his 17th goal in the Europa League. 17. He broke the record once again. Chapter 83, he is a superstar. Benitez felt a slight relief after seeing Torres score. The situation now felt much more relaxed for Liverpool. They had secured an away goal. It proved that Liverpool's advantage still lay in their attacking line. Benitez looked at the defensive pairing of Skrtel and Adjer, then shook his head slightly. Next, it was time to focus on the attack. Compared to those two, Torres and Gerrard were more trustworthy. Even if Roma scored, it wasn't a big deal. It was an away game. A back-and-forth goal battle would be more beneficial for Liverpool. Benitez began to doubt whether Roma would have the courage to come out and attack. When the game resumed, and he saw Roma pushing forward without any intention of strengthening their defense, Benitez smiled faintly, feeling confident of victory. At the very beginning of the match, after Roma kicked off, the defenders immediately passed the ball forward. Totti dropped back to receive the ball, then turned and sent a long pass forward. The ball flew straight into the penalty area. Don't let him stop the ball, Reina shouted. Chapter 84, ending the suspense of the second leg. Scoring one more goal could increase his shooting skill by 1 point. Driven by this motivation, Ye Cheng's desire to score was immense. Under his leadership, Roma was in full swing at home. Ye's long shot, Reina's save, was crucial. In the corner of the penalty area, it was Ye Cheng again, a header, just slightly over. Roma's counterattack went to the flanks, directly crossing for a volley at the penalty spot. Oh, the crossbar. In the commentary booth, the commentators couldn't stop talking. On the sidelines, Benitez's expression grew more serious. After Roma took the lead again, their attacking momentum was overwhelming. Ye Cheng's pressure on the defense exceeded Benitez's expectations. Benitez hoped Liverpool could mount an attack to suppress their opponent, but that was simply impossible. In the media area, reporters from England focused on the most dazzling player. Number 99. Liverpool was likely to crumble. That number 99 was too strong. I estimate Roma won't be able to keep him. In fact, this score was still advantageous for Liverpool. Benitez could fully consider a defensive counterattack. Chapter 85, Ferguson's determination, a quadruple. In the studio of Dacia National Television, Huey stared wide-eyed, his voice hoarse. 4-1. Ye Cheng completed a quadruple. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Roma leads Liverpool 4-1 at home. My God. Not only was Huey incredulous, but fans in front of their TV, computer, and phone screens were equally astonished. Some fans couldn't help but pinch their thighs. Damn, that hurts. This isn't a dream. But how is this possible? That's Liverpool, one of the two biggest powerhouses in England, one of the most famous teams in the world. This team has a very extensive fan base worldwide, and Dacia is no exception. If a year ago you told a Dacia fan that a Dacia player scored a quadruple against a team like Liverpool, they would think you were telling some kind of myth. But now all of this is happening right in front of them. It gave many people a surreal feeling. On the screen, Ye Cheng was surrounded by a swarm of Roma players. Chapter 86. This is Anfield. Ferguson's performance is just a small reflection of the current top powerhouses. If before this, Ye Cheng was merely a rookie just starting out, although his performance was phenomenal considering his contract had a buyout clause of $80 million. Many powerhouses were unlikely to spend such a large sum on a player who had played less than a season in the top league. But now, his performance could no longer just be described as phenomenal. He has broken the record for the most goals in a single season of the Europa League, raising it to an astonishing level that leaves everyone in awe. In Serie A, he is also on track to challenge records that have been untouched for decades. His performance is undoubtedly among the most impressive for a debut season in recent decades. Even considering the risks, such as Ye Cheng not improving further or even slightly regressing, it is enough for many top clubs to waive their cash. It's like scratching a lottery ticket worth $5 million, having already revealed a prize, and then being asked to spend $50,000 to buy that ticket. Would you buy it? Of course, you'd sell everything to get it. Meanwhile, the higher-ups at AS Roma are starting to feel the pressure. Chapter 87. The rain keeps falling. The sound of raindrops hitting the roof of Anfield can be heard. When the players come out, the rain hasn't started yet. But when the referee blows the whistle to start the match, it's as if the sky received a signal. Suddenly, heavy rain pours down. Ye Cheng has to admit that the comment he made at the entrance of the players' tunnel did indeed underestimate Anfield. This is Anfield. This is Anfield. At the scene, the home team's DJ is shouting. The entire stand is shaking. The stadium is crazily resembling an erupting volcano, with passionate lava dispelling the torrential rain falling from the sky, showcasing the might and passion of England's top club to the visiting AS Roma, especially the famous Kop stand, where all the fans create an extremely enthusiastic home atmosphere with synchronized gestures and movements. In this atmosphere, the momentum that AS Roma had built up earlier has now intensified, and the entire Anfield is even more fervent than when the players first entered. The reason for the excitement among Liverpool fans is that Liverpool has been awarded a penalty. Chapter 88. The tackle time rewinds by 2 seconds. Liverpool's goalkeeper Reina stands near the goal line, squinting his eyes, looking through the rain. He sees Ye Cheng turn, but the heavy rain obscures his vision. By the time he sees the ball flying through the air, it's already too late. As he leaps and lands on the grass, splashing water everywhere, the ball also falls from the air, splashing water onto his shocked face. The expressions of Liverpool fans mirror Reina's at this moment. In the away stand, the AS Roma fans, who had been suppressed for over 20 minutes, erupt in cheers. Go, oh wow. The commentary booth goes wild. 2-1. AS Roma pulls one back. The aggregate score is 3-5. More importantly, AS Roma has scored an away goal, negating Liverpool's advantage of an away goal. Now Liverpool must score 2 more goals while ensuring Roma doesn't score to take the match into extra time. Chapter 89. Standing ovation. Skirtle tackles from behind. It's a tackle from behind, and he's the last offender. Was it in the penalty area? Penalty. A foul in the penalty area. Skirtle is in trouble. Liverpool is in trouble. Good. Yes. No doubt about it. Red card. The Italian commentator is speaking frantically. On the field, AS Roma's players are running toward the referee, and Tati is shouting that there's no one behind him. When they see the referee point to the penalty spot and pull out a red card, everyone spreads their arms and rushes toward Ye Cheng, who's just gotten up from the penalty area. Skirtle glances at the red card in the referee's hand and shakes his head helplessly when he realizes he didn't get the ball, but instead tackled Ye Cheng's ankle. He knows it's over. This match is over. Liverpool's season is over. He can only shake his head helplessly, wipe the rain off his face, and while tearing off the disposable wristband, he walks off the field. Liverpool fans also sit in their seats, their spirits completely deflated. Even the most optimistic Liverpool fans know that after receiving a red card, Liverpool's chances are gone. Chapter 90. Records are meant to be broken. Anfield applauds for Ye Cheng. In a national television studio, Huey's expression is quite emotional. He even feels a bit dazed, like a dream. He deserves this. In 2 matches against Liverpool, he scored 7 goals. Just look at his performance. He has absolutely conquered the fans of this stadium. Facing such a Ye Cheng, Liverpool cannot complain about the loss. AS Roma is about to enter the Europa League final. Ye Cheng's debut season has already yielded an astonishing performance. Although this season is not over yet, I dare say there has never been a player with a more stunning debut season in history, including the current Messi Ronaldo, the past Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, and even Maradona. If he maintains this momentum, he will become the undisputed number one in the world. Headers.Ye words are not exaggerated at all. In his debut season, he scored 33 goals in Serie A and 21 in the Europa League, including the Coppa Italia. The season is not over yet, and Ye Cheng has already scored a staggering 59 goals. Now, the only player who has scored more than him is Barcelona's Messi, who has 42 goals in La Liga. Chapter 91. Treat him like Zidane. Ye. Records are meant to be broken. Mourinho puts down the newspaper, the headline clearly stating those bold words. He leans back, a smile unconsciously curling at the corner of his mouth. This expression is quite ambiguous. When he smirks, you can't determine the true thoughts of this Portuguese man. He might be mocking you, or he might be despising you, or he could simply be happy. There are only 10 minutes left for the media open time, and a staff member from the club's media relations department comes to remind him. He feels a bit helpless. Many of the Inter Milan staff do not like Mourinho's way of dealing with the media and public opinion. But there is nothing they can do. After all, this Portuguese man has led Inter Milan to continuous victories. All right, Mourinho mutters. According to his thoughts, 5 minutes is enough for those reporters. He stood up and walked towards the training ground. At the edge of the training ground, the eagerly awaiting reporters gathered around. It was media open time, and the reporters had the freedom to interview. Jose, did you see what you said? Jose, do you have confidence in defending your unbeaten home record? Chapter 92. Don't let him be a meter away from you. At the Miazza Stadium before the match, there was still an hour before the game started, but the stands were already packed. Inter Milan fans arrived early at the stadium, starting their big party. Various banners and posters were displayed in the stands. The 18th championship. Previously, Inter Milan had already won 17 Serie A championships, and if they won again this season, they would claim their 18th trophy. The camera zoomed in on another huge poster. It depicted the Serie A championship trophy, the Coppa Italia trophy, and the UEFA Champions League trophy side by side. Below the image were large letters that read, treble winners. This season, Inter Milan reached the UEFA Champions League final, and their opponent was Bayern Munich. In the domestic league, whether in the league or the Coppa Italia final, their opponent was Roma. If they could defeat Roma in these two finals, they would achieve the domestic double. If they also defeated Bayern, Inter Milan would become the first team in Italy to win the treble. When the Roma players came out to warm up. Chapter 93. Can you do it, old man? Inter Milan took the lead first. Mourinho's team gained the upper hand, making the situation much more difficult for Roma. The television screen displayed real-time changes in the scoreboard. The leading Inter Milan overtook Roma by 1 point, sitting at the top of the standings. The camera then focused on both head coaches. Ranieri stood on the sidelines, frowning, and everyone could see the pressure the Roma coach was under. Meanwhile, after finishing his celebration, Mourinho sat back down on the bench, crossing his legs as if victory was assured. At that moment, the camera zoomed in on Ye Cheng, Roma's top scorer and the best scorer in this season's Serie A. Could Ye Cheng step up when the team needed him to score? Commentator Giovanni couldn't help but say, "He can't break through our goal. We are Inter Milan. The Inter Milan at Miazza is invincible." Inter Milan fans in front of the screen cheered, while Roma fans prayed. Score 1. Ye Cheng appeared somewhat helpless about conceding goals. He couldn't contribute much to the defense. Chapter 94. High and mighty. Playing at home, Inter Milan, after taking the lead, showed no intention of pulling back to counterattack. They were well aware of Roma's attacking power, and Mourinho had thoroughly explained this to the Inter Milan players before the match. They all knew that to win the game, they had to attack, score more goals, to the point that Roma would be completely desperate. Therefore, Inter Milan used their home advantage to almost suppress Roma. However, this suppression was not absolute. Roma occasionally managed to launch counterattacks. This brings us to Ye Cheng's role in the counterattacks. Generally speaking, there are several ways to counterattack. Many teams require one or more midfield passers to accurately pass the ball to the winger's feet during crucial transitions from defense to attack, allowing the winger's speed to drive the counterattack. This gives the opponent some reaction time. But Roma's counterattacks were different. They would simply intercept the ball and, upon seeing Ye Cheng's position, pass it over. Ye Cheng would either take it down and protect it or directly distribute it to the sides. The wingers would then push forward and often receive the passes. Chapter 95. The powerful Inter Milan. The televised footage repeatedly showed Ye Cheng's goal-scoring process. captured by high-definition cameras as he broke free from Materazzi's pull, collided with Lucio and Musacchio, and executed a near-horizontal leap to score. Many people enjoy watching agile dribbling and explosive speed, but look at this. This pure display of brute force is also a joy to behold. Commentator Giovanni exclaimed. At this moment, in the stands of Meazza Stadium, Inter Milan fans reacted. Boos erupted. The television screen switched to the sidelines, where Mourinho was aggressively approaching the fourth official. That was a foul. A foul. His foot directly kicked Materazzi in the face. Didn't you see? That guy should be sent off with a red card. The fourth official ignored Mourinho's outburst. Seeing the other party unmoved, Mourinho yelled at the referee on the field. Hey, it was a foul. Didn't you see? The Portuguese's roar earned him a yellow card. The team doctor had already gone onto the field, after taking a quick look at the wound on Materazzi's face. Chapter 96. What a good player. Under Inter Milan's frenzied offensive, a goal seemed to be a natural outcome. In the 27th minute of the match, Panda broke through and was brought down. Inter Milan was awarded a free kick in the attacking area. Sneijder took the free kick to the back post. Lucio headed it back, and Musacchio scored with a header in the center. Inter Milan's two center-backs executed an outstanding header combination. Musacchio. The ball is in. 2-1. 2-1. Inter Milan takes the lead again. Inter Milan's rock-solid combination completed an attacking play. They helped Inter Milan regain the lead. Inter Milan defended their home dignity. Amidst the commentators' shouts, it felt like Meazza Stadium was experiencing a minor earthquake, especially when Mourinho rushed out of the coaching seat. Constantly waving his arms towards the stands, the entire stadium felt like boiling water. The atmosphere in Meazza Stadium plunged into a frenzy. All Inter Milan fans jumped up from their seats. They stood up, waving their arms and scarves, and they screamed hysterically, Roma, Roma. Salute to the champions, Roma. Chapter 97. Silent Meazza. Although the Roma team's morale has been lifted, most people outside are not optimistic about them, as this is an away game. However, for Ye Cheng, he doesn't care what others think. As a center forward, his job is to charge to the front, and his biggest contribution to the team is scoring goals. The players of Inter Milan celebrating their goals earlier were unaware of what their opponents had been doing during that time. But it doesn't matter. They would find out soon enough. Totti received the ball, protected it, and looked ahead. This time, he didn't choose to play it to the wing, but made a direct long pass, aiming for Ye Cheng's head. The Inter Milan players saw Totti's choice as a sign of desperation. Even if Ye Cheng could win the aerial duel, so what? With his back to the goal, he still needed to see cooperation with his teammates. Who would have thought that Ye Cheng would suddenly flick the ball with his head and before it hit the ground? He leaned back and executed a bicycle kick. Hiwei gasped, but the football didn't fly into the net. It soared directly into the stands. The Inter Milan fans in the stands responded with a chorus of middle fingers. Lucio breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 98. We have no retreat. Caesar completely missed the moment Ye Cheng took the shot. His view was blocked by Musacchio. It wasn't until Ye Cheng kicked the ball that he suddenly saw the football flying over Musacchio's head. The ball had a slight parabolic arc and was moving quickly. Caesar reacted quickly enough, but by the time he lunged, the ball had already crossed the goal line. The ball thudded against the net behind him. Go, wow. In the commentary booth, almost all the commentators leaped from their seats, raising their arms in excitement. As the commentary booth erupted, the Roma fans in the away stand were the first to react. They cheered loudly. The deafening cheers echoed from the stands, reaching the ears of the Roma fans outside the Meazza Stadium. They joined in the cheer. This uproar briefly dominated the Meazza Stadium, but soon the Inter Milan fans reacted as well. Chapter 97 F Ingenier Osom. Go wow. Itoo. Etoo. Itoo. 3-2. 3-2. 3-2. The Inter Milan team of the 2009 to 2010 season seemed to truly have the favor of the gods. At the start of the second half, Inter Milan launched a fierce attack, forcing Roma to compress their defense, relying only on sporadic counterattacks to create some minor threats. Yet even so, they couldn't score quickly. Instead, 20 minutes into the second half, in the 65th minute, as Inter Milan took a breather after attacking for over 20 minutes, a cross from right back, Maicon unexpectedly created a bizarre effect. The ball was deflected by Roma's left back Berdisso, hitting his shin guard and taking a strange ricochet, passing through a dense crowd of defenders in the middle and landing at Ito's feet on the left side of the penalty area. The African cheetah faced this gift and simply needed to lift his foot and strike. The ball drilled into the net from near the near post. 65th minute of the match. Chapter 100, he becomes a legend. He surpasses a legend. Almost everyone was stunned by Ye Cheng's goal. So much so that people forgot this was the goal that tied the record. From now on, the single-season goal record in Serie A is shared by Ye Cheng and Nordahl. But at this moment, hardly anyone thought of this matter, because just this goal was enough to shock people. Before this goal, Inter Milan had almost established dominance. On the surface, it seemed Ye Cheng was like a kite with a broken string, all alone at the front, and when a long pass came from behind, the Roma players didn't even have time to catch up. Instead, it was the Inter Milan holding midfielder and defenders who got back first. In this situation with no support, Ye Cheng succeeded. He broke through the encirclement and scored. Moreover, this goal was filled with his personal style. Giovanni in the commentary booth took a deep breath. Perhaps we all marvel at Maradona's solo goals or Ronaldo's explosive breakthroughs against defenses. But honestly, the styles of these goals aren't too different. They rely on speed, ball control, and dribbling ability over longer distances to overcome obstacles. Ultimately, the key reason is still speed, whether it's movement speed or reaction speed. Whether it's Maradona, Ronaldo, or Messi, they all rely on their faster movements, step frequency, quicker reactions, and ball control to win time and space. But what about Ye? He completed his breakthrough in a relatively small space, using his body and technique. From a certain perspective, this is even harder to achieve. Chapter 101, can it be kept? This is a historic moment. He did it. He did it. Now the goal record in Serie A belongs to him. He scored his 37th goal in this season's Serie A, officially surpassing the legendary AC Milan striker Nordahl's 36 goals, becoming the highest scorer in a single season in Serie A history. Incredible. Incredible. 37 goals. Oh my God. Can you believe it? A newcomer who just stepped onto the professional stage scored 37 goals in his debut season, breaking the single-season goal record in Serie A. In the commentary booth, all the commentators appeared somewhat excited. Although, as Ye Cheng's footsteps got closer to this record, everyone had a certain psychological preparation for him breaking the record. But when this scene actually happened, it was still enough to shock people. A feeling of witnessing history arose. This will forever be etched in the history of Serie A. This is a historic moment. Hiwei, the commentator from Dacia National Television, exclaimed. On the sidelines. Chapter 102. His record shakes the world for the whole of Italy. Ye Cheng breaking the record was quite an unexpected event, referring to breaking the record in this round of the league. After all, before facing Inter Milan, Ye Cheng was still 3 goals away from the record. This means that before the match started, Ye Cheng needed to score 4 goals to break the record. But the problem was that the opponent was Inter Milan, Mourinho's team. How many people would think Ye Cheng could pull off a 4-goal performance in such a match? This was actually his first time achieving a 4-goal performance in Serie A. Prior to this, he had only managed a 4-goal game in the Europa League against Liverpool. For many forwards, not to mention a 4-goal match, even a hat-trick is something that is hard to come by. Many famous forwards might only have a few hat-tricks throughout their entire careers. Therefore, no one discussed the possibility of Ye Cheng scoring 4 goals against Inter Milan to break the record. Even if you brought up the topic that Ye Cheng only needed to score 4 goals against Inter Milan to break the record, it would have seemed far-fetched. Chapter 103. It's not time to celebrate, yet the news of Ye Cheng breaking the record was sensational worldwide. In Dacia, it was even more explosive. Countless fans erupted over Ye Cheng not being selected for the national team. A forward who scored 37 goals in Serie A is overlooked by the national team? Suspension. FCK that. The overwhelming public opinion drew attention, even from those who were not football fans. Although many people do not watch football as the world's #1 sport, most people are aware of some basic facts. For example, Italy is a football powerhouse, and Serie A, though now in decline, used to be one of the 4 major leagues in Europe. With this background, even those who do not understand the significance of Ye Cheng breaking the long-standing Serie A single-season personal goal record would recognize that a player who can achieve this is impressive. Otherwise, with so many great players in Serie A, how come no one else has done it over the years? So, why can such an impressive player not be selected for the Dacia national team? Has the national team become that strong? That's impossible. Chapter 104. Everything for the Coppa Italia final. The players from both sides appeared on the field, waiting for the moment the match would begin. The referee was checking the time to ensure that all 10 matches of this round started simultaneously, considering that the last round was not arranged for all matches to start at the same time. It seemed a bit unnecessary for the Italians to be so meticulous in the second-to-last round. But this is Italy. The camera swept over the coaching bench, lingering for a moment on Chievo's head coach, Di Carlo. His assistant stood beside him. "Can we really stop our opponents?" His assistant frowned. Di Carlo, upon hearing this, did not answer immediately, but pondered before saying, "Of course, I know this is difficult. But anyway, we have no other goals this season. What if? What if?" His assistant chuckled bitterly. The chances of winning against this Roma team were too low. However, as Di Carlo said, this season Chievo had no other goals. What if? Could there be a what if? Don't be fooled by Ranieri's conservative comments in front of his players. He wasn't too worried at all. The team's morale was high after defeating Inter Milan. Chapter 105, League Champions. In the Roma locker room, the players were quite excited. Although before the match, Ranieri said not to pay attention to Inter Milan's situation and just focus on their own game. During halftime, the players couldn't help but asked the coaches and teammates on the bench about Inter Milan's status. When they heard that Inter Milan drew 1-1 away against Siena, a huge cheer erupted in the locker room. Ranieri did not stop the players from celebrating. He only reminded everyone that the match was not over after the cheer subsided. There were still 45 minutes left. After all, this was an away game, and they were only 1 goal ahead. Ranieri's reminder was indeed reasonable. The opening stages of the second half were quite dull, but this changed in the 69th minute. Chievo got a lucky goal. Chievo's striker, Sergio Pellissier, drew a foul while holding the ball with his back to the goal. Chievo earned a free kick in the attacking area. Chievo's attacking midfielder, Marco Pinchin, took the free kick and scored directly. Chapter 106, what? Ye Cheng wins the Ballon d'Or? For Roma, this was a miraculous season. After a hasty managerial change at the beginning of the season, no one was optimistic about Roma's prospects. However, who would have thought they would ultimately become the Serie A champions? Italian commentator Giovanni expressed his amazement. The reason for all this can be traced back to the third round of the league, when Roma hosted Fiorentina. In that match, an 18-year-old rookie came off the bench like a savior and helped the team complete an incredible comeback after being 2 goals down, marking the beginning of Roma's legendary season. This season, Roma deservedly clinched the league title, finishing with 88 points, scoring 74 goals, and conceding 37. Against strong teams, Roma was relentless, achieving 5 victories in 6 matches against the northern powerhouses, with only AC Milan avoiding being double-killed by Roma. After the broadcast showed everyone celebrating, the camera quickly switched to Ye Cheng. Everyone knew. Chapter 107. Coppa Italia final. In fact, the national sports channel Dacia had already sent a reporting team to Rome. This team would continuously cover the Coppa Italia final, Roma's last home league match of the season, witnessing Roma lifting the cup at home. And then the Europa League final. There were as many as 17 or 18 people in the team to cover Ye Cheng's matches. The national sports channel of Dacia was indeed putting in significant resources. At this moment, commentator He Wei was standing outside the Rome Olympic Stadium, watching the flow of people. "I couldn't help but feel emotional. There are really so many people." The commentator beside me, Zhang, chuckled and said, "Look, how many Roma fans are wearing the number 99 jersey?" He Wei looked closely, and sure enough, many fans in Roma's maroon jerseys had the oversized number 99 on their backs. The popularity of Ye Cheng in the Roma team doesn't need further elaboration, he said. Even the national television station sent a large team to cover this. It's easy to imagine how many media outlets from Dacia have come. Although the Dacia Football Association doesn't acknowledge it, both the media and fans believe that Ye Cheng is now the face of Dacia football. Chapter 108. The normal match ends here. Mourinho sat on the coach's bench. To the outside world, he seems like a madman, looking down on everyone. But in reality, his current achievements are certainly not based on madness. There are many arrogant people, but few can make others feel that their arrogance is justified like Mourinho does. Naturally, Mourinho wouldn't ignore the Roma team. He is mad, not foolish. After all, Roma is Inter Milan's biggest competitor in Italy this season, and he definitely wouldn't overlook that. Mourinho summarized the reasons for his 2 losses to Roma. The first time was because he underestimated Ye Cheng and Roma. The second time was because Ye Cheng scored 4 goals. If your opponent's forward scores 4 goals in a match, winning becomes nearly impossible. Both matches were lost due to Ye Cheng. Mourinho, of course, had to find a way to curb Ye Cheng's performance. But after thinking about it, he realized it wasn't an easy task because that guy is physically strong, can hold his ground in the penalty area, and is surprisingly good at headers. Chapter 109. From Cloud 9 to the Abyss. Roma's set piece. The ball is a bit far from the goal. Totti directly passes into the penalty area. Ye. Oh, incredible. In the 4th minute of the match, Roma scored. After the match started, Inter Milan nearly controlled the game, but it was Roma who scored first. Can you believe it? 1-0. Roma leads. Less than 5 minutes into the game, Roma scored. They took the lead in this final. When Ye Cheng jumped high and smashed the ball into the net, the entire commentary booth went wild. Before the match, when the media were previewing this game, they generally didn't have high hopes for Roma. The reasons are certainly well-founded. First, Inter Milan had already lost to Roma twice in a row. Were they really going to lose to Roma for the 3rd time in a single season? Second, Roma had just won the Serie A championship, and their excitement hadn't worn off. Could their desire for the Coppa Italia championship be greater than Inter Milan's? Third, their opponent, Mourinho, since becoming head coach, has only lost one cup final, which was in the 2003-2004 season when he lost to Benfica as Porto's coach. Chapter 110. Execution is key. Now the Olympic Stadium in Rome is in a frenzy. The cheers are coming from the supporters of Inter Milan. Guaro raised his arms in triumph from the media booth, glancing at the faces of his Dacia colleagues, a smug look appearing on his face. This is Inter Milan. This is Inter Milan. Guaro clenched his fists and cheered. Conceding a goal at the start was just bad luck. Inter Milan's performance afterward proved that they are still the strongest team in Italy. They would win the Coppa Italia championship and head into the Champions League final against Bayern Munich with great confidence. This season's Champions League final could have turned into a battle for the treble. Bayern Munich has already won the Bundesliga and the DFB Pokal. And what about Inter Milan? They originally had a chance to achieve a domestic double like Bayern, but now Roma has thrown a wrench in those plans. If they lose the Coppa Italia and then the Champions League final, it would mean a treble of losses. Just thinking about it is quite thrilling. Inter Milan certainly doesn't want to be that team. You can tell how excited Mourinho is. He rushed to the sidelines, pumping his fists and running while roaring. Chapter 111. Don't overthink it, Mario. When Ye Cheng made a run into the penalty area and received Totti's through ball, the commentator from Roma TV suddenly stood up, one hand on his earpiece, the other on the table, leaning forward as if he were about to fall off the stand. He shouted hoarsely. Amidst his roar, Ye Cheng suddenly half-turned and struck the ball toward the goal. Go, oh wow. His shout echoed throughout the city of Rome. Go, oh wow. In the city, all the Roma fans raised their heads and howled. At this moment, half the city was filled with that sound. The Roma fans clenched their fists and swung them forward. Go, oh wow. The commentary booth erupted. Ye Cheng saved his team. He became a hero for Roma once again. Chapter 112. It's heating up. Chapter 112. They made substitutions. The Roma coaching staff naturally noticed this. Pellizzaro reminded them. Ranieri seemed quite calm. Let's observe for a while. But in fact, Roma didn't have many players to substitute. On the bench, there were Pizarro and Menez available. But it was hard to say if they could contribute more than the players on the field now. In contrast, Inter Milan could change the rhythm of the game by bringing in some strong players through substitutions. This is the depth of a top-tier team. Roma could only withstand the pressure. After the substitutions, Inter Milan launched an offensive, but Roma quickly responded. Through the offensive play in the front field, Inter Milan was pushed back. In the 70th minute of the match, Inter Milan suddenly launched a quick counterattack. Sneijder's through ball sent Balotelli on a one-on-one opportunity. The atmosphere in the stadium instantly became incredibly intense. Inter Milan fans cheered enthusiastically, while Roma fans nervously booed. One-on-one chance. An excellent opportunity for Inter Milan. Amidst the shouting of the commentators. Chapter 113. Quiet Rome Olympic Stadium. His teammates trusted him so much. Could he let them down? Ye Cheng was also trying his best to find a breakthrough. Now, Inter Milan's strategy was very simple. Samuel marked Ye Cheng, while the others controlled the second ball. When there was an opportunity, they would kick the ball forward. They aimed to utilize Eto'o and Balotelli's individual abilities to push for a counterattack. Scoring would be best, but even if they didn't score, it would still waste some time. Now, time was on Inter Milan's side. Roma had little time left. If time continued to drag on, Inter Milan's morale and confidence would continue to rise. At that point, their defense would become even more confident, making it naturally harder to score. Therefore, they had to score as soon as possible. But how to score? Ye Cheng found that the usual points he looked for, Toddy and Vucinic, were being closely marked. Just then, he and Toddy made eye contact. Ye Cheng suddenly had a flash of inspiration about the space behind Inter Milan's defense. Toddy had been orchestrating from the back, but in reality, he started as a forward. He saw the space behind Inter Milan to limit the distance between Ye Cheng's header and their goal. Chapter 114 Inter Milan's Nightmare. The entire Rome Olympic Stadium fell silent. During the process of the ball flying into the net, the stadium became almost completely quiet. Until the ball hit the net, this silence seemed to have a powerful inertia continuing on, because at this moment, everyone in the stadium, regardless of their identity or role, found it hard to believe. They were unprepared for Ye Cheng's sudden turn and long-range shot from the center circle. In fact, even Ye Cheng himself was surprised. This was just a flash of inspiration. After bringing the ball into the open space, his first choice was to wait for his teammates to support him. But just then he saw the goalkeeper's positioning. A spark flashed in his mind. In reality, any similar scoring moment is a moment of brilliance for a star. Just like Zidane's magical goal in the Champions League final years ago. From the outside, it seemed like Ye Cheng stopped the ball, controlled it, turned, and shot in one smooth motion. He accurately seized the flaw in Caesar's advanced position. It seemed like he had been prepared for all of this, but in reality, he decided to shoot only after he turned around. The ball flew up. Chapter 115, leading Roma to the Champions League. The match is over. The match is over. In the commentary booth, Hiwei from Dacia National Television stood up, took a deep breath, and shouted. His voice was a bit hoarse, even cracking, but it did not hinder the emotions of all Dacia fans in front of the screen at this moment. This season, Dacia fans felt as if they were dreaming. In the low point of Dacia football, a player emerged out of nowhere, becoming a top star at a speed that caught everyone off guard. Congratulations. Congratulations to the Roma team. They have won the Coppa Italia for the 2009 to 2010 season. They are also the champions of Serie A this season. Roma Football Club has unprecedentedly become the seasonal double champion in Italian football. They laughed last in the competition against Inter Milan. Now for Roma, the last crucial battle of the season will be the UEFA Europa League final against Atletico Madrid at the Hamburg Stadium in Germany. As the final whistle blew, the camera focused on Ye Cheng, who was excitedly celebrating with his arms raised. A hat-trick and an assist. Chapter 116, the 40th Roma lifted the Coppa Italia trophy at the Rome Olympic Stadium, the stadium they were most familiar with. A week later, they would lift the league champion trophy at the same venue. After the match, the former Italian media prominently displayed a photo of Toddy lifting the Coppa Italia. The headline of Roma Sports Daily. A week later, Toddy will lift another trophy. Compared to the Serie A championship, the Coppa Italia was like an appetizer. Moreover, since Roma had already clinched the championship in advance, for Roma fans, enjoying this appetizer meant they could look forward to the main course of the season. In the final round, this home match was a party and celebration for Roma fans. After all, the outcome no longer mattered much to Roma. The only suspense left in this season's Serie A was how many goals Ye Cheng could score. In the final round of Serie A, aside from several teams fighting for the top four and others fighting relegation, more fans were focused on this topic. How many goals could Ye Cheng extend his record to? Chapter 117 celebration moment. Allegri thought for a long time and decided not to change the team's strategy. After all, letting Ye Cheng score one goal was already somewhat of a failure. Should they let him score a second or third goal? That would be a huge loss of face for Cagliari. When people talked about this season, they would almost always mention Ye Cheng scored twice or a hat-trick against Cagliari, raising his goal tally to 41 or 42 goals. And they definitely wouldn't forget that Cagliari's coach in this match was him, Allegri. So in the next match, Cagliari chose to focus on marking Ye Cheng. It must be said that this method was indeed effective. They made sure Ye Cheng did not score again throughout the first half. The first half ended. The two sides returned to the locker room with a score of 1-0. The Roma fans in the stands were not feeling down about the long wait for a goal. They were singing and dancing in the stands, as expected before the match. This was a big party for the Roma fans. During the halftime break, the Roma players, led by Toddy, expressed their goal for the second half. Chapter 118. Turn around the most glorious moment. The celebrations of the Roma team were quite wild. A large number of fans flooded into the field, following every Roma player. By the time everyone returned to the locker room, no one was still wearing their clothes. Ye Cheng was chased by a large crowd of fans. losing his gear one after another: jersey, socks, shoes, shin guards, shorts, and almost even his underwear. The city of Rome was also very lively that night. The crazy celebrations turned the whole city into a sleepless one. Until the next day, traces of the celebrations could still be seen everywhere. The other half of the people in Rome could only watch enviously as their rival fans celebrated their championship. This is why local teams can easily become bitter enemies. That night, the Lazio fans were quite upset. For the Roma players, their season was not over yet. A week later, they would compete with Atletico Madrid for the UEFA Europa League Championship. Therefore, the team celebration actually ended on the field. Before the players returned to their base and the team disbanded, Ye Cheng was kept behind by Ranieri. In Ranieri's office, Chapter 119, even if the ban is lifted, I won't go back. The major European leagues concluded one after another this weekend. In England, Chelsea secured the league championship with a 1-point lead over Manchester United. Manchester United had to adapt somewhat after losing Cristiano Ronaldo this season. In Spain, Barcelona won the league championship with a 3-point lead, while Pellegrini's Real Madrid again lost to their rivals in the league. In the Bundesliga, Bayern Munich, under Van Gaal's leadership, reclaimed the Bundesliga title, also winning the DFB Pokal, and reached the Champions League final, hoping to become the first team to achieve a treble in the Bundesliga. As the major European leagues concluded, media across Europe and even the world focused on the most important match of the season, the Champions League final. However, for the city of Rome and many media outlets in the Great Xia country, they were more concerned about another match for the European Championship, the Europa League final. Of course, aside from these two finals, the media's focus began to shift to the summer transfer soap opera. Last season's summer window. Chapter 120, Europa League final. Oh, why? He-Wei was stunned. Why? The reason is very simple. I don't want to let those people get promoted. Ye Cheng shrugged. He-Wei pondered Ye Cheng's logic carefully. If Ye Cheng returned, the performance of the national team would surely improve. In that case, wouldn't those currently in various positions in the Football Association be able to climb up based on this achievement? But He-Wei wanted to organize his words. Director He, I understand your thoughts. If I return and can improve the national team's performance even a little, that would be meaningful, right? Ye Cheng said. He-Wei did not refute and nodded. That's the reason I won't go back. Ye Cheng spread his hands. To give an analogy, if a person has a tumor, what is the best treatment plan? Of course, it's to remove the tumor. Exactly. The current Football Association and those involved in the interests within it are the tumors on the body of Great Xia football. If I go back, it would just be providing these tumors with blood, allowing them to grow even larger. Ye Cheng said. He didn't even know what to say. Chapter 121, definitely useful. In the host city of the match, so many Great Xia fans poured in. Within Great Xia, the heat of this Europa League final was definitely quite extraordinary. Normally, the Champions League final would be much more popular than the Europa League final. After all, these two events are not on the same level. Many prestigious teams would not take the Europa League seriously if they fell to it. Compared to the Europa League matches, the league was more important. This forced UEFA to give the Europa League champion an additional qualification for the Champions League, allowing some teams that couldn't compete for Champions League qualification in their domestic leagues to shift their focus to the Europa League, making the Europa League seem slightly more relevant to those prestigious teams. But this reason was not because of the Europa League itself. It was aimed at participating in the Champions League. This is also very normal. Participating in the Europa League, whether one can win the championship, is debatable. Running all over Europe, the travel is exhausting, and battling on two fronts consumes a lot of player stamina. When it's time to settle the accounts, oh dear. Even if they win the Europa League championship, the total prize money and broadcasting income would only add up to about 10 million, which is less than losing all 6 group stage matches in the Champions League. Chapter 122, come on, let's go for it. Match day finally arrived. The Hamburg Stadium was incredibly noisy. When the players from both sides came out to warm up, the fans on both sides started to compete. They used their voices to suppress their opponents, trying to gain dominance in the stadium. However, the number of fans on both sides was actually quite similar. Although many Great Xia fans purchased neutral stand tickets to support Roma, the neutral stand tickets accounted for less than 1/3 of the total ticket sales. Moreover, the organization of these casual fans was definitely not as strong as that of the organized fans for both sides. The cheerleading sounds depended on the comparison of the number of loyal fans from each side. In this regard, the number of loyal Roma fans and Atletico Madrid fans at the stadium was about the same, as UEFA allocated the same number of tickets to both clubs. These tickets were prioritized for distribution to each club's loyal supporters. The result of the fans competing across the stands was that all the players who had just come out to warm up felt the first peak in decibel levels of the match in this stadium. The entire stadium seemed to come alive. The players from both sides have come out to warm up, and the starting lineups for both teams have also been announced. As expected, neither coach opted for any surprising tactics, choosing instead to field their most regularly used starting lineups this season. Chapter 123. From the Sky. The passionate actions of the two coaches on the sidelines are also a highlight of the match, echoing the dynamics on the field. The game becomes extremely intense. In the third minute of the match, Roma quickly pushed the ball into the attacking zone. The advancing fullback, Cassetti, delivered a cross into the penalty area. The opponent's center backs are not very tall, so Roma's attack will definitely include a lot of aerial balls. Ye Cheng maneuvered between the two center backs and leaped high on the edge of the small penalty area, smashing the ball into the net. Just as the commentators were preparing to shout goal, the assistant referee raised his flag, signaling that Ye Cheng was offside. Ye Cheng shook his finger at the assistant referee in disagreement, but did not dwell on it too much. There was still plenty of time left in the match. Ye Cheng had smashed the ball into Atletico Madrid's goal, but the assistant referee flagged him for offside. Let's check the video replay. Oh, it was a close call. Even if it was offside, it was by a hair's breadth. On the sidelines, Flores was shocked by this play, sweating profusely. Chapter 124. A flash attack. Taddy delivered a 45-degree cross. Did Ye Cheng jump too early? Ye Cheng, the commentator for the Great Xia National Television, exclaimed, "The ball is in. The ball is in. The ball is in. 1-0. Roma takes the lead. My goodness, this goal is incredible. Look at Ye Cheng's jumping height. Oh, he looks like he's wearing a jetpack." On the other side, Giovanni from Italy's Sky Sports was also cheering. Ye, a beautiful header. He helped Roma open the scoring. The Spanish commentator stared in disbelief at the field, still replaying the moment in his mind. Is this really not a TV drama? This kid can't be using wires, right? The Spanish commentator was stunned for 2 seconds before realizing the situation. A goal was conceded, a simple 45-degree cross from Roma. And Great Xia's striker, Ye Cheng, headed the ball into the net. There really wasn't much to say about this goal. Ye jumped too high, and from that position, at that height, he was able to head the ball into the net. What else can you say? Chapter 125. The Mad Dog is unleashed. Hooray! The Roma fans in Hamburg Stadium went completely wild. Meanwhile, Atletico Madrid fans stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, many still in disbelief, looking like they had seen a ghost. Less than a minute after their own goal, Roma had pulled ahead again. Where could they go to argue about this? Many Atletico Madrid fans couldn't help but pinch their thighs hard. The pain reminded them that this was not a dream. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. An incredible goal. Oh, the ball is in. The ball is in. 2-1. Roma has taken the lead again. Oh, beautiful. De Gea had previously helped Atletico Madrid fend off several threatening shots from Roma, but this time he was overly excited. The referee blew the whistle, and he was still standing on the edge of the penalty area. The Spanish commentator shook his head repeatedly, unsure of what to say. This goal conceded had a huge impact on Atletico Madrid's morale. The camera focused on the Roma players celebrating near the center circle. Chapter 126. A turning point? The 15 minutes of halftime quickly passed. When the second half began, people noticed that Atletico Madrid's players, after the 15-minute adjustment during halftime, had indeed shaken off the low morale from the latter part of the first half. They came out with gritted teeth and immediately charged toward Roma's front line. The high-intensity pressing forced Roma's center back want to clear the ball with a long kick. The ball flew out of bounds. Atletico Madrid quickly took a throw-in, and after simple exchange, moved the ball forward. Agüero received the ball and turned to shoot. The ball hit a defender and bounced out of bounds. Before the ball had even gone out, Atletico's fullback Lopez was already asking the ball boy for the ball. As soon as the ball flew out of bounds, he quickly took the throw-in. Reyes received the ball, turned, and sent a powerful cross into the penalty area. The ball hit Mex's shin guards and deflected toward the goal, almost creating an own goal. The entire stadium gasped. Oh, the commentator Hiway couldn't help but lean back in shock as the second half resumed. Atletico Madrid's offense was like. Chapter 127. A step away, Ye turn around. Wifalusi fouled. Oh, he is the last offender. He is in big trouble. The Roma fans in the stands were shouting, foul. Red card. Red card. Atletico Madrid fans also realized what was happening, their faces showing fear. They were desperately trying to salvage the situation. Diving. On the sidelines, Flores was making a diving gesture with his hands. Diving. Diving. That's diving. Ranieri sneered. He couldn't be bothered to argue with Flores about whether it was a dive. He just needed to confirm whether the referee would issue a red card. If Atletico Madrid were to be sent off at this moment, Roma, leading by 1 goal, would almost have secured the championship. Could they really be reversed while playing with one more man? Ranieri didn't believe such a thing would happen. The referee was walking toward Wifalusi. Wifalusi realized what he had done and made one last struggle. I will let go soon. His fall is a dive. But the referee ignored his protests. Chapter 128. That shade of red in the stands. Roma fans had begun to sing collectively. They were singing and dancing, and the stadium was filled with their cheers. Even if the Atletico Madrid fans wanted to suppress their opponent's arrogance, they found themselves powerless, because their team was being dominated. From the 70th minute to the 85th minute of the match, Roma had almost 85% possession during those 15 minutes. This shows how poor Atletico Madrid's performance was during that brief period. As time dwindled, Flores used his third substitution to bring on French striker Pongol. Now, Atletico Madrid had 3 forwards in the attacking line, Fran, Aguero, and Pongol. The tactics began to simplify. Under the pressure of time, Atletico Madrid's players realized that if they didn't take a risk, they would only be left to watch their opponents lift the trophy. Finally, in the dying moments of the match, Atletico Madrid's offense began to show some improvement. However, fate seemed to play a cruel joke on them. Just as their attack was gaining momentum, they suffered another heavy blow. Chapter 129. The Europa League is great, but what about the Champions League? In the commentary booth, Hiwei's gaze never left Ye Cheng. His eyes were somewhat misty, and his voice choked as he spoke. Like many foreign players, Ye Cheng celebrated his victory draped in the national flag. He allowed this flag to appear in such a setting, on the podium of the Europa League final. This was something countless footballers from the Great Xia could not achieve, but Ye Cheng did. On the internet, this scene spread widely through videos, images, and various memes. The red flag waves on the podium of the Europa League final became a trending topic on Weibo. What does it mean to bring glory to the country? This is what it means to bring glory to the country. At this moment, personal struggle and national honor perfectly combined. While everyone was eagerly discussing, the Atletico Madrid players went to receive their runner-up medals. But there was no joy on their faces. The vast majority of players, after receiving their runner-up medals, walked off the podium and took them off, putting them in their pockets. For the majority of players, being the runner-up was not something worth celebrating. Some have said that the runner-up is the biggest loser. But that is not entirely true. Reaching the Europa League final is not easy, and this season, Atletico Madrid has at least proven themselves on the Europa League stage. I think, regardless, this is a form of respect for them this season. There are always winners and losers in a match. Winners get the championship, but losers can still be respected. Chapter 130. The 19-year-old prodigy Ye Cheng's words at the Rome Olympic Stadium were broadcast live by Roman television. This immediately caused a huge stir. Many Italian media personnel and football legends were discussing this statement. Perhaps he was too excited and forgot the level gap between the Champions League and the Europa League. Although both are Champions League titles, winning the Champions League is much more difficult than winning the Europa League. Can Roma win the Champions League? I wouldn't say it's impossible, but the chances are very slim, almost negligible. In no time, discussions surrounding can Roma win the Champions League began. Apart from some Roma legends, most people spoke with a hint of sarcasm. They thought Ye Cheng was just getting carried away after winning the Europa League. In the Great Xia, Ye Cheng boldly claims he will lead Roma to the Champions League, also became a hot topic of discussion online, and the news trended on Weibo. Roma winning the Champions League? Are you kidding? Ye Cheng should hurry and transfer. They don't even know who the owner will be next season. Chapter 131. The emerging business empire with the conclusion of the Champions League final, the major European leagues also basically finished. The 5 major leagues entered the off-season. During this period, the media began to report on transfer rumors. This summer's major transfer soap opera was centered around Madrid and Manchester. There's no need to mention Madrid. Florentino became the president of Real Madrid for the second time, with ambitions to build a second silver fleet. Half of Europe's media reported that Mourinho might become the Real Madrid coach. Meanwhile, in Manchester, with the news that UEFA might swiftly push the financial fair play regulations, Manchester City, backed by the Abu Dhabi Consortium, was likely to seize the last opportunity to spend big this summer to strengthen the Premier League team that had received significant investment from the Middle East. While the media across Europe was buzzing about this summer transfer window, the entire Roma team had also entered their postseason vacation. This summer, Ye Cheng was not as relaxed as the previous summer. He was busy, very busy. Chapter 132. Preseason training. Ye Cheng was extremely busy this summer, constantly signing contracts, shooting advertisements, and completing his work. As for expanding his business empire, he basically left it to others. After all, that was beyond the main storyline. This isn't a business war novel. For fans, this summer was a football carnival. The World Cup was in full swing in South Africa. In the end, the Netherlands lost again in the final, this time to the Spanish national team. Iniesta's last-minute goal secured the victory, giving Spain their first-ever World Cup trophy. The Netherlands left the World Cup stage once again in tears. The eastern part of the Iberian Peninsula was in a frenzy. Ye Cheng also took the time to watch the World Cup final. After this match, he had to return to Italy as the training for the new season began. For fans, the start of the new season was marked by the first round of the league, but for players, the start of their new season began on the first day of preseason training. On the first day back in Rome, Ye Cheng could feel the low spirits of the city, or rather, the low spirits of the country. Chapter 133. Roma's reinforcements. The first day of preseason training. Actually, there's not much training involved. It mainly consists of physical assessments. Whether it's simple data like height and weight, or various detailed physical tests, everything is very meticulous. Modern sports science has developed remarkably. Looking back 2 or 3 decades, general players would experience a sharp decline after the age of 30. Back then, a player who could run an average of 10,000 meters in a match was considered to have iron lungs. Now, running an average of 10,000 meters is standard. This is all thanks to the development of sports science, which allows players to receive more scientific and precise physical training. There is not much more to say about that. Ye Cheng also noticed that some players in the team had not returned, such as Vucinic. He knew this was related to Vucinic's transfer rumors. This season, Roma doesn't even have an owner. The club is under bank administration. The situation regarding the club's transactions is also unclear. It is said that some American capital has entered the competition, and some Middle Eastern consortiums are quite interested. Due to Ye Cheng's presence, some big Chinese capital, it is rumored, has also shown interest in the Roma team. These matters indicate that Roma is likely to experience turmoil regarding the ownership of the club. Chapter 134. Raul is dead. Simeone and Pepe join. This is a signing to replace Vucinic. However, the team will participate in the Champions League next season, so it is essential to increase the depth of the squad. Therefore, they need some players who can be used immediately, are quite strong, and crucially, are not too expensive, but rather practical and cost-effective. Where can such good players be found? Well, it turns out there really are some. Ranieri's strategy is to lure seasoned veterans who still have something left in the tank. His first target is Bayern Munich captain Van Bommel. In theory, as the first foreign captain in the history of Bayern Munich, Van Bommel has thoughts of retiring at Bayern. Generally, it would be quite difficult to make him leave. However, the situation is somewhat special now. The Dutch Van Bommel and the Dutch Van Gaal are not on good terms. Van Bommel suffered injuries last season, and when he returned, he found that his starting position was gone. Van Gaal is pushing a youth-oriented rebuilding strategy at Bayern and has already dealt with a batch of veterans. It is not surprising that Van Bommel has been marginalized next. The rift between the Bayern captain and the head coach has provided an opportunity for a third party. Chapter 135. Go to Rome. Raul walked out of the Bernabeu Stadium and entered the Olympic Stadium in Rome. The Roma club places great importance on Raul's joining. The club has prepared a grand welcome ceremony specifically for him, with over 30,000 Roma fans present to support him. After all, Raul is one of the biggest stars to join Roma in the club's history. Raul is currently the all-time top scorer in Champions League history and was the only Spanish superstar in the first phase of Real Madrid's Galacticos. Back then, Real Madrid had Figo, Zidane, Ronaldo, and Beckham. The club claimed to have 7 superstars, but Raul was the only Spanish homegrown superstar. Thus, whether it was Ronaldo or Figo, whether it was Zidane or Beckham, the leader of the Real Madrid locker room was always Raul. Therefore, Raul's arrival at Roma is big news in the club's history. After undergoing a physical examination, Raul, wearing Roma's home jersey, walked out of the players' tunnel at the Olympic Stadium with a smile, receiving cheers from the fans. Chapter 136. Start the new season with Inter Milan's corpse. In the last warm-up match before the season starts, the Roma team was able to score 5 goals, which made Ranieri satisfied with the team's form. This season, Roma faced a rather dense schedule right from the start. They had to play an Italian Super Cup match on August 20th against Inter Milan, followed by the European Super Cup on August 25th, also against Inter Milan. These 2 Super Cups are not warm-up matches, but official matches. Inter Milan is the reigning Champions League champion and is likely to be Roma's main competitor in the league this season. Therefore, Roma must do their utmost to win both matches, to boost their confidence and diminish that of their opponents. Inter Milan has just changed coaches. Mourinho has left, and Benitez has taken over. However, the core players of Inter Milan have not left. Moratti has kept the heroes of the Champions League victory and plans to offer them high salaries. Facing a team that just won the Champions League at the end of last season, Ranieri believes that winning both matches would significantly boost the confidence and morale of the entire Roma team. However, the season is about to begin. Chapter 137. In the way I excel. Inter Milan. Inter Milan. Oh, Eto'o. Beautiful. Beautiful. A wonderful goal. The African cheetah has torn through Roma's defense. In the commentary booth, the commentators are all shouting. At the match site, the cheers of Inter Milan fans clash with the boos from Roma fans. Eto'o spreads his arms and rushes towards the corner flag. The players of Inter Milan celebrate excitedly. They celebrate wildly, with some even making gestures towards the camera. Those familiar with Inter Milan would know that the gesture is one that Mourinho often made on the training ground. Clearly, the players of Inter Milan are somewhat displeased that Mourinho abandoned them after the Champions League to join Real Madrid. They feel abandoned by Mourinho. In this match, the players of Inter Milan are highly motivated. They vow to show Mourinho that without him, they can also defeat Roma. They aim to conquer the same Roma that Mourinho couldn't win against last season. In the 20th minute of the first half, Inter Milan scored first. Eto'o cut in from the wing and shot from inside the box, showcasing his excellent form right at the start of the new season. Chapter 138. So impressive. In these 20 minutes, Ye Cheng felt he had grown. He has figured out a lot of things. Learning from Gerd Muller is not about learning the ways he scored, but understanding why he could rely on those methods to score. In other words, it's about how to maximize one's own strengths. This is also a kind of match experience. Lucio and Samuel felt that in these 20 minutes, it seemed that facing Ye Cheng was not as pressuring as it was last season. Could it be that this kid has hit a rookie wall? Or have we gained experience in defending against him? But regardless, their defense was very successful, that is certain. Whether Ye Cheng has hit a rookie wall, or his form hasn't picked up in the new season, or for other reasons, they didn't care. As long as they could defend against him, that was enough. At that moment, the Roma team passed the ball through the midfield to the left side. Raul received the ball. Facing the defense, he looked up at the penalty area. He saw that Ye Cheng was not moving around as he had before, but stood like a lighthouse in the center of the penalty area, raising his hand. Pass to me. This was Ye Cheng's characteristic. Raul breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 139. Roma's counterattack. Benitez quickly realized that he had underestimated Serie A and overestimated Inter Milan's strength. After conceding a goal, Inter Milan wanted to retaliate, but they quickly found that they couldn't push forward. Roma had them under control. This surprised many people. Is Inter Milan weak? Not all. Although Mourinho left, he didn't take any key players with him. After all, most of Inter's main players were around 30 or already over 30. Real Madrid wouldn't spend a lot of money on players whose performance was visibly declining. Yet even so, the reigning Champions League champion was being suppressed by Roma and conceded a goal. Last season, Roma had beaten Inter 3 times, but it wasn't easy. Why was it so different this season? There were only 2 variables. Mourinho had become Benitez, and Roma's lineup had changed. People had already noticed the role Van Bommel played in midfield. His control in the midfield had qualitatively changed Roma's organization and structure. Chapter 140. The anticipated Champions League. Benitez took a deep breath. He had to admit that he seriously misjudged the opponent's strength and underestimated the difficulty of the match. He muttered softly, "Fortunately, it's just a Super Cup." Yes, just a Super Cup. Inter Milan could still afford to lose. He went to the sidelines, calling his players to stabilize the situation. After being turned around, Inter Milan was also cautious about Roma. In the final stages of the first half, not much happened. The first half ended, and both teams returned to their locker rooms. In the locker room, Benitez took the opportunity to remind his players, "Our opponents are strong, guys. Although it's just a Super Cup, imagine if we face this Roma in the league." Benitez's words made the Inter Milan players frown. Meanwhile, in Roma's locker room. Ranieri reminded his players not to underestimate Inter Milan. After all, they were the reigning Champions League champions. After the second half began, Roma, leading by a goal, actively pulled back. They adopted a defensive counterattack strategy in the midfield and backline. Once there was an opportunity. Chapter 141. What's the difference between having no dreams and being a useless person? In fact, Inter Milan had a chance for revenge, because 5 days later, at Parken Stadium in Copenhagen, Inter Milan would face Roma in a match between the reigning Champions League champions and the reigning Europa League champions. The winner would take the title of the best in Europe. However, for Inter Milan, it seemed that after Mourinho left, the soul of the team was lost. Go out. 2-0. 2-0. In the 89th minute of the match, Ye scored the second goal. Roma sealed the victory. Inter Milan was about to face their 5th consecutive defeat against Roma, and they were also about to endure the fate of losing 2 consecutive Super Cups since the start of the season. Benitez's job coaching Inter Milan was definitely not easy. In fact, any coach taking over a team that has won the Champions League faces a tough job. At Parken Stadium in Copenhagen, the fans of Inter Milan and their coach Benitez wore worried expressions. Chapter 142. Just afraid you have no ideas. In fact, before the new season began, there were many voices that were not optimistic about Roma. Some of the opinions sounded quite reasonable. For example, there was an article in Tuttosport analyzing the difficulties Roma might face this season, including a point: the increased attention opponents paid to Roma. Last season, many teams faced Roma with the mindset that although they were a bit strong, they might still have a chance. After all, Roma's performance in recent seasons had not been stable, and many mid to lower tier teams could take points from them. However, with Roma's championship, especially after winning the treble, their status had changed. Many teams now viewed them as a top team and lost the idea of winning against them. This sounds a bit contradictory. How can one create difficulties for Roma without the thought of winning against them? Because on the football field, many strong teams are not afraid of your ideas. They are afraid of your lack of ideas. What would a team without ideas do? Just like the current Cesena, their lineup clearly indicates they are aiming for a draw. Chapter 143. Group draw. Ye turned his back, holding the ball, and passed it to Simeone Pepe, who made a diagonal pass into the penalty area. Ye shot. The ball went in. In the commentary booth, Giovanni shouted out loud. The entire Stadio Olimpico in Rome began to tremble. A very easy goal. Cesena completely couldn't keep up with Ye's rhythm. His passing, positioning, physicality, and shooting left Cesena with no way to deal with him. In fact, Giovanni was thinking even more. Cesena had no effective way to handle Ye. What about other Serie A teams? Perhaps. His opponents. Only in Europe? Roma easily took a 2-goal lead. This meant the suspense of the match was completely over. If Cesena wanted to score, they would have to increase their attacking numbers while pushing their overall formation forward. But doing so would give Roma more opportunities to exploit the space behind them. Ye's goal served as a warning. It made Cesena dare not cross the line again during the first half. They were worried about their defense being breached and chose to continue to retreat. Chapter 144. This is the Rome Derby. The aftershocks of the Champions League draw were still felt. But for the players, the upcoming time was the international match day. Half of Roma's first team was absent. Many players had received calls from their respective national teams to participate in international matches. After the World Cup, the national teams tasked were basically just friendly matches. After all, from now until the 2012 European Championship, there are hardly any major international competitions. However, even if there were, it had little to do with Ye. In the domestic scene, there were many calls for the FA to summon Ye. But because of the comments Ye made in an interview with the national television, his chances of entering the national team were completely eliminated. If he hadn't said anything, there might have been a possibility. But now he clearly wanted to oppose the FA. Therefore, his chances of joining the national team were gone. After all, what if he agreed? If he joined the national team, with his current fame, status, and prestige, he would be the leader of the national team. Who could control him? What authority would the FA have? His entry into the national team would mean a reshuffle of the national team's interests. That was what the FA truly cared about. Chapter 145. This is the Rome Derby. Roma was 2 goals down, and this week, the discussions surrounding Roma were always related to the Champions League. In the studio of Dacia National Television, Hiway slightly shook his head. Perhaps the Roma players were also thinking about the Champions League. But don't forget that the league is fundamental, and league matches are also very important. Lazio scored 2 consecutive goals, and now Roma faced a 2-goal deficit. Online, Dacia fans began to feel a bit pessimistic. Roma playing in the Champions League would definitely affect their league performance. The Champions League hadn't even started, and the league was already looking difficult. Trailing by 2 goals, unless a miracle happens, it seems a wake-up call for Roma. The first half ended with Roma trailing by 2 goals. When the halftime whistle blew, a huge cheer erupted at the Stadio Olimpico. Lazio fans in the stands celebrated their team's performance joyfully, despite their poor performance last season, as long as they could win against Roma. Chapter 146 Last-minute goal. Crossbar. Yes, shot hit the crossbar. Lazio escaped a disaster. Less than 20 seconds into the second half, Roma showed a completely different state from their first half. Ye shot from 35 meters away. The ball hit the crossbar, just a little bit off. If a shot had been 5 centimeters lower, it would have definitely gone in. Commentators were amazed by Ye's shot. If this ball had gone in, it would have certainly been the best goal of this round in Serie A. Receiving high ball, pushing off his opponent, and with almost no run-up, he unleashed such a terrifying shot with incredible speed. Giovanni felt a bit of a chill. It was terrifying. Lazio's coach Regia was startled and jumped up from the bench. He came to the sidelines, his expression becoming serious. Roma had changed. Amidst the boos, he turned to look at Ranieri. What did this old man do during halftime? Regia couldn't figure it out. Just as Lazio's coach was still pondering what magic the opponent had performed during halftime on the field. Chapter 147, this old man is very bad. Joe, oh yeah. In the commentary booth, all the commentators stared wide-eyed in amazement. Last-minute goal. Roma completed the comeback. He scored again. In the final moments of the match, he helped Roma score the goal that turned the tide. This was also the goal that sealed the victory. Lazio fell into despair. They had a 2-goal lead at halftime, and people once thought Lazio would win the match, but now looking at the Lazio fans in the stands, they themselves couldn't believe the current situation. The cameras swept across the stands. Lazio fans were dumbfounded. Many of them held their heads in disbelief, questioning whether they were dreaming. This was truly a nightmare for Lazio. Lazio's coach Regia angrily threw the water bottle he was holding to the ground. The first half seemed to reflect his own appearance. While was Ranieri on the opposite side? Ranieri's original plan was that even if he lost the match, he would use this game to send a message to the team about the price of being too arrogant. Chapter 148 Ye's Champions League debut. The Champions League matches attract a high level of attention. This can be seen from the number of media flocking to the Roman airport when Manchester United's players arrived. This also made Roma's players realize what true world-class attention looks like. Since Manchester United's first team arrived in Rome, dozens of media outlets are providing full coverage of them. A large number of Manchester United fans from all over the world have flocked to Rome. Many English paparazzi have also arrived in Rome. In these days, the players of Roma can see countless news about Manchester United in the media. Even the breakfast choices of Manchester United players can become a news story. News about Rooney's hair loss, how many pairs of underwear Berbatov brought, and that Nani's suitcase contains 6 boxes of Tejo has all made headlines. This is what it means to be the football club with the largest global following. The attention is palpable. Ye Cheng, a local player from Rome, is experiencing the attention brought by the financially strong Premier League giants Manchester United for the first time. However, when people's focus shifts to the match itself, Ye Cheng becomes the center of attention. At the pre-match press conference, Chapter 149, Raul's guidance every season. UEFA arranges some strong matchups in the group stage to ensure high viewership for the Champions League. After all, many believe that the real Champions League starts from the knockout stage. Due to several rounds of expansion, many teams from smaller leagues have made it into the Champions League's top 32. The strength gap between these smaller league teams and those from the top 5 leagues is significant. The match between Barcelona and the Romanian team Cluj is certainly not as worth watching as any La Liga match. The strength disparity is too great. However, if a team can advance from the group stage, it proves their capability. After all, even a powerhouse like Real Madrid has been eliminated in the round of 16 for several consecutive years. Therefore, many matches in the Champions League group stage are rather lackluster and receive low attention. To ensure that fans remain engaged with the Champions League during the group stage, it's quite normal to draw 2 high-profile teams to face off. Speaking of high-profile teams, Manchester United undoubtedly has a significant following, as they are a top-tier club. Meanwhile, Roma, as the Serie A defending champion and a 3-time winner, also has its top striker Ye Cheng attracting attention from the Asian market. Chapter 150. How powerful is this force? As Roma began to turn the tide, Ye Cheng received much less camera time. Ferdinand was somewhat disappointed. He was actually looking forward to facing Ye Cheng. This second-year player in Serie A amazed the world in his debut season. Therefore, encountering Roma in the first round of the Champions League group stage excited Ferdinand. He finally had the opportunity to go up against such a formidable center forward. However, up until now, that well-known Asian center forward has not shown much in terms of performance. Ferdinand, eager to challenge a strong opponent, felt a bit let down. He watched Ye Cheng, who was still roaming around the defense and holding midfield positions. What exactly does this Asian player have in terms of skills? Manchester United took the initiative. Continuous attacks. Manchester United's offense unfolded from the flanks, with Nani dribbling past defenders and taking a shot from a tight angle inside the penalty area. The Portuguese winger Nani, despite the narrow angle, chose to shoot forcefully. No wonder he is referred to as the man who doesn't pass. His shot was deflected by the goalkeeper and fell outside the small penalty area. Center-back Metzelder immediately turned and cleared the ball with a big kick. Chapter 151. This is the first one. Manchester United's team, Dr. rushed onto the field. Park Ji-sung is truly a hard worker. His technical skill might not position him among the world's top players, but his physical fitness is outstanding, and he possesses a strong sense of defensive responsibility. He was the first to rush out to block the attack, which is a manifestation of that defensive responsibility. Moreover, as a defender, he rarely lies on the ground pretending to seek sympathy from the referee. Ye Cheng's kick left him unable to get up, illustrating the force behind it. The team doctor quickly reached Park Ji-sung's side. He extended a finger. "Park, can you see this? Can you see this, Park?" Park Ji-sung was gradually regaining consciousness. He tried hard to open his eyes. "This is two. Oh no." The Manchester United team doctor's expression changed drastically. He cupped Park Ji-sung's face, trying to assess his dazed eyes. It was diagnosed concussion. He quickly called for a stretcher. No. I don't need a stretcher. I can still play. Park Ji-sung hurriedly tried to stand up, but as soon as he did, his body went limp, collapsing back to the ground. Dizziness and stars filled his vision. Chapter 152. First, second, and third are all him. Ferguson stood on the sidelines, and his chewing of gum had slowed down. He didn't know how many pieces of gum he would go through in one match. He had just spat one out and had unknowingly started chewing another. At moments like this, it proved that the Manchester United manager was deep in thought. His mind was racing. For Ferguson, he had seen it all and experienced every kind of situation, having one player sent off and needing to make a forced substitution due to injury within the first half. Using up 2 of the substitution slots, while rare, was not enough to break Ferguson's resolve. The situation was tough, but Manchester United would not give up. He quickly made adjustments. Ferguson did not instruct Manchester United to immediately retreat, but rather to engage with the opponent in midfield for a while before gradually falling back. If they simply set up a defensive wall to welcome the opposing team's attacks, that would not be a retreat, it would be a collapse. Just like in a battle, even if one side is at a disadvantage and contemplating retreat, if the commander suddenly orders a full retreat, it is 90% likely to turn into a rout. Chapter 153. The impact of dual competitions. Roma, leading 3-1, had secured the victory. In fact, it was as such. When the final whistle blew, the entire Olympic Stadium in Rome erupted in deafening cheers. The match is over. The match is over. Roma defeated Manchester United at home, gaining the upper hand in this death group. In the commentary booth, commentator Giovanni raised his arms in excitement. Ferguson left the pitch with a grim expression. The Manchester United players hurriedly left the field with their heads down. Now, the entire stadium was left with excited Romans. This was a crucial victory. It was not just about the 3 points, but it also meant that Roma had taken the lead against their strongest group opponent, Manchester United. In terms of the group stage qualification situation this season, Roma had already taken a step ahead. In the studio, Hwee was also cheering. Ye Cheng scored a hat-trick. In his first UEFA Champions League match of his career, he achieved a hat-trick. He is simply the hat-trick master of debuts. This reminded many fans that Ye Cheng's debuts have indeed been explosive. Amazing. Chapter 154. The Great Summer Derby? This draw did not significantly affect Roma's morale. Back at home for the 4th round of the league, Roma defeated Brescia 2-1. As expected, media reports began to emerge about Roma getting back on track. However, it seemed that Roma was intent on going against the media. Just as they returned to form, they went off track again. In the fifth round of the league, there was a focal battle as Roma hosted Inter Milan. For most of the match, Roma led 1-0. In the 7th minute of the match, Ye Cheng's long-range shot from outside the box caused Caesar to fumble, and Simeone Pepe scored from the rebound. This score held until the 89th minute. Go out. Melito. Oh, he scored from close range in the penalty area, helping Inter Milan equalize. A last-minute equalizer. Melito equalized in the 89th minute. At the Stadio Olimpico, many Roma fans had their heads in their hands. Just seconds earlier. Chapter 155. Spain's Raul. I chat with him. Roma arrived in Germany 2 days early. Although the training ground they borrowed was quite close to Schalke 04's training ground, sometimes their buses would pass each other. However, Hao Junming had no intention of seeking out Ye Cheng to chat. After all, he was quite a bit older than Ye Cheng, and they had no personal relationship. Moreover, Ye Cheng's relationship with the Football Association was so strained. Hao Junming was also worried about being seen as part of Ye Cheng's faction by those in charge. Ye Cheng could confront the Football Association because of his ability, but Hao Junming could not. He was just a fringe player at Schalke 04. Who knows? If he couldn't make it one day, he would still have to go back to play in the Chinese Super League. Offending the big boss would mean you couldn't play in the Super League anymore. Don't even think about it. However, even if he didn't actively seek out Ye Cheng, news about Ye Cheng was everywhere. When he returned to his residence, neighbors were asking how the team planned to defend against his compatriot. Within the team, there were also many senior players who wanted to chat with him. The topics of conversation were all about Ye Cheng. Hao Junming felt quite helpless about this. He could only keep saying, I don't know him. I have no relationship with him. Everyone could only respond with expressions of what a pity it was. Chapter 156. The Champions League is the Champions League when Ye Cheng stood in the center of the field waiting for the referee's whistle to blow. The previous boos and noise had diminished significantly. The stirring Champions League theme had ended. The large stadium suddenly became a bit quiet. This feeling was quite strange. Ye Cheng looked around. At that moment, the camera focused on his face. Just then, everyone heard a whistle. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second round of the group stage of the 2010 to 2011 UEFA Champions League, where Roma faces Schalke 04 away, echoed the voice of commentator He Wei. Let's first take a look at the starting lineups. For the home team, Schalke 04, goalkeeper Neuer, with the center-back pairing of Houds and Matip. Left and right back Schmitz and Sarr, midfielders Rakitic, Jones, and Hulk, and forwards Huntelaar, Farfan, and Edu. It is worth mentioning that our player Hao Junming is sitting on the bench. The visiting team Roma also fielded their main squad, with goalkeeper Sergio, center-backs Metzelder and Juan. Left back Reese, right back Cassetti, double pivots to Rossi and Van Bommel, attacking midfielder Totti, left winger Raul, right winger Simeone Pepe, and striker Ye Cheng. Chapter 157. With Houds on his back, just as the Schalke 04 players were lamenting the crossbar, Sergio quickly launched a counterattack. He quickly threw the ball to the midfield area. Ye Cheng easily stopped the ball. Roma's counterattack, exclaimed the German commentator. After taking the ball, Ye Cheng confronted Schalke 04's midfielder Jones. Jones initially wanted to foul directly, interrupting the opponent's counterattack, but he clearly overestimated his strength. In the face of Jones's collision from behind, Ye Cheng stumbled but quickly regained his balance, while Jones, who initiated the collision, lost his center of gravity and fell to the ground. Jones fell to the ground. Ye turn around. Counterattack. Roma's counterattack is on. Raul and Pepe are sprinting down the flanks. Amidst the shocked commentary, the stands echoed with the fearful boos of Schalke 04 fans. The quickly retreating Schalke 04 players, with speedy wingers, directly went to mark Raul and Pepe. Meanwhile, Ye Cheng passed the ball to his teammate in the middle. Rakitic did not expect his midfield partner to be so easily bypassed. He could only grit his teeth and chase back. Chapter 158. Roma's attack. In the silence of Schalke's stadium, the Italian commentator Giovanni was the first to react. He jumped up, pressed his earpiece, and raised his arms in celebration. Suddenly, this sound was like a fuse. The entire commentary booth exploded. Ye, long-range shot. Incredible. An unbelievable goal. He scored with Houds hanging on him. Oh God, is such power really something that humanity can possess? The German national player became his backdrop, and we can even anticipate that for a long time to come. This goal will become a classic goal for Ye Cheng, as it fully demonstrates just how strong this beast from the Great Xia truly is. Giovanni exclaimed. He is a giant dragon from the Great Xia, the Chinese dragon. The Chinese cannon has fired. A commentator from Spain shouted. When his cannon needs to aim, no one could stop him. In an instant, the commentators racked their brains, using all kinds of imagination to describe this breathtaking goal. Chapter 159. Consecutive wins in the Champions League leading by 2 goals. Ranieri sat back down on the coach's bench. Now he could look forward to the victory of the match. At least that was the case before the end of the first half. The German Magath on the sidelines was frowning, looking worried. He knew that the Roma team was not easy to deal with. However, this was Schalke 04's home ground. Being beaten like this by their opponent at home was really a bit unexpected for him. Magath frowned. He knew that this match was looking grim. Schalke 04 was not a team that couldn't accept a loss. After all, they're not like Real Madrid or Barcelona, where every position, even the substitutes, has world-class stars. Schalke 04's fans couldn't have such high expectations for their team. During the group stage, it was quite normal for Schalke 04 to lose. The problem was who they lost to. After the draw of this group, Magath and his assistants began to analyze how to advance from the group. Based on the strength of the 4 teams, Manchester United was in the top tier. In Magath's view, his team and Roma were not far apart in strength, both being about equal. Chapter 160. The impact of competing on 2 fronts in the Champions League when the final whistle blew. The television screen showed a long close-up of Ye Cheng. This was Ye's first Champions League season, and this was his second Champions League match, where he had already scored 5 goals. Such scoring efficiency and performance can be described as explosive. What achievements will he make in this season's Champions League? Can he become the top scorer of this season's Champions League? We shall see, Giovanni said at the commentary booth. Meanwhile, in another match, Manchester United returned home and easily defeated Auxerre 3-0. Thus, Roma, with 2 consecutive wins, had 6 points and topped the group. Manchester United and Schalke 04 each got 3 points, ranking second. Auxerre, with 2 consecutive losses, was at the bottom. After 2 rounds of group matches, Roma had already secured an advantage for advancement, as they had consecutively defeated the 2 strongest opponents in the group. Their next 2 matches would be against the 2 consecutive losing Auxerre. If Roma achieved 4 consecutive wins, then they would have a 99% chance of securing a spot to advance. The commentary guest beside Giovanni, Maldini, said 2 matches, 5 goals in the Champions League. Ye is racing towards the title of top scorer. Chapter 161. The War of 2 Strikers. Everyone knows why Roma decided to rotate players in this Champions League group match, aiming to allow all main players to rest for the upcoming home match against AC Milan. This season, AC Milan underwent a coaching change. Allegri unexpectedly became the head coach of the Northern Giant. Before the new season started, many questioned AC Milan's decision to change coaches, believing that Allegri, who had never managed a Giant before, would not be able to control this super club. But now, after 8 rounds of the league, AC Milan was at the top. Moreover, their newly rented striker Ibrahimovic from Barcelona was also in excellent form. After 8 rounds, the Serie A top scorer list was as follows. First place, Ye Cheng, with 9 goals. Second place, Ibrahimovic, with 6 goals. The third, fourth, and fifth places only scored 3 goals each. It can be said that, under the current circumstances, Ibrahimovic is the only striker who might compete with Ye Cheng in terms of goals. The day before the match, when Ibrahimovic was interviewed by the media, he was asked about the goal-scoring competition between him and Ye Cheng. Chapter 162. Intense Offensive. Ranieri stood on the sidelines with his arms crossed. After the match started, it became very intense. Allegri had clearly effectively integrated AC Milan. Although their average age was a bit high, many stars in the team were still in their prime. In this situation, both sides exerted force in the midfield and front, creating a balance on the field. Both sides had opportunities, but failed to capitalize on them until this moment. To be honest, this was not a very good opportunity. Ronaldinho received the ball on the left flank. The Roma players were all focusing on preventing Ronaldinho from cutting inside. As a result, the Brazilian suddenly performed a nutmeg, dribbling from the outside along the baseline and then crossed the ball with his right foot. In that moment, it was as if the peak Ronaldinho had reappeared. The ball flew into the penalty area, and inside, Ibrahimovic's body was actually held back by Juan. He couldn't jump, and the ball flew over his head. But who would have thought that this guy stretched out his long leg and hooked the ball in from behind? This was indeed a star's performance. However, the problem was handed to Roma. Roma was trailing at home, and they could not accept a loss. If they lost, they would fall 6 points behind the top. Chapter 163. From using the head to using the mind, what is called full-level heading ability? When AC Milan failed to stop Ye Cheng from jumping and the ball was accurately delivered to his head, scoring became almost inevitable. Look at how he dealt with this header. He jumped high, faced the football, tightened his core in the waist and abdomen, and then headed the ball down. The football bounced in front of the goalkeeper and then flew up again. After such a change in trajectory, unless the goalkeeper had unbelievable luck, there was really nothing he could do. When the ball hit the ground, Abbiati had already dived out, and when the ball bounced and flew up, it was impossible for him to make a second reaction in time. The transmission speed of neurons in vertebrates has an upper limit. Therefore, Abbiati could only watch helplessly as the ball flew into the goal. The cheers from the entire Olympic Stadium in Rome shook the stands, as if a small earthquake had occurred. "You go, Al," commentator Giovanni shouted. The ball went in, a signature header, in this battle for the best striker in Serie A. He scored a goal and helped the team take the lead. Roma scored 2 consecutive goals after being down by 1, completing the comeback. Chapter 164. A complete loss. Ye turned and shot. In the commentary booth, Giovanni realized what Ye Cheng was about to do when he suddenly took a step forward. His volume suddenly increased, startling some AC Milan fans in front of the screen. All the fans in front of the screens focused on the area locked by the camera. Ye Cheng turned, and the back of his right foot whipped the ball fiercely in the middle, while his body leaned forward. The leaning direction was parallel to the goal line. This made it seem as if his foot was hit by a golf ball when he shot. Pivoting on his left leg, it looked like a sweeping shot. The ball suddenly soared into the air, about less than 50 centimeters off the ground, descending as it flew forward, dropping just as it was about to reach the goal. The ball bounced off Abbiati's hands and then slightly bounced up, drilling into the net. This undoubtedly made Abbiati's save attempt hellishly difficult. Initially, he saw the ball flying straight towards him, which is relatively easy to save. But suddenly it dropped right in front of him. Such a sudden change in trajectory made it nearly impossible to save, even for a god. Chapter 165. His opponent in Europe. Ibrahimovic walked off the field with a dark face. The reporters had been waiting for him. "Hey, Zlatan, over here, over here." The reporters shouted for him to accept an interview. But Ibrahimovic, who had just been thoroughly defeated by Ye Cheng, would not accept humiliation at that moment. So he held his head high and left directly. The reporters were also displeased that Ibrahimovic was unwilling to be interviewed. Someone shouted, "The Star scored 3. The Sun scored 1. This was a mockery of Ibrahimovic's comments about the Sun and Stars in a pre-match interview. It was obvious to everyone that Ibrahimovic paused for a moment upon hearing this, then continued to walk forward. In competitive sports, the victor is king. No matter how much one tries to show off, if you can't win, that bravado falls flat. People in competitive sports can be very cruel to losers. Examples of leniency are rare. In the first leg of this battle for the best striker in Serie A, it was clear that Ye Cheng had the absolute upper hand. Not only did he score a hat trick, but he also helped the team come from behind to win 4-2. In no time, the entire Italian media was praising Ye Cheng's performance, calling him the best big player on the planet. Chapter 166. First in the group, 1 round early. The situation in the group where Roma is located is as follows. After 4 rounds of group matches, Roma has 3 wins and 1 draw, accumulating 10 points, ranking first. Manchester United has 2 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, with 6 points, ranking second. Schalke 04 has 1 win, 1 draw, and 2 losses, with 4 points, ranking third. Auxerre has only managed to earn 1 point against Roma, giving 3 points to Roma, Manchester United, and Schalke 04, ranking at the bottom of the group. However, even Auxerre still has a theoretical chance to advance, as long as they defeat Manchester United and Schalke 04 in their next matches. Schalke 04 or Manchester United can lose 2 in a row. Therefore, by the 5th round, theoretically every team still has the possibility to advance or be eliminated. However, for Roma, they only need to defeat Schalke 04 in the 5th round to secure 13 points and lock in first place in the group. Even if Manchester United wins in the 5th and 6th rounds, they can only reach 12 points, considering that if they do not win this match, they will have to fight desperately against Manchester United at Old Trafford in the final round. Ranieri will definitely send out the main players in this match, aiming for a double victory over Schalke 04. Chapter 167. Hoping the Golden Boy becomes the Ballon d'Or. Meanwhile, the match where Manchester United played away against Auxerre has also ended. Manchester United won on the road, but the players looked unhappy as they walked off the field. This is because the results from the other match had already come in. Manchester United had originally been eager to return to their home ground and teach Roma a lesson. However, there would be no opportunity now. The dust had settled. The last round of matches in this group had completely lost their meaning. The Manchester United players felt quite frustrated, as Roma would likely send a backup lineup to the away match in the final round. Ye Cheng and other main players probably wouldn't even make the 18-man squad. In this situation, even if Manchester United defeated Roma, it wouldn't mean much. Furthermore, Manchester United probably wouldn't waste their main players' energy in this meaningless match. Ferguson, with a dark expression, turned and walked towards the player tunnel. It was over before it even began. Roma secured first place in the group 1 round early. Manchester United secured second place 1 round early. Schalke 04 secured a spot in the UEFA Europa League round of 32 1 round early. Ferguson couldn't help but sigh. Why was the match against Roma scheduled for the last round? It left Manchester United unable to exert their strength. Chapter 168. Wenger. I think he deserves the Ballon d'Or. The 18-year-old boy raised the Ballon d'Or, unabashedly declaring his ambition. The fans of Roma cheered for him. In the media area, reporters stood up and applauded. The journalists from the Dachau were somewhat unaccustomed to seeing this scene. Ye Cheng's blatant declaration of his ambition made it hard for them to associate him with a typical Dachau player. Perhaps only with such a personality could one become a top player, someone whispered. People involved in football in our country shook their heads. Domestic athletes already have a poor reputation. Those with a bit of talent are naturally prioritized by the athletics team. The players who are let through the cracks of the fingers for football are basically just some odd-looking ones. Don't think that physical fitness is not important in football. Back in the days of professional teams, talent selection was directly done from the athletics team. Football talent, especially physical talent, is the easiest to identify, being tall, strong, fast, and explosive. These qualities are tangible and cannot be faked. However, in today's football in Dachau, it is even hard to select players with good physical talent due to the nearly paralyzed selection system. Chapter 169. FIFA Joint Ballon d'Or. Ye is the most outstanding player of last season. Wenger's statement left a group of reporters looking at each other in confusion. Some reporters from Spain were quite unhappy. After all, it was just one season of brilliance, some muttered. But isn't it about one season? Someone reminded. Others began to reflect. Yes, the Ballon d'Or is awarded based on annual performance, right? Yet even the sports reporters who conduct interviews daily tend to consider comprehensive factors. So what about the captains and coaches of the national teams who vote? Perhaps there are indeed some procedural issues with the selection of the FIFA Ballon d'Or. When Ranieri came out from the red carpet, he was also stopped by reporters. Wenger's words were naturally relayed by the reporters. Although Wenger's statement seemed a bit overly flattering, he had said it, and Ranieri could not go back on it. Could he say he doesn't support Ye Cheng winning the Ballon d'Or? Therefore, he said, Professor Wenger is right. I believe he deserves the Ballon d'Or. This season, he has already scored 8 goals in the Champions League, and he tops the league's scoring list, while Messi only scored 6 goals in the group stage. Do you think he can win a Champions League Golden Boot this season? Chapter 170. A foregone conclusion. Ye Cheng did not participate in this battle. He was very busy. After New Year's Day, on January 6th, in the 17th round of the league, the team faced Catania at home, winning 1-0 with all main players present. Ye Cheng's consecutive goal record was thus halted. 3 days later, on January 9th, the team faced Sampdoria away. In this match, Ranieri rotated some players. January's schedule was still quite packed, as the Italian Cup matches were coming up. The teams ranked from 1st to 8th in Serie A last season could participate in the knockout stage after several rounds of competition to form the final 8, ultimately competing for the championship. Compared to domestic cup competitions in other leagues that require several rounds, the Italian Cup is fairly friendly to the top-ranked Serie A teams. They join at the round of 16, moving to the quarterfinals in 2 matches. By playing 2 matches in January, they can reach the semifinals, which are arranged as 2-legged home-and-away knockout matches scheduled for late April. This means that during February, March, and nearly all of April, Serie A teams do not need to consider any domestic cup matches. Chapter 171. Juventus, you need to step up. Lazio indeed found it difficult to overturn the situation after conceding a goal to Roma. The current strength of this Roma team is clearly a level above Lazio. After taking the lead, they quickly turned that advantage into victory. In the 33rd minute of the match, Francesco Totti, amidst the shouts of the commentators. Roma's captain Totti scored with a low right-footed shot from the left side of the penalty area. After scoring, Totti boldly ran to celebrate in front of Lazio's extreme fans, stirring the entire stand. The Roma derby has always been filled with elements of rivalry. Leading by 2 goals at halftime, Roma had basically secured the victory. In the second half, center-back Juan took advantage of a free kick opportunity in the front, heading in another goal. 3-0. Roma completely locked in the win. This was also the final score after the match. Roma defeated Lazio 3-0, advancing to the quarterfinals of the Italian Cup. Among the last 8, they drew Juventus as their opponent, and the time for this quarterfinal match was not far off after finishing the match against Lazio in the round of 16. Chapter 172, Title Race. Fortunately, we only need to focus on ourselves, Ranieri said. He looked very calm, but he quickly became less so. In the 19th minute of the match, Inter Milan scored. They first earned a free kick in the front. Sneijder took the free kick into the penalty area, and center-back Samuel headed it in. Samuel's header. The commentators roared. Home fans booed loudly. Ranieri frowned tightly. His assistant Pellizzaro let out a curse. Damn it. Both of their faces were serious. The pressure of the Champions League knockout stage and the title race suddenly surged up. Ranieri couldn't help but touch his chest, his heart racing. How could it be said that in this world, there are indeed very few teams that can balance both the Champions League and the league? He thought Roma was already strong, but as the season progressed, the pressure accumulated and became greater. Ranieri frowned slightly, genuinely worried that his players would be overwhelmed by this pressure. At San Siro, the fans chanted Sneijder's name. Chapter 173, a great comeback. Ranieri's thinking was generally not a problem. Trailing by 2 goals, pulling back 2 would boost morale, and the opponent would definitely be suppressed. The development of the situation was indeed like that. Inter Milan was overwhelmed by Roma's storming attacks. However, the one thing Ranieri did not account for was Inter Milan's resentment towards Roma. Without Roma, last season, Inter Milan would have been the treble winners, an unprecedented treble winner. Because of Roma, Inter Milan lost 2 championships. This grudge is truly irreconcilable. Facing Roma, the players from Inter Milan, even if they grit their teeth, and even if it's difficult, will never have the thought of giving up. The desire for revenge is always buried in their hearts. Therefore, just 5 minutes after Roma equalized, Inter Milan launched a quick counterattack. Zanetti scored a stunning long-range shot from outside the penalty area, delivering an incredibly high-quality strike. The ball hit the underside of the crossbar and bounced into the goal like a cannonball. Inter Milan. Inter Milan. Inter Milan has scored again. This game is so crazy. 2-3. Roma is trailing again. Zanetti's shot. Oh, even he couldn't believe it. He probably just tried his luck with that shot. Chapter 174. Van Persie. Ranieri breathed a huge sigh of relief. He was originally thinking that if everything went smoothly, he would give a few key players a chance to rest in this match. But unexpectedly, despite Inter Milan's poor form this season, when they gave it their all, they could still unleash surprising strength. This is the foundation of a big club. Fortunately, Roma has the best scorer in the world. Otherwise, this match would have been really precarious. As the final whistle blew, Ranieri turned around and quickly walked towards the player tunnel. His team could not afford a rest for a moment, because they were about to head to London to challenge their first opponent in the Champions League knockout stage, Arsenal. Arsenal's head coach, Mr. Wenger, was also paying attention to this match. He watched a close-up of Ye Cheng on the television, and his brow furrowed tighter and tighter. With such a center forward, who would defend against him in Arsenal's defense? The just recover Vermaelen? Wouldn't he get injured again after just 2 minutes on the field? Koscielny is great, but he really falls short compared to the top central defenders Arsenal used to have. Chapter 175. Champions League knockout stage. The Champions League knockout stage matches are about to begin. The 2 teams that collided in last season's final, Bayern Munich, are coming to challenge Inter Milan away. The 2 sides continue their rivalry from the Champions League final. Will Inter Milan defend their home ground? Or will Bayern Munich successfully take revenge? This showdown is definitely the biggest draw in the Champions League round of 16. Although UEFA always emphasizes that the draw is completely random, just look at each round of the knockout stage. There's basically always one such matchup to ensure high viewership, which shows that it's definitely not truly random. Roma's away challenge against Arsenal is also receiving attention. The shooting duel between Ye Cheng and Van Persie has been hyped up by the English media, generating a lot of buzz. Although Van Persie is determined to defeat Ye Cheng head-on in the match, this remains a competition on the athletic level. In a pre-match interview, the Dutchman spoke highly of Ye Cheng. He is an excellent center forward with strong scoring ability. Last season, he broke the single-season scoring record in Serie A, which is a shocking and admirable achievement. To be honest, it's something I can't accomplish. Chapter 176, Record Crusher Ye. He pushes his body. He turns in. Good shot. The shot hits the crossbar. In the commentary booth, Lineker couldn't help but exclaim. Robson beside him clapped in admiration. Ye's center-forward skills are so proficient. He uses his body to push away opponents, turns, and shoots. These actions are not flashy at all, but they are very practical. Of course, this also relates to Ye's immense strength. Just look at his calf muscles. Oh, his lower body must be quite stable. I feel he might perform even better in the Premier League than in Serie A. Lineker said. Robson laughed heartily. I almost want to call Sir Ferguson. Meanwhile, Wright shook his head repeatedly. Arsenal's defense really struggles to withstand Ye's attacks. How did Koscielny grow to this height and have no physical presence at all? Arsenal is not a team that relies on defense. If they can play to their strengths at home, they can still compete with Roma, no matter how strong Ye is. He is just one part of Roma's attacking system. Lineker still remembered his position. After all, he is an English commentator, and in Champions League matches, he certainly has to support the English teams. Chapter 177. Ye Cheng's positioning stabilize the situation, stabilize it, and don't rush to attack. Wenger quickly instructed. He certainly wouldn't explain why at this moment. It wouldn't be Fabregas who needed an explanation. Fabregas quickly nodded, adjusted his captain's armband, and turned back onto the field. He kept signaling with his hands down, telling his teammates to stabilize. Arsenal had been under siege for most of the half. Now, it was time for them to showcase their strengths. This is at the Emirates Stadium. Van Persie looked at Ye Cheng, who was celebrating his goal. He had kept his words in check before the match. After all, he had no personal grudge against Ye Cheng. However, that didn't mean he needed to be polite on the field. In competitive sports, success cannot be achieved by being overly courteous and humble. Those few who reach the top, regardless of their personalities, must have a competitive spirit. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it this far. Van Persie knew that stretching the season's goal tally would be difficult to compare with Ye Cheng's. However, he didn't think he was inferior to Ye Cheng because he felt their styles and tactical roles were different. Chapter 178, Different Center Forwards Now. Defenders have summarized some optimal experiences when defending against Ye Cheng. For example, when he has the ball outside the penalty area, never get too close. Once you get too close, you give him the opportunity to body check you. Unless you are very confident in your physical confrontation ability, otherwise, don't attempt this. Koscielny knows this too. Therefore, when Ye Cheng received the ball outside the penalty area, he maintained a reasonable distance, preventing Ye Cheng from utilizing his physical confrontation skills. At the same time, he remained vigilant for Ye Cheng's turn. If the opponent intended to pull the ball and turn, he could quickly pounce to complete the defense at that distance. His approach was backed by data. Ye Cheng scored 28 goals in this season's Serie A, with a high proportion of headers, totaling 12, and 6 goals from foot shots within the penalty area. The remaining 10 goals were all long-range shots from outside the penalty area. Specifically, regarding goals scored after turning with the ball at his back. Statistics show there were 8 such goals, 6 of which were scored due to defenders being pushed away too tightly. Only 2 goals were scored by using foot skills to evade opponents. Chapter 179, Wenger's Method. Yeah, a brace. Roma leads 2-1 away. Arsenal is forced into a corner. They must respond. With the commentator's voice, the camera zoomed in on Van Persie. The Dutchman had his hands on his hips, staring into the distance, and his expression revealed nothing of his thoughts. In fact, he was focused on Ye Cheng. This summer player put immense pressure on him. Van Persie's hands on his hips grasped his rib muscles, his jaw clenched. This guy is truly formidable. But I'm formidable too. In the subsequent match, the Arsenal players, playing at home, completely shed any mental burdens. Their only task was to attack. After scoring, Roma retreated. Ranieri was very satisfied with this outcome. If they could take a 2-1 victory away from home, their advantage back at their own stadium would be significant. Thus, in this situation, it was only natural for Roma to fall back and counterattack. Arsenal's fierce assault failed to break through Roma's goal in the first half. As the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, Chapter 180 hat trick. Although Arsenal of this era is significantly weaker than at their peak, they are still at the tail end of their prime, maintaining a stable position in the top 4 of the Premier League. Therefore, When Arsenal's players began to attack with all their might at home, not only Roma, but even Real Madrid might struggle to hold on. At this moment, Wilshere could indeed be considered the Prince of England. If only his speed were a bit faster, he could be seen as a lower-tier Messi. As the second half began, Wilshere attempted to break forward with the ball, attracting defenders before suddenly passing to Fabregas. Wilshere's previous moves were designed to create passing space for Fabregas. The Spaniard did not stop the ball, but instead made a direct through pass. The football traveled between two Roma defenders to the right flank. At this moment, Van Persie still had an excellent burst of speed. He was originally positioned parallel to Juan, but suddenly took off the moment Fabregas made the pass. One was left behind by a step. Meanwhile, the ball was already at his feet. Van Persie. In the stands, Arsenal fans were already chanting. Without waiting for the ball to stop, Chapter 181 half a body into the top 8. Hat trick! Hat trick! Oh God, what can't he do? Van Persie is in peak form, but unfortunately, he is up against Ye Cheng. This is his 11th Champions League goal. 11th. The 11th of the season. He has scored nearly as many goals as Van Nistelrooy's record after just 7 Champions League matches. The commentary box erupted. Amidst this excitement, the away fans in the Emirates Stadium jumped up. Ye, long live! The entire stadium echoed with their cheers. Before this, their voices had been completely suppressed by the home fans. Now, most of the home Arsenal fans were dumbfounded, staring at the pitch. They had not yet reacted to the goal conceded. It is worth noting that just before this goal, Arsenal was attacking fiercely, seemingly on the verge of breaking through Roma's goal to take the lead, but in an instant, the football was already spinning in their own net. Ye Cheng, beautiful, beautiful. He received a high ball just past the center circle, then used his strong body to overpower Koscielny. Yes, overpower. Chapter 182. The fierce Arsenal Roma won the first leg 3-2 away. Most people believe that Roma was almost certain to advance. However, in the post-match press conference, Ranieri stated that this result did not mean Roma could rest easy. Arsenal could potentially win by 2 goals at home. Although this possibility was relatively low, it was not impossible. AC Milan had once led 4-1 only to be overturned in the second leg. Moreover, it was only a 3-2 lead, just 1 goal ahead. Wenger also stated that the match was not over and that Arsenal would not give up. Ye Cheng was being interviewed wearing Van Persie's jersey. As the victor, he was quite gracious. Although Van Persie was in a bad mood, he did not show it. Ye Cheng's style is like this. If you respect me a little, I will respect you a lot. But if you are impolite, I will be even more impolite. Harder when hard, softer when soft. They are strong. We will definitely not be complacent in the second leg. Ye Cheng said to the media. Back in Rome, the Roma team received a warm cheer from their fans. Chapter 183. Standing shoulder to shoulder with legends in the next corner, Arsenal also created a threat. First, the ball was headed out, and Wilshere, receiving it outside, took a long shot that was deflected by a defender. Arsenal continued with the corner kick. The second corner was directly sent into the penalty area, where center-back Vermaelen got a head on it, but it went slightly wide. Arsenal's first wave of attack after the kickoff ended like this. In just under 2 minutes, they created 3 shots. This shocked the home fans of Roma, many of whom were sweating profusely. On the commentary desk, the Italian commentator Giovanni furrowed his brows. The match has just begun, and Arsenal's attacking wave is quite terrifying. If Arsenal scores early, the flow of the match could be unpredictable. In the away stands, Arsenal fans are ecstatic. They seem to see hope for a comeback. People always talk about home advantage, but when it comes to the specifics of the match, it's hard to say how much home advantage really matters. The differences in home and away records can only be discussed over an entire season. For a specific match, there are too many factors that can influence the outcome. Chapter 184. Won my signed jersey? 12 Champions League goals, and he achieved this feat just in the round of 16 knockout stage. That's truly impressive. Under these updates, numerous media accounts began to share the news, and countless fans flooded the comments. One amazing giant. He is not even 20 yet and already rivals Van Nistelrooy. It's shocking that he didn't win the Ballon d'Or last year. This year, it definitely will. Come to Real Madrid. Madrid welcomes you. Big guy from Dacia. Come to Manchester City. We can offer you the most shocking salary. He can already stand shoulder to shoulder with Messi and Ronaldo. I feel like it won't be long before he breaks records. The comments from countless fans are filled with admiration for Ye Cheng's achievements. Raul embraced Ye Cheng, expressing, "You're truly an astonishing guy. I've always said you would definitely become the player with the most goals in Champions League history. Players from Roma surged forward. At the Stadio Olimpico, the cheers of the fans echoed through the sky. All Roma fans stood up, waving Ye Cheng's name and raising their hands in unison in a gesture of worship towards the stands. Chapter 185, the quarterfinals. When Roma earned another corner kick, all the Dachau fans began to feel excited. In the Dachau National Television studio, commentator He Wei felt the same way. He even began to sweat nervously. A sense of impending historic moment washed over him. When Ye Cheng leaped high into the air, he could hardly speak. 13th. The record for the most goals in a single Champions League season now belongs to Ye Cheng. He Wei stood up, gripping the microphone, staring at the monitor. The ball went in. 13th. 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 13th Champions League goal. He did it. He did it. This is the record-breaking goal. He surpassed legends. He created history. Ah! At this moment, I felt an epic sense belonging to history. He Wei raised one arm, pressing the microphone fiercely against his mouth, shouting wildly. In front of the television, all Dachau fans jumped up. Incredible. You go, oh wow. Chapter 186. Enough of a buzz with Roma eliminating Arsenal. Many Italian media outlets believe that this Roma team is the strongest in the past 30 years and likely irreplicable. Even if Ye Cheng stays with Roma next season, they probably one-team match the current strength of this Roma team. This is because veterans like Raul, Tati, Van Bommel, and Metzelder are in great form this season. Although Ye Cheng is the most dazzling player in Roma's lineup, without the support of these veterans to uphold the team's core framework, he wouldn't be able to perform so well. However, veterans in their 30s tend to decline each season, and next season they may face a cliff-like drop in form due to injuries or simply age. Now, Roma has reached the quarterfinals of the Champions League, matching their best performance since the format change. They are in great form. Among the quarterfinalists, they seem capable of competing against any opponent. A week later, all 8 quarterfinalists were determined. Roma, Real Madrid, Manchester United, Chelsea, Barcelona, Inter Milan, Tottenham, and Shakhtar Donetsk. Chapter 187. The Chinese war god bomber since Raul and Real Madrid. Mourinho and Roma all have a buzz. The media naturally wanted to interview the parties involved. Raul did not show his attachment to Real Madrid during the media interview. As a professional player, he wouldn't say anything inappropriate while leading Roma and about to face Real Madrid in the Champions League quarterfinals. His current identity is not the captain of Real Madrid, but a player of Roma. Mourinho accomplished incredible work at Real Madrid, making them a heavyweight team in the Champions League knockout stage. We will prepare seriously for the match against Real Madrid. Raul said, does he have any thoughts about returning to Madrid? The Bernabeu is a place I'm very familiar with. Perhaps it will allow me to create some trouble for Real Madrid. Raul winked and made a little joke. The Real Madrid fans watching this on television had mixed feelings. Their captain is about to return to the Bernabeu as an opponent, leaving them unsure how to face Raul. In Madrid, reporters interviewed Mourinho. Chapter 188. Ronaldo's fighting spirit on April 3rd, during the 31st round of the league. The last match before the Champions League quarterfinal, Roma will challenge Fiorentina away. When this matter was brought up, Ranieri was quite furious. Roma had requested to postpone this match because immediately after, they would be playing away against Real Madrid. 2 consecutive away games would put a lot of pressure on the team. The schedule arrangement was unreasonable. However, Serie A directly rejected the request. Roma is currently a team under bank trusteeship, unlike Juventus or AC Milan, which have strong backing in Italy. Their influence is very limited. In fact, there have been many voices in Italy suggesting that clubs like Roma making efforts in the Champions League is simply a waste of time. The Torrent Sports Daily conducted an in-depth analysis. For Roma, they should do their utmost to compete for the league title. The logic of cup competitions like the Champions League is different from that of the league. The league tests stability and the ability to dominate weaker teams. In this regard, Roma, with Ye Cheng, need not worry at all. For most mid to lower tier teams, Ye Cheng is a lethal weapon. However, in the Champions League, especially after reaching the quarterfinals, can a striker like Ye Cheng, who relies on physicality and impact, perform against strong teams like Real Madrid and Barcelona? Chapter 189. Despite the pass. The match between Roma and Real Madrid. The excitement in Dachau is certainly higher than that of the Premier League clash between Manchester United and Chelsea. 2 hours before the match, when the Roma players emerged from their hotel, a large number of Dachau media gathered to take photos. This match made the Dachau media excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline. They attributed many meanings to this match, such as being the first Dachau player to play at the Bernabeu. Ye Cheng found this significance puzzling. If this is worth boasting about, then in La Liga, besides Real Madrid, there are 19 other teams, meaning at least over 300 players each season will play at the Bernabeu. However, the fact that a Dachau player is playing at the Bernabeu indeed excited fans back home. After all, Dachau football holds such a status in the global football scene. Just having a player appear at the Bernabeu can keep Dachau media and fans buzzing for a long time. The camera followed the Roma players as they boarded the bus. A reporter from Dachau National Television excitedly announced to the camera, "The Roma players are boarding the bus to the Bernabeu." Chapter 190, Attack and Defense. In the players' tunnel at the Bernabeu, both teams lined up. The entire Bernabeu had transformed into a boiling volcano, erupting with amazing momentum and energy. Previously, Ye Cheng had heard some legends about the Bernabeu and its fans, but he had to admit that he was influenced by some overly rigid impressions. After all, this stadium holds 80,000 people. The collective roar of 80,000 voices creates an astonishing atmosphere. As the referee led the players onto the field, the sound seemed to suddenly break through some kind of barrier. With a booming sound, the wave of noise vibrated through Ye Cheng's hair. To be a top club, this stadium is truly remarkable. Ye Cheng looked around the stadium. The stands were a sea of white. Real Madrid fans waved white flags, forming a spectacular white wall. The DJ was calling out the names of every Real Madrid player. Next, our number 7, Cristiano Ronaldo. The decibel level shot up, making it feel as if the grass beneath their feet was shaking. Chapter 191, Right Foot. Raul. Raul is charging with the ball. This announcement left many Real Madrid fans in front of the TV feeling dazed. Raul is still Raul, but the jersey he wears is no longer white, which made some Real Madrid fans feel uncomfortable. In the Bernabeu, the fans didn't want to boo Raul, nor could they cheer for Roma. Thus, the Real Madrid fans chose silence. The away fans' cheers finally broke through the silence. Amidst the cheers, Raul faced the incoming defensive player Khedira. He didn't choose to force his way through. On one hand, his speed was no longer what it used to be, and, on the other hand, he was no longer the main attacking point for Roma. He was looking for Ye Cheng's position. Ye Cheng actively moved closer to Raul. Without hesitation, Raul made a direct lateral pass. Ramos was bumped by Ye Cheng, and by the time he regained his focus, Ye Cheng had already shaken off his defense. At this moment, Xabi Alonso had to come over to defend. Alonso's defense wasn't too bad, but compared to center-back Ramos, his advantages certainly weren't in defense. As the ball left Raul's foot, Chapter 192, just an accident. Oh wow. As the ball hit the net, the boos in the entire Bernabeu ceased abruptly. When Italian commentator Giovanni, who was the first to react, shouted out, the Bernabeu finally came back to life from the silence. Booing, cheers, gasps, various sounds collided in the Bernabeu. The ball went in. The ball went in. He scored his 14th goal in this season's Champions League. His record isn't stopping. His record continues. 0-1. The away team Roma is leading. They have gained a valuable away goal. Oh, beautiful. A stunning long-range shot. Look at this shot. Look at this shot. The camera followed Ye Cheng as he excitedly slid on his knees to celebrate at the corner flag. He suddenly leaped up, his knees hitting the ground, sliding forward, and was immediately overwhelmed by his rushing teammates. Ding. Achievement system refreshed. Chapter 193. How can one not shed tears? Ranieri did not see this as an accident. He knew very well that conceding a goal at the Bernabeu is a normal occurrence. His goal was clear, to avoid losing while securing an away goal. And even if they lost, it should only be by a small margin of 1 goal. Therefore, he went to the sidelines to calm the players and urge them to continue defending. A score of 1-1 is beneficial for Roma. They need not rush. On the contrary, it should be Real Madrid that is anxious. At this moment, the most important thing is to not concede another goal. Therefore, he instructed Raul, Totti, and Simone Pepe to drop back, leaving Ye Cheng to hold the line. As long as they pinned down the 2 center-backs, preventing them from joining the attack, it would be a significant contribution to defense. After the match restarted, people noticed that Roma had retreated even more thoroughly. Ye Cheng didn't even cross half of the field. He was hovering near the center circle. Ramos was itching to make a move. However, considering the threat Ye Cheng posed to the Real Madrid defense before this, he really dared not leave Ye Cheng unattended and let his teammate Pepe guard him alone. So, he could only maintain his position and move around Ye Cheng. Chapter 194. Real Madrid's defense offside. Mourinho was extremely angry, raising his hand and shouting at the referee on the field. He had every reason to be furious. Roma had scored 2 away goals and was leading. This had almost pushed Real Madrid to the edge of a cliff. The Real Madrid players were also struggling to accept the current situation. Their opponent's sudden counterattack caught them off guard. They thought Roma would, like in the first half, settle for a 1-1 draw and defend it. Who would have thought that they would launch a fierce counterattack in the second half? This counterattack struck right at the heart of Real Madrid. They conceded another goal. Ramos and Pepe ran towards the assistant referee. He was offside. He was offside. They shouted at the assistant referee, but the assistant referee ignored them and ran towards the center line. They went to argue with the main referee, who shook his head, indicating that there was no problem with the play. The television broadcast quickly replayed the moment Totti passed the ball, showing the positions of Ye Cheng, Ramos, and Pepe. Ye Cheng leaned forward, but it was evident that although Ramos was running back to create an offside, Pepe was much slower to react and remain behind. It was a mistake in creating an offside. Chapter 195. The disheartened Real Madrid players Ramos's confidence was almost completely worn down by Ye Cheng. This guy's physicality was too abnormal. Ramos was a very strong central defender, but when facing Ye Cheng, he found that he couldn't hold his ground in physical confrontations. Moreover, Ye Cheng's playing style made it difficult for Ramos. Other forwards would avoid him, but this guy would seek him out. Just like now, he actively closed in on him, and before receiving the ball, he leaned back to bump into him, pushing him away to receive the ball. If Ramos came close again, Ye Cheng would slightly bend his waist and bump him again. This guy was like a center in basketball, actively seeking space. He used his body to bully Ramos. After several encounters, Ramos began to experience physical issues. He was a fitness freak, but in such confrontations, he had to give his all every time. In the 75th minute of the match, Roma successfully intercepted the ball in the backfield. This time, Real Madrid's players dared not slowly fall back. Marcelo and Arbeloa, being able to play like wingers, were naturally not slow. Chapter 196. World-class teams in the mixed zone. Most of the Real Madrid players were unwilling to accept interviews from reporters. They could guess what questions the reporters would ask with their toes. Ramos, however, did not avoid it. Yes, he is strong. I was completely at a disadvantage in my confrontations with him in this match. Ramos shook his head and said, "But I will not give up. In the next round of encounters, I will limit him." Our performance in this match was terrible. This is not the standard of Real Madrid. Fortunately, we have a next round. In the next round, the fans will see a different Real Madrid. Can Real Madrid turn it around? A reporter asked. Ramos looked very determined. We must believe that we can turn it around in the next round. However, he quickly added, of course, it will be difficult. The Real Madrid captain Casillas, who conceded 3 goals, could not avoid an interview. In the interview, Casillas said, Real Madrid will not give up. Real Madrid has never given up. We will believe that we can do what others cannot. We will fight until the last moment for the players of Real Madrid. Chapter 197. Awaiting the mountain battle, the first leg of the quarterfinals wrapped up this week. Aside from Roma's 3-1 victory over Real Madrid, the results of the other matches were as follows. The Roma fans were most concerned about their opponents in this half. Manchester United drew 1-1 with Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. This result was favorable for Manchester United, as they did not lose away and also secured an away goal. In the other half, Barcelona won 3-0 against Shakhtar Donetsk at home. Although the second leg will be in distant Ukraine, with summer approaching, the climate in Ukraine is unlikely to pose any trouble for Barcelona. These Eastern European teams, far from Western Europe, have lost their greatest weapon during the group stage, the weather. Under these circumstances, Barcelona's entry into the semi-finals is a done deal. Therefore, after the result of this match, the Catalan media, as usual, began to mock and tease Real Madrid. Inter Milan hosted Tottenham. Maicon has probably had nightmares this year, 70 of which are about Bale. Redknapp's team defeated Inter Milan 2-1 away thanks to Bale's outstanding performance. Chapter 198. Ranieri's confidence, a score of 3-1, is indeed quite awkward, neither here nor there. If it were 2-1, Roma wouldn't have much to say. They would just need to play cautiously at home. If it were 4-1, Real Madrid would probably be in despair. But it's 3-1, which makes the situation a bit delicate. At least on the Madrid side, the media and fans have not given up. Before the match, the local media in Madrid launched a battle mobilization. Various reports and statements were quite shocking, making it seem like Madrid was in the midst of a second reclamation campaign. Every player representing Real Madrid in Rome must clearly understand that they are fighting for the honor of Real Madrid. This is a final that belongs to Madrid. Real Madrid's players must give their all. Winning by 3 goals at the Olympic Stadium in Rome, many said it was impossible, it couldn't happen. But Real Madrid is a club that excels at creating miracles. Although the Madrid media spoke passionately, but in other countries, the media usually does not look favorably on Real Madrid when previewing this match. Chapter 199. Roma's offensive strategy. Ranieri indeed did not let Roma play too conservatively. Many Italian media claimed before the match that Roma, playing at home, only needed to defend to advance to the semifinals. But Ranieri could not think that way. There is a saying, defense relies on discipline, attack relies on talent. Although this saying is somewhat too generalized on the offensive end, a moment of brilliance from a star player can indeed help the team win the match. Real Madrid often relies on the brilliance of its stars to secure victories in major matches. They certainly do not lack star players. Moreover, football matches are not just cold data confrontations. It is like a war. Any factor can potentially affect the final outcome of the match. Ranieri dared not bet that no Real Madrid star would explode in this match. Therefore, he still let his players play as they usually do. When there are offensive opportunities, they must not miss them. On the other hand, Real Madrid did not dare to play as they did in the last match. This was specifically reflected in their reluctance to let Ramos defend Ye Cheng alone. This led to the situation where, when Roma pressed forward to attack, Ye Cheng single-handedly occupied several Real Madrid players, and among the forwards in the real squad, only Di Maria was actively defending. Chapter 200. UEFA Champions League semi-finals. Real Madrid is behind. Although Mourinho's Real Madrid broke the hex of the round of 16, they are likely to fall in the quarterfinals. Mourinho still has a lot of work to do at Real Madrid. His team is expected to end this season empty-handed. The commentators were saying this, while the Real Madrid fans in front of the TV were all frowning. The camera also gave a shot of the away fans. On the away stand, Real Madrid fans were mostly wearing the same expression, either standing or sitting, but they were all frowning, looking serious and anxious. Not far away, the Roma fans were singing and dancing. Although the match had not yet reached 20 minutes, the Roma fans believed that Roma had already secured the win. This Real Madrid team had not put Roma under much pressure. In terms of the game, they were relatively evenly matched. However, in terms of attacking efficiency, Roma was far superior to Real Madrid. The camera gave a close-up of Ye Cheng walking back along the sidelines, pumping his fist and waving at the stands. The Roma fans in the stands immediately responded with huge cheers. Chapter 201. Internazionale Milan retirement. Home. The league and the Champions League have both entered the final sprint stage. Real Madrid returned to Spain, and the media in Madrid were busy with their narratives, while the Catalonia media was busy mocking their arch-rivals. The Italian media was surprised by Roma's performance in this season's Champions League. Now, Serie A only as Roma left needing to juggle the Continental Cup matches. All other Serie A teams had already been eliminated from the Champions League and Europa League. The media highly praised Roma for being able to eliminate Real Madrid. Ye Cheng had raised his goal tally in the Champions League to 16, which also made the media around the world exclaim that the Chinese warrior bomber was unstoppable. After this round of the Champions League, Ranieri mentioned in a media interview about facing his old club Chelsea. Chelsea had made a leap in recent years and had become a powerhouse. This would not be an easy match, Ranieri said. Chelsea's coach Ancelotti was recently under pressure. In the Premier League, Chelsea had clearly fallen behind in the title race against Manchester United. This season's Premier League champion was likely to be Ferguson's Manchester United again, completing a three-peat. Chapter 202. Blow it up. This season's main task is an incredibly glorious season. What counts as glorious? In Ye Cheng's view, winning the treble would be considered glorious, right? He had never exposed his ambitions to the outside world because he felt that this was his goal. If he said it too early, it would only invite ridicule from outsiders. Does Roma deserve to win the treble? Ye Cheng knew that he just needed to keep leading the team to win. Now that the team had reached the semi-finals of the Champions League, the semi-finals of the Coppa Italia, and was at the top of the league, why couldn't he think about the treble? At the beginning of this match, Ye Cheng was very excited. His opponents Lucio and Samuel were already old rivals. Last season, he had faced them multiple times, and they were very familiar with each other. As soon as the match started, the Inter Milan players were very focused. They all knew how to reduce Ye Cheng's scoring efficiency. On one hand, they had to mark him closely, and on the other, they had to limit the passes from other players to Ye Cheng. From the start of the match, the situation was very clear. The home team, Roma, was clearly aiming to resolve the opponent in one leg. Chapter 203, Remnants of the Old Era. In fact, Inter Milan certainly knew about Ye Cheng's threat in the air. In the first half, they defended against Ye Cheng very tightly. With everyone compacting, they had enough numbers to limit the opponent's crosses from the flanks. This meant that Ye Cheng had little opportunity to capitalize on his aerial advantage in the first half. In the second half, Roma quickly unified their thoughts and no longer pursued crossing from the byline. Instead, they opted for long passes and aerial bombardments. Seeing the scene, the Milan commentator was very upset. When did Roma become an English team? But it must be said that this attacking style put a lot of pressure on the Inter Milan players who were compacting their defense, especially the two center-backs. They had to repeatedly confront Ye Cheng while moving. Such confrontations consumed a lot of energy. Lucio and Samuel quickly found it hard to keep up in the second half. When Raul passed the ball into the penalty area again, they clearly noticed that their strength in confrontation and jumping height had begun to decline. Such long-distance crosses usually make it very difficult for attacking players to successfully head the ball. Chapter 204, The Powerful Blue Army. Chelsea, after finishing the match against Inter Milan. The next challenge was the 34th round of the league, where Roma would host Chievo. After this match, the team will face Chelsea at home. Therefore, Ranieri did not start veterans Raul, Totti, and Van Bommel in this match. The team made some rotations, which was inevitable. Ye Cheng helped Roma take the lead in the 13th minute. The team then withdrew, adopting a very compact formation to deal with the opponent. For Roma, even playing at home, the efficiency of securing 3 points is far more important than winning beautifully. Chievo initially did not dare to push forward, but in the second half, they finally could not hold back. They launched a full-scale attack, but this also gave Roma an opportunity. With a counterattack, young forward Okaka scored a goal, locking the score at 2-0. After the 2-0 lead, Ranieri immediately began substituting players. Ye Cheng came off, and Ranieri started preparing for the first leg of the Champions League semi-final in 4 days. As the commentator spoke, all the fans at the Olympic Stadium stood up and applauded Ye Cheng. Chapter 205. This is Chelsea's counterattack. The players are entering the field, and the first leg of the Champions League semi-final, where Roma hosts Chelsea, is about to begin. In this match, Ye Cheng will face Chelsea's ironclad defense. Can he break through the defenses of this tough Blues team? In the studio of Dasha National Television, commentator He Wei took a deep breath. In the live streaming room, the barrage of comments quickly filled the entire screen. It's finally happening. Real Madrid has passed, so eliminating Chelsea shouldn't be too much of a challenge, right? Not necessarily, brother. Chelsea's defense is much stronger than Real Madrid's. Cup matches rely on defense. Chelsea's hopes of winning the league this season are basically gone. They are left with only the Champions League. Will this group of old boys at Chelsea fulfill their dreams this season? I'm a Chelsea fan, and I hope Drogba, Lampard, and Terry can realize their Champions League dream, but I don't mind if Ye Cheng progresses. Just as everyone was discussing, both teams' players had already stepped onto the field. The captains, Totti and Terry, were deciding sides. In the commentary booth, the commentary team from England Sky Sports was fully prepared, except for the star commentator Lineker. Chapter 206. This defender is a bit reckless. Ancelotti excitedly dashed to the sidelines, raising his arms in celebration. He knows Roma's team too well. He understands Italian teams very well. After the celebration, he glanced at his old rival Ranieri, raising his eyebrows with some pride. Ancelotti sat back down on the bench. He had studied Roma's team closely. This team relies heavily on offense, especially on Ye Cheng's performance. No matter what approach they take, the ultimate way to win the game is to activate Ye Cheng's abilities. Therefore, before the match, he instructed Chelsea's players to play efficiently away from home. They could have little ball possession and did not need to pass complicatedly. Counterattacks, using the wings, breaking through. As long as they could score, that was enough. Now, with an away goal secured, the balance of victory has tilted towards Chelsea. Ancelotti seemed to already see himself lifting his third Champions League trophy as a coach. During his playing days, he won 3 Champions League titles. After becoming a coach, he led AC Milan to 2 Champions League victories. This means that, as a player, he has 3 Champions League titles, and as a coach, he has 2. Chapter 207. What is a core player? During this time, Roma's offense began to gain momentum. The old fox Ancelotti keenly sensed this. He immediately made slight adjustments. Defense. Everyone fall back. Do not give them space. Strictly limit their center forward's possession. Ancelotti pulled Terry aside to explain. Terry nodded repeatedly and quickly communicated Ancelotti's latest instructions to the other Chelsea players. Perhaps other big clubs still want to play beautifully and pursue attacking football, but for Chelsea, the DNA of this team is extreme pragmatism. They will use any tactic that can secure victory without hesitation. This may be a characteristic of a team that rose during the Golden Age. They may not have the so-called heritage that some traditional giants are proud of, but they have advantages that these giants do not. They carry less historical baggage. Chelsea is just like that. Soon, their defensive setup underwent new changes. Torres, Maluda, Mata, Lampard, and others all withdrew. In the defensive 30-meter area, they formed an impenetrable defensive stance. It became nearly impossible for Ye Cheng to wait for a teammate's cross in the penalty area. Chapter 208, The Cannon Shot. Ye Cheng. A fierce duel. He is still in possession. He is still in possession. Forward Ye shoots. Go, wow. Ye. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, this is a goal with a strong personal touch. Look at his physique. Look at his strength. He is unabashedly showcasing the aesthetics of violence. 1-1. Roma equalized before the end of the first half. Roma has revived their hopes of advancing to the Champions League final. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, the roar of the crowd at the Olympic Stadium surged like a tsunami, sweeping through the stands. Ye, long live! The fans leaped up, their faces fierce, shouting. They clenched their fists, waved them forward, and collectively stomped their feet, shaking the stands. The television picture shook violently. The camera firmly focused on Ye Cheng, who had just scored. After Ye Cheng shot the ball, his gaze followed the football into the net. Then he leaned back, spread his arms, and ran wildly toward the corner flag area, where he was engulfed by the rushing substitute players. Chapter 209. The match has reached its climax. On Chelsea's side, Ancelotti emphasized defense. The advantage of playing away first lies here. The second leg will be played at their home ground, giving Chelsea a psychological advantage. If Roma cannot achieve a good result at home, then in the second leg away, they will face tremendous pressure. The current score is very favorable for Chelsea. Ancelotti is determined to maintain this score, but that doesn't mean Chelsea will give up on attacking. We don't need to rush. They should be the ones in a hurry. Ancelotti said, as the time left in the match decreases, the pressure from this score will only increase on them, making it more likely for them to make mistakes. And once they do, Ancelotti suddenly slapped the table. We will have another chance to extend our lead. In fact, Ancelotti is quite satisfied with the score of 1-1. But if they could win 2-1 away, why not? He doesn't know if Roma will become anxious as the match time progresses. What he says now is merely to encourage his players to defend with confidence. Chapter 210. Charge forward. Ye. It's gone shot. Terry. My God. He deflected the ball with his head. Amidst the exclamations, Ye Cheng, who completed the shot, was pulled down by Luiz. At the same time, Terry rushed up and used his head to deflect the ball out of bounds. Ye Cheng showed a surprised expression. Toddy came over to help Ye Cheng up. How do you feel? Good opponent. Ye Cheng said, growing more excited. Such opponents indeed make one feel a bit passionate. Ding. Side quest activated. Break Chelsea's defense. Win the match. Even the side quest has been activated. Ye Cheng glanced at it. The color is yellow. Recently activated side quests have mostly been green small tasks, offering only a few thousand experience points. The skills Ye Cheng currently possesses require hundreds of thousands of experience points to upgrade. Defeating Chelsea is surprisingly a yellow difficulty task. He took a deep breath. The greatest respect for an opponent is to defeat them. Terry shook his head and stood up, looking very serious. Chelsea's defense is already quite tight, but Ye Cheng always finds a way to take a shot. This guy who can break the single-season goal record in Serie A is truly remarkable. Chapter 211. The final that decides who advances to the final. Everyone was stunned. Amidst the cheers of the Stadio Olimpico in Rome, the commentary booth, media seats, both coaches' benches, and even the players on the field all paused for a moment. It wasn't until Ye Cheng rushed to the sidelines that everyone reacted. He broke through Chelsea's entire defensive system. He single-handedly destroyed Chelsea's defense. He is too strong. My God, is he really a human from Earth? Italian commentator Maria exclaimed. Nearby, Ye was equally excited. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. This is a stunning goal. Ye Cheng continuously broke through Chelsea's midfield and defense line. In the end, even Cahill and Terry couldn't stop him. The television station was broadcasting the entire process of the goal. It was a goal full of Ye Cheng's characteristics. So shocking. With the two closing and being pushed aside, who else is there? Ranieri excitedly rushed out of the coach's seat. Meanwhile, Ancelotti's expression turned stiff. To concede such a goal just before the end of the match makes the second leg of the match between both sides quite intriguing. Chapter 2:12. Just one goal needed. Unlike the first leg, in this match, Chelsea fielded two strikers, Torres and Drogba, both starting, with Lampard behind them. Chelsea played a formation similar to 43-12. Malouda started in a defensive midfield position, but in fact, after the match began, he almost played as a winger. Ancelotti set up this asymmetrical formation to deal with Roma. The goal, naturally, was to launch an attack at home. After the match began, when Ancelotti saw Raul sitting on the bench and Roma set up a 4,411 formation, he was not surprised at all. Even when Totti dropped back, the formation became 451, with only Ye Cheng up front, while the others fully retreated to defend. This situation was similar to the first leg when both teams faced off at the Stadio Olimpico, but the roles were reversed. Now Roma was defending and Chelsea was attacking. Ancelotti was not in a hurry. He believed in his team's attacking capabilities at home. Chelsea only needed one goal to eliminate Roma. This was a game of patience against the opponent. Chelsea, playing at home, was not anxious. Chapter 2:13, Personal and Team Goals. In Roma's midfield, De Rossi, Van Bommel, Perrotta, and Pizarro all started. In front of them was Totti. At the cost of losing the speed of counterattacks up front, they gained a very solid Italian-style dense defense. As the second half entered the 65th minute, Ranieri began to notice a phenomenon. Chelsea's attacks started to become simple and crude. Their number of passes began to decrease, and the crosses into the box were getting farther away. These things could only prove one thing. Chelsea was getting anxious. He approached the sidelines, observed for 2 minutes, and decided to make substitutions. In the 69th minute, Raul and Simone Pepe came on. They replaced Perrotta and Pizarro. Roma restored their most commonly used formation this season. They were about to start exerting themselves. After the two forwards came on, Roma's counterattacks began to pose a greater threat. Seeing his opponent make adjustments, Ancelotti also made targeted defensive changes. However, after strengthening the defense, while they limited Roma's counterattacks, they also weakened their own offensive momentum. The balance between the two sides remained unbroken. Chapter 2:14 advanced to the final. On the television screen, Chelsea's coach Ancelotti appeared with a serious expression clearly visible to the entire world. This top coach, who once built the Milan dynasty, seemed really unsuited for the Premier League. His current gaze was somewhat vacant. This indicated that even Ancelotti felt somewhat helpless about the current situation. The faces of Chelsea's players were also grim. They all know what it means to concede a goal at this point in time. The UEFA Champions League final is already drifting further away from them. In the stands, Chelsea fans have fallen silent. At Stamford Bridge, only the cheers of Roma players and fans celebrating the goal remain. This is the worst situation. The camera switches to the VIP seats in the stands. Chelsea owner Abramovich also has a gloomy face. Looking at Abramovich's expression, we should know that Ancelotti's time at Stamford Bridge is limited, said English commentator Liker. Everyone knows that Abramovich is an impatient owner. Sacking coaches is practically a daily routine for him. If Chelsea ends up with nothing this season, it would be quite normal for Ancelotti to be fired by him. Chapter 2:15. The real final under the expectant gaze of reporters. Ye Cheng and his teammates finally finished their celebrations on the field and started to leave for the locker room. Naturally, they had to pass through the mixed zone. Ye Cheng was predictably surrounded by reporters from around the world. The questions were naturally about this match and the upcoming final. 6 consecutive knockout matches without scoring? I don't care about that. Ye Cheng shrugged. I'm more focused on the team's victory. We can now go and play the final. That's what matters to me. In the final, your opponent will be Barcelona, whose strength is well known. Does Roma have confidence in defeating them at Wembley Stadium? A reporter asked. Of course. If I said we didn't have confidence, we might as well just hand the trophy to Barcelona, Ye Cheng replied calmly. Now that we've reached the final, we will definitely give it our all. Can you score in the final? Another reporter asked. To everyone's surprise, Ye Cheng was no longer calm this time. He smiled slightly. Yes. All the reporters didn't expect Ye Cheng to be so concise, and before they could react, he had already turned and walked away. Chapter 2:16. The mountaintop battle. While media from other European countries were still focusing on the UEFA Champions League semi-finals and the outlook for the final, Italian media had already shifted their focus back to domestic affairs. After all, the Champions League final was still more than 20 days away. Now the entire Italy was focused on the highlight match of the 36th round of the league. AC Milan hosting Roma. After 35 rounds of the league, both AC Milan and Roma had accumulated 82 points. The two teams were tied. At this stage, both teams were still locked in a fierce title race. However, after this match, if a winner was determined, the situation would start to become clear. The media on Roma's side seized upon the fact that AC Milan lost to Roma in the first round to create pressure on AC Milan. AC Milan could not accept a draw. If this match ended in a tie, even if both sides ended up with the same points, Roma would win the title. AC Milan must win at home, which would put significant pressure on them. Roma has performed exceptionally well against strong teams, and even when playing at San Siro, they can exhibit strong fighting spirit. Chapter 2:17. The tensions are high. Today's San Siro Stadium is truly packed. One embarrassing thing for AC Milan is that, although they have performed quite well in the Champions League and are a top club, their home games rarely see a full house. For example, last season, AC Milan had an average attendance of over 50,000 at home, while San Siro can accommodate 80,000 people. The attendance rate has indeed been a bit lacking. But today is different. When the players from both sides came out to warm up, the entire San Siro Stadium was already filled to capacity. The only place that wasn't full was a few rows of seats between the away and home stands, which were deliberately left empty. 2 rows of security personnel sat on either side to prevent the fans from both sides from getting too close and clashing. As such a highly anticipated match, the local authorities naturally ensured that the game was conducted safely. However, this action greatly reduced the number of away tickets available for Roma. Originally, they could have received 10,000 tickets, but due to the official requirement that both fan bases must be kept separated to avoid close contact, they ended up with only 5,000 tickets. Chapter 2:18. An unpredictable situation in the commentary booth. Italian commentator Giovanni took a deep breath. The players have entered the field, and the match is about to begin. Paolo, Vincenzo, what do you think the match will be like? He turned to the 2 invited guest commentators sitting next to him, former AC Milan legend Paolo Maldini and former Roma legend Vincenzo Montella. Montella had resigned from his position as head coach of the Roma youth team and recently participated in a coaching training program for retired players organized by UEFA. In Europe, UEFA and various national football associations organize similar training programs, primarily aimed at providing specialized coaching training for retired players. Players like Montella, who are quite famous, are very suitable to become head coaches because they were well known when they played, have prestige, and were once top professional players, giving them a natural advantage in managing a locker room. Although some academically inclined coaches have begun to occupy coaching positions in the top 5 leagues, most head coaches are still former players transitioning into coaching roles. For retired players with less fame, these training programs also cover employment guidance. Chapter 2:19. Teams that can compete for the title outside the stadium. About 20,000 Roma fans were listening intently to the sounds from inside the stadium. The DJ's voice from San Siro came through intermittently. Careful, Raul crosses. They heard this phrase, and then everyone's ears perked up. When they heard the cheers from AC Milan fans inside the stadium fall silent and heard the Roma fans shout, "Ye!" Everyone joined in the cheer. Even though they couldn't see or even hear it, they were certain. The goal was scored. Everyone looked to the sky and cheered, "Ye! Long live!" The entire San Siro Stadium was surrounded by this cheer. In Rome, countless Roman fans in their homes and in the places where they gathered to watch the game echoed the cheers almost simultaneously. At this moment, all the Roman fans were closely connected by one name. The AC Milan players were clearly stunned by such a blow. Abbiati sat on the ground, looking helpless. Thiago Silva and Mexes exchanged glances. Chapter 2:20. Gunpowder Smell. Ibrahimovic. Oh, this shot has an incredibly tricky angle. The ball is coming in fast. Sergio has no chance at all. AC Milan has equalized. This goal is crucial, and both sides are now back on the same starting line. AC Milan has defended their home dignity. Amidst the passionate shouts of the commentators, Ibrahimovic ran to the sidelines, arms wide open, listening to the cheers and applause from the home fans. He glanced at Ye Cheng in the distance. He admitted that in terms of goals scored, he couldn't compare to Ye Cheng. But this championship, he was determined to win. After this goal, the momentum of AC Milan playing at home became apparent. Their attack suddenly became fierce. After AC Milan equalized, their offensive momentum rose, which was not good news for the Roma team, Hiway said with some concern. The fans of Dacia in front of the TV were also mostly frowning. For neutral fans, however, this match was quite exciting. In less than 20 minutes, both sides had scored a goal, and looking at AC Milan's attacking momentum, it was likely there would be more goals in the first half. Chapter 221, world record speed of 198. Thiago Silva did not join the fray. He already had a yellow card. If he got caught by the referee in a conflict and received another yellow card, it would be disastrous. Thiago Silva quietly retreated to his defensive position, but he was somewhat surprised. Every time he faced Ye Cheng, he could feel this guy's improvement. Fortunately, although this foul earned him a yellow card, it was too close, just on the edge of the penalty area. In this situation, it's very difficult for the ball to bypass the goalkeeper and fly into the net. Giving the opponent a free kick from this distance is much better than letting Ye Cheng go past directly. Allegri furrowed his brow slightly. During this time, AC Milan had launched a massive attack using their home advantage. It seemed that the balance of victory was shifting towards AC Milan. But just by looking at Ye Cheng's counterattack, one could tell that the Roma team was definitely not without the ability to retaliate. Their retreat was a tactical choice, not necessarily because AC Milan had really suppressed them. This position for a free kick was indeed a bit awkward. Raul and Totti were discussing how to take it. Ye Cheng came up with a suggestion. Pass it back, I'll take a shot. Chapter 222, pressure on Milan's defense god. Giovanni felt his scalp tingle when he saw this number. He instinctively realized that this might be a new world record. Incredible. Incredible. Roma has taken the lead again. But even more incredible is the speed of this ball, nearly 200 kilometers per hour, precisely 198 kilometers per hour. This might be the fastest goal ever recorded. As he said this, he quickly pressed his earpiece. Then he turned to quickly instruct his assistants behind him. Check the world record for shot speed. In fact, he didn't need to remind them. His assistants already knew what information he needed. Soon, a report was in front of him. That's right. That's right. He had just created a new world record. This shot was the fastest recorded shot ever, and there was no dispute about it. Historically, whose shot speed is the fastest has always been quite controversial. After all, the materials, manufacturing processes, weight, size, and inflation pressure of footballs have been changing. Moreover, previous statistics were not very accurate. There was a lot of exaggeration. Chapter 223, 42. The current match situation is actually very clear for Roma. They are playing away and leading the score. At this time, it is unwise to press forward and engage in a shootout. They just need to focus on defense. As for the attack, they completely leave it to Ye Cheng. Ye Cheng is at the forefront. Once he gets a ball, he can choose to go for it himself or protect the ball while waiting for support. In short, the current situation allows Roma to confidently make such tactical choices. Meanwhile, AC Milan has to launch a massive offensive. Allegri stood by the sidelines from the start of the second half. AC Milan indeed had more attacks in the second half, but faced with Roma's united defense, AC Milan's offensive was not as fierce as they had hoped. Roma's defense was well organized, giving AC Milan little space. On the contrary, AC Milan had to constantly worry about Roma's counterattacks, even though most of the time, Roma's counterattacking numbers were not many. Sometimes it was just Ye Cheng alone, but that didn't mean Roma's counterattacks were without threat. AC Milan had to keep two center backs and a defensive midfielder back to mark Ye Cheng. Chapter 224. One step away from the championship, 42 goals. He has tied his record from last season. This news quickly ignited global excitement. Many retired stars were astonished. In the commentary booth, Maldini sighed. What a frightening guy. Everyone was amazed by Ye Cheng's achievements. Last season, he scored 42 league goals in one season. This season, with the 36th round of the league still not finished, he had already tied last season's record. With 2 rounds of the league remaining, what other achievements could he reach? All the commentators were introducing how impressive Ye Cheng's achievement was to the audience. It seemed everyone's thoughts were no longer on the match. Roma was leading 3-1. Did AC Milan still have a chance? But then, people noticed that Ye Cheng seemed unsatisfied. he was still pursuing more goals. He wants to break his own record from last season in this match. Ye, a shot. Here it comes. Ye's header. Ye keeps appearing in front of the camera. This also indicates how much his third goal has impacted AC Milan. Allegri on the sidelines is roaring, trying to awaken the team's fighting spirit. But under Ye's assault, the AC Milan players are truly powerless. Chapter 225, Locking in the Double Crown. The AC Milan players are sitting on the pitch. The Roma players are celebrating wildly. The cheers of Roma fans fill the entire San Siro stadium inside and out. After losing this crucial match, no one believes AC Milan has a chance to turn things around. This season, AC Milan was eliminated in the round of 16 of the Champions League, stopped in the quarterfinals of the Coppa Italia, and now they have almost lost hope in the league, with their squad aging year by year. In the stands, AC Milan fans look worried. If AC Milan cannot undergo a major roster overhaul this summer, relying on this group of veterans, they probably have no chance of competing for the title. Moreover, the only star forward in his prime, Ibrahimovic, is rumored to have connections with Paris Saint-Germain in Ligue 1. PSG has received investment from a Middle Eastern consortium. Ibrahimovic is said to be able to earn the highest salary in the world there. AC Milan fans dare not expect that Ibrahimovic will stay at AC Milan out of loyalty. If Ibrahimovic leaves, who will AC Milan rely on in the attack? The increasingly heavy Robinho? The wandering Ronaldinho? Chapter 226. The bandit coach Simeone, who doesn't want to be a stepping stone in the 37th round of the league. Roma's opponent is Catania. Catania is basically without desires now, but their season has truly been a roller coaster. In the first half of the season, Catania only managed to earn 13 points. After the first half of the league, the whole of Italy believed that Catania would definitely be a team facing relegation. However, in the second half of the season, Catania changed their coach. They first fired the original coach, Gianpaolo, and then brought in Diego Simeone from Argentina as the interim head coach. Simeone did not hesitate and resigned from his position at Estudiantes to come to Italy. For players, Europe is a goldmine. This is also true for head coaches. Simeone was not receiving attention from mainstream media in the Argentine league. It is very difficult to secure a head coach position in one of the top 5 leagues. For those South American coaches, being offered a head coach position, even if it is only interim, in one of the top 5 leagues is a rare opportunity, because this is the only way to enter the mainstream media spotlight. Chapter 227. A firm step towards the league championship. The Bari Stadium is packed. Catania fans are creating a huge roar in the stands. The players from both sides are lined up in the player tunnel, ready to take the field. Catania's players can't help but glance at Ye Cheng, the terrifying scorer who has netted 43 goals in Serie A. Today, he will be their opponent. This makes Catania's players feel a wave of nervousness. Ye Cheng is truly famous now. As professional players, Catania's players know how significant it is to score 43 goals in a single Serie A season. Ye Cheng now possesses the aura of a top superstar. When his opponents see him, they can't help but think of his achievements. Sometimes, those with a slightly weaker mental capacity might even become flustered. Of course, there are also some players who become more excited and spirited when facing opponents of this caliber. As the players enter the field, Headers.Ye in a national television studio also starts to get busy. Dear viewers, welcome to the 37th round of Serie A, where Roma faces Catania away. If Roma wins this match, they will secure this season's league championship. Chapter 228. Back-to-back league titles. Ye. The ball is in. The ball is in. Roma, playing away, takes the lead. The scorer is once again Ye Cheng. He has scored his 44th league goal this season. He is still expanding his record, still creating records, still forging legends. 1-0. 1-0. Roma is now incredibly close to the league championship. In the 3rd minute of the match, Ye Cheng has scored. Roma has achieved a dream start. The home team Catania could not effectively limit Ye Cheng's performance. They allowed him to dribble, evade, advance pass, receive, fake out defenders, penetrate the box, and take a sudden shot. In this process, this is everything Ye has done. He is outstanding. He is outstanding. He is the best center forward on this planet. The commentary booth is completely boiling over. Every commentator is speaking at breakneck speed like a machine gun. The cheers from the stands echoing with the away fans' roars. After several seconds. Chapter 229. What level are you? Roma has successfully defended their title. Ye Cheng has won his first major championship trophy this season. They still have the Coppa Italia final and the Champions League final to play. Are they really going to achieve a treble this season? If Roma really wins the treble, they will undoubtedly be the most astonishing treble winners in history, achieving an incredibly glorious season with a group of veterans and a top center forward. Despite the team being under bank administration and having almost no major signings. In the studio of Dachau National Television, Headers raises his arms in triumph. The live stream is flooded with comments. Roma is the champion. Ye Cheng is amazing. Go win that damn treble. Football is not just a money game. Thank you, Roma. For a moment, fans attributed various meanings to Roma's championship. But for the Roma players, they just want to celebrate now. We are the champions. We are the Serie A champions. They put their arms around each other as shoulders, forming a circle, with Ye Cheng in the center leading the chant. We not only want the Serie A championship, but we also want the Coppa Italia championship and the Champions League championship. We want the treble. We want to win that damn treble. Chapter 230, the most terrifying goal machine, although 4 days ago. The main players of Roma were all present in the league match against Catania. There was no possibility of rotation for this Italian Cup final. After all, this is a final. They could never relax for a final. Before the match started, in the last moment of mobilization in the locker room, Ranieri reminded his players, "Guys, this is a final. Do you know what that means?" Ranieri looked at his players, and without waiting for their response, continued, "It means that they will never give up. They will do everything possible to win the entire match. So our opponents are definitely not a weak team that will raise their hands and surrender once they step onto the pitch. If we approach this match with a relaxed mindset, we will definitely lose. Don't fantasize that this is an easy game. Never underestimate our opponents." Ranieri's words made the players present nod in agreement. They understood this principle. Even if it's a relegation team, if they are determined to fight, they can still take a bite out of you. The gap between professional teams. Chapter 231, a header. What is there to celebrate? The camera focused on Cosmi on the sidelines. The Palermo coach sat on the bench, visibly frustrated. Now that the score was tied, morale was shifting. Before this, he had worked hard to tell the Palermo players the premise of defeating Roma, but it seemed increasingly untenable. A long pass from the backfield came in, and Ye Cheng slammed the ball into the net. Such a goal conceded was a huge blow to morale. In the opening stages, Palermo had a certain advantage related to their morale, but could they maintain such high morale and fighting spirit now? That was really hard to say. Cosmi felt he couldn't just sit and wait. He pulled Palermo's midfield core, the young Argentine midfielder Pastor, aside and instructed, "Tell the players that this was just an accident. Their simple attacking style cannot continue to score. We need to play like before. The score is just tied." Pastor nodded repeatedly. He had actually thought a lot. But at this moment, the more thoughts, the worse it would be for Palermo. Sometimes simplifying things can create some surprises. Chapter 232, Italian Cup champion Roma's front free kick. Raul took the penalty. Metzelder rushed to the near post. Was this ball for the near post? The commentator's tone shifted from slow to urgent. The rhythm matched the atmosphere on the scene, suddenly rising. Near post header. Go. Oh, wow. Oh, beautiful. Roma's set-piece tactic completely succeeded this time. Metzelder was a decoy. He seemed to rush to the far post, but suddenly turned back to the near post. By the time the Palermo players reacted, Roma's players had already opened a channel for Ye to jump and head the ball. When you jump high without interference, the probability of scoring with a header had already exceeded 99%. Beautiful. A stunning header. Look at this ball. Ye flicked it into a theoretical dead angle. The technique of this header was outstanding. In this technical aspect, I have never seen a player better than Ye. 2-1. Roma completed the comeback in less than half a match after initially conceding a goal. Chapter 233, the moment of victory. The news that Roma had once again claimed the domestic double became the biggest news in all of Italy and even across European football. Ye Cheng scored 4 goals in the final, making the entire Europe exclaim that an era belonging to Ye Cheng had arrived. However, amidst the astonishment at his achievements, there were also some dissenting voices. These voices first appeared in Milan. A media outlet in Milan wrote, "Roma has almost dominated Italian football, and the key to their dominance is their center forward Ye Cheng, whose form is outstanding. He scored 4 goals against AC Milan and 3 goals over 2 matches against Inter Milan, in a match that secured the league title. He also scored the goal that broke the deadlock. In the Italian Cup final, he scored 4 goals again. In the league, he has already scored 44 goals. An achievement that is truly astonishing, especially in this month, where in just over half a month, he scored 4 goals twice. Many players may not accomplish a single 4-goal performance in their entire career, but Ye Cheng did it twice in a month. This is simply incredible. Chapter 234 welcomed the Fury on the last match day of this season's Serie A. The Stadio Olimpico in Rome was packed. The Serie A champion trophy was already placed on the side of the field, waiting for the end of the match for the award ceremony. For Roma fans, when the team won the league title last season, the final round was away, celebrating the trophy on the road. This season, winning the championship again, fans could finally lift the trophy at home. In recent days, there had been some dissenting voices in the media. Roma fans were busy battling with fans of other teams online for Ye Cheng. But this did not affect everyone's mood, especially with the shiny trophy displayed. The atmosphere among the fans on site was heated beyond measure. As the players arrived at the stadium for warm-up, an official from the anti-doping committee stopped Ye Cheng, declaring he would undergo a urine test. Roma club officials, Coach Ranieri, and Captain Totti all went to negotiate. This is discrimination against our players. Ranieri was very displeased. The match hadn't even started, and they wanted to conduct a urine test. Wasn't this messing with the players' mentality? But theoretically, the anti-doping committee could indeed conduct checks on players at any time. Chapter 235, a bicycle kick outside the penalty area. The commentary booth erupted. It had been less than 2 minutes since the last goal. Roma extended their lead. On the sidelines, Cavassini looked bewildered. Was Ye Cheng really on drugs? He thought of a possibility. Tizan's words stimulated Ye Cheng, but this stimulation did not cause Ye Cheng to lose his composure. Instead, it fueled his fighting spirit. What does it mean to lift a rock only to drop it on one's own foot? Cavassini suddenly remembered some stories about Ye Cheng. These days, Ye Cheng has been infuriated by the domestic media and the anti-doping committee in Italy, and he has no place to vent his frustration. Sampdoria collided head-on, and Cavassin's face looked as if he had eaten a dead rat. He could imagine that if Tissone hadn't provoked Ye Cheng, this fire wouldn't have burned them. But unfortunately, there are no regrets in this world. The 2 goals came too quickly. The players and fans of Sampdoria hadn't even reacted. And Ye Cheng made the same move as before. It seemed he ignored that Roma was leading 2-0. After taking a shot, he ran straight to the goal, picked up the ball, turned around, and ran off. Chapter 236, I want to score 50. Oh, good. In the commentary booth, a commentator held his head in disbelief. Hat trick. Is this a personal showcase for Ye? An overhead kick. Ah, beautiful, beautiful. Oh. An overhead kick from outside the penalty area. Before this match began, the Italian Players Union had voted for the best goal of the season, which was Yezneer, 200 km/h strike from outside the box in the match between Roma and AC Milan in the 36th round of the league. But I think the voting was too early. This is the real best goal of the season. An overhead kick from outside the box. Can you imagine? This is a goal that can compete for this year's Puskás Award. A spectacular world wave. After scoring, Ye Cheng rushed into Sampdoria's goal for the 3rd time. Everyone had gotten used to it. The Roma players were already waiting for him at the center circle. They all waited for Ye Cheng to come over for a round of applause. Then everyone dispersed. Ye Cheng gestured to the camera, with his left hand showing 4 fingers and his right hand with the thumb and index finger extended downwards. Chapter 237, Superman Ye. The situation in the second half of the match was slightly different from the first half. Roma was playing according to the situation, according to Ranieri's arrangement. If Sampdoria pressed forward to attack, Roma would set up their defense at midfield, strangling the opponent there and launching counterattacks directly after winning the ball. This would lead to higher scoring efficiency. If Sampdoria retreated and dared not press forward, then Roma had no reason to be polite and could directly push forward to attack. Leading 3-0 and still on their home ground, Roma was not going to hold back. Moreover, Ranieri knew very well that the only advantage Roma had over Barcelona in the Champions League final was Ye Cheng. Ye Cheng's form was the barometer for Roma. If he was in good shape, Roma would have a chance to defeat Barcelona. Therefore, they had to keep Ye Cheng in peak condition. Since he wanted to raise his league goal tally to 50, the team should fully support him. If Ye Cheng achieved his goal, his mindset would improve, his mood would get better, and naturally, his form would also improve. Thus, at the beginning of the second half, when Roma saw Sampdoria pressing aggressively, they knew what to do. Chapter 238, the most exciting Serie A match in half a century. The referee was also scratching his head. He doubted he had made a wrong call, but the big screen was replaying Tissone's flying tackle on Ye Cheng in slow motion. He then relaxed. At least, Giving Tisson a red card had no controversy. Subjectively, this guy was definitely aiming to injure Ye Cheng. You can't say attempted murder can be acquitted, right? After the match, Tisson's action would definitely lead to additional punishment. His injury would at most earn him a little sympathy, and that was it. Are you sure he wasn't injured? I'm sure he wasn't injured. Are you really sure he wasn't injured? I'm really sure he wasn't injured. You, Claudio, it's rude to ask again. The team doctor was getting a bit annoyed by Ranieri's questioning. I'm sure. This guy is very healthy. His ankle is perfectly fine. Although Ranieri found it hard to believe, he still accepted the team doctor's professional judgment. At this moment on the field, Ye Cheng was already fiddling with the football. The foul occurred 42 meters away from the goal, but that didn't stop Ye Cheng from taking the shot. He placed the ball, then stepped back and looked at the referee. Chapter 239. Even the Universe team has no bottom line. Everyone was shocked by Ye Cheng's actions. 6 goals have already been scored. Do you still want to score? Are you not giving anyone a chance to breathe? The players of Sampdoria went from frustration to humiliation, and then to anger. You still want to score? We won't let you have your way. Next, regardless of the other Roma players, they focused solely on that guy. Sampdoria's center back, Walter, gritted his teeth and said they wanted to prove their dignity at the last moment. But the problem was they had the wrong target. The 7th. Oh God, oh God, oh God. Commentator Giovanni was dumbfounded. He didn't even know what to say. The 7th. Scoring 7 in a single match. He hurriedly flipped through the records. In Serie A, scoring 7 in a single match had already broken the record. Historically, there had been 2 instances of players scoring 6 goals in a single match in Serie A, but those were very distant events. The first time happened in the distant 1933-34 season, in the 7th round, when Piola, playing for Pro Vercelli, won 7-2 against Fiorentina at home. He scored twice in the first half, and then added 4 goals in the second half, becoming the first player in Serie A history to score 6 goals in a single match. Chapter 240. Roma's Form Barometer. During this time, the media in Catalonia focused on reporting the Champions League final opponent, and their discussions revolved almost entirely around Ye Cheng. Without Ye Cheng, the Catalan media believed Barcelona could easily defeat Roma. But now, with Ye Cheng's achievements laid out, even the most arrogant Catalans had some doubts about the partnership between Pique and Puyol. As for Barcelona's midfield, do you expect Busquets to stop Ye Cheng? Or do you rely on Xavi or Iniesta's defensive contributions? In these days in Madrid, AS editor-in-chief Long Sai Luo wrote an article stating that Ye Cheng was born to counter Barcelona. His skills are quite impressive, but overall, what stands out more is his physical confrontation, his heading ability, and his long-range shots, which are precisely the weaknesses of Barcelona. Despite the analysis suggesting that Roma is far weaker than Barcelona in terms of overall strength, this is football. As long as there is one aspect that you cannot defend effectively, the likelihood of losing increases significantly. Why did Ye Cheng fight so hard to score in the final round of Serie A this season, directly creating a record of 7 goals in a single match? This is likely because he felt it was his last home game with Roma, and he wanted to say goodbye to the Roma fans in this way. As he is leaving Roma, where will he go next? I think, apart from Real Madrid, there is no team in the world worthy of him. Chapter 241. The battle is about to begin. Everything seems to hinge on Ye Cheng's performance on the Roma side. On the Barcelona side, they seem to be significantly stronger than Roma overall. Many media outlets have compared Ye Cheng with Messi. Although Ye Cheng has scored more goals than Messi this season, Messi became famous earlier, has participated in more major tournaments, and has experience playing in Champions League finals, where he performed exceptionally well. This leads some media to favor Messi over Ye Cheng in their comparisons, believing that Messi is more likely to perform better in the finals. After all, Messi has proven himself in finals, while Ye Cheng has not. Historically, there are many examples of players performing excellently before the finals, but failing to deliver in the finals, such as the beloved Ronaldo, who excelled before the 1998 World Cup final, but faltered against France. Chapter 242. The curtain rises. Wembley is the holy ground of English football. However, the current Wembley Stadium is newly built and is commonly referred to as the New Wembley. When Ye Cheng entered the stadium to warm up, he felt that it truly lived up to its reputation, with a grand atmosphere and excellent pitch quality. It is said to have a retractable roof, allowing for pitch maintenance even at night through lighting. However, Ye Cheng didn't understand these things. He focused on warming up, getting his body moving and excited. People speculated whether Ye Cheng would feel too much pressure from the Champions League final and become nervous. Honestly, after seeing so much media coverage. Ye Cheng felt he might really need to be a bit nervous. But right now, he didn't. He felt it was just like an ordinary match. The cameras occasionally zoomed in on him, trying to find clues on his face. But his expression was too calm. So calm that the Catalan commentator found it hard to believe. Is this the expression a 19-year-old making his Champions League final debut should have? He must be pretending to be calm. The Catalan television commentator stated. Chapter 243. The encounter in the center of Wembley Stadium. A massive circular curtain printed with the logos of both teams covered half of the stadium. Dozens of ball boys pulled the curtain apart. The camera captured this scene from an aerial view, starting from the center circle and then revealing the entire pitch, with each half showcasing the respective team logos. The camera continued to expand, ultimately encompassing the entire Wembley Stadium. The players are coming out. In the commentary booth, Headers.Ye took a deep breath and shouted into his earpiece. At this moment, the players from both teams poured out of the player tunnel. Everyone was focused ahead, not looking at those beside them. In this final match, both sides are enemies. Just like boxers who provoke each other before a match, even if it's for show, they must fully display their confidence and disdain for their opponents to the audience. The entire Wembley Stadium erupted into a huge roar as both teams entered the field. The diehard fans of both sides occupied the stands behind the goals. Generally speaking, football pitches are oriented north-south to avoid the glaring sun. Chapter 244. Off-the-ball movement and positioning in the first 5 minutes of the match. The scene was lackluster. Both teams were in a testing phase. Although everyone was passionate before the match, during the game, both sides were cautious, not wanting to reveal any weaknesses first. Roma's first attack ended with a cross from a 45-degree angle. The ball was cleared out by Pique at the near post. Barcelona's first offensive move was a short pass combination, resulting in Iniesta taking a long-range shot outside the penalty area, which went over the bar due to interference from defenders. This was the only shot in the first 5 minutes of the match. The game seemed to gradually fall into the expected pattern. Barcelona primarily sought control, while Roma aimed to disrupt. Their midfield defense was fierce. Every Barcelona player attempting to receive the ball in the midfield area faced close pressing from Roma players, with plenty of physicality and hand movements. In these 5 minutes, there were more fouls than shots. Roma committed 3 fouls. However, Barcelona wasn't behaving like gentlemen either. They understood that if Roma's counterattack was executed well, their defense would struggle to withstand Ye Cheng's impact. Chapter 245. Bring it on Pepe across the ball. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, Ye Cheng leaped high. This was his signature header. Everyone knows how exceptional his jumping ability and heading skills are. But during the match, some players often defend based on a general understanding of how ordinary players head the ball. Pique clearly made this mistake. He tried to compensate by jumping and colliding with Ye Cheng. But the moment they made contact, the ball had already flown towards a goal. Bang! 2 people collided, and Pique felt as if he had crashed into a rock. As Ye Cheng completed the header, he slightly bent over, and Pique's stomach hit Ye Cheng's backside. Then, under the force of inertia, his body suddenly lurched forward, his head smashing into Ye Cheng's shoulder, causing a moment of dizziness, which led to him falling heavily to the ground. His body bounced slightly upon hitting the ground. It was quite a fall. At that moment, Ye Cheng had already spread his arms and rushed to the sidelines. Valdez witnessed the entire process of Ye Cheng's positioning. His position changed in accordance with Ye Cheng's movements. Chapter 246. The powerful Barcelona for Barcelona fans. As long as Messi starts to attack, everything will be all right. This has almost become their belief. For Barcelona, after conceding a goal, they had no other choice but to strengthen their offense. The ball appeared more at Messi's feet. If Ye Cheng's previous goal showcased his off-the-ball ability, then Messi's ball control ability is truly unparalleled in this era. When the ball is at his feet, the 24-year-old Messi, at his peak, can always create threats. Messi received the ball, and Riz came up to defend. Oh, beautiful! A lovely change of direction. Riz seemed slow in front of him, like an old car. Messi's step frequency and change of direction rhythm are incredibly fast, making his breakthroughs highly effective. His ability to change direction rapidly in a very short time is his greatest characteristic, allowing him to shake off opponents. Just like now, Messi slightly nudged the ball and then suddenly changed direction. After bypassing Riz with a change of direction, he shot with his left foot. The quick connection from dribble to shot left the Roma defense no time to react. Chapter 247. To hell with balance during halftime. Football commentators and experts from around the world gave their insights on the first half of the match. The player mentioned most often was Messi. Messi's performance in this match was outstanding, nearly suppressing half of the Roma team. Barcelona's control was too strong. I admit Ye Cheng is strong, but unfortunately, his teammates are not very helpful. You might be the sharpest spear in the world, but sadly, the spear's material isn't up to par. Messi's threat is too great. Roma must find effective ways to limit his performance. Ranieri must replace an attacking player with a defensive one in the second half to contain Messi. Many commentators and analysts felt that based on the situation in the second half of the first half, Roma had already been sentenced to death. In the locker room, however, the Roma players were not as dejected as people imagined. Although they were passive in the latter part of the first half, they had not conceded any more goals. They all understood that a temporary advantage does not equal an advantage for the entire match. Chapter 248. Leave it to me. As long as we score more than the opponent, we can win. That's right. The logic of the game is that simple. It's straightforward and rough, which suits Ye Cheng's taste. If you ask him to give a detailed speech as a head coach, he probably wouldn't get through half a sentence. But if you ask him to score more goals than the opponent, he would get quite excited. While the Barcelona players celebrated their goals exuberantly, Ranieri gathered several core players from Roma and began to explain. All right, guys, I need to apologize. I made a mistake in this match. But fortunately, there is still time to correct this mistake. Next, our strategy is simple, rough, and tough. Kick the ball up, send it into the air, kick it to Ye's head. Don't get entangled with them. They want to control the rhythm, but we will lead the pace of the match in a madness. No matter where you get the ball, kick it up, send it into the air. Leave the rest to Ye. Got it? Understood. Everyone responded loudly. Ye Cheng clenched his fist and slammed it into his palm, reassuringly saying, "Don't worry, coach. Leave it to me. I'll definitely turn their defense upside down." Chapter 249. Sinking the Star Destroyer of the Universe. Bang! Everyone heard that clear, muffled sound. At the moment the ball flew into the goal, everyone was stunned. No one could react. The entire Wembley Stadium seemed to have been pressed on the pause button at that moment. The noise stopped. The stadium fell silent. The first cheers came from the Roma players. They looked at Ye Cheng, who stood there with his hands raised, and shouted in unison. "Oh, I knew it. I knew you could score. Well done. We equalized. That's how to play. They can't stop you." The Roma players shouted as they rushed toward Ye Cheng. Their cheers were like a spark thrown into a barrel of gunpowder. Boom! Wembley Stadium erupted. Roma fans leaped up, their cheers sweeping across the stands, resonating through every person present's chest and eardrums. In the commentary booth, the commentators also reacted. Oh my God, an incredible goal. Chapter 250. Hero or Don Quixote. During this time, Roma created more attacking threats, but Barcelona had more possession. In a live sports broadcast, commentator Zhang Jun was narrating this segment of the match for the fans. Beside him, guest Zhang Lu chuckled. Hee, possession rate doesn't matter. What counts is the number of shots. Roma's shots and threats during this period have been higher than Barcelona's. Anyway, Ranieri is now focused on having Roma play long balls. This is the right approach. If you have an aerial weapon, why not use it? Some say long passes and crosses are outdated tactics. Nonsense. A tactic that can score is a good tactic, regardless of whether it's advanced or outdated. Zhang Lu shook his head repeatedly. Previously, they didn't have much faith in Roma. Now, they believe Roma can do it, and that Barcelona can't. And from the perspective of the game, it indeed looked that way. Barcelona still dominates possession. But is possession useful now? Roma has tightened their defense, and you're controlling the ball around the perimeter, unless you cross from the wings. It's very difficult to find gaps to pass the ball into Roma's penalty area. However, crossing from the wings poses a minimal threat. Barcelona doesn't have a tall striker. Chapter 251. The greatest goal in Champions League history. Busquets is surprised to find that Ye Cheng's speed is not slow at all. Moreover, his ball control rhythm is excellent. When pursued from behind, the opponent often changes direction or accelerates at just the right moment, making it hard for him to catch Ye Cheng's him. He continues to push forward, approaching Barcelona's goal, and their defense has collapsed into the center. Iniesta is fast and catches up. The commentators are nervously watching the field. In the stands, cheers and boos erupt simultaneously, creating a huge uproar. The entire stadium seems to be engulfed in agitation. Amidst the noise, Ye Cheng continues to rush forward. Just then, Iniesta signals to Busquets and Alves, surround him. Busquets and Alves immediately understand Iniesta's intention. Alves takes the lead, charging up, positioning himself to block Ye Cheng's inside run and pushing him towards the outside. Although Ye Cheng's left foot isn't completely useless, it's clear that his right foot is much more effective. Therefore, if he cuts inside, he can shoot directly with his right foot. If he heads to the outside, Ye Cheng's threat diminishes significantly. Chapter 252. Time is running out for Barcelona. On the sidelines, Guardiola opens his mouth. He has witnessed a goal that even he cannot help but salute. Unfortunately, this goal was scored against his team. Barcelona, with Messi, Xavi, and Iniesta, is, in Guardiola's eyes, the strongest team in history. However, this team is likely to lose to a single individual. He single-handedly dismantled Barcelona's entire defensive system. What more can he say? Guardiola's expression stiffens. Not far away, Ranieri raises his arms. Behind him, the coaches and players on the bench rush out in a frenzy, embracing each other. The entire Wembley Stadium is filled with deafening cheers. Amidst the applause, the commentator from Catalonia stares in shock, like a statue, speechless. In front of the television, many Barcelona fans share the same expression. Nearby, commentators from around the world begin to show off their skills. Ye receives the ball, turns, gets past Busquets, and continues forward. Oh, Alves is overestimating himself. Busquets and Iniesta come up, trying to hold on to Ye. Oh. Ye breaks free. He charges towards the penalty area. A nutmeg. A Marseille turn. A chip shot. Good. Wow. Chapter 253. The championship belongs to Roma. What's so special about a hat trick? While the media and fans often express shock at a player scoring a hat trick, the truth is that every season, numerous players achieve this feat on different stages. A player scoring 3 goals in a single match is not that unusual. This happens several times, even a dozen times, in every league, every season. However, among all the players who have scored hat tricks in the history of the Champions League and Champions League finals, excluding Ye Cheng, only 3 players have accomplished this feat in over 60 years. Only 3. This clearly indicates how difficult it is to score a hat trick in the Champions League final at such a high level. Furthermore, the other 3 players completed their hat tricks at least 4 or 5 decades ago, during a time when there could be a significant gap in strength between the 2 teams in the final. Now, the teams that reach the Champions League final do not have such a large disparity in strength. This means that Ye Cheng achieving a hat trick in today's Champions League final is even more challenging. Chapter 254. Champions of the Champions League. Champions League final. A quadruple. This result shocked the entire world. In Manchester, Ferguson is also paying attention to this match. Manchester United remains the dominant force in the Premier League. But Ferguson has already seen the crisis of decline for Manchester United. On one hand, there is his own health. He is not immortal and cannot coach Manchester United forever. And a change in head coach is inevitable. English media often say that Manchester United fans are in heaven because they never have to worry about the head coach issue. Ferguson will handle everything. But Ferguson is not a god. Time will defeat him. Therefore, if Ferguson no longer coaches Manchester United, will this big ship still be able to navigate after losing a captain who has led the team for 25 years? On the other hand, there is investment. Manchester United is one of the teams with the highest commercial value and revenue potential in the world, thanks to the peak period led by Ferguson coinciding with the golden age of television broadcasting. The legendary class of '92, Ferguson's long tenure. After the mockery that you can't win anything with a bunch of kids, Ferguson led his kids to create Manchester United's glory. This story is as captivating as a feel-good script. Chapter 255, Alien Module Ding, Main Quest. The ambition of the Champions League champion. Completed. Completion rating, SS. Congratulations. You have received the quest reward. Congratulations. You have obtained Ronaldo Alien Module. Congratulations. You have obtained Advanced Skill. Absolute Hit. Congratulations. You have gained 999 experience points. Congratulations. A series of system prompts sound. Ye Cheng, raising his arms, feels ecstatic. Ronaldo Alien Module. Damn, that's impressive. The speed is like lightning, and the breakthrough is astonishing. The pendulum passes through the door and shoots into the empty net. That is the most talented Brazilian center forward in history. Fusion. Ding. Ronaldo Alien Module fusing. Ding. Fusion complete. Your speed has increased. Your shooting skill has improved. Your physical adaptability is improving. Your flexibility, bone density, muscle strength, and ligament strength are all enhancing. For a moment, a warm current flowed from the top of his head, covering his entire body. Ye Cheng turned to look at his teammates rushing towards him, laughing and opening his arms wide. Right now, he didn't want to think about anything else. He just wanted to celebrate. Chapter 256, 100 million pounds. Back in the locker room, the Roma players celebrated even more crazily. Ye Cheng became the target of everyone's attack. Champagne, beer, and so on were all sprayed towards him. But Ye Cheng was not a soft target. He suppressed Simeone Pepe with his left hand while spraying champagne around with his right hand. The battle began. Ye Cheng fought multiple opponents, not falling behind, growing more courageous as he fought. In the end, he even roared while chasing after his teammates, pouring champagne over their heads. He was invincible at his level, able to reverse the great realm, directly battling until the great path collapsed, the void shattered, and the ghosts howled. Ye Cheng grew red hair. A terrifying phantom appeared behind him, and with a snap of his fingers, he crushed a section of the locker room, shattering the cabinets. However, the Roma club certainly didn't care about this. It was just a loss of money, right? With the Champions League title, they could afford to lose €1 million. Until the staff pushed the door to stop the chaos. Hey guys, get ready to go out for the awards. Only then did the battle stop. Everyone changed into t-shirts designed for the championship celebration. Winning the Champions League was the glory of the entire city of Rome. Thus, the championship t-shirt design not only included elements from the Roma club, but also incorporated some historical and cultural elements of the city of Rome. Chapter 257, Ye Cheng's next home, 100 million. Ye Cheng was also taken aback. Are they that rich? Raiola had a slight smile on his face. Of course. The Mansour Group is wealthy. They even have a top 10 global oil reserve, and almost all of it is high-quality oil with low extraction costs. As long as the human world relies on oil, they will always be rich. Moreover, in 2 more seasons, the financial fair play regulations will take effect. If they don't spend money quickly, it will become much more troublesome for them to spend in the future. A hint of greed flashed in Raiola's eyes. If Ye Cheng transfers to Manchester City, considering his agent commission and the benefits from Manchester City, he would personally profit at least £30 million. Furthermore, he would become the mastermind behind the largest transfer deal in history. His reputation in the agent world would overshadow that Portuguese guy. Moreover, in Raiola's view, transferring to Manchester City was quite beneficial for Ye Cheng himself. Manchester City offered a signing fee of £100 million and a weekly salary of £500,000, with bonuses calculated separately. Additionally, they were willing to sign an extra clause. During Ye Cheng's time at Manchester City, his salary would always rank first among all players in the Premier League. Chapter 258, Wherever I Go. That's a big club. While Ye Cheng's vacation continued, the transfer market news became the most Guangzhou Shruching in the football world. Among them, the most Guangzhou was the transfer rumor between Ye Cheng and Manchester City. Raiola had been in Manchester for nearly a week, and according to reports, both parties had basically reached an agreement on Ye Cheng's contract, and they were now working on finalizing some last details. Although it was quite surprising, Ye Cheng was really close to joining Manchester City. In Daxia, the media were also focusing on Ye Cheng's transfer. Daxia's fans were somewhat confused. Why go to Manchester City? Besides money, what does Manchester City have? Sometimes people shouldn't love money too much, right? Dude, professional players, what does professional mean? It means it's their job, right? Don't you look at the salary when you work? Haha, wouldn't it be great if you joined Real Madrid? The first main player in Daxia's football history. Even a core player. That commercial value could make up for it, right? For Ye Cheng, would joining Real Madrid or Manchester City affect his commercial value and visibility? Chapter 259, The Little Ways of the National Team. Wherever I Go, that's a big club. This is the title of the interview given by 442. This is Ye's declaration. As the player who led Roma to a historic Champions League title, he has the right to say this. Perhaps there is still a significant gap between Manchester City and Manchester United, but time will tell. Ye's career has just begun, and in fact, he isn't even 20 years old yet. This article, penned by veteran football journalist Liang Feng and published simultaneously in Chinese and English worldwide, was quickly reprinted and reported by many media outlets. Everyone marveled at Ye Cheng's ambition. In light of the achievements from the last season, who has the right to mock him? In England, even rational Manchester United fans realized that Manchester City's rise would be a significant blow to Manchester United. With Chelsea's rise as a precedent, who can assert that Manchester City cannot win the Premier League title, or even the Champions League title? Moreover, Manchester City now has a world-class superstar, a truly best-in-the-world player. Such a Manchester City puts immense pressure on their Premier League competitors. Chapter 260 Integration. Let the FA officials step down and publicly apologize? That's simply unrealistic. After all, although the FA is nominally a private institution, everyone in Dacia knows that it is not a private institution. What does it mean to have one team with two plaques? Those who understand, understand. What? You say FIFA's rules don't allow official intervention in the FA? Then you're too naive. FIFA is just a bureaucratic organization filled with corruption and money transactions. These bureaucrats dream of having the Dacia national team enter the World Cup. After all, this is a huge country with over 1 billion people. What a massive market that would be. How much less would FIFA earn with the Dacia national team absent from the World Cup? But alas, the Dacia national team just doesn't perform well. What can you do? Do you still want to propose a ban on the Dacia national team? That would be really unreasonable. So the Football Association just tested the waters through Su Padai and then retreated. But Ye Cheng doesn't want to let it go like this. This trip back home is a great opportunity, a good chance to slap those fools in the face. Apologizing to join the national team? This made Ye Cheng, who was already filled with anger, feel humiliated. You want to humiliate me? Chapter 261. Not even the beginning this training session is a closed training, with only 30 minutes open to the public. So there aren't too many fans present. But the next day, at Tianhe Stadium, Manchester City held an open training session. This is a training session where tickets are sold to the public. In fact, this is also a type of club activity. Although it's called training, the team won't really conduct any tactical training. It's mainly about physical recovery since the preseason training has just started. Many players haven't returned to match form from their holidays yet. Speaking of this, one major event happened within Manchester City in recent days. Last season's main striker and team captain, Tevez, refused to return to the team. The reason for his refusal is that he believes the club is giving Ye Cheng such a high salary, and as captain, he should at least receive a substantial pay rise. After being rejected by the club, the Argentine refused to return. So now the captain's armband is on Kompany's arm. However, this also shows that Manchester City is indeed a team cobbled together from various players. The team captain can just quit if he wants. In the past, Manchester City would never have dared to sell tickets for training in China. Chapter 262. Just wait. In fact, Ye Cheng's joining the national team has indeed become a hot topic in the Dacia media and online discussions over the past few days. The domestic voices regarding Ye Cheng and the national team occupy the media's headlines. Most people's sentiment can be summed up in one sentence. Ye Cheng, as the absolute #1 star of Dacia football, should definitely join the national team in this situation. I don't understand. We clearly have a world-class player. Yet he cannot join the national team? What is the reasoning behind this? Our demands are not high. We just hope to see Ye Cheng with a national team jersey. Ye Cheng joining the team is the only answer for the Dacia national team. In short, many fans are eagerly looking forward to Ye Cheng donning the national team jersey. However, these hopes from fans are mostly one-sided. The Football Association is unlikely to meet Ye Cheng's demands. Ye Cheng is currently focused on slapping the Football Association in the face. He hasn't forgotten the grudge against them from back then. How could he join the national team while those enemies are still in power? If he joins and the national team improves, wouldn't those people gain achievements and rise up again? Chapter 263. Fool, fool, big fool. The players of the Dacia national team warming up on the field couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Ye Cheng on the other half of the field. Even though Ye Cheng has never played a match for the Dacia national team, he is undoubtedly the most outstanding player in Dacia football right now. His reputation is unmatched by all past and present Dacia football players combined. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, Ye Cheng is sure to be this year's Ballon d'Or winner. At that time, he will create history. Although he has already created many historical moments for Dacia football, all players understand how impressive Ye Cheng's achievements are. Are you feeling the pressure since you have to defend against him later? Gao Lin nudged his teammate Feng Xiaoding from the club and national team. Xiaoding's expression was serious. Damn, now that you mention it, I'm even more nervous. Nervous about what? It's just a friendly match. He's still a Dacia person. He counts as one of our own, right? He'll definitely give us some face, said Zhao Xiaori from the other side. Not necessarily. Hao Junming shook his head. He is the only player on the field who has faced Ye Cheng in competition. Last year's UEFA Europa League knockout stage match between Roma and Schalke 04 saw how Jun Ming sitting on the bench, which technically counts as having faced him. Chapter 264. The match itself isn't important. The Football Association is a fool, a big fool. The voices were like thunder. On the sidelines, Galbo crossed his arms and twitched his mouth. Damn, I really want to laugh, but I have to hold it in. Otherwise, it won't be good for me back home. The national team players on the field looked shocked. The guy is really reckless. Does he know what he's doing? At the scene, countless fans took out their phones to capture this moment. Although the live TV broadcast was interrupted, it is now the era of citizen journalists. Everyone has a camera. Online, the video of this scene spread like wildfire. Fans who were frustrated waiting for the live broadcast to resume soon found out. Don't wait anymore. There probably won't be a broadcast. Hurry to Weibo, it's trending. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Football Association fools. Fans were extremely excited. Tens of thousands of fans shouted in unison against the Football Association. Hey, Cheng Shiwan's political career is probably over. Disorganized and undisciplined. Disorganized and undisciplined. Cheng Shiwan muttered with trembling lips. His scalp tingled, and his brain felt like it had been blown apart by firecrackers. Chapter 265. Impossible to be selected for the national team. As soon as Ye Cheng stood up from the bench, a swarm of reporters rushed over like crazy. The Manchester City players also knew who the main character was here and quickly stepped aside. Ye Cheng was soon surrounded by reporters. Can you talk about your celebration gesture? There's nothing to talk about. Everyone knows the grievances between me and the Football Association. Ye Cheng shrugged. Isn't this too extreme? Ye Cheng glanced at the reporter. If someone almost ruined your life, do you think such a response is extreme? But there's no but. Whoever this falls on knows the situation. Ye Cheng shrugged. Extreme? You believe it or not, among those things just now on stage, 9 out of 10 will be taken to target practice, and no one would be wronged. The reporters found it hard to continue asking anything. Anyway, further questions wouldn't be able to be published. Can we talk about the national team? What do you think about the FA letting Camacho replace Galbo? I haven't really paid attention. Ye Cheng shook his head. He indeed hadn't paid much attention. He didn't even know who the national team would play next. If the FA invited you to join the national team. Chapter 266. Building a bigger one. Ye Cheng had been in the country during this time. After Manchester City finished their commercial match with the national team, they still had 3 International Champions Cup matches to play. The opponents were Inter Milan, AC Milan, and the local Chinese Super League team, Hangzhou Greentown. These were all warm-up matches. In these 3 matches, Manchester City conducted a lot of personnel combination experiments. But one thing remained unchanged. Ye Cheng was always the core. Mancini was using the preseason to try and see who could partner with Ye Cheng on the front line more effectively. Zeko, Balotelli, and several youth team forwards promoted from the youth academy all got the chance to partner with Ye Cheng on the front line. After trying out different combinations, Mancini still felt unsatisfied. We need to push forward the transfer for Agüero, he said to the team's general manager Soriano. Theoretically, Agüero and Ye Cheng were indeed the best forward combination. Soriano also felt helpless. Many clubs were after Agüero, and now that Manchester City wanted to establish Ye Cheng as the core, it was uncertain whether Agüero would join Manchester City. Perhaps he didn't want to play second fiddle to Ye Cheng. Mancini was also pondering how to maximize Ye Cheng's impact. Chapter 267. Taking the first step. Back in Manchester, Manchester City continued their preseason training at a fast pace. Meanwhile, the transfer department of Manchester City was also making moves for the signings of Navas and Sanchez. Navas's joining was actually quite simple. He had been a key player at Sevilla for several seasons and was also selected for the Spanish national team. Under such circumstances, Navas naturally wanted a contract larger than the one he had at Sevilla. Although Sevilla is a strong team in La Liga, the economic environment of La Liga means that even if 2 big dragons consume everything, other small fish and shrimp are left with the scraps. Real Madrid and Barcelona can offer very high salaries, but other La Liga teams cannot. This leads to the situation where many La Liga teams, despite not being weak, often serve as star processing factories for big teams. Even a powerhouse like Sevilla cannot offer much in terms of salary. The highest salary is at most 5 million. Navas, as a core player in Sevilla, had a contract worth only 3 million euros a year. This is indeed pitiful for a Spanish international. This is also reflected in his buyout clause, which is only over 30 million. Chapter 268. Injecting championship genes into Manchester City. The next day, Manchester City Club released this interview segment on their TV station and official social media accounts. To become a powerhouse, the first step? Ye Cheng's declaration excited Manchester City fans. Of course, it also sparked discussions among the outside world, causing a stir among English media and fans. When everything? He really is arrogant. The Premier League Championship is an insurmountable ladder from Manchester City. This is England. Fans of other teams mocked Ye Cheng's bold claims. On television, some programs specifically brought up Ye Cheng's remarks for discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, do you really think Manchester City can win everything? Host Andy Gray looked at the guests present. Among them were recently retired former Manchester United captain Neville and English football legends like Lineker. In such football programs, inviting these retired stars serves to attract viewers with their popularity, while retired legends also need to frequently appear in the public eye to maintain their fame. This can be seen as a mutual achievement. Facing this question, Chapter 269, don't overdo it with flashy tricks. All along, Manchester United has regarded Manchester City as their noisy leader, not feeling that City poses any threat to them, no matter how hard they fight in the Manchester Derby. Perhaps for Manchester City, their two most important matches in the Premier League are indeed against their city rivals Manchester United. In the past, even when Manchester City was a lower-tier team, their performance in the Manchester Derby was commendable because their head-to-head record against Manchester United was not as lopsided as people thought. In the past 10 years, there have been a total of 26 Manchester Derbies, with Manchester United winning 10 times, Manchester City winning 7 times, and 9 matches ending in a draw. This head-to-head data seems to show Manchester United with a slight edge, but considering the overall strength gap before that, it can be proven that Manchester City can maintain a competitive balance with their dominant city rivals. The logic of a derby is indeed different from regular matches. Although media and fans often discuss the so-called Community Shield curse, meaning that the team winning the Community Shield usually doesn't win the Premier League Championship. Chapter 270, Community Shield. Manchester United fans flew a banner over Wembley Stadium, hoping that Ye Cheng's mentality would not be affected. He took a deep breath. He wasn't too worried. Ye Cheng was the kind of guy who could slap faces in front of numerous FA executives. How could he possibly be affected by this? Just then, a clear whistle sounded. The match began. Manchester United and Manchester City fans almost simultaneously made their voices heard as Ye Cheng kicked the ball to David Silva. The cheers of Manchester City fans and the boos of Manchester United fans echoed in Wembley Stadium. The match had started. The 2011 Community Shield match had begun. Lineker's voice sounded quite excited because this meant the new season is finally about to begin. After the match starts, Ferguson does not leave the coaching seat. He appears very calm. The Manchester United coach sits in his seat, staring at the field and chewing gum. Mancini, on the other hand, has been standing on the sidelines since the beginning of the match. It seems that Ferguson is much calmer than Mancini, but the reality is not so. If someone observes carefully, Chapter 271, let go of the flanks? Are you sure? The camera quickly focuses on Ferguson, who is still sitting on the coach's bench. Even when the ball hits the post, Ferguson maintains a demeanor that suggests he is unshaken by the looming threat. He does not jump up to the sidelines in surprise, but remains steady as a fisherman. However, the speed at which he chews his gum indicates that he is not at peace. In these few minutes of the match, he can clearly see that Ye Cheng's ability is very strong, and he can threaten Manchester United's goal in various ways. The combination of Ferdinand and Vidic is considered the best center-back pairing in the Premier League, rivaled only by Chelsea's center-back duo. Nevertheless, even so, they cannot effectively limit Ye Cheng's impact. Ye Cheng's offensive display is continuously putting immense pressure on Manchester United's defense. This is very dangerous. Ferguson thinks for a moment, stands up from his seat, and approaches the sidelines. He does not shout loudly, but raises his right hand, pointing his index finger to the sky. This is a gesture known only to Manchester United players. Generally speaking, coaches prepare various tactical plans for the match. When one set of tactics doesn't work, Chapter 272, luck? Oh ye, that shot, to generate such power with his left foot, is incredible. Unfortunately, the angle was a bit too small. De Gea deflected the ball out for a corner. De Gea sits on the ground, shaken. He gets up and shouts, "Don't let him shoot easily." The young De Gea yells out. He glances at Ye Cheng not far away. 2 seasons ago, he faced Ye Cheng in the Europa League final. More than a year has passed, and he has become even more terrifying. A left-footed shot with such power. He feels his arms tingling. If that shot had been any stronger, he even doubts whether his arms will be strong enough to block it. Terrifying. De Gea's expression is grave. Steady, steady. Manchester United captain Vidic shouts. Maintain formation. He does not think too much of Ye Cheng's shot from the flank. It was just a shot at a small angle. There's no need to be too nervous. Ye Cheng observes De Gea's reaction. The angle of the shot from the flank is indeed not large, but the power of his shot is significant. Moreover, the opponent is De Gea. Before the match, the coaching staff had compiled some information about the opponent. Chapter 273, The Two Giants of Asia. Ferguson's body seems to turn into a statue, and at the moment the ball flies into the net, he freezes. His scalp tingles. He can no longer comfort himself by saying it was a lucky goal. One is luck. What about two? That is strength. Ye Cheng can make a shot from this angle that is almost impossible for De Gea to stop. This means that the defensive strategy he meticulously arranged before the match has completely collapsed, because Manchester United absolutely cannot allow space on the flanks anymore. As a result, Manchester United's defense can no longer be as tight in the middle as it was before. Ferguson's expression changes repeatedly. He must find a solution to the problem. Mancini clasps his hands on his head. Now I finally understand why that guy Ranieri could lead Roma to win the Champions League, he muses. If I had Ye Cheng, I would have already led Inter Milan to win the Champions League. Why should I let Mourinho take advantage? Mancini has always been resentful that he led Inter Milan to 3 consecutive league titles only to have Mourinho benefit from it. What kind of monster do we have? His assistant Gregucci also looks astonished. Chapter 274, The Pendulum. Park Ji-sung knows that comparing himself to Ye Cheng is simply an insult. After all, he cannot be compared to Ye Cheng at all. After he comes on, he stands near the center circle, staring at Ye Cheng, who is also near the center circle. Manchester United initiates the attack early in the match. They create crossing opportunities through quick breakthroughs on the flanks. However, with Welbeck substituted, Manchester United's several crosses fail to pose a threat. In the 47th minute of the second half, Nani breaks through on the flank and passes the ball into the penalty area. To give Rooney a better chance to head it, he chooses to slow down the ball's speed. However, this allows Joe Hart to seize the opportunity, rush out quickly, leap high, and catch the ball, then quickly throw it to initiate a counterattack. The ball flies near the center circle. Park Ji-sung immediately gets ready. He knows he cannot compete with Ye Cheng in aerial duels, so he plans to interfere with Ye Cheng's reception. If he can make Ye Cheng mishandle this high ball, his defense will be successful. Facing the interference from his Korean star, Ye Cheng uses just one move. He suddenly bumps his body back, forcing Park Ji-sung to place both hands on his chest to brace against the impact. In trying to fully withstand Ye Cheng's collision, Park Ji-sung naturally has no energy left for any tricks. Chapter 275. The most direct way is to score. As Ye Cheng's body begins to sway, almost everyone's eyes are about to pop out. This is the signature move of the guy known as an alien. Of course, executing this move at low speed or in a static position is not difficult. The challenge lies in doing it at high speed. Ye Cheng charges into the penalty area, hardly reducing his speed. In this situation, executing such a move requires great demands on body balance and knee strength. People witness a terrifying figure. Oh my God! Lineker holds his head in his hands. Ye Cheng's series of attacks is truly spectacular. He passed by Park Ji-sung, made a 1-2 to break through the defense, took a step to seize the position and cut into the penalty area, especially when facing De Gea, who was right in front of him. A typical player might just kick the ball and try their luck at that moment. However, after sprinting at high speed for dozens of meters, Ye Cheng was still able to execute such a move. His physical strength was astonishing. It's 3-1. He has completed a hat trick. This is his first hat trick on English soil, and it surely won't be his last. Chapter 276. The Change of Kings. The nouveau riche of Manchester City. Go to hell. Victory belongs to Manchester United. Glory belongs to Manchester United. In the stands, Manchester United fans were raising their fists and shouting. In their view, the counterattack had begun. The commentator for Manchester United TV excitedly exclaimed, 2-3. We're only 1 goal behind. We are Manchester United. We can always fight back. We can always turn the game around. As the team with the most comeback victories in the Premier League, they indeed have the right to say this. The Manchester City fans in the stands frowned. The explosive power that Manchester United displayed was thrilling. Mancini on the sidelines was also frowning. His thought was still to strengthen the defense. As an Italian coach, defensive counterattacks were almost ingrained in him. But when the game resumed, Mancini was astonished to find his players were pushing forward aggressively. What were they doing? Mancini's eyelids were twitching. He feared that such an aggressive push would give Manchester United an opportunity. Ye Cheng received the ball from the backfield. He stopped the ball, protected it, and waited for his teammates to come up. As soon as he got the ball, the Manchester United players became tense. Chapter 277, The Era of the Blue Moon. In front of the television, many Manchester United fans fell silent upon seeing Ferguson's trembling hands. Is this really Ferguson? Does he have no way to deal with this Manchester City team? Is that guy named Ye Cheng really invincible? The Manchester City fans couldn't help but feel a strange sensation upon seeing Ferguson's trembling hands. If Ferguson has no way to handle us, are we really going to win the Premier League? How many of the current Manchester City fans have experienced the club winning the top league championship? Even if there are some, they must be grey hair by now. At Wembley Stadium, the cheers of Manchester City fans completely dominated the atmosphere. The Manchester United fans were almost silent. They understood that the upcoming matches were essentially garbage time. This goal was a huge blow to Manchester United. They could no longer muster the courage to launch an attack. After the ball returned to Manchester City, Manchester United's pressing intensity had decreased significantly. The Manchester City players were happy to accept this situation. After scoring this goal, Ye Cheng also confirmed that the opponents had lost their will to fight back. Chapter 278. You also call yourselves Barcelona? This report, Chilean winger Sanchez has accepted Manchester City's contract, and Manchester City and Udinese have reached a complete agreement on the transfer fee and payment terms. Sanchez has boarded a flight from Italy to Manchester and is about to undergo a medical examination with Manchester City. With the player's nod, Sanchez's transfer to Manchester City was quickly pushed forward. Manchester City was eager to buy, and Udinese was eager to sell. The staff from both clubs worked overtime to finalize the transfer details. Just 3 days after Manchester City lifted the Community Shield, both clubs officially announced that Sanchez's transfer to Manchester City had been completed. That afternoon, the plane that Sanchez was on arrived in Manchester. When he exited the airport, a large number of reporters swarmed him. I am very happy to receive the invitation from Manchester City. I will come here to create history with the club. To create our own history, said Sanchez. Yes, it is undeniable that Yes joining Manchester City has had a big impact on me. I hope to fight alongside him. I can't wait to join the team. This scene was broadcast on Sky Sports. The host switched the screen back to the studio. A football guest commented, Yes joining has made Manchester City a very attractive team. Sanchez is a highly regarded talent. But choosing Manchester City over Barcelona is something that was unimaginable in the past. Chapter 279. Can stacking star players win games? Many people were speculating about how Swansea, who established such a technical advantage in the championship, would perform in the Premier League. Would they continue to stick to their technical style of play? These questions were thrown at Rodgers all at once. Rodgers didn't say much. He just expressed to the media, we will play our own game. In fact, Rodgers knew very well that Swansea's strength was difficult to compete with Manchester City head-on. Although many were optimistic about Swansea's chances of staying up this season, Rodgers was well aware of his team's positioning as a promoted team with the primary goal of remaining in the Premier League. Therefore, in the match against Manchester City, he didn't dare to hope for a victory away from home. Even a draw would be considered a good result. Rodgers' true purpose in this match was to help establish confidence among the Swansea players in their first Premier League match. As long as they could display some of Swansea's attacking characteristics during the game, create some threats, and even score a goal, it would help build their confidence in the Premier League, even if they lost. Chapter 280. This is a cycle. Sanchez received the ball, and Lineker immediately raised his voice. On the sidelines, Rodgers looked at Sanchez, who had just joined the team and started in the match, and he was also speculating about Mancini's intentions. Under everyone's gaze, Sanchez first steadily stopped the ball, pushed it with his right foot, and continuously approached Swansea's right back, Angel Rangel from Spain. Meanwhile, Swansea's midfielder, Iceland Sigurdsson, was also closing in on him. Manchester City's left back Clichy was making a high-speed run, seemingly to set up a combination play with Sanchez. Sanchez also appeared to be waiting for Clichy to come up, but just at that moment, he suddenly flicked the ball with the outside of his left foot, breaking through from the outside and going to the baseline. Then he lifted the ball with his left foot. The football went around the defensive player who was coming to cover. It flew up, heading towards the center of the penalty area. Sanchez reached the baseline and crossed it. Lineker exclaimed. Inside the penalty area, two Swansea center backs sandwiched Ye Cheng in the middle. The Welsh centre-back and Swansea captain Ashley Williams was in front of Ye Cheng, while his partner Stephen Cocker was beside Ye Cheng, blocking the space between Ye Cheng and the goal. Chapter 281. He has this strength. Swansea hoped to slow down the pace. They didn't want Manchester City to pick up the tempo of the game. However, the technical advantage that Swansea established in the Championship was completely gone after moving to the Premier League. The Swansea players were working hard, but they completely failed to control the midfield against Manchester City. Swansea's three midfielders, Joe Allen, Leon Britton, and Gylfi Sigurdsson, faced opponents Yaya, David Silva, and Barry. In terms of technical ability, it was difficult for them to compete with Yaya Toure and David Silva. On the sidelines, Rodgers frowned. He had transformed Swansea from a traditional Welsh team, good at physical play and aerial balls, into a technically skilled team. But while technical play worked in the Championship, against strong teams like Manchester City in the Premier League, it was hard to have any technical advantage. He could only shout from the sidelines, urging his players to slightly withdraw their formation to compress the space and gain some advantage. As a result, this withdrawal made Manchester City's attack even more reckless. Manchester City gradually formed a suppression. The ball was passed to the right. Navas advanced. Richards came up, crossed directly, and Richards crossed into the penalty area for Ye. Another header. Oh, just slightly off target. Chapter 282. In the first round of the league, Manchester City's big win indeed made many media outlets feel that the chances of Manchester City winning the Premier League this season were rising. But this was just the first round. Manchester City's home win against a promoted team did not indicate much. The media focused more on Ye Cheng's form. In the second round of the league, Manchester City faced Bolton away. This was also considered a showdown between the first and second place, as Bolton had just won their first league match 4-0. This team indeed had strong attacking power. They scored 2 goals at home, but unfortunately lost the match because Manchester City scored more goals, netting 4 away. Ye Cheng scored twice, while David Silva and centre-back Company also scored. Manchester City won 4-2 away against Bolton, securing their second consecutive victory and solidifying their position at the top. After 2 rounds of the league, only the Manchester brothers had achieved 2 consecutive wins. Manchester United won 3-0 at home against Tottenham in the second round, earning 6 points and closely following Manchester City. Notably, Manchester City would face Tottenham away in the third round. Tottenham had just suffered a 0-3 defeat away and were now returning home to face Manchester City, putting a lot of pressure on Coach Redknapp. Chapter 283. A header flick. Ye Cheng's concerns were justified, because now in the media seats at White Hart Lane, English reporters were already contemplating how to stir up trouble after the match. Arsenal lost 2-8 away, but this incident was not entirely a bad thing. That Summer guy said he would keep Manchester City at the top of the league table. Let us see how he boasts now. Haha, this is the Premier League. Does he think this is his backyard? So arrogant. Maybe Tottenham will teach him a lesson. The English are very arrogant. Although Ye Cheng is now regarded as the #1 star in the Premier League, a standout player when compared to the top stars. After Cristiano Ronaldo left Manchester United, the Premier League has always felt somewhat inferior facing La Liga, which boasts Messi and Ronaldo. Now that Ye Cheng has joined Manchester City, it somewhat allows the English media to compete with Messi and Ronaldo. However, the English want Ye Cheng to uphold their image externally while internally. They cannot let go of the face of the old white men in England. It's really distorted. Tottenham is indeed a bit different at home. Bale has a significant influence on the wing. Chapter 284. How do you defend against headers and long shots both over 100? Headers are usually associated with powerful terms like volleys and battering rams. Flicks, however, typically have a slower speed, which requires a high level of precision, especially in narrow-angle situations. Even using feet makes it hard to lift the ball over the goalkeeper, let alone with the head. But in the slow-motion replay, people could clearly see Ye Cheng jump at the back post, and he had obviously observed Friedel's position before deciding to flick the ball over him. Look at his posture. His body seemed to hang in the air, slightly bending forward, using his forehead to touch the lower part of the football, then suddenly leaping up. The football was lifted into the air, creating a small parabola that accurately passed over the goalkeeper's reach. The football flew into the net. Friedel landed from the air, sitting on the goal line, not looking at the football bouncing behind him, but instead staring in shock at Ye Cheng, who had landed and raised his hands, coolly surveying White Hart Lane. He had known this before. Chapter 285. Difficult to define. After Manchester City took the lead, neither side scored until the end of the first half. The match went into halftime with a score of 2-1. The home team Tottenham, having initially taken a dream start, found themselves trailing at halftime. For them, this result was indeed hard to accept, especially if they lost this match. Tottenham would have faced 2 consecutive defeats at the start of the league. This would be a major setback for Tottenham's goal of finishing in the top 4. The competitive environment in the Premier League is intense. Now, the clubs that can compete for the top 4, apart from Manchester City, Manchester United, and Chelsea, which are generally considered the title contenders this season, include Arsenal, Liverpool, Tottenham, and even Everton. These teams are all regarded as competitors for the 4th place. The strength of Manchester City, Manchester United, and Chelsea is obviously stronger than that of other Premier League teams. If these 3 teams secure the top 3 spots, then the remaining teams with ambitions of entering the Champions League can only compete for the 4th place. Just imagine how intense the competition will be for that 4th spot among 4 teams. Therefore, the players of Tottenham are well aware that if they cannot secure a good position on the league table, they will be in trouble. Chapter 286. Another goal. 3-1. Manchester City quickly extended their lead early in the second half. He scored his 8th league goal of the season. 8th. Oh my God. He has played less than 3 Premier League matches. The commentators in the booth were stunned. In his first match, he scored 4 goals. Then, against Bolton, he scored 2. Now, against Tottenham, it's not over yet, and he has scored another 2. His goal-scoring efficiency is terrifying. Redknapp's face turned pale. Before the match, he thought Ye Cheng had already scored 10 goals in just 2 Premier League matches and 1 Community Shield match. This form has come so early. Who knows if his form will decline when facing Tottenham? But the result? Decline in form? Can scoring 2 goals still mean a decline in form? The Tottenham fans looked gloomy. They clearly saw Ye Cheng making runs from behind, but the Tottenham players on the field were completely oblivious to it. This also indirectly shows how much psychological pressure Manchester City's attack put on the Tottenham players. In this match, apart from a moment at the start that made the Tottenham fans happy for a while, Chapter 287, the first Champions League match in history. Ye Cheng's excitement also boosted the morale of the Manchester City players. Over the past 3 seasons, the Manchester City players had been enduring the attacks of nouveau riche and mercenaries. Moreover, they had indeed failed to prove themselves in the league. Chelsea and Manchester United had both been ahead of them. Having such a luxurious squad, but not achieving corresponding results inevitably led to ridicule. Not to mention Manchester City. Even Manchester United will be mocked if they can't achieve good results for several consecutive seasons in the future. Performance is the hard truth. In the following matches, Manchester City continued to apply pressure. Tottenham was originally thinking of scoring through counterattacks, but Bale and Lennon, the 2 wingers, had to retreat to their half, even to the defensive positions. Under such circumstances, it was extremely difficult for Tottenham to launch a counterattack. Instead, Manchester City's attacks became increasingly threatening. Finally, in the 79th minute of the match, Manchester City scored their 5th goal. This goal was not scored by Ye Cheng, but he played a significant role in it. It was a free kick in the attacking third, and Tottenham's players instinctively gathered a lot of defensive resources to guard against Ye Cheng, resulting in neglecting other Manchester City players. Chapter 288. Winning the championship in their first participation. The Champions League group stage is about to begin, and Manchester City will host their first Champions League opponent, Napoli from Serie A. This is truly the first opponent in the real sense, as this is the first time in the history of Manchester City Football Club that they are participating in the Champions League. The media is quite focused on firsts. The English media is also paying attention to Manchester City's first Champions League match. After all, their performance in the Premier League has been outstanding. So how will they perform in the Champions League? Will they be strong in domestic matches, but weak in international ones? The media is discussing. The Manchester City club is also taking this first Champions League match seriously. The club staff has redecorated the city stadium. Some fan organizations within the club are also planning to do something special for the first home Champions League match. Some fans are eagerly discussing the upcoming Champions League on social media. For Manchester City, this is indeed a significant event. Meanwhile, the fans of their neighbors, Manchester United, are mocking Manchester City for making such a big deal out of participating in the Champions League group stage. This is Manchester City's first participation in the Champions League. Chapter 289. Awaiting the outcome. Is this the place you were looking for a tattoo? Dude, come on. You're making tens of thousands a week. Ye Cheng looked at the somewhat dim little shop in front of him. Next to him, Balotelli was grinning foolishly. Although Balotelli couldn't be a starter, he was still quite happy at Manchester City. Firstly, there was not much pressure. Secondly, he had a big brother like Ye Cheng looking out for him. Although Ye Cheng is not Italian, he has been in Serie A for 2 years, and his Italian is better than his English, so he gets along well with Balotelli, who struggles with English. In contrast, the other striker, Dzeko, is currently searching for a new club worldwide. Is the owner here skilled? Ye Cheng stroked his chin. He doesn't have any tattoos, but he has thought about getting one. He wants to get a tattoo of the Champions League trophy on his calf. He has basically figured out how to get it done. The media says he is just bragging? Then he will show through his actions that he is definitely not bragging. The technique should be fine. Balotelli shrugged. Just a bear. What? A bear? Here, like this. Balotelli gestured with his hands in front of his chest. Chapter 290, the first one. Manchester City's first Champions League match in history is against Napoli. Ye Cheng is certainly very familiar with this opponent. Napoli performed quite well in last season's Serie A. They were the only team that did not lose to last season's Serie A champions, Roma, in both home and away matches. Meanwhile, Napoli is also the only team that Ye Cheng did not manage to defeat in both home and away matches during his 2 seasons in Serie A. This is also one of the reasons why the Italian media believes Napoli has a chance to defeat Manchester City away. The Italian media has already praised Napoli's coach, Mazzarri, as an expert at dealing with Ye Cheng. Ye Cheng was on a rampage, but he encountered a tough opponent in Napoli. Mazzarri might indeed have some skills in dealing with Ye Cheng. However, during a pre-match interview, Mazzarri was very low-key. We are facing a different team. But what remains the same is that we need to face an incredibly formidable striker. The Italian media feels that although Mazzarri is low-key, he is full of confidence. Despite Manchester City's strong lineup, Napoli is not to be underestimated. This is the strongest Napoli since the Maradona era, and under Mazzarri's 4-3-1-2 system, they possess formidable counterattacking power. The attacking trio of Hamsik, Lavezzi, and Cavani may not have the finishing ability of Manchester City's forward line with Ye Cheng, but it's hard to say that Manchester City's defense can withstand the impact of this attacking trio. Chapter 291. Is it a person? Ye Cheng is recklessly showcasing his determination to the world. Commentator Lineker sees the close-up on the television screen. Fans in the stands are chanting Ye Cheng's name. For Manchester City fans, this is the first time their team has participated in the Champions League, and no one is thinking about winning the title yet. However, Ye Cheng has starkly displayed his ambition. He must win the Champions League with Manchester City. Mancini on the sidelines applauds Ye Cheng's performance. This is a death group. Napoli is not an easy team to deal with. But who would have thought that this match, which was expected to be difficult, would start off so smoothly? Mazzarri is scratching his head on the sidelines. Ye Cheng is still the same Ye Cheng, whether in Serie A or the Premier League. He always finds a way to score. With this in mind, the Italian coach approaches the sidelines and speaks with team captain Paolo Cannavaro. Soon, Napoli has retreated with Inler, Zameli, and Gargano providing defensive midfield support. When they decide to play defensively and counterattack, they can form a relatively compact defensive shape. Chapter 292, a successful start. Ye Cheng's hat trick completely crushed Napoli's morale. Even if peak Maradona were still in their lineup, they would have no way to cope. The feeling of being unable to stop the opponent from scoring is indeed frustrating. Napoli's morale has hit rock bottom. In this situation, it would be nearly impossible for Napoli to turn the game around. In the end, Manchester City scored another goal in the second half. Sanchez cut inside and scored his first Champions League goal. Manchester City won 4-1 at home against Napoli, achieving a successful start in the Champions League. It is not surprising that Manchester City won at home. What is surprising is how easily they won. It should be noted that in this group, Bayern Munich is considered a notch above all the teams. Manchester City and Napoli are direct competitors. Villarreal may seem the weakest on paper, but this Spanish team is not a soft touch. Even if their paper strength is not as strong as Manchester City and Napoli, football is not a game of chess. Whether Manchester City or Napoli can win against Villarreal is still uncertain. Chapter 293. The value of 6 consecutive wins. In a typical league season, even for teams participating in the Champions League or Europa League, the schedule is usually not too congested at the beginning of the season. Domestic cup matches are typically not scheduled to start right away. After all, most cup competitions are knockout rounds, and top domestic league teams usually join in the latter half. However, the Premier League environment is somewhat peculiar. In England, besides the FA Cup, known as the world's oldest football competition, there is also the League Cup, which was created by the English Professional League to compete with the FA. Generally speaking, the FA Cup champion holds slightly more prestige than the League Cup. However, not by much, as both champions qualify for European competitions. This means that for Premier League teams, winning the League Cup and the FA Cup is not much different. Due to the existence of two parallel domestic cup competitions, Premier League teams must compete for the League Cup right from the start of the season. This leads to a congested schedule for Premier League teams participating in European competitions right at the beginning of the season. Chapter 294. The opponent is Bayern. Bayern Munich. This name can definitely be considered a golden brand in the football world. After all, this is the largest club in Germany, the southern king of the Bundesliga, and the Jerusalem of young talents in the German-speaking region. There are many derbies in the world, such as the Spanish El Clasico and the English Derby. However, if we talk about a derby with a massive reputation, it has to be the European Derby. The match between Real Madrid and Bayern is referred to as the European Derby. How could Bayern's reputation be small enough to compete with Real Madrid, the top brand in football clubs? After the chaos of Van Gaal's last season, Bayern quickly hired their successful coach Hanks to take charge again. Upon taking over, Hanks immediately brought in goalkeeper Neuer from Schalke 04 and lured German national team center-back Boateng from Manchester City. The arrivals of Neuer and Boateng quickly resolved Bayern's pain points from previous seasons, the aging retirement of Kahn and Butt, and the instability of the defense due to the decline in the reliability of older center-backs. The impact of Neuer and Boateng's arrival was immediate. Chapter 295. A show of strength. Manchester City arrived in Munich 2 days early. On the last day before the match, they went to Allianz Arena for a training session. After returning to the hotel for dinner, the team held a final tactical meeting before the match. During this meeting, Mancini showed everyone the front pages of some mainstream German media. "What did you all see?" Mancini asked. "Boss, we can't read German." Balotelli raised his hand. "Sigh." Ye Cheng sighed, quietly moving his head to a position where he could see the meeting room screen. "The titles have already been translated on the screen. Bild. Bayern must defeat Manchester City at home to secure the top spot in the group." Munich Sports newspaper. Key battle for group competition. The German media believes that Bayern Munich must beat us at home. They analyzed many of our weaknesses, saying we are still a team in the process of integrating. And others mentioned that we have not faced severe tests in the Champions League. Mancini looks at his players, but I think this will actually put more pressure on them. If nothing unexpected happens, they will definitely dominate the attack at home. And what we need to do is seize the opportunity for counterattacks. Chapter 296. Robben's cut-in. Although Ye Cheng's header didn't T-score, it boosted Manchester City's momentum. 2 minutes later, Manchester City launched another offensive. Ye Cheng retreated to receive the ball, feigned a pass to the side, dodging Boateng who was following him, and then took the chance to backheel the ball to Sanchez, who was making a run into the penalty area. Sanchez controlled the ball facing the goal, lifted his foot as if to shoot, attracting the defenders, then suddenly backheeled the ball. At that moment, Ye Cheng had already turned around, and Boateng, who had been closely marking him, had turned to reposition. Facing the backheel pass from Sanchez, Ye Cheng swung his right foot and took a powerful shot. The ball flew straight towards the goal. Neuer gritted his teeth and made a desperate save, deflecting the ball onto the post, which then went out of bounds. With a loud bang, all the Bayern Munich fans were startled. Beautiful. 2 backheel passes. The 2 forwards of Manchester City displayed excellent chemistry. Oh yes, shot. Powerful and fierce. Neuer's crucial save. Bayern almost conceded a goal. The commentators gasped in surprise. On the sidelines, Bayern's coach Hanks leaned back slightly, only breathing a sigh of relief after seeing the ball was blocked. Chapter 297. Running around the core. Robben received the ball on the wing and started to cut in, passing one defender, then another. Robben. Shot. The ball is in. Beautiful. Bayern Munich leads 1-0, accompanied by the commentators' excited shout. The Allianz Arena shook. Bayern fans jumped up, raising their arms and cheering. The entire stadium seemed like an erupting volcano. The cheers echoed around the stands, shaking the surrounding ground. Beautiful. Robben's cut-in shot. Oh. This is Robben's signature way of scoring. On the commentary desk, German sports channel's commentator Schmitz raised his arms in excitement. Robben has scored. His cut-in shot is truly unsolvable. English commentator Lineker shook his head repeatedly. Manchester City is trailing. For English teams, it is indeed quite challenging to win away games in Germany. For the English, playing against German teams usually results in more losses than wins. Didn't Lineker say back in the day? Football is a game where 22 players chase the ball, and in the end, the Germans win. This applies to both the England national team and the German national team in their direct confrontations. Chapter 298. What does it mean to be the king of B? Ye Cheng received the ball with his back to the opponent. Behind him, Boateng was struggling to stay close. Boateng weighed 90 kilograms, slightly less than Ye Cheng's current 94 kilograms. Logically, this could almost be considered an even matchup. Especially since Boateng was on the defensive side, he should have the advantage in physical contests. After all, the attacking side also has to consider ball control. But what surprised Boateng was that his efforts to entangle Ye Cheng didn't seem to bother him at all. Instead, Boateng found himself being continuously pushed back by Ye Cheng, and it looked like he was about to be shoved into the penalty area. At this moment, the experienced Van Buyten seized the opportunity, taking a risk to come forward for a defensive challenge. While contending, Ye Cheng was also aware of his surroundings. Noticing Van Buyten planning to approach from his right side for a direct double team, he quickly reacted. He slightly nudged his body, while simultaneously pulling the ball back with his heel, and turned. A Cruyff turn? The commentators were stunned. A 193-meter-tall, strong man executed such a nimble turn to get past his opponent. But they had no time to be amazed because as soon as Ye Cheng turned, he had already raised his leg to shoot. Neuer was well prepared on the goal line. At the moment Ye Cheng shot, his body was tense, and his powerful core and thigh strength allowed him to spring into action at any moment. Chapter 299. How to break the deadlock. The strength of Bayern Munich is undeniable. Manchester City's ability to equalize after falling behind by 1 goal will surely please their supporters. Mancini also breathed a sigh of relief. This goal at least interrupted Bayern's momentum a bit. However, he wasn't overly happy because there was still a long time left in the match. The next part of the game would be crucial. For Manchester City, the away games at Allianz Arena and St. Paul Stadium are key matches for whether they can secure the top spot in the group or even advance from the group stage. At these two stadiums, it's not about whether they can win. At the very least, they cannot lose. Mancini went to the sidelines to remind his players to pay attention to defense and not to concede goals to Bayern. After the score was equalized, Bayern Munich's morale did dip somewhat, but they launched a fierce attack once the game resumed, continuously pressuring Manchester City for over 10 minutes. It wasn't until 5 minutes before the end of the first half that Bayern's momentum slowed down. In the final 5 minutes before halftime, it was Manchester City on the attack. Their relentless assault drew continuous gas from the Allianz Arena. Neuer also made several high saves, neutralizing Manchester City's offensive efforts. Finally, Chapter 300, the lifelong rival of Old Man Robin. After the second half began, Bayern Munich indeed launched a fierce attack, as everyone had anticipated. Through their skilled teamwork, they advanced the ball to the front. Both fullbacks had crossed half the field, forming a high-pressure situation on the wings with the two wingers. Through alternating wing attacks, they suppressed Manchester City's formation. In this situation, Ye Cheng did not go back to participate in defense. His task was to stay up front, ready to receive any ball that might be passed to him. Shortly after the second half began, Bayern Munich executed a brilliant defensive play. Schweinsteiger passed the ball to Kroos, then made a forward run into the gap, drawing away defenders. Meanwhile, Kroos, with the ball, distributed it to the wing. Ribery made a diagonal run along the wing to receive the ball, and after controlling it, he charged into the penalty area. Manchester City's fullback Zabaleta was taken out when Schweinsteiger made his run, and at this moment, Ribery was pressing forward. An overload of players had already formed on that side. In order to catch up, Milner had to fall back to defend Ribery. After being bypassed by Ribery, he flicked the ball back to Kroos with his heel. Kroos passed the ball to the side without stopping it. Chapter 301. Hope of victory. Ye Cheng was no longer a rookie. He had over 2 years of experience in top-tier professional leagues. He was naturally aware of the current situation. Bayern was gaining momentum. Robben's breakaway had already spared Manchester City from a crisis. If Manchester City did not respond on the offensive end in the next moments and suppress the opponent's momentum, Bayern, playing at home, would become even more aggressive. An attack might not necessarily lead to a goal, but could relieve pressure on their own defense and disrupt the opponent's rhythm. Joe Hart breathed a big sigh of relief. Still a bit shaken, he placed the ball at the kickoff spot. Bayern's players all retreated from the penalty area, but they didn't back off too far, maintaining an aggressive stance of pressing in the front. Joe Hart's short passes were ineffective, so he waved his hands repeatedly, signaling his teammates to push forward. Manchester City's formation began to advance. Under these circumstances, Bayern also had to give up their high pressing and fall back first. Otherwise, a long ball from the opponent could easily create a numerical advantage. Joe Hart glanced at Ye Cheng's position, then took a few steps back and launched a long pass. The ball soared high into the air, but the direction it flew was slightly misaligned with where Joe Hart had aimed. Chapter 3:02. Who are you even? The TV screen repeatedly replayed the scene of Ye Cheng heading the ball into the net. Navas's pass was high and floating, which was typically a difficult aerial ball to handle. With a slow pass like this, it was hard to generate power, and if the goalkeeper anticipated it well, he could easily catch it. However, Ye Cheng used the momentum from his jump, seemingly completing a powerful downward header, smashing the ball into the net. This goal showcased Ye Cheng's greatest attributes, his strong physique and unbeatable heading ability. He exclaimed. Fans in front of the screen cheered for Ye Cheng. Incredible. From Roma to Manchester City, who dares to say this is a step back? Even Bayern at home can't hold up. I feel he will win the Champions League this season. That header was explosive. Allianz Arena. The previous boos had quieted down. Bayern fans frowned, with many sitting in their seats, looking worried. On the visiting stands, the cheers of Manchester City fans temporarily became the dominating sound in the stadium until they were drowned out by the responding Bayern fans. Chapter 3:03. Bicycle kick. Bayern equalized with a penalty. As the home team, they certainly didn't want to settle for a draw. However, after the match started, Manchester City performed even more frantically. Led by Ye Cheng, Manchester City launched a surprising attack, crashing towards Bayern's goal like a tsunami. Hanks was originally pondering how to strengthen the attack, but looking at the current situation, he thought, fine, let's take care of defense first. He waved his hands repeatedly, instructing Bayern's players to defend. On the other side, Mancini helplessly shrugged at his assistant. With a core player like Ye Cheng, what could he do? Defend? No way. Let's push forward and attack. To express his support for Ye Cheng, Mancini was animated on the sidelines. He waved his arms, gestured wildly, and shouted loudly for the team to push up and attack. Boateng and Van Buyten were under immense pressure when Manchester City launched their attack. As soon as Ye Cheng entered the penalty area, he resembled a beast returning to its territory. All creatures within that territory were intimidated by the beast's might, trembling in fear. Van Buyten had rich experience in matches, but this was indeed his first time facing a player like Ye Cheng. Chapter 3:04. Bicycle kick relay. Ye Cheng. In the studio, He suddenly stood up. His floral shorts swayed, and on the monitor screen, Ye Cheng soared into the air. He jumped up, leaning back, in a pose identical to Kompany's. The only difference was that he was even higher. As the ball flew towards him, Ye Cheng was turning around. The ball was heading to his right side, which was further from the goal. If he wanted to head the ball, he would have to retreat first and then generate power to head it. In that case, he couldn't generate enough force and would be easily defended against. Therefore, as the ball came flying, he instinctively chose to execute a bicycle kick. Leaning back, he leaped with all his might, his right foot arcing in the air, striking towards the ball with force. He made solid contact with the exact spot on the ball. Neuer had no way to make a save unless he could teleport. At that moment, at the near post, the only one who could stop it was Bayern's captain Lahm. He only saw Ye Cheng suddenly leaning back and then heard a loud thud. After that, the ball was above his head. Lahm instinctively jumped up, hoping to block the ball with his head. Chapter 3:05. A cold breath. 3-2. Ye Cheng completed a hat trick, and it was a last-minute winner. This situation nearly broke Bayern Munich's morale. In the last minute or two of the match, they couldn't regain their composure. At the very first sound of the final whistle, Hanks's disappointed expression appeared on the television screen. The screen then switched to the best player of the match. The German commentator, Schmitz, had to admit, Ye dominated the match. He ruled the field. Linker exclaimed, 2 Champions League group matches, 2 hat tricks. Ye's magic in the Champions League continues. Who can stop him? Manchester City's next Champions League match is the 3rd round of the group stage, where they will return home to face Villarreal. Based on their performance in the first 2 matches, especially Ye Cheng's display in those games. In La Liga, the struggling Villarreal, known as the Yellow Submarine, is facing relegation, and it seems unlikely that they can pose a significant threat to Manchester City at the Etihad Stadium. After the match, Bayern Munich players expressed in interviews that they were outperformed by Ye Cheng. Chapter 306. Stop playing around. Ferguson's team has faced Ye Cheng directly twice, and both times Manchester United lost to him. Therefore, Ferguson is now sharing his experience. He knows that Ye Cheng is the kind of player who gets more fired up the more he is provoked before a match. This time, he decided to take the opposite approach. Yi is a player of quite a high level. I believe he is even better than Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, at least in terms of scoring performance. Psychological warfare can not only make the opponent angry, but can also make them complacent, leading them to underestimate the threat from Manchester United and to enter the field with a relaxed mindset. At that point, Manchester United can show their teeth. If Manchester City is too relaxed, it will be difficult for them to tighten up. Ferguson, that old fox, has a good grasp of the young player's psychology. After all, Ye Cheng is just a 20-year-old. But Ferguson forgets that he is Ferguson. Was Ferguson ever shown such weakness? This unusual behavior raises suspicions, unless he has taken the wrong medicine, given that this highest-paid player at Manchester United has a full-time family doctor. Such a situation is unlikely to occur. Chapter 307. Tragic. Ye Cheng's form has not been great, which has affected Manchester City's overall attack, a bad sign for them. After more than 2 months of craziness, Ye's performance has finally begun to decline, which will surely come as a relief to fans of other teams. However, for Manchester City, the luck seems to be running out. Every player experiences fluctuations in form, but why does Ye's decline have to happen specifically against Manchester United? In the commentary booth, the commentators are discussing this. For today's match, Sky Sports has invited 2 guest commentators. One is, of course, former Manchester United captain Gary Neville, who has just retired. The other is former Manchester City goalkeeper Joe Hart. Inviting 2 legends from opposing teams to commentate during a match with such a strong rivalry is a savvy move by Sky Sports to attract viewers. Every player has their ups and downs, and Ye's situation is not surprising. One can only say that Manchester City is simply unlucky in this match. Neville is quite pleased, while Hart looks frustrated. The match has only just started, and perhaps Ye just hasn't found his rhythm yet. Chapter 308. Ferguson's sense of helplessness. Manchester City's attacking momentum begins to impose pressure, and Manchester United's defense is under great stress. De Gea's goal is frequently threatened. In the commentary booth, the commentators take the opportunity to explain the current match situation to the audience. Neville's expression is somewhat grim because the situation is hitting him hard. Meanwhile, next to him, Manchester City legend Hart is shouting out loud, occasionally taking jabs at him. Look at Ye's header. Oh, it seems he really hasn't found his rhythm. He didn't score, right? Gary? Hey, Gary, what do you think of that foul? Vidic seems a bit helpless. Now, it's the Manchester City fans' turn to mock Neville, while Manchester United fans are gritting their teeth in frustration. But who can blame them when their players are underperforming? Sanchez cuts and shoots, blocked, and Yaya Touré picks it up and sends it into the box. Ye, receiving the ball with his back to goal. Lineker's tone begins to sound hopeful. In fact, when the ball falls to Ye Cheng's feet, you can hear the boos from the Old Trafford stands becoming sharp and fearful. Chapter 309. Beep! Ferguson, who has led Manchester United to dominate the Premier League for so many years, is certainly not someone who easily admits defeat. His assistant, Phelan, approaches. That guy's impact is too strong. Should we tighten our formation? This indicates a shift towards strengthening defense. However, Ferguson doesn't want to do that. We're already behind. Defending now? That's not his style. Moreover, deep down, he's also worried that if they continue to defend, they probably won't be able to hold on. It's better to attack. We're behind. What we need now is to attack, Ferguson says, moving to the sidelines and calling Rooney over. Boss. Rooney rushes over. Although Rooney is now the star of England, he is still quite obedient in front of Ferguson. Tell the players we need to attack. Don't get too caught up in midfield battles, push up on the wings, and strengthen our crosses. Rooney nods repeatedly. He then turns and runs back onto the field to relay Ferguson's latest instructions to his teammates. In this match, Manchester United's 2 wings are quite impactful, with Ashley Young on the left and Valencia on the right. Chapter 310. Ferguson is angry. Ye, beautiful. Look at that long-range shot. Incredible. The ball is flying fast. The angle is tricky. De Gea has no chance to stop it. In the commentary booth, commentator Lineker can't help but exclaim. Hart is also cheering. Only Neville's face is ashen. In fact, this period could be considered a rising moment for Manchester United. Yet at this moment, Manchester City scores again. In less than 20 minutes, Manchester City has taken a 2-goal lead. In the 19th minute, Manchester City scores again, and the goal scorer is still Ye Cheng. In less than 20 minutes, he has scored his second goal at Old Trafford. Commentator Headers.Ye is also shouting, Manchester United is in trouble now. They are 2 goals down. If they were only 1 goal down, they might still have some hope. But now being 2 goals down makes it difficult, unless they can pull one back before halftime. Su Yang adds, during the live stream, comments suddenly flood the entire screen. Wow, awesome. It's been a long time since I saw Ye Cheng's unreasonable long-range shot. Was that from 40 meters? Wow, just past the halfway line. Chapter 3:11. The Mad Red Devil Ferguson was indeed furious. His Red Empire had nearly dominated the Premier League. Any challengers were ultimately defeated by him, whether it was Wenger's Arsenal or Mourinho's Chelsea. After facing challenges, Manchester United always came out on top. This was a true championship team, a team that had not lost its soul. He looked towards the bench. The last player from the class of '92 still on the pitch, Ryan Giggs, sat there with a furrowed brow. Ryan, Ferguson shouted. Giggs immediately realized what Ferguson needed him to do. In the 15th minute of the match, the substitutes would perform their routine warm-ups, and they needed to be ready to come on at any moment. Giggs had just finished warming up and had only just sat down, so he didn't need to warm up again and could come on immediately. He quickly took off his substitute vest and went to Ferguson's side. Ferguson stared at him. I need you on the pitch. I understand, boss. Go tell the players that I'm very unhappy with their performance. I'm extremely angry right now, and what I need is 11 warriors, not a bunch of spineless guys. Ferguson roared. Chapter 3:12. Why Manchester United fans had reason to be proud. They were the most successful English team of the Premier League era. They had created what might be the greatest comeback in Champions League final history, the miracle of 1999. At that time, Manchester United's opponent was Bayern Munich. Bayern was still leading 1-0 until stoppage time. On the sidelines, the UEFA staff were already preparing to engrave Bayern Munich's name on the trophy. However, just 2 minutes before the match ended, Manchester United scored 2 consecutive goals, completing the greatest comeback in Champions League final history. The young players of the class of '92 defeated the mighty German giants and lifted the trophy. From then on, Ferguson's class of '92 could truly be compared to Busby's Babes. Ferguson also surpassed Busby, becoming the greatest manager in Manchester United's history. Manchester United fans firmly believed that their team could achieve a comeback because the Red Devils were the team with the most comebacks in Premier League history. The scene of Ferguson pointing to his watch on the sidelines had become a classic image of the Premier League. It was Ferguson's time. Old Trafford was roaring. In such an atmosphere, Chapter 3:13. A minute of silence for Manchester United in the midst of the cheers. Ye Cheng turned to look at the football flying into the goal, then opened his arms and rushed to the stands. He pointed at the away fan section located in the corner of the pitch, waving his fists, celebrating with the Manchester City fans far from the pitch. Only then did the Manchester United fans react. They conceded another goal. The score became 1-3. Manchester United was trailing by 2 goals again. But this time, the Manchester United fans were not too dejected. The performance of Manchester United before this had given them confidence. What did it matter if they were 2 goals down? This was the theater of dreams. This was Old Trafford. They immediately began to boo, suppressing the cheers of the away fans. At the same time, the Manchester United fans in the stands pointed at Ye Cheng and cursed at him. You dog bastard. You F-I-N-G City dog bastard. Bastard. Come over here. Look at this. Bastard. FK. Various curses, and even coins and paper balls were thrown down from the stands. Ye Cheng faced these fans who were flipping him off and cursing at him. He grinned. They were his bitter rivals. He did not expect the Manchester United fans to say anything nice to him. Chapter 3:14. Shattered hopes in the stands of Old Trafford. The commentators and various guests in the commentary box, as well as the reporters in the media area, were discussing the trend of the second half of the match. From the current score and the situation on the pitch, it seemed that Manchester City had an absolute advantage. But considering that this was Old Trafford, the theater of dreams, Manchester United still had some residual power. Therefore, many felt that the second half might still see a fierce battle. In the away team's dressing room, Mancini shared this thought. Guys, congratulations on a good result in the first half. But the match is not over yet. We can't be too happy too early. Remember, this is Old Trafford. Mancini said. He wanted to cool down the excitement and keep everyone alert for the second half. As for tactical adjustments, Mancini did not make any changes. A winning team does not change. for Mancini, since this set of tactics had scored 3 goals against Manchester United in the first half. There was no need for any changes. In the home team's dressing room, Ferguson's hairdryer treatment was in full force. All Manchester United players had their heads down, not daring to make a sound. Chapter 3:15, the fourth. Yes, heel. Sanchez. A lob shot on a breakaway. Go. A 1-4. 1-4. Oh my God. Manchester City is going crazy away from home. Manchester United has been hit again. They conceded their 4th goal. The 4th. The commentator Lineker exclaimed. Next to him, Neville had a pained expression, frowning deeply. The situation was truly terrible for Manchester United. In the studio of the National Sports Channel, Huey also looked astonished. Who could have imagined that Manchester City would score a 4th goal? Even more surprising was Ye Cheng's heel pass, which was a rare sight indeed. Normally, Ye Cheng would likely take a shot himself at the edge of the penalty area. This was also why Manchester United players knew that in such a situation with fewer defenders, they still sent 3 players to surround Ye Cheng. But Ye Cheng passed it out, and it was a very unexpected heel pass that directly set up Sanchez for a one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Chapter 3:16. Huh? No problem. Ye shot directly. The ball went in again. A hat trick. A hat trick. As the football flew into the goal, the entire Old Trafford Stadium's noise was put on pause. Manchester United fans stared at their goal in disbelief, their faces filled with pain. Manchester City fans were also somewhat incredulous. This match was going too smoothly. 1-5. Such a scoreline is truly rare in the many years of Manchester Derby battles. It wasn't until the players had come down to the stands to celebrate that the away fans reacted. They jumped up, raising their arms and shouting, "Long live!" Ferguson's expression became somewhat desolate. Commentator Lineker looked at Ferguson's face and couldn't help but exclaim, "Perhaps Manchester City is really on the rise. This is like a transfer of power in the Premier League. The season isn't over yet." Neville gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, we have to wait for the second leg, back at the City ground, back at Main Road. That's when the transfer of power will be complete," Givens said. He is now the victor. Neville was left speechless in the face of this mockery. Chapter 3:17. 5 goals alone. The television broadcast replayed the scene of Vidic's foul. From behind, he flew in with a tackle, his studs firmly landing on the ankle. Such a level of foul is almost impossible not to injure. But now, look at Ye Cheng's appearance. Everyone was stunned. The Manchester City team doctor had run halfway before stopping, a look of confusion on his face. He saw Ye Cheng's sprinting speed. This absolutely did not look like someone who was injured. If the ankle were injured, there was no way he could run this fast. The commentators were also amazed. He isn't injured? Just now, in the slow-motion replay, Vidic's foot did indeed land on his ankle, which is one of the most vulnerable spots on the foot. Ye is simply superhuman. He hasn't been injured at all. Manchester United fans were also stunned. They were originally cheering for Vidic. Although it cost a red card, if it could injure Ye Cheng, Manchester United would absolutely have gained something from losing this match. Not to mention, if Ye Cheng misses a month of games, how many points would Manchester City drop? This is a team that completely relies on Ye Cheng. But who would have thought? Chapter 3:18. Don't let it in. Don't let it in. Looking at Ye Cheng's provocation, Manchester United fans were practically about to explode with anger. But now, aside from making their boos a bit louder, they really had no other way to express it. The Manchester United players looked dejected. They never expected the match would evolve into this. Ye Cheng scored 5 goals by himself. 5. This guy is simply not human. Manchester United players lowered their heads. On the sidelines, Ferguson had already returned to the coaching seat. He had no way to handle this match anymore. The 5th one, this is truly too exaggerated. 5 goals alone. My God, he has faced Manchester United 3 times and has already surpassed Shearer to become the player with the most goals against Manchester United. Journalists in the media area were astonished. Everyone was shocked by Ye Cheng's performance. Many forwards may never score 4 goals in their entire careers, let alone achieve such a miracle of 5 goals in one match. However, Ye Cheng did it. 5 goals. The match was only 60 minutes in, and Manchester United was down a man. Would he continue to score? Reporters had various expressions. Many were vaguely looking forward to it. Chapter 3:19. Blue Moon Rising. Ye was substituted early. The match was only in the 70th minute. Being substituted at 70 minutes. I estimate this is the first time in Ye's 3-year professional career. Commentator Lineker smiled slightly. Neville, hearing this, looked even worse. He certainly knew the reason for this. The only reason Ye Cheng was substituted early was that Manchester City's coach believed the match was already over. He didn't want to continue provoking Manchester United to avoid his players getting injured or receiving red cards. If this were the last match of the league, Manchester City could probably score double digits. Neville's face turned ashen. Lineker glanced at him but said nothing, continuing to introduce the match to the viewers at home. Ye Cheng scored his 5th goal of the match, which also marked his 20th goal in this season's Premier League. Lineker's astonishment grew. 9 rounds of matches, 20 goals. What kind of monster is this? Scoring 5 goals in a single match against Manchester United. Lineker slightly shook his head. He was sure that after this match. Chapter 320. Aftershocks after the match. Ye Cheng was naturally the focus of media praise. In the mixed zone, microphones were almost drowning him out. This is our strength. Ye Cheng said, I said before, our goal is the league championship. We are indeed the strongest team in this league. 20 league goals? That's great. I feel like I'm in excellent form, perhaps the best time of my career so far, and I can continue to score. Ye Cheng shrugged. If the coach hadn't substituted me, I could have continued scoring in this match. But it's okay. Even if we beat Manchester United 100-0, it would only be 3 points. Some Manchester United reporters present listened to Ye Cheng's boastful tone and looked quite displeased. However, they couldn't refute him, as the score of 1-7 stood there. On Manchester United's side, only veteran Giggs accepted an interview. This was a nightmarish defeat, Giggs said. But we are Manchester United. We will always come back. Setting aside the score, it's just 1 defeat. Manchester United dropped 3 points, and their gap with Manchester City widened to 5 points. Chapter 321. 10 consecutive matches scoring due to England having both the League Cup and the FA Cup running concurrently. At the beginning of the season, when other leagues had relatively less packed schedules, Premier League teams often had to endure a high-density schedule of 2 matches a week, especially for Premier League teams that needed to participate in European competitions. Since the start of the season, everyone has to bear the pressure of a 3-line battle. After defeating Manchester United, Manchester City faced a League Cup match against Wolverhampton Wanderers. This League Cup match was only 48 hours away from the Manchester Derby in the 9th round of the league. Therefore, Mancini had to make significant rotations. With a rotated squad, Manchester City appeared at Molineux Stadium, the oldest stadium in England, and was defeated 2-1 by Wolves in the first half. However, in the second half, Mancini began to bring on several key players. Sanchez, David Silva, and Ye Cheng came on one after another. Eventually, in the second half, the team scored 4 goals. Ye Cheng scored twice, while Sanchez and center-back Kolo Touré also found the net. Manchester City won 5-2 against Wolves and advanced to the quarterfinals of the League Cup. There were no major upsets in this season's League Cup. Chapter 322. At Anfield, the joys and sorrows of people do not resonate with each other. The same goes for teams. Manchester City fans were excited about the team's impending 10-game winning streak, and they hardly thought about kicking Wolves into the relegation zone. To avoid a downturn, Wolves indeed worked hard in the second half, but effort was unlikely to make up for the significant gap in strength. In the 73rd minute of the match, Sanchez scored a 1-on-1 goal, sealing the victory for Manchester City. Ultimately, they won 2-0 at home against Wolves. After 10 rounds of the league, they had 30 points. Ye Cheng scored in 10 consecutive matches, totaling 21 league goals. These numbers left those media and reporters, who previously mocked Manchester City's ambition for the Premier League title, speechless. Results are the hard truth. The standings say it all. 4 days later, Manchester City welcomed Villarreal's challenge at home. This was the 4th round of the Champions League group stage. Villarreal was already in the relegation zone of La Liga, so they had little desire to exert themselves in the Champions League. In fact, even if they wanted to, they lacked the strength. Chapter 323. Average State. As November approached, the day before this match, FIFA announced the list of 23 candidates for this year's FIFA Ballon d'Or. After that, representatives from various countries, national team captains, and national team coaches would submit their votes. This news didn't attract much attention, as it was just a list of 23 candidates. Ye Cheng's inclusion in this list wasn't particularly newsworthy. It would have been news if he hadn't made the list. During this time, the English media also reported on the Ballon d'Or. Naturally, comparisons between Ye Cheng and Messi became unavoidable. News hype ensued, and fan antics followed. At Anfield, when the stadium announcer read out the starting players, Liverpool fans immediately chanted Messi, Messi, to provoke Ye Cheng. The collective shout was loud enough for many viewers in front of their TVs to hear. The The camera focused on Ye Cheng, and everyone could see him slightly curl the corners of his mouth upwards. Chapter 324. Stand firm, and there is hope. Ye Cheng's fame is well established, so teams have generally figured out a formula for countering him. When he receives the ball with his back to the goal, at least two strong players must come up to hold him, preventing him from turning left or right. Otherwise, he could easily shoot once he turns. Other players should position themselves to cover and prevent other attacking players from getting opportunities. In summary, Ye Cheng is the top priority for defense. Now, both of Liverpool's center backs stepped up. As for the gaps they left, fullbacks Enrique and Glenn Johnson moved in. Charlie Adam, playing as a winger, and another central midfielder, Lucas, also fell back into the penalty area. Quit returned to the midfield. In this defensive formation, with two players marking Ye Cheng, the other Manchester City attackers would have little space. The focus remained on Ye Cheng. Skrtel was closely marking Ye Cheng. This was their second encounter. In their first meeting, Skrtel's impression of Ye Cheng was that he was a physically strong brute, not very skillful. But now, Ye Cheng was not only strong in physical confrontation. Chapter 325. Continuous lifts. Dalglish was not qualified tactically, but he was good at inspiring the team's fighting spirit. Under his encouragement, Liverpool players united and managed to withstand a wave of attack from Manchester City in the last 10 minutes of the second half. The two sides returned to the locker room with a score of 0-1. During halftime, Mancini did not overly praise his players for their performance just because they were leading. In his view, it was only natural for the team to be ahead of Liverpool. Moreover, the match was not over yet. A one-goal lead was not safe. If the team became complacent in the second half and the opponent seized the opportunity to equalize or even take the lead, that was a real possibility. Therefore, he mainly required adjustments to the strategy for the second half. Controlling the ball in the midfield and defense to lure the opponent out for an attack, while increasing the efficiency and speed of counterattacks through direct connections with the center forward when opportunities arose. The two wingers should not stretch too wide. They needed to maintain a reasonable distance from Ye Cheng, allowing him to connect with them directly. He said to Manchester City's wingers Sanchez and Navas. The two nodded repeatedly. Once Manchester City took the lead, they would not push too far forward. Chapter 326. Victory. In the stands of Anfield, Liverpool fans were seen wearing painful masks. Many Liverpool fans sat dejectedly in their seats. In recent seasons, Liverpool's performance had indeed been disappointing. Who would have thought that the once great first club in England had not won a league title in over 20 years? Moreover, judging from Liverpool's current performance and situation, Liverpool's hope of winning the league title seems as far away as ever. The cheers from the away fans dominated Anfield. All the Manchester City fans who came to the away game leaped from their seats, shouting Ye Cheng's name. He scored twice, and Manchester City led 2-0, which nearly secured their victory. The commentator exclaimed, when Manchester City was leading 1-0, they could use this to control the ball in the midfield and attract Liverpool to press, forcing Liverpool to expose the spaces behind them. Now leading 2-0, Manchester City's players naturally felt more confident doing this. The difficulty for Liverpool to turn the game around had increased several times. Ye Cheng's close-up appeared on the television screen. After blasting the ball into the net, he stood still with his arms open. Chapter 327. Money can't buy everything. Breaking the record earned Ye Cheng the Van Nistelrooy's king of the small box module. However, the stacking of such modules has now had a limited impact on his strength. For Ye Cheng, he already possesses all the conditions to become the best center forward in the world. Whether he can continue to improve is no longer about the increase in numbers on the attribute panel, but rather about his playing style and the accumulation of match experience. In this regard, the system cannot help him. Completing a brace in this match, Ye Cheng was naturally the best player on the field. After the match, the camera shifted to the sidelines, where Dalglish wore an unhappy expression. Dalglish's resentment is understandable. What kind of team is Manchester City? In his era, Manchester City was a team that simply couldn't be compared to Liverpool. But now, with the investment from the Middle Eastern Consortium, Manchester City can dominate Liverpool at Anfield. Previously, those outstanding players aspired to join a powerhouse like Liverpool. But now, top players like Ye Cheng can actually join Manchester City. Before this, teams like Manchester City only deserved to pick up Liverpool scraps. Times have truly changed. Chapter 328. Competing for first in the group, Ye Cheng's response infuriated Liverpool fans. Originally, Liverpool fans had a sense of superiority. Although we lost, Although our league ranking is poor, we are a powerhouse. What does it matter if you beat us? A nouveau riche beating a powerhouse means nothing. Then they would go on about England's greatest powerhouse, the glory of 5 UEFA Champions League titles, and 19 top league championships that would blind your eyes. Every time, Liverpool fans would down a few shots of rum and then educate the new fans about Liverpool's past glory. Back in the day, hey, Manchester City was nothing. Red-faced Liverpool fans would often reveal a satisfied expression at this point. We won in the past, so we win now, and therefore we will win in the future. The successful closed loop of powerhouse winning. But Ye Cheng's words broke through their defenses. Saying he wouldn't go to Liverpool, even for $1 billion, was like a slap in their face. In an instant, Liverpool's media launched an attack. They accused Ye Cheng of disrespecting Liverpool, disrespecting Daglish, and disrespecting the tradition of English football. Chapter 3:29. The 10th since coming from Manchester City to Napoli. The Manchester City players could feel how much the Napoli fans valued this match. When they came out of the airport, they could see Napoli fans holding banners to welcome them. You will never conquer San Paolo. This banner was very clear. On the one hand, Napoli fans were in pain because their team performed poorly in the Champions League. On the other hand, they were proud of certain things, such as the fact that Ye Cheng had never won at the San Paolo Stadium. Local media were clamoring to fight for Napoli's honor. For Napoli, the next 2 matches were also crucial. Although they could not secure a top 2 finish in the group, they could at least surpass Villarreal in the next 2 rounds of group matches to finish 3rd and qualify for the Europa League. If they could advance from the last 32 to the semi-finals of the Europa League, they would have 4 home games and 4 away games. Just the ticket revenue alone would be several million. Adding in broadcasting revenues, prize money, and other miscellaneous earnings, if they couldn't even reach the Europa League, they would probably lose at least 10 million. Chapter 3:30. Hat-trick. Mazzarri frowned. He really didn't know how to deal with Ye Cheng. He hoped the team could showcase a crazier attacking state in the insane atmosphere of San Paolo Stadium, using offense to suppress Manchester City. But now, this approach clearly wasn't working. Napoli had not yet launched any effective attacks before conceding a goal. After a brief silence, the San Paolo Stadium erupted into even crazier boos. The sharp and piercing boos from Napoli fans seemed to have no effect on Ye Cheng. Of course, Napoli was indeed very intense. They continued to launch attacks. Then, in the 37th minute of the match, Manchester City's counterattack came again. He took the ball. Navas and Sanchez were both moving down the flanks. We pass. No, he would go himself. Accelerate. Beat one and take a long shot. Go, wow. As Ye Cheng launched a furious shot from 30 meters away from the goal, the ball soared into the air, reaching its highest point before quickly descending. Chapter 3:31. The hat-trick of the hat-trick. Mazzarri's head was buzzing. He knew Ye Cheng was extraordinary, but now he was becoming increasingly monstrous. At San Paolo Stadium, Mazzarri was very confident in Napoli's fighting spirit. Yet now he shook his head. The confidence of Napoli's players had been severely undermined. Just after scoring, the opponent immediately responded. They had just seen hope when Ye Cheng slapped them back down. How on earth were they supposed to play like this? The confidence of Napoli's players evaporated, and their morale was on the brink of collapse. They can't make it to the knockout stage anyway. In the last round, they face Villarreal, and as long as they win, they can go to the Europa League knockout stage. In fact, compared to battling against Manchester City, it seems more cost-effective to focus on how to deal with Villarreal, right? As for dignity and honor, the Napoli players are not thinking about that right now. After the game started, it was obvious to anyone. Although Napoli was still attacking, their offensive power was nowhere near what it used to be. At the Stadio San Paolo, the crazy Napoli fans have resigned themselves. They are crazy, but not foolish. Chapter 3:32. How to deal with this big guy. Ye Cheng scored another hat-trick against Queen's Park Rangers. This was his 5th hat-trick in the Premier League this season, including a 4-goal game and a 5-goal game, and the 9th hat-trick in all competitions. This made him the talk of the media around the world. Everyone was discussing him. All the media were exclaiming that this big guy from Dacia was invincible. The media in Dacia often talked about Ye Cheng and the national team. Some even believed that Ye Cheng joining the nouveau riche Manchester City was a waste of talent. If he were at Real Madrid or Barcelona, the media would have long hailed him as the undisputed number 1, with no room for Messi or Ronaldo. However, Ye Cheng didn't care about those rumors. Although Manchester City's platform is not yet big enough and its history is not glorious enough, he is here, creating history. Other giants are already giants. while Manchester City will become one because of him. This sense of accomplishment makes Ye Cheng even more satisfied. At the same time, he is earning quite a bit here. As long as he keeps scoring goals and leads the team to win championships, the title of the world's #1 will eventually be his. And no one can take it away. Chapter 333. The pointless League Cup. Most teams do not pay much attention to the League Cup matches, especially those that need to participate in European competitions. This season, both Arsenal and Manchester City will participate in the Champions League. Arsenal's group in the Champions League this season is relatively good, as they are grouped with Marseille, Olympiacos, and Borussia Dortmund. After 5 group matches, Arsenal has earned 11 points and sits atop the group. However, Marseille is right behind them with 10 points. Therefore, in the last round of the group stage, Arsenal cannot afford to slack off. Their situation is similar to Manchester City. Both must win their last group stage match to secure the top spot. Considering that the first half of the season is entering the most intense phase of the schedule in December, the Premier League schedule is incredibly packed, especially since there is no winter break. Players will face a very dense schedule in December and January, especially with the FA Cup starting in January. As a result, some Premier League teams must juggle the league, European competitions, the FA Cup, and the League Cup, battling on 4 fronts. This schedule is indeed overwhelming. Therefore, teams like Manchester City and Arsenal that are still competing in 4 competitions. Chapter 334. Luckily, it's just the League Cup. Arsenal, playing at home, is a team focused on attack. Van Persie's beautiful volley, although it didn't score, greatly boosted the morale of the Arsenal players. Their momentum became even more intimidating because of this. In response, Manchester City could only temporarily tighten their defense. During this period, Arsenal's offense was overwhelming. They constantly attempted crosses through balls and long shots, creating threats in various ways. This made Manchester City look quite embarrassed. Since the start of this season, Manchester City had never looked as beleaguered as they did now. Due to the absence of Yaya Touré and David Silva, and with Sanchez also not on the field, Manchester City's midfield control was insufficient to cope with Arsenal's furious home attack. The commentator Lineker paused at this point. Mancini had to come up with a solution. The camera indeed focused on Mancini on the sidelines. However, Mancini didn't seem anxious. After all, the match had just begun. The key was that he didn't really care about the outcome of this match. For Mancini, the most important thing this season was the league. Chapter 335. The opponent should be the one to be afraid from the starting lineups of both sides. It is clear that in a League Cup match, neither Manchester City nor Arsenal can afford to lose. Therefore, after Manchester City scored, although Arsenal's players launched a counterattack, they did not bring on several key players. In the first half, Ye Cheng assisted Nasri in scoring. At halftime, Manchester City led 2-0. In the second half, Ye Cheng received a yellow card. This was his 4th yellow card in all competitions, including the League Cup, this season. Accumulating 4 yellow cards means Ye Cheng will be suspended for 1 match in the second half. This yellow card sparked discussions because in the next match, Manchester City will be playing away against Norwich, followed by matches against Chelsea and Arsenal. Now that Ye Cheng received a yellow card, he would be suspended for the match against Norwich. There are suspicions of rotation, right? I think the referee was just strict, people commented. However, in any case, although Ye Cheng received a yellow card and will be suspended for 1 match, it ensures that he will definitely be available for the matches against Chelsea or Arsenal. This is definitely a gain from Manchester City. As for whether it is rotation. Chapter 336. Too much talk about Ye Cheng. Too little about Manchester City. They have faced each other once already, and there are no changes in the starting lineups this time. Therefore, as soon as the match began, both sides took their positions. Although Bayern Munich was playing away, they needed to win, and they had to win by at least 2 goals or by winning 1 goal while scoring at least 3 away goals. This is relatively difficult. Before the match, many people believed that Bayern could compete for the top spot in the group. This is purely out of respect for Bayern's past achievements. It is believed that winning against Manchester City by 2 clear goals at their home ground is not impossible. However, to achieve this, defense alone is not enough. Offense is essential. As the home team, Manchester City naturally cannot afford to be timid. From the very beginning of the match, both sides went straight into attack without any probing. Bayern Munich quickly took advantage of their first kickoff opportunity, moving the ball upfield through the flanks. Ribery and Robin, 2 world-class wingers, allowed Bayern's attack to develop rapidly. To avoid being exposed, Manchester City had to retract their formation. Chapter 337. A beautiful bicycle kick. Bayern Munich's offensive was fierce. Even away from home, Henk's team continued to force Manchester City to compress their formation through various attacking methods. Even Manchester City's two wingers had to retreat. Bayern Munich is considered a hexagonal team. They have high technical skills, strong individual player abilities, good cohesion, and a wide array of attacking strategies. Counterattacks, wing play, central penetration, a combination of wing and midfield, and aerial balls. Their attacking style has been referred to by some media as Munich's three-dimensional offense. Under their relentless attack, very few defenses in the world can handle it easily, and Manchester City is no exception. Most of the time, the ball was in Manchester City's half. Ye Cheng's appearances were significantly reduced. However, he did not retreat. He stood at the front as Manchester City's stronghold. If he went back to his half, Manchester would have little chance for counterattacks. He remained up front as Manchester's spearhead in attack. Unfortunately, Bayern is indeed Bayern. 10 minutes after Manchester City's goal, Bayern scored as well. Ribery made a sudden acceleration in his passing rhythm after moving laterally at the edge of the penalty area. Chapter 338. Securing victory. David Silva took a corner kick. Neuer rushed out, and Boateng headed the ball clear. What goal! What a goal! Unbelievable! What did I just see? My God, is this a move on the football field? This is a martial arts performance. This is a bicycle kick. A standard bicycle kick move. Incredible. Incredible. Go wow. K0 KO, Ye knocked out Bayern Munich. The commentary booth erupted in cheers. Even Ye Cheng himself found it hard to believe. It was just an instinctive action. He didn't expect to score such a spectacular goal. It was only after hearing the referee's whistle that he realized it. He then sprinted toward the corner flag, leaped up, and celebrated with an even more standard bicycle kick. The fans on site went wild. Brucey, the fans cheered. 2-1. 2-1. Manchester City scored again. At this moment, Manchester City's players followed suit. Chapter 339. Ballon d'Or Top 3. Although there was still time left in the match with this scoreline, Bayern Munich needed to score 3 goals to lead 4-3 on aggregate to push Manchester City down from the top of the group based on their mutual records. This was almost an impossible task. In the final stages of the match, Hanks made consecutive substitutions, trying to launch a counterattack and create a miracle. But the miracle did not happen. Neither team scored in the ensuing minutes. Thanks to Sanchez's goal and Ye Cheng's brace, Manchester City defeated Bayern Munich 3-1 at home. They finished the group stage with 6 wins out of 6, earning 18 points, and advanced with their heads held high. As the final whistle blew, the commentators expressed their astonishment at Manchester City's performance. In their first Champions League season, Manchester City entered the group of death. When this group was drawn, it was widely believed that the inexperienced Manchester City would be the most likely team to be eliminated from a group. In the commentary booth, Lineker took a deep breath. But now, they achieved victory in all 6 group matches, finishing first in the group ahead of Bayern Munich. Chapter 340. Villas-Boas, go for it. At Chelsea's training base, Chelsea coach Villas-Boas was studying his opponents. After 14 rounds of the league, Manchester City had 13 wins and 1 draw, accumulating 40 points, sitting at the top. Manchester United had 12 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, with 37 points, trailing Manchester City by 1 point in second place. The third-place team was quite surprising. Tottenham had 11 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss, totaling 35 points. Chelsea ranked 4th, but had a significant gap with third-place Tottenham, having only 28 points. Although they were 4th, Chelsea's position was not secure, as Arsenal had 27 points behind them, with 6th-placed Newcastle and 7th-placed Liverpool, both on 26 points. And 8th-placed Stoke City, 9th-placed Everton, and 10th-placed Aston Villa, all on 25 points. This means that the point difference from 4th to 10th place was only 3 points. In extreme cases, Chelsea could easily drop from 4th to 10th after just 1 round of matches. The pressure of competing for a top 4 finish in the Premier League is immense. Professor Wenger manages to secure Arsenal's position in the top 4 every year, demonstrating his capability. Meanwhile, Villas-Boas had just taken over Chelsea this season. Chapter 341. Creating danger from start. Villas-Boas' thoughts were quite normal. At this stage, Premier League coaches had not found a good way to deal with Ye Cheng. If they could suppress Manchester City on the offensive end, it would weaken Ye Cheng's potential for ball possession attacks. Many teams now have data analysts in their ranks. From a mathematical perspective, If a team's offensive sequences outnumber the opponent significantly, then their chances of scoring naturally increase. However, football is not just cold numbers. Statistics can average out over enough matches. But when it comes to a specific match, it is difficult to predict the numbers and describe a particular game. Football matches are full of randomness. During pre-match interviews, the media naturally wants Ye Cheng to talk about their next opponent. Now Manchester City has already faced Manchester United and Liverpool, two of the traditional top 4 teams in the Premier League, and they won both matches. As for Arsenal, they also faced Arsenal in the League Cup. But both teams fielded reserve squads, so many media outlets believe it lacks relevance. Now, Chapter 342, Championship Appearance. Chelsea started with an aggressive attack. Manchester City was mentally prepared for this. Villas-Boas's tactics are not a secret. So in the opening phase, Manchester City wasn't in a hurry. When the opponent launched a strong attack, they adopted a strategy of luring the enemy deeper. They defended key areas. Once they intercepted the ball, they immediately chose to pass it quickly to the front, launching a counterattack against the opponent. In the opening phase, apart from Drogba's header, Sturridge and Mata posed threats on the flanks, creating shooting opportunities. Chelsea's opening assault was fierce, but Manchester City's defense was solid, apart from Drogba's header causing a threat. The other shots did not threaten Joe Hart's goal. As the commentator Lineker was speaking, another Chelsea attack came. Mata, Romeu, and Ivanovic formed a trio on the right flank, penetrating the penalty area through continuous cooperation. Mata lifted his foot to shoot. The ball was blocked by Joe Hart's foot and fell at the feet of fullback Milner. Milner let the ball come over, turned around, and sent a long pass to the front. The ball soared high. Manchester City's counterattack. Chapter 343, Silent Stamford Bridge. On the field, Manchester City players were excitedly celebrating their goal. Villas-Boas, standing on the sidelines, was in disarray. The script was completely different from what he had expected. Chelsea took the lead, and the aggressive tactic succeeded. Logically, Chelsea should have gained the advantage next. But who would have thought that Manchester City would score 2 goals in such a short time and overturn the score? Villas-Boas frowned, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Mancini sat on the bench, casually switching his cross legs. With Ye Cheng on the field, did they still need to worry about scoring? The television screen switched to the stands. Abramovich, who was in the box, had lost his smile. The Chelsea owner looked gloomy, sitting in his seat with a somewhat sullen expression. At Old Trafford, Manchester United was hosting Everton in this round of the league. The Manchester City match had not even reached half-time, while Manchester United's match had only a few minutes left in regular time. At this moment, Hernandez was spreading his arms, rushing towards the corner flag, celebrating wildly. Old Trafford was in a frenzy. The big screen at the venue clearly displayed the score. 1 o'clock. Chapter 344, 30 goals in 15 rounds. Manchester City took a goal kick. Milner kicked the ball long. Beautiful. Transfer. Navas advanced and directly crossed. In the commentary booth, Lineker exclaimed. The ball went in. The ball went in. Ye's 30th league goal. Oh my God. 30 goals. 15 rounds of the league, 30 goals. Averaging 2 goals per game. So crazy. So crazy. This is really too crazy. Lineker held his head with both hands. Although everyone knew that it was highly likely for Ye Cheng to score 30 league goals in the first half of the season, when it actually happened in front of them, everyone was shocked. This goal was very surprising. Manchester City's attacking side had too few players, only 2. As a result, it was just a 45-degree cross, and the ball went in. What else can be said? This is Ye. This is too unreasonable. 30 goals. Oh my God. Averaging 2 goals? Is he playing in the Premier League or in a village league? In the media area, reporters had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. On the field, while Manchester City players were celebrating the goal, Chelsea players looked dumbfounded. Conceding such a goal was really demoralizing. They had launched aggressive attacks before this, and just when they were expecting to score, the opponent made a seemingly non-threatening counterattack. A casual cross resulted in a goal. Who can explain this? This left Chelsea players feeling powerless. What do they do? The other side could score so easily. What is the use of their hard work? Almost all Chelsea players lowered their heads. Not just the players on the field. Even Villas-Boas on the sidelines looked somewhat broken. He lowered his head, looking frustrated. Then he turned to his assistant to complain. He really couldn't understand how that goal went in. Navas's 45-degree cross was from so far away. Inside the penalty area, Terry and Cahill were double-teaming Ye Cheng. Logically, they had enough time to complete the defense. But the result was that Ye Cheng scored. 1-3. What could Chelsea do now? Villas-Boas's fingers were trembling. He realized for the first time that all his football theories were almost useless against Ye Cheng. Chelsea was in big trouble. A commentator shook his head. If they lost this match, Chelsea might drop to 6th if they were lucky, or even 8th if they were unlucky. Would Chelsea owner Abramovich still have patience if they were in 8th place? The camera searched for Abramovich again, but at that moment, his seat was empty. The camera quickly gave a close-up of Villas-Boas on the sidelines. The director's lens language was telling everyone that Abramovich was not a patient owner. In the upcoming matches, Chelsea indeed had no good options left. Lampard, Torres, and Mikel were successively substituted onto the field. However, Chelsea ultimately failed to turn the tide. They lost 1-3 to Manchester City at home. As the final whistle blew, many Chelsea fans sat dejectedly in their seats. On the live standings, Chelsea's ranking had dropped to 6th, with the possibility of falling further as several teams vying for 4th place had yet to play. The entire Stamford Bridge was filled with the cheers of Manchester City fans. When Ye Cheng arrived at the visiting fan stand, the City fans went completely wild. They raised their arms, calling out his name in worship. Ye Cheng's performance had completely conquered them. Chapter 345. Opponent in the round of 16 in the post-match press conference. Anyone could see Boas's frustration. Abramovich's early departure seemed to signal a potential managerial change at Chelsea. One should not think this is impossible. Boas's current situation is very precarious. On one hand, his relationship with the veteran players has reached a freezing point. Lampard, Terry, Cech, Drogba, Ashley Cole, and Gary Cahill, the 5 members of the team committee, have almost no close relationship with Boas. Lampard has almost been sidelined by Boas, and the relationship between Terry and Boas has become purely professional. Given the internal dynamics, if Boas loses the support of the club's upper management, he will surely be unable to hold onto his position as head coach. Boas is also aware of this. He took the blame for the loss upon himself. I think I underestimated the opponent's attacking ability, he said. We couldn't effectively limit Ye's performance. He was almost unsolvable. For the proud Boas, to say such things brought a sense of pride to the reporters present. Chapter 346. Time can change everything this season. Manchester City and Arsenal are not meeting for the first time. However, the last encounter was in the League Cup, where both teams fielded reserve lineups, with only Van Persie and Ye Cheng starting. The result of that match is typically not referenced for the current home match because it holds little value for comparison. Arsenal had a decent start to the season, briefly ranking 3rd. However, as the first half of the season neared its end, Arsenal began to habitually experience a sudden drop in performance as December approached. Prior to facing Manchester City, Arsenal had gone 2 consecutive matches without a win, causing their ranking to drop to 5th. If they fail to secure 3 points in this match, Arsenal might be overtaken by Chelsea and Liverpool, potentially falling to 7th place. The pressure for a top 4 finish in the Premier League this season is immense. Before the match, various Arsenal legends rallied to cheer on the team. The Christmas rush is just around the corner, and if Arsenal enters a slump at this time, it could significantly impact their entire season. Chapter 347. Wenger's strategy commentators quickly noticed Arsenal's changes. Arsenal tightened their defense, with Ye Cheng facing the most stringent marking from Alex Song, who stayed close to him, combining man-to-man marking with zonal defense. Commentator Lineker noted from the commentary box that Arsenal's 3 lines were now clearly defined. The 4 defenders pulled tightly together, and the 2 wingers, Walcott and Gervinho, completely dropped back into midfield to assist Arteta and Ramsey. Theoretically, the strongest one-on-one defender in Arsenal's midfield, defensive midfielder Alex Song, became Ye Cheng's shadow. Wenger's defensive setup was evident. Song's close marking was not just to limit Ye Cheng's aerial ability, but to restrict his footwork, at least outside the penalty area. Having someone close is better than having no one at all. At least it can cause some trouble for Ye Cheng. Meanwhile, Mertesacker and Koscielny, the 2 central defenders, could hang back in the penalty area, with the 2 center backs and goalkeeper Szczesny. Wenger believed Arsenal would not easily be defeated in aerial duels. Chapter 348. Alex Song closely followed Ye Cheng. Wherever Ye went, he went. Even if he had to go to the restroom, he would follow him, waiting until Ye was done before returning. This was Wenger's exact words. Defending Ye Cheng put a lot of pressure on Alex Song, who doesn't know how formidable Ye Cheng is. But after Wenger's encouragement, I believe in you. You are my most valued defender. My child, your potential may be beyond your own knowledge, Alex Song. Although aware that he was unlikely to win in a one-on-one situation against Ye Cheng, was deeply moved by the old man's words. It made him feel valued. I am his favorite defensive midfielder. Alex Song thought of this and felt a surge of passion, even feeling a momentary impulse to agree to Arsenal's salary conditions during contract negotiations. Of course, it was just a fleeting thought. But can salary negotiations and matches be compared? In this match, even if he had to shed a layer of skin, he had to create enough trouble for Ye Cheng. Chapter 349. It's only a matter of time, the crossbar. Oh no, what a pity. Ye's header hit the crossbar, and Arsenal escaped a crisis. Alex Song simply couldn't keep up with Ye's pace. Commentators shook their heads. In the media area, reporters felt that Wenger's choice to have Alex Song mark Ye Cheng had a low success rate. But one reporter's words left everyone present in silence. Besides Alex Song, who else can Arsenal use? A reporter from North London couldn't help but sigh. 10 years ago, Arsenal's main defensive midfielder was Vieira, the strong and tough Vieira. Now it's Alex Song. Without comparison, there is no harm. Manchester City's offense revolves around Ye Cheng. In the past, Ye Cheng was just a scoring machine, and at the beginning, his activity heat map was only in the penalty area. But as his abilities became more well-rounded, his activity heat map changed, and his range of movement became very large. He is no longer just the team's striker, but the core of the team's attack. Almost all of Manchester City's attacks, whether penetrating through the center or crossing from the wings, revolve around Ye Cheng. Chapter 350. Can't hold on anymore. Van Persie stood with his hands on his hips. He was the only Arsenal player without a defensive task because he needed to conserve energy for critical counterattacks. But where was the counterattack? He hardly touched the ball. His number of touches was too low. On the field, perhaps the only player with fewer touches than him was Manchester City's goalkeeper, Joe Hart. He turned to take a look at Hart, who was standing on the goal line and seemed a bit distracted. Other than the opening phase, Arsenal hadn't had a single threatening attack in these past 10 to nearly 20 minutes. If he were Hart, he might as well fall asleep on the goal line. Van Persie sighed. Over the years, Arsenal's core players have been leaving, and they are powerless to invest in the transfer market, selling players every year to buy those young talents or semi-finished products. Such a team cannot compete for any significant championship trophies. Manchester City is another story. This team has invested heavily in the transfer market. Chelsea's investments are not small either. Although Manchester United also buys young talents, they are not hesitant to spend money on established players when needed. The current environment of the Premier League. Chapter 351. What power is this? Ye Cheng. A beautiful header. He has broken the deadlock on the field. 1-0. Manchester City takes the lead at home. It's still Ye. Arsenal is in trouble. They have big trouble now. Professor Wenger made tactical changes due to the opponent in this match, and now it seems the effect is not good. Their counter-attacking strategy has failed because they haven't even launched a counterattack, and their defensive line can't hold on anymore. Now, trailing Arsenal has lost the qualification for counterattacks, and the initiative is completely in Manchester City's hands. Ye Cheng's goal has shattered the supporters' complacency completely. Before Ye Cheng's goal, Arsenal could still say they hadn't conceded. They could still wait and see. However, now that they've conceded, trailing behind, does continuing to defend just waste time? Time is no longer on Arsenal's side. They must consider the issue of offense. But if they launch a large-scale attack, what about defense? Will they be caught by Manchester City and concede more goals in a short period? If they concede another goal in a very short time, the game will basically be over. Offense and defense in a football match are not isolated. Chapter 352. An era ruled by Ye Cheng. When Szczesny dived for the ball, Arsenal's fans cheered. Amid their cheers, the ball entered the net, and their cheers abruptly stopped, turning into shock, fear, confusion, and panic. In a brief moment, Arsenal's fans experienced a transition from ecstasy to despair. The great joys and sorrows of life can be no greater than this. Mertesacker felt a burning sensation in his earlobe. Just now the ball flew past his ear. Instinctively wanting to block the ball with his head, he was completely caught off guard. The ball whizzed past him, and the turbulence of the air made Mertesacker realize the terror of this shot. He turned his head to see the ball spinning in the net. Mertesacker was also stunned. In a short time, they conceded 2 goals. The German international was a bit overwhelmed. Wenger didn't know what to say. The pressure brought by Ye Cheng was too great. Mertesacker and Koscielny are experienced center-backs, but in that moment, they both made mistakes. They both forgot how terrifying Ye Cheng's shots could be. allowing him to take a powerful shot without any interference. This was almost equivalent to gifting him a goal. Chapter 353. Time can prove everything. He is ruling this era. This statement sent shockwaves through global sports media. Professor Wenger's status in the football world is well known. When he said this, it naturally surprised everyone. Many media outlets took this statement as the headline for their reports the next day. In the 16th round of the Premier League, Manchester City won 4-0 at home against Arsenal. After the match, Arsenal's coach Wenger stated that Arsenal could not stop Ye Cheng. And there are very few defenses in the world that can stop Ye Cheng. Ye is ruling this era. Wenger's words sparked a huge controversy. Ye is only 20 years old this year, a young player. Does he really qualify to be called the ruler of an era? Typically, only those superstars who have reached their peak begin to be included in discussions about historical status, and Ye seems far from that step. He is only 20 years old. Media from various countries began to discuss whether Ye Cheng qualifies to be called the ruler of an era. Opinions vary. Some believe he does, while others think he is not yet qualified. But this statement indeed sparked heated discussions. Chapter 354. Life depends on acting skills. 3 days later, Manchester City hosted Stoke City. In this match, Mancini made some rotations again. Ye Cheng naturally started the match. Mancini has now accepted this setup. No matter who is rotated, he does not need to be rotated. This kid has incredible stamina. His physique is extremely durable. Exhaustion? Injury? Such things simply do not happen to him. So when rotating, there is no need to consider him. Anyway, this kid doesn't like being rotated. Their opponent, Stoke City, is known as the Sky City because they are the team with the highest average altitude in the Premier League. However, Sky City encountered a header expectation in this match. They chose to kick the ball high into the air right from the start of the game. As a result, this played right into Ye Cheng's hands. Not long after the first half began, Ye Cheng powerfully headed the ball near the penalty spot, opening the door to victory for Manchester City. In the 11th minute of the match, Manchester City suddenly changed their attacking rhythm. Ye Cheng dropped back to receive the ball, shielded it, and the two wingers made direct runs into the flanks of the penalty area, drawing away defenders. Subsequently, the two fullbacks pushed forward simultaneously. Meanwhile, Ye Cheng slightly turned and passed the ball to the flank. Fullback Kolarov made a high-speed run forward. Chapter 355. No surprises since 2011 was not a major tournament year. The most important factor in the Ballon d'Or selection was club performance. In this regard, Ye Cheng was undoubtedly in the lead. There's no need to mention the treble. Just his personal data at Roma was already astonishing. Moreover, scoring 33 goals in 18 Premier League matches sounded like something that could only happen in a novel and shocked everyone. Therefore, even though FIFA mysteriously released the list of 3 candidates and a seemingly suspenseful pre-video, causing intrigue, a fan's comment under the video was pinned to the top. Is there really any suspense? Indeed, it seemed that there was no suspense for the Ballon d'Or. Many media outlets believed that this season's Ballon d'Or would have almost no surprises. A new top scorer was about to emerge since Cristiano Ronaldo won the Ballon d'Or in 2008, with Messi winning in 2009 and 2010. Although there was some controversy over Messi's win in 2010, at least there was no debate about him winning that season, as his competitors did not have the same fame as Messi. Chapter 356. Award ceremony on January 2nd, during the 19th round of the Premier League. Manchester City faced Sunderland away. The highlight of this match was whether Ye Cheng could break Alan Shearer's and Andy Cole's records. Sunderland, playing at home, fought hard. However, they faced Ye Cheng, who had just learned that he won the Ballon d'Or. In high spirits, due to the good news, Ye Cheng scored a goal in both halves. Manchester City won 2-0 against Sunderland away. After 19 rounds, Manchester City had 17 wins and 2 draws, accumulating 53 points, firmly sitting in first place. Manchester United followed in second with 14 wins, 3 draws, and 2 losses. This season, Manchester United had significantly overperformed, partly due to Manchester City's consistent performance, which forced United's players to not relax in any match. Even so, Manchester United, with 45 points, was still 8 points behind Manchester City. Half a season had passed, and they were trailing by 8 points. Many media outlets were exclaiming about Manchester City's invincibility after this round of matches. Half a season gone, and Manchester City had undoubtedly secured the first-half championship. Although the first-half championship doesn't mean much, considering the margin by which they led. They were 8 points ahead of Manchester United. The 45 points earned by Manchester United in half a season were already quite impressive. Yet they still had a significant gap with Manchester City. Chapter 357. You really understand football like all award ceremonies. The most prestigious awards are often saved for last. Ye Cheng felt a bit drowsy watching the various awards being presented in front of him. He glanced at Messi beside him and noticed the Argentine seemed a bit tired too. He patted him and said, "Hey, Leo, I heard you can change direction 4 times in a second." Ye Cheng asked. Maybe." Messi scratched his head. "Wow, that's impressive," Ye Cheng said with genuine admiration. Given his height, the idea of changing direction 4 times in a second seemed utterly fantastical to him. "I heard your relationship with Higuain on the Argentina national team isn't great. He always steals your thunder?" Messi shot Ye Cheng a glance, feeling the goodwill that had just emerged dissipate. "That's not true. It's just a rumor," Messi said. Cristiano Ronaldo almost laughed out loud, but quickly regretted it because Ye Cheng noticed him. "Cristiano, I really admire your axe-style free kick. It's very entertaining." Ye Cheng gave a thumbs up. Ronaldo puffed out his chest, putting on an expression that said, "You have good taste." But the next second, he asked, "But how come you haven't scored in over 30 direct free kick attempts? Don't you want to score?" Chapter 358. Not the last one. You really understand football. Ye Cheng's words sparked a wave of laughter in the room. Ronaldo laughed so hard he slapped his thigh, while Messi's face turned sour, discreetly retracting his thigh. If he kept this up, he would turn black. "Sorry, Leo." Ronaldo was almost in tears from laughter. This guy was too funny. Messi glared at Ronaldo, thinking, when this guy makes fun of you, just wait and see how I laugh at you. Everyone present understood what Ye Cheng's comment referred to. This traced back 3 days earlier when Barcelona's mouthpiece media, World Sports Daily, published an article titled, "Those who truly understand football know Messi is the best player." As the most influential mouthpiece of Barcelona in Europe, this title quickly spread worldwide. After all, for any Ballon d'Or candidate, media hype is quite normal. The problem is that sometimes the media hype can go overboard and have the opposite effect. If Messi could win the award, this article would not have attracted attention. However, it was clear Messi was unlikely to win, so major media outlets were happy to give World Sports Daily some extra traffic. Chapter 359. Gerard's canon. Ye Cheng smiled and gave the reporters enough time to take pictures. However, his attention was not on the cameras. "Ding. Congratulations on winning the FIFA Ballon d'Or. You have received a Ballon d'Or honor medal and a Ballon d'Or legendary treasure chest. Would you like to open it?" "Yes." Accompanied by a burst of light, the names of past Ballon d'Or winners flickered before him. Platini, Zidane, Cruyff, Ronaldo, Ronaldinho. Each of them is a legendary figure in the world of football. As the scene freezes, a name appears, Platini. Ye Cheng's lips reveal a slight smile as he glances at Blatter beside him. As the president of UEFA, Platini has been involved in power struggles in the world of football with Blatter. However, during his playing days, Platini was undoubtedly a king-level player of that era. "Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained Platini's passing technique module. Fusion successful. Ding. Your long pass technique has been enhanced. Ding. Your short pass technique has been enhanced. Ding. Your vision has been enhanced." In an instant, the passing techniques have been comprehensively elevated. Chapter 360. A chaotic script. After scoring, Gerard is extremely excited. Although he has never led Liverpool to a Premier League championship, Gerard is undoubtedly one of the greatest captains in Liverpool's history, arguably the greatest. After scoring, Gerard celebrates with an excited slide on his knees. After Chelsea's rise, Gerard was once linked with them, but he ultimately chose to stay at Liverpool. For Gerard, it is difficult to imagine himself playing for another Premier League team. Despite the turbulence that followed Liverpool's brief golden era during the Benitez era, Gerard could not leave Liverpool in this situation. He couldn't abandon the team when they needed him the most. After all, he was once the only star player Liverpool could rely on. This powerful shot that found the net brought Gerard back some feelings from his youth. At the same time, he sensed the opponent's underestimation of Liverpool. With the first goal, who knows, Liverpool might actually hand Manchester City their first defeat of the season. This round of matches features simultaneous games between Manchester City and Manchester United. Chapter 361. The more you struggle, the more mistakes you make. Liverpool's history is glorious. They have 18 top-flight league championship trophies. This number was only surpassed by Manchester United last season. Manchester United won their 12th Premier League title last season. making it the 19th top-flight league championship in their history. However, considering that Liverpool has not won any top-flight league championships in the 20 years of the Premier League era, one can see that even the dominant Manchester United took a full 20 years to surpass their arch-rivals, fulfilling Ferguson's initial ambition to dethrone Liverpool. Even though Manchester United currently sits atop the number of top-flight league championships in England, Liverpool was once the king. They remain one of the two largest football clubs in England. However, now this once great club seems to have fallen to the bottom. Gerrard desperately rallies the team's morale, but Liverpool's spirit inevitably continues to decline. Although the score is only a draw, the confidence of Liverpool's players is quickly being shattered by that goal from Manchester City. Now, this Liverpool team. Chapter 362, an unstoppable path to the championship. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Ye Cheng speeds forward with the ball, his long legs moving incredibly fast, creating an astonishing sight. Wow, the tank is speeding. A fan from the summer team can't help but exclaim. At this moment, Manchester City's two wingers, Sanchez and Navas, push forward along the flanks, while David Silva positions himself laterally according to Ye Cheng's position, ready to support at any moment. Meanwhile, Liverpool's defenders, including two center-backs Girdle and Adger, a full-back Enrique, and midfielder Gerrard, are all collapsing towards the center. This is a natural choice. With fewer players, they can only focus on key defensive areas. Although the space on the flanks is wide open, once the flanks are released, it is unlikely that the opponents can score directly from there. To shoot, they ultimately still need to find a way to pass the ball to the center. Therefore, in this situation, the limited defensive force can only collapse into the center for focused defense. The football field is actually very wide. In an 11 versus 11 match, there are enough players to cover the width, allowing players to spread out and cover the entire width. However, if it becomes 4 versus 4 in such a wide space. Chapter 363, the atmosphere of the Champions League. Lineker's words surely upset many people. However, almost everyone now cannot refute this statement. Although Liverpool's team does not perform well, no one dares to underestimate them in strong matchups. Even in Liverpool's most difficult times, they can still unleash formidable fighting power against strong rivals like Manchester United. Now, Manchester City, after conceding the first goal, has almost turned the tide with an overwhelmingly strong posture. It is important to note that the team leading them is Liverpool. Manchester City has become so strong that it drives their competitors to despair. Neville sighed. Perhaps their opponents can only be in Europe. Lineker nodded slightly. Europe? Who could possibly stop Manchester City in the Champions League? Lyon would surely not be enough. It all depends on who they encounter in the quarterfinals. Real Madrid? Barcelona? Bayern? Who knows? This conceded goal has completely left Liverpool's players in despair. In the following match, they appeared somewhat dazed. Before the first half ended, Yaya Touré's long-range shot found the net, rendering the second half meaningless. Chapter 364. Every step is a record. The UEFA Champions League, specifically the knockout stage, is considered by many as the official start of the Champions League. As for the group stage, it is merely a qualification for the knockout stage. This perspective is not without merit. Initially, the UEFA Champions League, that is the real Champions League. It is a competition that only league champions from European leagues can participate in. Isn't it just the Champions League? However, after multiple rounds of reform, the previous Champions League has transformed into the Champions League, with a number of participating teams expanded to 32. A significant change is that the qualification spots are no longer limited to league champions. Top teams from major leagues can also participate, and a large number of teams from second and third tier leagues are allowed into the group stage. This is naturally a boon for teams from these leagues. After all, as the most profitable club competition in the world, participating in the group stage can bring at least 20 to 30 million euros in revenue. While Premier League teams frequently spend 20 to 30 million on players, for teams from smaller European leagues, 20 to 30 million euros. That represents several years of total operating costs. The world of football is structured like a pyramid. Chapter 365. I've entered the field. Feeling good guard was initially considering how to deal with Ye Cheng. However, this problem has puzzled countless top coaches over the past 3 years. How could guard, a coach with only a bit of fame in France, figure it out? In the beginning, some teams could barely cut off the connection between Ye Cheng and his teammates. But the current Ye Cheng is not the rookie he once was. He has almost no weaknesses. Moreover, Manchester City's coach Mancini is not stubborn. His tactics revolve entirely around Ye Cheng. Trying to separate Ye Cheng, the absolute core, from Manchester City's entire tactical system is too difficult. Perhaps some teams could do it, but this team is definitely not Lion. Therefore, Gar decided to shift his focus away from Ye Cheng. The emphasis of this match is still the showdown between Lion and Manchester City. He told his players not to fear Manchester City. The opponent is participating in the Champions League knockout stage for the first time in their history, which is a great opportunity for Lion. Although we may not match them in terms of market value, football matches have never been merely a game of market value comparison. In the tactical meeting, Chapter 366, the quarterfinals are secure. Manchester City was indeed a bit cautious at first, especially when they realized Lion was pressing forward to attack at home. Manchester City also knew they were missing a few key players, so they didn't take too many risks at the beginning. After about 5 minutes into the match, they gradually discovered that Lion's attacking intensity was not too high, roughly at the level of mid-table teams in the Premier League. Compared to Manchester United, Chelsea, Arsenal, and even Liverpool, they were far behind. Lion's front three, while each player had their characteristics, only Lisandro Lopez was an experienced player. Gomes and Lacazette, although considered young talents, were still too inexperienced. Their skills were not fully displayed against seasoned Premier League players like Milner, Yaya Touré, Kompany, and Richards. Therefore, after a few minutes of testing, Manchester City's players had a good understanding. They began to look behind Lion's defense. The atmosphere in Lion's stadium shifted from the initial excitement to a slightly subdued mood. Nearly 10 minutes into the match, although Lion seemed to be controlling possession, they were just passing around the perimeter. Chapter 367. Now, they know seeing Ye Cheng suppress his opponent and score, Mancini stood up from his seat, raising his arms in celebration. He was very excited. He was somewhat concerned that the team might not adapt well to their first Champions League knockout match, but now those worries were gone. As long as Ye Cheng was in good form, everything would be fine. Mancini instantly sighed in relief. His assistant Reborn leaned over, excitedly saying, "I think we can make it to the quarterfinals. Lion is not our match." Mancini chuckled, pretending to be modest. "I knew it after the draw results came out." Reborn burst into laughter. Lion's coach Gard frowned. He could tell from this goal that Ye Cheng was in excellent form. Now, having conceded a goal at home, even if Gard had other plans, they wouldn't matter. To advance, they could only continue attacking. Otherwise, if they lost at home, how could they turn things around in the away leg? Just as Gard was contemplating this, the stadium suddenly erupted in boos, startling him. Chapter 368. As simple as eating and drinking after scoring, Ye Cheng raised his fist high and made a very arrogant expression towards the camera, rushing towards him. He was soon engulfed by his teammates. In the 32nd minute of the first half, Ye Cheng scored his second goal of the match, which was also Manchester City's second away goal. Holding 2 away goals and leading by 2, even if the match were to end now, Manchester City would be in a commanding position to advance, not to mention that the match was still ongoing. Commentator Lineker was very excited. Given the current situation, Lion had almost no chance to fight back against Manchester City. With the first half not even over, it was highly likely that Manchester City would continue scoring. The camera panned to the sidelines, where Mancini was celebrating with his arms raised. Nearby, Lion's coach Gard even showed a look of bewilderment on his face. Looking back at all of his pre-match plans, they seemed like a joke. Did he really think he could go toe-to-toe with a terrifying goal-scoring machine like Manchester City? What was he thinking? Gard's face turned ugly as he pondered what would have happened if Lion had parked the bus from the beginning. Chapter 369. Even losing is difficult. Ye Cheng, who completed a hat trick in the away match against Lion, became the focus of media attention after the game. As soon as he entered the mixed zone, he was surrounded by reporters, while players from both teams continued to walk off the field. But the reporters were solely focused on Ye Cheng, ignoring the other players. "Ye, you pulled off a hat trick in this match. How did you do it?" In the first match of the knockout stage, a hat trick was performed. What are your thoughts on this? Congratulations on completing the hat trick. Would you like to say a few words? Reporters were chattering excitedly, all sorts of voices and questions aimed at Ye Cheng. Everyone just wanted him to say a few words. Usually, in such situations, whatever Ye Cheng says can make the front page the next day. He didn't have time to answer the questions one by one. After everyone had finished asking, he lightly cleared his throat. The reporters quieted down, eager to hear what the best player had to say. They knew they had to be quiet. "I'm very happy to have scored a hat trick in this match, but I'm not surprised. The tactics of Lion suited my play perfectly." Chapter 370. a bit surprising due to rotation over the weekend. Even though Manchester City led 4-0 in the first leg, they still sent out almost all their key players for the Champions League match in the middle of the week. They would not underestimate their opponents. Before the match started, the Manchester City players felt that if their opponents wanted to turn the game around, they would have to attack with everything they had to have a slightest chance. Therefore, they should have a lot of space in this match. It was their home ground, and they wouldn't fear engaging in an attacking battle with their opponents. For Ye Cheng, he couldn't wait for the opponents to attack, as that would give him more space to challenge their defense. However, Gard did not think so. He knew that his team's chances of advancing were slim. But in this match, Lion had one thing they could do: stop Ye Cheng. He was aiming to break records in this match, and he specifically did not want to let his opponents have their way. He didn't want his team to be the target of Ye Cheng's scoring spree. So surprisingly, when the match began, Lion did not launch a massive offensive to fight for a chance to advance to the quarterfinals. Instead, they tightened their defense and parked the bus. This surprised many people. Chapter 371, an unstoppable guy as the second half began. While commentators were lamenting that Ye Cheng's record-breaking match might be delayed due to the quarterfinals, some changes had already occurred in the second half. Lineker quickly noticed that Manchester City had strengthened their wing attacks. It seemed they were going to have Sanchez cross. Ye, header, as Lineker shouted. Inside the penalty area, Ye Cheng leapt high and headed the ball. The football was slightly deflected by a defender, hitting the crossbar and bouncing down. Although this shot did not result in a goal, the attack was successful. The Manchester City players saw Ye Cheng's header and solidified their resolve. They would keep playing this way. No matter how tight the defense or how well the bus was parked, it was all useless. The wing crossing tactic was a simple and crude method, often considered to lack technical quality. Typically, when a team keeps attempting crosses, it is seen as a sign of desperation, a last resort when nothing else works. For example, when a team is behind and has tried every method without success, most teams will resort to this tactic in the final moments. Chapter 372. He shot even more vigorously. Gard was getting a bit anxious. At halftime, he had actually felt somewhat relaxed. After all, a hat trick in the first half. Who could achieve that? But now he couldn't think like that anymore. There was still a full 20 minutes left. 20 minutes. Who could tell what that terrifying giant could do? Gard quickly substituted two players, both tall line substitutes. Aren't you going to cross from the wing? Gard gritted his teeth. He wanted to see what Ye Cheng could do against this level of aerial defense. The boss said not to let him score again. All the Lion players looked serious. If they really let him score a hat trick and break the record, they would all be nailed to the pillar of shame. Next, they would adopt even more extreme defensive measures to limit Ye Cheng's performance. Surround him and don't let him have any chances. Lovren shouted. At this point, their only goal was, do not let Ye Cheng score. They absolutely would not give up. Just like Ye Cheng, who, after scoring his second goal, was still constantly looking for every chance to score. Chapter 373. A free kick in the front in the 80th minute of the match, Ye Cheng got another chance. He pulled out of the penalty area, held the ball, then turned and took a shot. Umtiti saw the ball flying toward him and instinctively shrank his head. At the same time, the football flew over his head, creating a gust of wind that blew his hair back. If he had been just a moment slower, that ball might have hit him directly on the head. The Lion goalkeeper Loris completely missed seeing the ball coming. By the time he noticed, it was too late. Before he could react, the football zipped in just under the crossbar. He could only turn and watch the ball enter the net, looking utterly resigned. The city stadium fell momentarily silent, maybe just half a second. But the next moment, a huge cheer erupted. Hat trick! Hat trick! This was the 21st goal of the Champions League season for Alling, equaling his record from last season. Ah! Beautiful! Beautiful! Look at this ball! Umtiti's instinctive shrink was incredible. As the commentators shouted, the television replayed the previous goal. Chapter 374. If one attempt doesn't work, try again. Lovren turned and walked toward the sidelines. He did not regret the foul. If he had let Ye Cheng continue forward for another 5 or 6 meters and shoot from the edge of the penalty area, the threat level would have been too great. His foul occurred a full 37 meters from goal. Although this is also within Ye Cheng's shooting range, the probability of scoring from a free kick at this distance is very low, even for him. Moreover, the match is about to end. Lion does not have any more Champions League matches to play this season. Using a red card to stop Ye Cheng's advance this time is worth it. Lovren leaves the field, while Ye Cheng takes the ball to the penalty spot. With only 2 to 3 minutes left in the match, Ye Cheng is still pursuing a goal from a free kick about 37 or 38 meters away from the goal. This distance is far, but it is still within Ye Cheng's shooting range. Commentator He Wei shows a hint of expectation on his face. Many fans of Dachau watching the scene can't help but think, is he really going to score 4 goals in this match and break his own goal record from last season? With only 2 minutes left in the match, Chapter 375, Beyond, Endless. Many of Ye Cheng's fans, even neutral fans, feel regret for him. After all, if that previous free kick had counted, he would have made history again. Although Ye Cheng still has at least 2 more Champions League knockout matches to play, where his probability of scoring is extremely high, who wouldn't want to see a grand moment happen early? Unfortunately, the main referee seems to lack a sense of humor. No one thinks Ye Cheng will score with this second free kick. Scoring from 37 or 38 meters is already considered good. The probability of scoring on 2 consecutive free kicks is simply too low. Thus, the commentators are not very excited. Look at this ball, commentator Linker says with regret. Just then, everyone's eyes widen in disbelief. The football follows a nearly identical trajectory to the previous free kick. The ball is struck with incredible speed. Loris makes a save this time, but cannot prevent the ball from hitting the net. It's a goal. In front of the screen, all the fans are startled by the commentator's loud shout. This shout is extremely excited, roaring with strong, unbelievable emotions. Chapter 376, This is How He Is. Unfortunately, it seems that Ye Cheng's luck in this match has run out. He attempts to use a skill, Genshin Impact activated. No, wrong channel. Let's try again. Absolute breakthrough. Ding. Skill activation, absolute breakthrough, failed. Ye Cheng feels a bit regretful. There are dense defenders in front of him, and if he had succeeded, for seconds would have been enough for him to break into the goal. Unable to score again, the match time has already reached its end. As soon as the final whistle blows, Ye Cheng is surrounded by reporters. The journalists have lost patience waiting in the mixed zone and rush onto the field. Even Lions players cannot surround Ye Cheng, but the reporters manage to. This group of journalists is quite fast. Ye, talk about your feelings on breaking the record. Ye, congratulations. You have created a new record. Anything you want to say? Everyone extends their microphones. Ye Cheng smiles slightly. Nothing much to say. I'm just stronger now than I was last year. He shrugs. I know many people are unhappy about me creating a new record, but if it makes you unhappy, I feel great. Chapter 377. No time to secure the fence. Chelsea has already changed coaches. Villas-Boas lasted until early February, and Abramovich could no longer tolerate it. Di Matteo became Chelsea's interim head coach. As soon as this gentleman took over, he immediately began to rectify the situation. Villas-Boas marginalized the veterans, while he chose to rely on them. Villas-Boas wanted to adopt a more aggressive and proactive tactic, while Di Matteo returned to the iron-blooded Blues' defensive counterattack. Moreover, in tactical arrangements, Di Matteo fully respected the opinions of locker room leaders such as Terry, Lampard, Cech, and Drogba. Whatever they said, Di Matteo would do. This approach yielded good short-term results. The league performance stabilized, and Chelsea smoothly eliminated the seemingly strong AC Milan in the Champions League, advancing to the quarterfinals. Although the draw for the quarterfinals was unlucky, facing Manchester City, Chelsea's return to their familiar tactical system gave the players and fans some confidence. After all, in cup competitions like the Champions League, defense is crucial. Who knows, the iron-blooded Blues might utilize their defensive abilities to eliminate Manchester City and reach the semi-finals. Now, for Chelsea, there is little hope for the league title. Chapter 378. After Manchester City takes the lead. You go, oh wow. The goal is in. The goal is in. The match has just started for 1 minute. The double blue match is indeed thrilling. Di Matteo's 5 league matches since taking over have only conceded 2 goals, but now facing Manchester City. They concede a goal right at the start. Chelsea is in trouble now. The commentary booth is filled with shouts. The stand at the City Stadium are also filled with cheers. In the media area, reporters from London are shaking their heads. Di Matteo has no tactics at all. Parking the bus works against other teams, but not against Manchester City. A simple long pass breaks through. This is 2. Now the fight for 4th place is going to be troublesome. The reporters shake their heads. Before this match started, Arsenal had already finished their match, beating Tottenham 3-0 at home. As a result, Chelsea, with 1 game less, is now 4 points behind Arsenal. If they can't win this match, Chapter 379, just 1 long pass. In the locker room, Di Matteo hasn't had time to adjust yet. Terry, Lampard, and others have already done the job for him. We're only one goal down. There's no need to worry too much. Stay patient, solidify the defense, and look for the chance for a lethal strike. Lampard said. Di Matteo, Frank is right. The current situation is not optimistic for Chelsea. But fortunately, they are only one goal behind. Therefore, it can't be said that Chelsea will definitely lose the match. In the second half, they still have time. In the home team's dressing room, Mancini hasn't made any adjustments to the game. Now Manchester City is the leading side, and the momentum is with them. They don't need to make hasty changes. The advantage of being ahead, combined with the confidence in the team, allows Mancini to play reactively. He will wait to see what changes Chelsea makes before responding. If the game continues like it did in the first half, then what is there to change? After the second half started, Chelsea indeed did not continue to defend desperately. They increased their control of possession. Mata dropped back a bit, forming a midfield trio with Lampard, Mikel, and Ramirez. Chapter 380. Moving towards the league championship, the ball flew through the air. Ye Cheng stretched out his foot to stop the ball while running. Terry, who was behind him, was just about to close in, but Ye Cheng had already turned and dribbled away. With such a tall frame, he turned so nimbly. Terry desperately realized that he could not keep up with the opponent's rhythm at all. Gary Cahill came in with a reckless tackle, but Ye Cheng suddenly accelerated and dodged the slide tackle, carrying the ball into the penalty area. He got past him. One-on-one. The atmosphere at the City Stadium went wild. In the stands, the cheers of Manchester City fans swept through like a tsunami. Chelsea fans in front of the screen stared in horror at the footage. Now, they could only pray that Cech could stop this guy. The game had reached the 83rd minute. If this goal was scored, Chelsea, 2 goals behind, would basically have no hope of equalizing. Manchester City fans were waving their fists. Score one. Score another. The commentary booth was in an uproar. He got past. And the 2 Chelsea center-backs were completely unable to stop him under these circumstances. This was a great opportunity for Manchester City. Cech rushed out, quickly closing the distance. Chapter 381. Di Matteo's plan. Manchester City defeated Chelsea 2-0. Chelsea lost almost without suspense. After the match, many media outlets were declaring Manchester City invincible, also believing that Chelsea would find it difficult to beat Manchester City in the Champions League quarterfinals. After this match, Di Matteo was always asked by the media about how they would face Manchester City in the Champions League quarterfinals. It seemed he had to say something profound. But what could Di Matteo say? He actually felt quite wronged. Losing away to Manchester City was purely due to bad luck. Who made Chelsea concede a goal right from the start? If Chelsea had focused and stabilized their defense from the beginning, there would have been no problem. In fact, the first leg of the Champions League quarterfinals was about to begin. Chelsea was somewhat lucky. They would play away first. Di Matteo actually knew in his heart how terrifying Manchester City was this season. He didn't have much confidence. However, he still considered that if they could bring back a draw from the away game, it would be quite beneficial for the team. Di Matteo was very clear about how much this group of veterans cared about the Champions League. Chapter 382. The fence-sitter Di Matteo certainly knew that a large part of the boos were directed at him. He could guess how those guys in the commentary booth and the media were arranging him. Facing these doubts, mockery, and criticism, Di Matteo felt they were all nonsense. Is there any essential difference between his current tactics and Mourinho's? If there is a difference, it's that Mourinho has won championships and he hasn't. That's the only difference. Mourinho was also criticized for being conservative and for playing anti-football back in the day. So what? He won the Premier League title. Later, he led Inter Milan to win the Champions League. How did Mourinho lead Inter Milan to eliminate Barcelona in the Champions League semi-finals in 2010? Di Matteo watched the match between Inter Milan and Barcelona over and over again. He thought this was the highest level a team could demonstrate defensively. Playing with one less man, facing what was then considered an invincible Barcelona, and only conceding 1 goal, and that was near the end of the match. After that game, did anyone criticize Mourinho for being too conservative? Oh, there were some, but they were all from the Catalan media. Chapter 383. The secret weapon in the home team's dressing room. Mancini also knew that the opponent's intention to defend was not only to take a draw away from home, but also to see if they could disrupt the emotions of Manchester City's players. Once Manchester City became anxious, Chelsea would have a chance to exploit that. So Mancini couldn't show his impatience. He told his players, guys, we are facing another team with a packed defense. I can't even remember how many teams have shrunk back when they faced us. The Italian shrugged, looking relaxed, as if breaking through Chelsea's dense defense in the second half was just a matter of time. In the away team's dressing room, Di Matteo did not hide his excitement at all. His tactics had succeeded, at least in the first half. He could see the appreciation in the eyes of Terry, Lampard, and others. This made him unable to help but puff out his chest. Appreciation is good. With the support of these big names, perhaps he could officially become the head coach. Guys, we did well. We didn't concede a goal in the first half. That's a very good outcome. Let's continue doing this in the second half. We need to make them realize how difficult it is to break through our defensive system. This way, they will become anxious. They will become impatient. This is their home ground. If they can't win at home, what will they do when they come to our ground? This is enormous pressure. Once they realize they can't win, and their emotions fluctuate, that's when our opportunity will come. Chapter 384. Long distance beautiful. Manchester City finally scored. In the 50th minute, he burst into the penalty area with the ball, turned, and shot into the net. He scored his 23rd Champions League goal of the season. Oh God, it's amazing. It's incredible. This is a typical Ye goal, a perfect combination of body, technique, and shooting skill. After the goal, Ye Cheng received cheers from the entire crowd. Mancini crossed his arms, casting a proud glance at Di Matteo, who was dumbfounded on the sidelines. To be honest, this guy's tactics were indeed very detailed. The Chelsea players performed well too, but he might have forgotten he was facing Ye Cheng. Mancini turned around in satisfaction and returned to the coaching seat, sitting down with a thud. A famous coach. Capable. Awesome. Manchester City scored. I said there was no need to rush. Hey, the hopes of the entire crowd reignited. Is there still a chance for the entire crowd to turn the tide? The barrage of comments flooded in. Manchester City definitely wasn't in a hurry. Di Matteo was definitely anxious. He rushed to the sidelines in a hurry. It had only been 5 minutes since the second half started. Chapter 385. Some suspense. Ye Cheng's goal ignited the passion in the stadium. This goal was very important and beautifully executed. All Manchester City fans were extremely excited, waving their arms and chanting Ye Cheng's name. Many commentators, even though they had been shocked countless times by Ye Cheng's performance, could not hide their astonishment now. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. This is Ye Cheng's 24th Champions League goal of the season. Oh God, 24. Can you believe it? Manchester City leads Chelsea 2-1, and now Manchester City fans can breathe a sigh of relief. After scoring, Ye Cheng rushed to the sidelines, spread his arms, and made a face at the camera. Defensive? Park the bus. Is it useful? Absolutely not. His arrogance polarized the fans watching on TV. Those who disliked him even more, while those who liked him even more. Ye Cheng didn't care about any of this. He just did himself. Mancini excitedly waved his fist. Although a 2-1 score didn't guarantee that Manchester City could advance to the semifinals, it was much better than 1-1. Next, Manchester City would definitely continue to attack, striving to extend the score. Chelsea, on the other hand, would likely continue to defend. Chapter 386. We are leading regardless of what happens with Real Madrid and Barcelona. In England, everyone is still focused on the match between Manchester City and Chelsea. Before this match, due to Chelsea's disastrous defeat in the league, the English media were not optimistic about Chelsea. They thought Chelsea might even lose 4-0 away from home. As a result, they only lost 2-1. Although it was still a loss, compared to 4-0, this loss felt almost like a win. Chelsea made significant progress. This performance led many English media to say that Chelsea was defeated but still honorable. As for Chelsea's defensive tactics during the match, those details were no longer the focus of the media and fans. Some English media even praised Di Matteo's tactics as a return to the traditional style of the Blues, believing he employed the tactics Chelsea was best at, preserving the Blues DNA, etc. After all, they managed to score an away goal and didn't lose badly. Returning home, Chelsea actually had a better chance. Now, the media was leaning towards not being optimistic about Manchester City. Can Manchester City really reach the semi-finals of the Champions League? Perhaps their easy elimination of Lyon gave us the illusion that Manchester City remained a new team in the Champions League. Chapter 387. How can they not defend 2-in-1 chapter? No one expected the match to develop this way. Chelsea had an incredibly wonderful start. Even Chelsea fans found it hard to believe, because they took the lead just 2 minutes into the match. First, Lampard's long-range shot from outside the penalty area created a corner kick. Chelsea used this corner to score. Mata delivered the ball to the near post. Terry flicked it on with his head, and Drogba's header hit the crossbar, rebounding onto David Luiz's head and back into the net. It was a goal that seemed like a three-dimensional pinball. The Brazilian defender Luiz unexpectedly scored. As the ball flew into the net, the entire Stamford Bridge erupted. The commentator roared, "Goal! Goal! David Luiz's goal!" Drogba's powerful header almost scored, but it hit the crossbar, and while David Luiz was looking for the ball, it bounced off his head and into the net. Chelsea was very lucky. They fortuitously scored, but nonetheless, it was a goal. Chapter 388. The Wheel of Fortune turns during halftime. Mancini praised his players' performance. With such a significant advantage for Manchester City, Mancini indeed had nothing much to say. On the other hand, Di Matteo in the other locker room was different. Although he didn't know what to do, he had to act like he knew what to do and that things would definitely go well if he followed his instructions. But in the end, he was just making some routine adjustments that couldn't fundamentally change the team's decline. The Chelsea players weren't inexperienced youngsters. They all knew that Di Matteo's methods were not good solutions. In the second half, whether Chelsea could turn the situation around still depended on the players' performance. Good audience friends. The referee has blown the whistle for the start of the second half. In the first half, Manchester City led Chelsea 2-1, giving them a total lead of 4-2. Chelsea is almost on the edge of cliff, and now they have 45 minutes left. Can the Blues, Chelsea, create a miracle? They need to score at least 3 goals without allowing Manchester City to score. Whether it's the former or the latter, it's truly difficult. Chapter 389. The unsolvable player indeed. After conceding that goal, Chelsea's spirit essentially collapsed. In the final moments of the match, the game became quite dull. Manchester City stood firm in midfield, waiting for the opponent to come forward to attack, so they could continue to counter Chelsea. However, Chelsea did not launch any offensive. The game ended with both sides as such. Manchester City decisively eliminated Chelsea, winning this Premier League battle and advancing to the Champions League semifinals. In the semifinals, their opponent will be the traditional powerhouse and Bundesliga champion, Bayern Munich. If Manchester City eliminates Bayern and reaches the finals, they will set a new record in club history, reaching the finals in their first Champions League appearance. This will undoubtedly be a legendary chapter in Manchester City's history. As the final whistle blew, the camera immediately focused on Ye Cheng. Undoubtedly, he was the biggest contributor to Manchester City's advancement to the semifinals. In a post-match interview, Ye Cheng stated that he had faced Bayern before and that they were very strong, but they could not stop him. Ye Cheng said, his voice was not loud, as if he was discussing a trivial matter, and the reporters present had nothing to say. Chapter 390. The ambitious Gunners, although he felt wary of Manchester City. Veteran coach Wenger still displayed confidence at the pre-match press conference. "This is our home ground. We won't let the opponent score easily," he said. On Manchester City's side, players were inevitably asked about Manchester United's victory over Liverpool, trailing City by 6 points with one more game. Company, we don't want to discuss that right now. David Silva, this round of the league isn't over yet. Sanchez, there's still a long way to go in the league. No one said anything too extreme. After all professional players now undergo media training, knowing how to say something that sounds significant while actually saying nothing. Therefore, the media knew they couldn't get much from the mouths of these Manchester City players. But one person was the exception, Ye Cheng. When Ye Cheng was interviewed, he immediately said, 6 points? There's nothing to discuss. We won't give Manchester United any chances. I think Manchester United should worry about themselves. I hope when they face us, they still have a theoretical chance of winning the title. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Chapter 391. 45 degrees Arsenal took the lead first. Wenger quickly instructed his players to retract from the front line, transitioning to a 4-4-2 formation, leaving only Walcott and Van Persie up front. Through the speed and individual abilities of these two forwards, they aimed to disrupt Manchester City's defense. If they could counterattack and score again, it would be a huge gain. Manchester City soon realized that this match would not be easy. First, their attacks found it difficult to get the ball into the penalty area, as Arsenal had clearly prepared well for this match, especially against Ye Cheng. Upon entering the penalty area, he found he had to deal with too many opponents: Alexander Song, Mertesacker, Koscielny. Other Arsenal players frequently joined in to assist. If they hadn't taken the lead, Arsenal's players would definitely not dare to act this way. But now that they were ahead, they retracted their formation, creating an absolute numerical advantage in certain areas. Walcott and Van Persie occupied at least 4 opponents. The two Manchester City center backs dared not push forward, and Barry also did not dare to advance. The two Manchester City fullbacks could only come up alternately. This is the significance of scoring first. Moreover, in this match, Arsenal's players were in good form, had a positive attitude, and moved actively. Chapter 392. Tactics are no longer effective. Although surrounded by many defenders, Ye Cheng remained unconcerned. He continuously adjusted his position while keeping his eyes on the ball in the air, looking for a line to follow, no matter how the opponents played. The key to scoring always lay within himself. This was Ye Cheng's confidence. This confidence made him unafraid even when facing a four-man encirclement. He kept moving to avoid being completely surrounded, even moving outside the penalty area. Just then, the ball was passed, soaring toward the penalty area. Ye Cheng estimated the time the ball would take to arrive and the most suitable position for heading it. Then he began to sprint forward. Arsenal's players closely followed. Alexander Song and Mertesacker were the main players contesting the header, with Ye Cheng blocking his path forward. Koscielny positioned himself between Ye Cheng and the ball, hoping his teammates could stop Ye Cheng, allowing him to clear the ball. Arteta, meanwhile, collided with Ye Cheng from behind. This could be the tightest defense imaginable. People simply couldn't imagine how a goal could be scored. Ye Cheng provided the answer. He suddenly broke free from Arteta, then aimed for the gap between Alexander Song and Mertesacker, charging forward. Just before the collision, he leaped into the air. Chapter 393. An underestimated opponent. Manchester City takes another step toward the league title. Arsenal suffers defeat. The race for fourth place grows more uncertain. The championship suspense is gone. Manchester City will be champions. An unstoppable Manchester City, an unstoppable Ye. The day after the match, the English media was full of astonishment at Ye Cheng's performance. Everyone was discussing how long it would take for Manchester City to secure the championship. Some even believed that Manchester City could clinch the title 4 rounds early. In the 36th round of the league, Manchester City would face Manchester United away. Before this match began, Manchester City might have already secured the league title, making this championship battle meaningless. However, there were opposing views. The FA could not allow such a situation to occur. A well-fought championship battle, the highly anticipated Manchester Derby. How could the FA let this match become a meaningless game? Fans knew what the FA was like, and various conspiracy theories were rampant. Some believed that Manchester City would soon be targeted by referees. Some believe that Manchester United will definitely receive preferential treatment. In short, people feel that if Manchester City secures the league title before the 36th round, it's a done deal. Chapter 394, the second leg. In fact, people were not wrong in their speculation. Manchester City indeed needed a break after a 10-minute onslaught. Therefore, it was Bayern Munich's time to dominate the game. However, for Manchester City, they had already scored a goal. So, retreating to defend and appropriately relinquishing possession wasn't a big deal. Bayern's attacks would also face Manchester City's issues. After a sustained assault, they too needed to adjust. The match felt like it was entering a turn-based game. Unfortunately, both goalkeepers seemed to be on fire. Although both sides created chances, there were no goals. The first half ended with a score of 1-0 in favor of Manchester City. This result was surely satisfactory for Manchester City, as they returned to halftime with a lead. It couldn't really be considered their fault. In the commentary box, German commentator Schmitz was somewhat worried. Bayern Munich must strengthen their attack in the second half, at least to secure an away goal. Chapter 395, a need for a goal. Though the ball didn't go in, the atmosphere at Allianz Arena was completely ignited. In the stands, Bayern Munich fans were extremely excited. While everyone was impressed by the atmosphere at Signal Iduna Park in Dortmund, Allianz Arena was no less impressive, with huge cheers resonating through the stands. The entire stand resembled a red wave. Under this wave, the players of Bayern Munich were completely energized, launching wave after wave of attacks. In the 17th minute, Kroos took a low shot from the edge of the box. The ball skimmed along the ground and hit the outside of the post, going out of bounds, sending chills down the spines of all Manchester City supporters. Bayern Munich's attacks were fierce, and Manchester City had to respond on the offensive. Lineker frowned. For minutes later, Lahm assisted near the baseline, sending a cross into the penalty area. Muller headed it back, and Ribery's volley just went over the bar. Fans of Manchester City, watching on TV, leaned back slightly, only to breathe a sigh of relief when they saw the ball fly out of the field. During this time, Bayern Munich's attacks repeatedly threatened Manchester City's goal. Chapter 396, the counterattack arrives. At Allianz Arena, Bayern Munich fans also heard the voices of Manchester City fans. They immediately began to mock. The song rang out. You have no chance, you have no chance. You foolish Manchester City fans, you have no chance. That Chinese guy is not a god. The fans were quite creative. Since the melody was ready, they just needed to tweak the lyrics a bit. The catchy lyrics were simple. Soon, the entire stadium was filled with this song. Germans were joyfully mocking the ignorance of Manchester City fans. Here, at Allianz Arena, was Bayern Munich's territory. Bayern Munich had already scored 2 goals. Under such circumstances, who could still turn the tide? Who could overturn Bayern? Bayern was the dominant force in the Bundesliga. They had a bit of confidence as the reigning champions. The camera focused tightly on Ye Cheng. He stepped on the ball, waiting to kick off. He also heard the shouts from Manchester City fans and the mockery from Bayern fans. At that moment, he raised his hand, pointing towards the away fans. Then he clenched his fist and struck it against the team badge. He heard it. He heard it. He responded. Manchester City's fans were thrilled. They immediately began to cheer. Chapter 397. Advancing to the final. Careful. Don't let him turn. German commentator Schmitz shouted nervously. A wave of boos erupted from the crowd. Many Bayern fans stood up, stretching their necks in fear and staring at the field. On the other side of the commentary box, English commentator Lineker raised his arm and shouted, Counterattack! 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 Manchester City's counterattack is here. Everyone knew how dangerous it would be when Ye Cheng charged forward with the ball. Bayern's players understood this too. Almost all defenders rushed towards Ye Cheng. They couldn't care less about depth or formation. For Bayern's players, their only goal was to stop Ye Cheng from advancing, even if it meant committing a foul. They were willing to pay the price of a yellow card to keep the opponent out of the danger zone. Once Ye Cheng entered the 30-meter area, it could be a fatal problem at any time. The situation was very delicate. A goal, no matter who scored, could greatly influence the final result of the match. Ye Cheng was observing the situation even before receiving the ball, so he knew what he would face when preparing to receive it. Opposing players were rushing at him from all directions, leaving him with little time to handle the ball. Chapter 398. Match point arrives. Manchester City substitutes rushed onto the field the moment the match ended, celebrating wildly with the players. The entire Allianz Arena became a stage for Manchester City player celebrations. Mancini was also very excited. However, he didn't lose his composure. Instead, he first went to shake hands with Hanks, and then couldn't wait to rush onto the field. He was thrilled. This would be his first time leading a team to the Champions League final. Although their opponent was not yet determined, whether it was Real Madrid or Barcelona, neither would be an easy opponent. However, Mancini didn't want to think about those things right now, because the final would only take place after the league ended. How to deal with Real Madrid or Barcelona? Let's talk about it later. Right now, he just wants to celebrate. Congratulations to Manchester City for making it to the Champions League final. He took a deep breath. Online, fans of the Sia are extremely excited. Wow, awesome. This is incredible. They have reached the Champions League final for the 2nd consecutive year. Could they win a championship for the 2nd year in a row? Nothing is impossible. Ye Cheng is destined to win the final. So what? He doesn't deserve to serve the Sia national team. Chapter 399, 19 seconds. It seems that the entire world is revolving around Old Trafford today. All the media are reporting on this match. While Manchester City players are dining at the hotel, the restaurant's TV shows aerial footage of the scene. 2 streams are converging towards Old Trafford. Sky blue and red, like 2 colliding galaxies. They collide, separate, and collide again, finally entangled together, merging into the massive black hole that is Old Trafford. At this moment, Old Trafford is completely packed. There are only 2 Manchester City fans in the away section. This means that in the stands, the power comparison is 74,000 to 2,000. This is a huge disparity in strength. Normally, Manchester City fans would have no chance of competing with their opponents in such a situation. However, this is the situation inside the stadium. Outside the stadium, Manchester City fans are gathering. They are locals, so they can easily gather enough people at Old Trafford. This has alarmed the authorities. In addition to Manchester, forces have even been dispatched from Salford to maintain order. Chapter 400, incredible. Manchester City has reverted their formation. Manchester United, however, did not hesitate because the opponents set up a defensive counterattack. They were not deterred by the opponent's potential counterattack. The man standing on a Manchester United bench is named Ferguson. His team never hesitates at such times. When they need to attack, Ferguson is willing to go all out. He wildly waves his arms, urging the Manchester United players to push forward, making them surge forward like a tide. The goal is singular. This is their home ground. Old Trafford seems to truly possess magic. Manchester United players, amidst the wild cheers of the home fans, nearly become possessed. Their offensive is incredibly fierce. Nanny. The commentator gasped as Nanny received a cross from Ashley Young at the back post and leapt for a header. The ball hit the side netting. The net shook. Some Manchester United fans in the stands couldn't wait to cheer. After realizing the ball had hit the side netting, Manchester United fans let out a collective sigh of regret. This scene also startled Manchester City fans, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. Nanny's performance in this match was clearly superior to before, and his collaboration with teammates had significantly increased. Chapter 401, Locked In. When Ye Cheng was surrounded by 4 Manchester United players, even the most optimistic Manchester City fans didn't have much hope for this attack. At that moment, the other Manchester City players hadn't had time to assist, so Manchester United had an absolute numerical advantage. One-on-one, Manchester United lacked confidence in defending against Ye Cheng. But with 4 against 1, what could Ye Cheng do? In this situation, most Manchester City fans had prepared themselves psychologically for this attack to fail. But then, the ball was shot into the net. When people processed what had happened, they were dumbfounded, their scalps tingling. Wow. In the media section, many DCR reporters looked like their eyes were about to pop out. Good. Oh wow. In the commentary booth, the commentators collectively fell silent for half a second. Chapter 402. Standing tall. Ye. The ball went in. The ball went in. Good. Oh wow. Beautiful. Beautiful. 2-1. Manchester City has completed the comeback. They are really going to win the championship. They are really going to win the championship. At Old Trafford, Manchester United fans sat in their seats, dumbfounded. The camera zoomed in on Ferguson. The Manchester United coach had stopped chewing gum. He stood on the sidelines, hands in pockets, his face pale, motionless like a statue. It's over, Lineker said. On the other side, Mancini was celebrating excitedly. He nearly slid to his knees. After scoring, Ye Cheng also rushed to the sidelines, and he was soon buried under the excited Manchester City players. Both the players on the field and those on the bench rushed up. They were too excited. They knew the significance of this goal. Next, Manchester United had to score 2 goals to keep the championship suspense alive. Chapter 403. Winning the championship at the Theatre of Dreams. No one expected the match to evolve into what it has become. The score kept alternating. Just after Manchester United scored, Manchester City scored again. 2-3. The big screen displayed the Crimson score, showcasing the current situation. This is definitely going to be a historic match, commentator Lineker said. In fact, historically, there have been many classic Manchester derbies. Before Manchester City received investment from Middle Eastern consortiums, the Manchester Derby was one of the flagship events in English football. In the past, Manchester United's hard strength crushed Manchester City. But even so, Manchester City often managed to cause trouble for Manchester United. That is the derby. Derby matches are unreasonable. Manchester United, playing at home, has a significant advantage. But now, they are once again behind. Time is running out for Manchester United. They must score 2 goals in the remaining time of the match. Manchester City only needs 1 point. They are getting closer to the championship. The commentators in the broadcast booth are excited. Just after equalizing, they fall behind again. The morale of Manchester United's players can be imagined. Chapter 404. Undefeated Championship. Manchester City defeats Manchester United away and secures the championship at Old Trafford. This is undoubtedly the biggest news in the football world. Media from all over the globe is reporting on this event, and many are claiming that this will be one of the most symbolic matches in the Premier League. What does it symbolize? It symbolizes the rise of Manchester City and the decline of Manchester United. Because Sir Alex Ferguson is going to retire. This has been mentioned by the media for years. Back in 2011, Ferguson announced he would retire at the end of the season, which led to a sharp decline in Manchester United's performance. Reluctantly, Ferguson had to announce that he would continue as Manchester United's manager. Just the announcement of his retirement had such a huge impact. What if Ferguson really retires? This is the biggest hidden danger facing Manchester United. This team is almost entirely Ferguson's team. Ferguson can handle everything. However, there is only one Ferguson in this world. Where can Manchester United find another manager who can manage the locker room, handle tactics, manage transfers, deal with the demanding owners? and navigate the intricate web of vested interests within this major club with a large staff? Chapter 405, Lifting the Trophy. Queen's Park Rangers only held on for 13 minutes. I dare say Manchester City can never lose this match, and even a draw is impossible. Just look at the state of their players. They are clearly very excited. And in this situation, Manchester City is nearly unbeatable. They're determined to end the season with a victory. The only suspense in this match is how many goals you can score. Manchester City's players are celebrating wildly after scoring. The cheers of Manchester City fans echo high above the stadium. Half of Manchester is celebrating. Manchester United fans can only grit their teeth and endure the noise from their neighbors. It must be said, the sky in Manchester is blue right now. The players of Queen's Park Rangers are very frustrated. They feel incredibly unlucky to face such an opponent in the final round of the league. At such a critical time for relegation, encountering the strongest team in the league is simply unbearable. Chapter 406, the final has arrived. Manchester City organized a grand championship celebration. The streets of Manchester are filled with Manchester City blue jerseys and flags. For Manchester United, their noisy neighbors have become even louder. They hide in their houses, cursing Manchester City angrily. It's just one championship. What's there to be proud of? Manchester United has 12 Premier League trophies in their hands. However, regardless, this season's championship belongs to Manchester City. Moreover, Manchester City will next go to Munich to play in the Champions League final. If they win, they will become the 5th English club to lift the Champions League trophy after Manchester United, Nottingham Forest, Aston Villa, and Liverpool. The Champions League trophy, which even Arsenal, known as the second biggest club in the Premier League era, and Chelsea, who started the Golden Age, have never touched. In Arsenal's history, they have only reached the Champions League final once, but they lost to Barcelona in that final. In fact, that season, Arsenal did have a good chance of winning because Wenger's team peaked in strength that season, with a powerful lineup and extremely well-drilled tactics. Chapter 407, Taking Control. This is Mancini's first time leading a team in the Champions League final. He knows very well that Barcelona is strong, very strong. Over the past few seasons, Barcelona has proven their strength. In the 08-09 season, Barcelona defeated Manchester United in the final to win title. In the 09-10 season, Barcelona lost to Inter Milan in the semifinals. In the 10-11 season, Barcelona lost to Roma in the final. This season, they have reached the final again. In these 4 seasons, Barcelona has reached the Champions League final 3 times and the semifinals once. This is enough to demonstrate Barcelona's stability. Manchester City is unbeatable in the Premier League, but facing Barcelona, they really cannot say they are guaranteed victory. Manchester City has Ye Cheng, while Barcelona has Messi. Manchester City's trident is Sanchez, Ye Cheng, and Navas, while Barcelona's trident is Pedro, Aguero, and Messi. In midfield, Manchester City has Yaya Touré, David Silva, and Barry, facing Barcelona's Xavi and Iniesta combination. Manchester City's luxurious midfield configuration in the Premier League suddenly seems a bit pedestrian. Therefore, to defeat the opponent, one must first understand them thoroughly. Chapter 408, Rhythm Control. The pace of this match is very fast. Both sides are creating threats with their respective defenses. Manchester City's attacking speed is extremely fast, while Barcelona's midfield control is very strong. The match is very lively, with both sides continuously creating threats. The commentators are speaking like machine guns, fully illustrating the current pace of the match. Many fans in front of the screen are also looking forward to the arrival of goals. Logically speaking, people often say finals are unpredictable. In such a big setting, with both sides being extremely vigilant, it is hard to create a very lively scene. So now, as the match began, both teams launched aggressive attacks simultaneously, heightening expectations for the final. However, despite the lively atmosphere, 10 minutes passed and the score remained 0-0. The balance of the match had not been broken. Of course, aside from the lack of goals, the excitement of this Champions League final still thrilled neutral fans. On one side, Manchester City made a quick attack down the wing, while Barcelona responded with a series of penetrating passes through the center. Valdez rushed out of the penalty area to clear with a big kick, while on the other side, Joe Hart made a stunning save. Chapter 409, a worrying situation inside the penalty area. Both teams fought fiercely for every inch of ground. The players were quite aggressive, and the referee had already issued 2 warnings. However, it was basically ineffective. In the end, the referee became too tired to continue getting tangled in this issue. Otherwise, it would truly be difficult to take the corner kick. So he stepped out of the penalty area and blew the whistle. With the whistle blown, David Silva, who was about to take the corner kick, raised his right hand and extended a finger. This was a pre-prepared signal. Since it was a secret signal, the Barcelona players naturally had no idea how the Manchester City players would position themselves. Therefore, they appeared a bit nervous. Meanwhile, the Manchester City players began to move. Kompany, Lescott, Yaya Touré, and others were positioning themselves, while Ye Cheng, under their cover, seemed to be protected by everyone. At this moment, Ye Cheng dashed towards the back post. Everything looked perfectly normal. The Manchester City players used their bodies to help Ye Cheng create a path toward the back post. So next, David Silva's pass would surely reach the back post, right? The Barcelona players thought nothing of it. They rushed towards Ye Cheng. However, when the ball was kicked out, they realized something was wrong. Chapter 4:10. A fleeting opportunity on the television screen. Messi's goal was being replayed from every angle. He Wei and his commentary partner Su Yang were lamenting with their heads in their hands. But one had to say, Messi's goal was indeed beautiful. He Wei couldn't help but praise it a few times. Barcelona equalized, and the goal scorer was Messi. He scored again in the final. This is the final match. The Champions League final. Manchester City must not think that scoring first allows them to relax. In fact, their goal came a bit early, giving Barcelona ample time to equalize. Su Yang added Messi. Awesome. Beautiful. Barca is amazing. On the Headers.Ye network, some Barcelona fans share their presence. Although most Headers.Ye fans supported Ye Cheng, there were still many followers of Barcelona and Messi. Although this number was not large compared to those supporting Ye Cheng, and the proportion was low, let's not forget that this is a vast country with a population of 1/4 billion. This alone is a world. 1% of over a billion people. Chapter 4:11. The second half begins. Guardiola hoped Barcelona could stabilize the situation. However, on the Manchester City side, their morale had soared to an unbelievable level after reversing the score. After the match restarted, Manchester City launched an extremely fierce attack. Barcelona wanted to stabilize the situation, but the momentum was no longer on their side. Manchester City pressed Barcelona and launched a siege. Yes, a siege. In the 29th minute of the match, Ye Cheng dropped back to receive the ball, using the outside of his foot to flick it to the side of the penalty area, where Sanchez followed up with a shot that just barely missed. 2 minutes later, Manchester City attacked again. Ye Cheng's header inside the penalty area hit the crossbar and went out of bounds, almost causing Barcelona fans to have heart attacks. But that wasn't the end. Just after Barcelona kicked the ball out, it was intercepted by Manchester City's furious pressing in the front court, and Ye Cheng took a long-range shot from outside, forcing Valdez to tip it out for a corner. In just a few minutes, Manchester City created opportunity after opportunity. Barcelona's defense was on the brink. This scene truly almost dropped jaws. This was Barcelona. Who could ever see Barcelona in such a predicament? Even Real Madrid has to adopt a defensive stance when facing Barcelona. Chapter 4:12. Just keep pressing. Mancini hadn't given any instructions yet. Since the core player Ye Cheng said to attack, then let them attack. This time, Manchester City also created a threat from the corner kick. However, they did not score. Next, Manchester City continued their fierce pressing. After regaining possession, they immediately launched an offensive. Their attack had a distinct characteristic. Generally, when teams attack, they wish to pile up more players in the penalty area. But Manchester City did not do that. Inside the opponent's penalty area, there was only Ye Cheng. And what about the others? Aside from those responsible for crossing, the other Manchester City players were tasked with contesting the second ball outside the box, striving to deny Barcelona any chance to counterattack. Under normal circumstances, if other teams did this, their attacks would be loud but ineffective. However, this is a team with Ye Cheng. They just need to pass the ball into the penalty area and then see how Ye Cheng performs. This allowed Manchester City to have an absolute numerical advantage outside the box. In this situation, Manchester City's attack formed a suppression. And it was an absolute suppression. When the ball was cleared, Manchester City still maintained control outside. Thus, the next wave of Manchester City's attack was on its way. Chapter 4:13. He is the pride. Barcelona's players were also quite unaccustomed to the current match situation. They had never experienced anything like this. Over the years, they had been the universe team. Any team that faced them could only adopt a passive defensive strategy, relying on counterattacks and set pieces to score through these means. Only then do they have a chance to win against them. But now, Manchester City is clearly pressing them to attack, putting all Barcelona players in a very uncomfortable situation. Their defense is being suppressed, and they can't control possession or find space on the periphery. The key point is that Ye Cheng's continuous assaults are making their defense even more precarious. To be honest, Barcelona's ability to hold on for so long is related to the performances of Pique and Mascherano. They performed exceptionally well in this match. However, it is also visibly chaotic. Pique collided with Ye Cheng in the air again, and when he fell to the ground, he saw the ball being parried away by Valdez. He breathed a sigh of relief and immediately took advantage of the moment to lie on the ground, greedily inhaling air into his lungs to recover a bit of stamina. Chapter 414. The moment of lifting the trophy. The bright red flag flutters in the wind. The camera firmly locks onto Ye Cheng. He drapes the national flag over his shoulders like a cape and ties it in front of his neck. Then he claps towards his compatriots in the stands who are cheering for him. Next, his Manchester City teammates come up one by one to hug him. The referee also comes over holding the ball. Ye Cheng, who has completed a hat trick, is entitled to keep a match ball. He takes the ball from the referee's hands and fulfills the requirement for the referee's team to take a photo with him. At this moment, the Barcelona players calmly accept their defeat. Xavi graciously comes up to congratulate Ye Cheng. "Congratulations, Ye." "Thank you," Ye Cheng replies. Xavi, who lost the final, pats Ye Cheng on the shoulder and turns to leave. This stadium no longer belongs to them. Messi lowers his head, keeping his disappointment to himself. He knows that this year's Ballon d'Or will likely belong to Ye Cheng. Messi 主动走向了Ye Cheng. "Congratulations, Ye." "Thank you. You played excellently," Messi says. "From now on, I'm your pursuer. I want to let you catch up," Ye Cheng replies. Chapter 415. The commitment of the seven-time champions. The Manchester City players' celebrations lasted almost all night. At the hotel in Munich, everyone held a barbecue party, resulting in the players waking up late the next day. However, the season has ended, and there's no need to keep up the tension. They've worked hard all season. Can't they relax a bit? The music plays on, and the dancing continues. Moreover, the team doesn't need to rush for a flight, as the Mansour group directly sent a luxury charter to pick them up. They can leave whenever they want. So everyone enjoyed a leisurely lunch before packing their things and boarding the bus straight to the airport. In Manchester, they will be greeted by a grand welcome ceremony. The Champions Parade will take place throughout the city of Manchester. They will first have a float parade along a designated route, followed by a grand celebration at the city stadium. At that time, the three trophies Manchester City won this season will be displayed: the Champions League, Premier League, and Community Shield. The trophies will shine brightly, showcasing Manchester City's glory to the world. Chapter 416. The work before the new season starts. Mancini actually hopes to see performances like Ye Cheng's. The more determined Ye Cheng is, the more he welcomes it, because it proves that Ye Cheng has not lost his hunger, his passion for football, for victory, and for championships. If one day Ye Cheng loses this passion, even if his abilities remain strong, he could very well fall into decline. Historically, many stars have sunk like this, rising to fame at a young age, enjoying boundless glory, achieving everything, and then resting on their laurels, ultimately unable to catch up with their past selves. Just look at Ye Cheng's achievements in just 3 years since his debut. 2 Serie A titles, 2 Champions League titles, 1 Premier League title, and 2 Coppa Italia titles. These are things that most players can only dream of throughout their entire careers. Not to mention, he also has a Ballon d'Or. Barring any surprises, this year's Ballon d'Or will still belong to Ye Cheng. The only competitor he has is Cristiano Ronaldo, who won the La Liga title and scored an astonishing 47 league goals this season. However, this achievement cannot be compared with Ye Cheng's. Chapter 417. Possessing the ball is a threat. Why do players play football? For professional players, it is for money and honor. Money is something Manchester City doesn't lack. Honor is now the ambition of becoming 7-time champions. Honestly, few players would not be tempted by this. Therefore, Rodwell quickly nodded under such temptation. Next, Mancini followed suit. This summer, Manchester City successively signed Xavi Garcia, Rodwell, Nastasic, veteran icon on a free transfer from Inter Milan, and signed substitute winger Sinclair. At the same time, they allowed fringe players like Balotelli, De Jong, Cruz, Savic, and Hangeland to leave the team. From the media's response, although Manchester City's summer signings weren't grand, they clearly made the bench stronger. The footsteps of a new season have quietly arrived. With the preseason training and a series of preseason matches coming to an end, the first major showdown before the new season begins, the Community Shield match. This season, Manchester City's opponent in the Community Shield is Chelsea. Despite winning the FA Cup, this clearly does not satisfy Chelsea's owner Abramovich. Their interim coach Di Matteo has already been dismissed. Chapter 4:18, too good form. The 11th minute. Ye Cheng scored a goal in the 11th minute of the match. He is truly an unstoppable goal machine, always able to put the ball in the net, no matter how, whether it's Terry or David Luiz. It's hard for them to physically block him once he charges in. Terry is considered one of the strongest center backs in the Premier League, but he still seems powerless against Ye Cheng. Even more critical is the fact that Ye Cheng is not just powerful. His footwork is incredibly delicate. Just like now, David Luiz made a strong challenge, but Ye Cheng seized the opportunity, skillfully dribbled past him, and then unleashed a powerful shot. 1-0. Manchester City got off to a dream start. Ye Cheng called his teammates over to celebrate. The Manchester City players excitedly rushed over to celebrate the goal. In the stands at Wembley, Manchester City fans were also cheering and jumping with joy. Scolari frowned. He had experienced the might of the defending Champions League title holders. They came out attacking and quickly scored. Their strength was almost overwhelming. This Manchester City lineup, apart from Javi Garcia, consists mostly of last season's main players. Chapter 4:19. Manchester City versus Liverpool in the first round of the Premier League. Manchester City achieved a big victory over Southampton, with forward Ye Cheng showing outstanding form against Liverpool. Inside Liverpool Football Club's training base, head coach Rodgers sat in his office, deeply furrowed. As a coach who transitioned from Swansea to a big club, he was now feeling the pressure of managing a top team. In the opening match, Liverpool drew with Stoke City at home, which brought Rodgers a lot of criticism. However, to be fair in this match, Liverpool drew 0-0 with their opponent without Suarez, and it was even with young winger Sterling wasting numerous opportunities. At least from the perspective of this match, Rodgers' technical overhaul of Liverpool over the past 2 months has been successful. Liverpool's playing style has been transformed from the 4-4-2 of the Gerrard era to 4-3-3. Rodgers, who was praised for implementing an attractive possession-based style at Swansea, had his team referred to as the Barcelona of the Premier League, ranking high in possession rate, chances created, and entries into the opponent's defensive third. Chapter 4:20. Arsenal Mancini burst out of the coaching area, raising his arms in celebration. After Suarez scored right at the start, he recalled his mental preparation from last season. The strongest point of the team is Ye Cheng, so all they need to do is attack. But this season, he started to have other pursuits, such as control and style. However, now Mancini realized something. Forget the tactics. Clinging to Ye Cheng's leg is the real deal. A team with Ye Cheng should naturally focus on attacking. Attack, attack, attack. Mancini should consider how to utilize Ye Cheng's attacking talents. Having figured this out, Mancini took a deep breath. He called out to the right back Zabaleta, who was running past him to celebrate the goal. Boss. Zabaleta turned to look at Mancini. I was wrong, Mancini said. Huh. Zabaleta was a bit flustered. Tell the players, from now on we need to attack. Attack whenever there's a chance. Get the ball to the front, to Ye's head, to Ye's feet. Let him shoot. Let him keep attacking the opponent's goal. Zabaleta understood what the head coach wanted to do. He nodded vigorously. Chapter 4:21. UEFA Super Cup. He was ready to receive the ball, and Skrtel was under great pressure. He turned and shot. The commentators exclaimed in surprise. Ye Cheng did not stop the ball, but directly turned and struck at the goal. The instep of his foot hit the lower part of the ball just right. Ye Cheng leaned slightly back, causing the ball to rise. However, he controlled it well, not letting it fly directly over the crossbar, but instead keeping it airborne. This kind of airborne ball is what goalkeepers love. However, it also depends on the situation. For example, right now, Reina was in big trouble because the speed of the ball was too fast to the point of being frightening. Moreover, its trajectory was very erratic. This was because the ball had no spin after rising. No spin means what? It means an unstable center of gravity. An unstable center of gravity leads to an unstable trajectory. If the ball doesn't spin, then in the air, under the influence of various air currents, the ball will drift unpredictably. This is the situation Reina is facing now. In his line of sight, the ball was not only flying fast, but also drifting left and right. This made it difficult for him to judge the exact trajectory of the ball. Chapter 4:22. Going straight for the box. The venue for the Super Cup was the Stade Louis II. This stadium is small, with a capacity of only 20,000. So both sets of fans completely filled it. A huge cheer echoed throughout the entire stadium. Simeone sat on the bench. As the match began, his team displayed their style. Midfielder Koch made a sliding tackle that directly knocked down Javi Garcia, who had just cleared the ball. As Javi fell to the ground, nearby Yaya Touré raised his arms. Referee, look, this guy made a malicious foul. It was a studs-up challenge. Give him a red card. Yes, the red one. Hurry up and show it. Yaya Touré was eager to help the referee pull out the red card himself. Koch was very unhappy to hear this. This is football. Can't you handle this little bit of contact? He scoffed. Other Manchester City players rushed over, loudly accusing Koch of the foul. Naturally, the Atletico Madrid players couldn't let their teammates suffer. They also rushed over, and the players from both sides formed a pile. Chapter 423. Atletico Madrid's way. Atletico Madrid is a team that does not shy away from parking the bus. In fact, they often park the bus in La Liga. After all, Simeone is a coach who is often compared to Mourinho. His tactics are filled with utilitarianism, somewhat similar to Mourinho's. For the sake of victory, Simeone can also go to any lengths. What's wrong with parking the bus? Moreover, Atletico Madrid's ability to park the bus is very strong. The central defensive partnership of Godin and Miranda is very solid. In the midfield, the double defensive midfield combination of Gabi and Mario Suarez acts like an iron wall. Raul Garcia and Koch also drop back. Up front, there are the clinical Falcao and the speedy Adrian. Once there's a counter-attack opportunity, both Real Madrid and Barcelona in La Liga could be in trouble. This is also the fundamental reason why, after Simeone took over Atletico Madrid midway through last season, the team rose from the relegation zone and nearly secured a Champions League spot. Atletico Madrid, which was considered a team that might even be relegated before the season started, ended up in 5th place and also won the Europa League title. Chapter 424. 42 meters after Ye Cheng scored this goal, there was little time left in the first half. With the whistle signaling the end of the first half, the Manchester City fans in the stands erupted in huge cheers. Despite facing a defensively solid team like Atletico Madrid, Manchester City still managed to score 2 goals, which was enough to satisfy them. The commentators all agreed that the first half proved Manchester City is indeed a level above Atletico Madrid. The television broadcast cut to close-up shots of Simeone and Mancini, each looking serious. Although Mancini's team was leading, he didn't appear to be enjoying the advantage at all. 2 goals ahead is not a very secure score. And this is just a Super Cup match. If they can't even win the Super Cup, that would be quite a failure for the team, especially since Ye Cheng boldly stated before the season that they aim to win 7 titles. If they lose the Super Cup, wouldn't that mean the 7-title goal would fall through? Simeone's expression was not relaxed either. By the end of the first half, 3 of his players had already received yellow cards, and if things continued like this, he might have a player sent off before the match even ended. Chapter 425, the second. Super Cup champion. Goal. Lineker's roar almost tore the microphone in the commentary booth apart. My God, my God, my God. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. 42 meters. Ye Cheng scored a direct free kick from 42 meters. The ball hit the underside of the crossbar and bounced into the net like a missile. Courtois had no way to respond. He didn't even have time to complete his save. The commentary booth exploded. Commentators from various countries expressed the same shock in different languages. Incredible. Incredible. This free kick could compete for the best goal of the season. No, it's one of the best goals of the last decade. The voice of the Spanish commentator trembled. With this distance, this speed, and this accuracy, Ye Cheng is not human. 30. Manchester City leads by 3 goals. The match has completely lost its suspense. In Xia country, the bullet screen on the live streaming platform paused for half a second at the moment of the goal, then erupted like a volcano. What the hell? 42 meters? Straight in? Chapter 426. The Group of Death. Away at the Bernabeu, the celebration at the Louis II Stadium lasted nearly an hour. When the Manchester City players finally returned to the locker room with the trophy, UEFA staff were already waiting outside as the award ceremony had not yet completely finished. Please have some players and coaches proceed to the press conference room, the staff politely said. The UEFA annual awards will be held in half an hour. The noise in the locker room subsided slightly. Company looked at Ye Cheng and Mancini. Coach, you need to go. Ye Cheng was still using a towel to dry the champagne from his hair and raised an eyebrow. Now, every year, the Super Cup is followed by an award ceremony. Mancini had already changed into a clean suit jacket, and since we won the Champions League last year, we are sure to get some awards this year. Indeed, when Ye Cheng and Mancini walked into the makeshift award hall, the room was already filled with reporters, UEFA officials, and representatives from various clubs. The backdrop on stage read UEFA Awards 2012. The award process was simple and quick. When the Best Forward award was announced, Ye Cheng's face appeared on the big screen. The host announced loudly, Manchester City, Ye Cheng, 2011 to 2012 UEFA Champions League Best Forward.